A low voice cursed. Damn it, Miho appeared uninhibitedly, stroked her head and asked herself, is it still not enough? Hyon said blankly. Unny, Miho paid attention. Hyon, fortunately you're safe. Hello clone, Miho continued. I heard Sanju Oppa is still trapped inside, Hyon said worriedly. Yes, he went with Mr. Shin Yangyan, Miho said seriously. Unny doesn't think he's in danger, but if we leave things as they are, no one knows what might happen. We need to deal with the one who activated the spatial movement restriction skill right now. Song Miho continued, but as you can see I can't break through the barrier. Hyon hastily asked, then what should we do? I heard even teleportation skills aren't working, Miho chuckled indifferently. What are you talking about? Of course you should try with your skill. Hyon was surprised. Miho said indifferently, show me your training results over there. The clones were fighting incessantly, but suddenly they were teleported again. He hastily said, we've been pushed further away. This place is outside Sector A2. He kept running. Tisk, let's head for the center again. He was teleported outside Sector C1 again and angrily slammed the wall. Damn it, the dungeon layout has changed too. Sanju gritted his teeth in irritation. Before, it seemed random, but now he's definitely deliberately pushing us away from the center. Before he could even speak, a voice suddenly interrupted. Oppa, he was surprised. Hyon said from over there, the person I was in contact with is almost dying. Please tell me the location of the one controlling space. I'll attack him. Sanju was blank for a moment, then said, but the magic barrier is still there, isn't it? She hastily replied. I received special training. Quickly, he fell silent, then asked, Clone 6, you have the map in your head, right? Clone 6 replied, yes. Sanju said, calculate the distance and angle between everyone's current position and the center, so she can aim more accurately. Clone 6 said, I will obey orders. Understood. Simultaneously in the center, the owner of the catacombs was maniacally controlling his skill with all his might. I knew it. My skill is infallible. People from the past were joyous. The one who made the maze, his nickname is Hea. Monsters can't enter here, the young man lively said. Oh mom, it's amazing. I tried to escape from here, but I really teleported back again. His mother said irritably. Hey, stop playing around. I'm sorry for asking that, the maze creator said. The children keep trying to escape, he cried and resolutely said, that's how I will protect everyone. Someone joyfully said, everyone, I'm back, they hastily asked. Congratulations on returning safely. How was it outside? The young man smiled and cheerfully advised, don't go outside again. People with psychic powers are popping up everywhere like mushrooms. You need to be careful of them. He chuckled. Marcel, thank you, but it's all right. I can run away immediately if anything happens. The owner of the catacombs maniacally said. No one can enter here. No one? The children cutely said. Uncle May's creator, can you bring us some flowers? We'd be grateful if you happen to see some. The middle-aged man gently said. We all owe you a debt. Black lightning flashed. Clone 6 pointed his finger in that direction and instructed, aim that way. Hold your breath and concentrate, Hyon. A little higher. Slowly, slowly. At that moment, Hyon immediately unleashed an attack with all her might. A minimally compressed mana orb pierced through the layers of the maze. Like a red thread piercing through warped space, it penetrated the chest of the catacombs owner from behind him. He said blankly, feeling the blood flowing from his body, the deaths of the past unfolded before his eyes. He whimpered. I was wrong again, he said blankly. Why everyone? Hugo, the middle-aged man, was dead, leaning against the wall. Louise and Chloe, 2 girls, were impaled by spears, and the young man lay with numerous knives stuck in him. Merrill, he died with his eyes open. He saw countless scratches carved into the wall but could imagine the familiar words of praise. May's creator is a really cool name. As you said, monsters can't enter here. Protect this place from thieves and monsters. It's really cool. Every time I go out I come back in. He staggered over the corpses and again stared blankly at the grotesque sight. The dungeon's appearance changed and boulders shook and flew up, creating other spaces. A wreath lay scattered on the ground from his still weak hands. Now the words of praise had become an obsession. Child, I don't think we can get real flowers. Let's be content with the artificial flowers here. That's enough. Thank you, May's creator. He knelt and picked up the wreath. Skeleton soldiers approached one after another. They leapt and charged. He placed the wreath on his head and quietly said, everyone wait. His face was filled with pain. We'll meet again soon. Sanju was unsure. Did she succeed? Sanju continued. The spatial disturbance seems to have stopped, Clone 2 replied. That's right, he boasted. Alright then, let's go straight to the center. Yang Yan reluctantly followed. Elsewhere, the master said, won't it be too dangerous if the 7 deadly sins are released? The young man spoke seriously. I think we should call for backup, but master doesn't think so, the master boasted. I've given them a bit of trouble, so there's no need to worry. It won't be easy for them to reach the center of the maze, the master was confident. The maze creator's skill is perfect for preventing others from approaching, but if he received mental trauma related to the sealing of the 7 deadly sins, the master pondered. He possesses immense talent, but this has also been his undoing. I heard he acquired that skill as soon as the calamity began and used it to protect the citizens. He maintained spatial distortions to keep monsters away and trap people inside for years. The master suddenly asked, but why did that talent become poison for him? There are several layers of protection surrounding the 7 deadly sins. Do you know what the most common one is? The young man stammered. I don't know. Excuse me, the master answered indifferently himself. Monsters. In most cases, the 7 deadly sins are sealed with powerful monsters, he smirked. But as the spatial distortions continued for years, the first seal of the 7 deadly sins inside the dungeon was eventually broken. The master smiled and clenched his hand, but fortunately, the second seal remained, so the unleashed monsters were only C rank or B rank. However, most of the citizens who were there at the time would have died. Trapped in the dungeon, they couldn't escape, and the young people's faces were pale, he continued. After that, an error occurred in the maze creator's skill, making the direction of spatial distortion random. So even if they tried to break the seal and escape, they couldn't, do you understand? There's no need to worry here. The young man was embarrassed. But I heard that those who went there possess very powerful skills. What if they reach the center and encounter the one who caused the maze's chaos? A bloody hand held the artifact of the Eye of God. The owner of the catacombs was blank, as if dead, and squares floated in the air and disappeared. A strange sound was heard from where the skeletons were piled, and suddenly, from there, Sanju punched. Finally, we've reached the center of the maze. They were all standing behind him, and the artifact in his hand also fell. He laughed cynically. Fortunately, you survived. I've finally found you. You're the one who caused this maze to be so chaotic, right? The man quietly stood up, and the dungeon master's eyes darkened. I should have died then. Sanju was startled. What? Yang Yan was also surprised. What do you mean? He spoke calmly, even as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Everyone died when the monster sealed by my skill was released, and they couldn't escape the maze. They're all rolling around beneath your feet, so could you be careful? Sanju was extremely surprised. What is this? These aren't monster bones, the dungeon master calmly said, taking off his wreath. My biggest regret in life is not realizing that spatial distortion was activated. In the past, as skeleton soldiers swarmed out, he wore a wreath and muttered, Everyone wait, we'll meet again soon. Swords flew at him, and suddenly, power emanated from the wreath. All the monsters vanished instantly before his eyes, the dungeon master said. After everyone died, perhaps because of my survival instinct. I was afraid. Even after my skill broke, the monsters kept moving away from me. They couldn't touch me, but now I've made up my mind, the dungeon master said calmly. I want to go back to that day. Since my skill has returned, I'm confident there's enough possibility to restore the architecture here to its original state. At that moment, the entire space suddenly shook. And once again, I'll unseal this place. The dungeon master reached out his hand and boulders began to float into the air. Even now I can hear my master telling me to stop, but it's all right, everyone please accept me again. Yang Yan was horrified. Are you crazy? Sanju, enraged, drew his flaming sword and shouted, Are you going to release more monsters? Do you really think I'll let you get away with that? At this moment, WJ suddenly appeared on Sanju's system window, and suddenly there was a problem with his shoelace. A magic circle appeared there, pulling his foot up. Sanju was startled. What is this, my shoelace? Recalling the damn guy who tied his shoelace for him, he cursed, that damn bastard. Sanju gritted his teeth. But it won't work. I have high reflexes. He spun around and said, I'll put my center of gravity forward, lightly jump with the foot that's on the shoelace, and gently lean towards the other foot, rolling forward. He succeeded, and at the same time he stepped on a brick with his foot, making a click sound. Sanju wondered if he had misheard, but the dungeon master softly thanked him. Ah, thank you for stepping on that brick. I'm almost out of strength. That was the last point to unseal it. Sanju was blankly surprised. What? With a thump and a burst of white smoke beneath his feet, a massive pillar of power exploded, soaring into the sky. A huge crack formed in the maze ceiling, and a black orb appeared in its center. From there, a grotesque skeletal figure sprang out as if regenerating and hatching. The creature's face slowly revealed itself. Sanju's face was drenched in sweat from unease. This is extremely dangerous, more dangerous than any monster I've encountered so far. The dungeon master was also startled to see it. It was a giant monster over 4 meters tall of unknown rank. His voice grew urgent. Right, this is what was supposed to happen. He smiled widely and conjured a pointed black rod in his hand. Since you helped me unseal it, I'll give you a reward. Take it. That is the 7 deadly sins. Now it's time to say goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the rod. Yang Yan was horrified. The dungeon master softly said, Thank you, now give me the salvation I couldn't have 20 years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster grabbed his head and tore it off, blood splattering ferociously. The shockwave from the monster's single gesture spread throughout the entire maze. Yang Yan and the clones ducked in time, and the space behind them seemed to rip open. The system window flashed with the message, Kill the 7 deadly sins immediately. Sanju decisively rushed forward and grabbed the stone, which suddenly glowed intensely and seemed to be sucked into a separate dimension. Sanju appeared blankly in a white space. He looked around. Where am I? I was clearly in the dungeon. Suddenly another person's voice came from behind him. We finally meet. Sanju froze. Who are you? The person said incredulously. You don't know me. Oh, right. Suddenly the system window popped up. We only conversed through the system window. He immediately became wary. You're the one who told me to go to the dungeon. Sanju's voice was sharp. Who exactly are you? The man pushed up his glasses and calmly said, You already know my name, don't you? Nice to meet you. I am Liverstein. He pointed his finger at the blinking system window. I am known as the creator of the system. Sanju was dumbfounded. What did you say? Liver calmly said. First, I want to tell you not to worry too much about the people who died in the dungeon. The time you spent inside was but a fleeting moment outside. But if you take in too much information, your brain will melt, he shouted in horror. Are you crazy? Get me out of here now. But Liverstein, Sanju quickly turned his head. He pressed. You're the one who started the day of harvest in Taber, aren't you? Liver pushed up his glasses and coldly replied, I have a few words to say about that. The reason the day of harvest occurred was indeed due to my system. Sanju's eyes widened and he put his hands on his hips. Then do you have the audacity to say you don't want to stop it? He advised. Calm down. I have never deceived you. My purpose for starting the day of harvest on Earth is, he asked directly, even though you destroyed all of Taber, Liver said heavily. I couldn't control it, he said. Follow me. All my research is here. You will learn more. Sanju was still suspicious. Why did you create such a dangerous system? Was it to save Taber from the war with the granite? Liver silently clenched his fist. He repeated to himself, why did I create the system? Liver replied sorrowfully, it was because a very important person to me was infected with the monovirus. Sanju was startled. He continued, I thought that once the system was complete, I would find a way to cure that disease as well. He clenched his fist and spoke after a moment. What happened to that person? Liver bowed his head and his whole body darkened. She is in a place where she no longer needs to suffer. At least, I believe so, he told Jung Sanju. I believe you understand this feeling better than anyone. He did not answer, and the system was out of control. Outside, a giant monster was constantly destroying. First Taber, now Earth. Yang Yan and Clone 2 were both blank. It had become an all-consuming monster. Liver seriously analyzed. The 7 deadly sins we need are to prevent the system from stopping the day of harvest. Collecting all the 7 deadly sins will give you the right to stop the day of harvest. Sanju asked warily. Why should we do that? He replied. Because acquiring the 7 deadly sins is the only way to escape the system's control. Liver held out a stone. He continued, the 7 deadly sins grant 2 effects to their owner. First, they prevent the system's influence on the owner's body. Remember I told you that if I speak too detailed, we could be discovered, right? His eyes widened. So the 7 deadly sins allowed you to communicate with me, he affirmed. That's right. The second effect appears when you fully absorb the 7 deadly sins, its superhuman strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the black stone exploded, radiating transcendent power. Liver's voice was not fast. The 7 deadly sins are small fragments of an entity that has existed on Earth for a very long time. Absorbing them will allow you to inherit their power. Sanju looked at the stone, feeling even more uneasy. It sounds even worse just hearing about it, he said coldly. That's right, they will try to take over your body. Just as their name suggests, the results won't be good, Liver said seriously. You must be strong and firm. Do not yield to them. He quietly reached out for the stone, confidently adding, don't worry, my mental strength is strong. But what does it mean that the system doesn't affect the body? Before he could finish speaking, a sharp pain suddenly struck him in a few seconds, making him frown. Liver noticed. Oh, you seem to have reached your limit of strength. Let's talk about it after you defeat the monster. Sanju held the stone and painfully rubbed his head. Was it that thing I saw earlier? How can I kill it? He consoled him with a calm expression. Don't worry. A fragment of the 7 deadly sins will help you. Jung Sanju, please stop the system. Black walls slowly covered them, separating them. Sanju was blank. Returning to reality, he felt as if he had woken from a dream. The walls of the maze began to collapse. Yang Yan hurriedly looked at him and said, Sanju, are you all right? We have to go. Sanju was still blank. Yang Yan, I have a favor to ask, he shouted urgently. This is not an ordinary monster. The black orb in the sky still seemed to be changing, and suddenly it shot up and popped, exploding into 8 thin spider-like legs that plunged into the village below. Huge boulders poured down, mixed with screams and chaos. Help me! A girl fell and trembled, sitting in front of a corpse crushed by a stone. Dad, run away quickly. Sanju was displeased. This damn bastard has brought back my memories, he suddenly asked. You can use the enhancement skill for 0.5 seconds, right? Yang Yan didn't quite understand but replied, yes, that's right. But what are you going to do? Sanju said, run away, and when I call you, use it immediately. He agreed. Understood, he continued to instruct. All of you go and save the people, except for Clone 1. Don't fight if possible, the clones replied in unison. Understood, the giant monster stood firm. Sanju glanced at the stone and thought to himself, the 7 deadly sins will help. He didn't think for long and decisively broke the stone. Then so be it. A small orb appeared in front of Sanju's chest, floating in the air, and he was quite surprised. There's still a ball inside. Suddenly it sank into darkness. Golden eyes suddenly opened wide, looked down at him and asked, who are you? And then muttered, finally a new body. Sanju was startled, his whole body covered in blood as if blood was flowing from his head. And Sanju suddenly screamed, and black magic power immediately exploded ferociously. Yang Yan, who was hiding in a corner, was also startled and poked his head out. What? He said blankly. What happened to him? Didn't he transform when he screamed? In the endless senses, countless eyes fixed on him, gazing at the black orb and whispering, I will give you everything you want, so give me your body. Give it to me. Quickly give it to me. A maniacal smile bloomed on Sanju's face. This is nothing compared to the madness of the cursed sword. With this power, if only, the scream grew even sharper. Give me your body. Sanju slowly brought the orb to his lips. Perhaps it would be better to just let it go and let everything happen naturally. He suddenly paused, recalling his recent meeting with Liverstein. You must be strong and firm. Do not yield to them, don't worry. My mental strength is strong. Sanju chuckled inwardly. I almost failed. The eyes in the darkness angrily said, did you stop again? That's right, resistance is useless. He put strength into his face and retorted, shut up, recalling Jingu, who lay in the hospital, neither dead nor alive. That time he could only watch helplessly. Sanju said strongly, I made too many mistakes because of my arrogance. He immediately rushed to Clone 1 and forcibly shoved the orb into his mouth. His voice was still unwavering. With my strength, Clone 1 was blank, burning with transcendent power. He calmly thought, I need to know my limits. Now let someone else continue. Yang Yan, horrified, immediately shouted angrily, This damn bastard, you're a goddamn bastard. Sanju was startled and said, Be quiet, let the one with strong mental strength have it. When the monster suddenly turned its head and glanced, he immediately blamed him. That guy saw us. It's because you're noisy, he said loudly. I'm sorry. The monster quietly summoned a round orb and immediately it pierced straight like a spear, shaping it. Sanju trembled with worry. Damn it, you're finished now, Clone 1. You were the one with the strongest mental strength. Clone 1 slowly raised his head, his face dark and unreadable. The system window continued to flash with messages. Unidentifiable. Identification failed. Unidentifiable. Identifying error. Unidentifiable. Bang, a pillar of transcendent power exploded from the basement, and a ferocious monster charged, instantly grabbing a spear in its hand and throwing it. Sanju gritted his teeth in tension and blocked it with his sword. Damn it. A series of vibrations shook the entire sky, and red smoke as if from a bomb surged ferociously. A hazy figure was hidden behind the thick gray smoke. He tightly gripped the spear of darkness. He saw it and immediately rejoiced in terror. Clone 1, but a chilling voice was heard. When was the last time I breathed the outside air? And he suddenly asked, Are you the one who challenges me? Sanju was blank. Clone 1? Clone 1 paused, then laughed grotesquely. What is Clone 1? As soon as he finished speaking, he punched him. Sanju flew into the rubble with one punch. Even his disguise skill was broken. Sanju cursed inwardly. Damn it. He recalled what Liver had said before. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of a legendary entity that has existed on Earth for a very long time. They will try to take over your body, just as their name suggests. The results won't be good. Sanju regained his composure and thought, Number 1's body is probably already possessed. Watching the possessed body of Number 1 approach, the 7 deadly sins shouted loudly, Arise, challenger. He frowned, spat out blood, and evaluated inwardly. He's too strong. His stats have surpassed my clones. The barrier immediately collapsed, and his stats are probably even higher than mine. He leapt in excitement and said, This fight has just begun. Sanju raised his sword to block and his mind raced. Damn it, now is not the right time. I still need to kill other monsters. What should I do? Suddenly an idea flashed in Sanju's mind. The 7 deadly sins said arrogantly, Too slow. As he tried to pierce him in one blow, Sanju quickly knelt. O legendary being, you've misunderstood. The 7 deadly sins scoffed. Sanju, flustered, pointed to one side and shouted, Are you still confused after just waking up? I think you've mistaken the challenger. Let me tell you, it's that guy. That guy is the challenger, that monster who can't say anything. The 7 deadly sins asked suspiciously. Really? Sanju replied firmly. He was the one who threw the spear from the beginning. Yang Yan, hearing the commotion outside, tensed. I'm hiding, so I have no right to say this, but that guy is really devious. Outside he was still fiercely persuading. Oh, that guy is looking this way. Please do something. The 7 deadly sins readily accepted. Ah, good. I don't care who the challenger is. Let's fight. Sanju restored the barrier. Phew, I managed to trick him. But he worried if he could defeat that horrible monster. The 7 deadly sins leapt with all his might, dodged the spear, and clenched his fist to strike the monster's neck. Sanju was excited, but soon after, Number 1 was sent flying and crashed into a pile of rocks. He frowned, thinking inwardly, too weak. But from the dust 2 streaks of light flashed. In 1 second, 2 lasers immediately pierced the monster's head. 7 deadly sins' eyes glinted, and he laughed maniacally. Perhaps 1 fragment is still not enough, but he immediately refuted himself. No, maybe this is perfect. The 7 deadly sins leapt back into battle, continuously attacking, and the monster didn't care. In the corridor, several academy students scurried away, dodging falling rocks. Hyan asked blankly, Is this my fault? Miho stroked her head and denied it. It's not your fault. You did your mission very well, but their gaze was drawn to the fierce battle unfolding below. She sighed. The situation is really serious. Miho turned to Sang-ah and instructed, Sang-ah, evacuate all the academy students. If necessary, you can request a transport ship from the guild. Sang-ah immediately replied, Understood. Hyan asked, surprised. Ani? Miho quickly ran, responding with a heavy expression. My role as a guide ends here. I need to go back to being a hunter, she worriedly exclaimed. Ani, on the other side, the 7 deadly sins, was still constantly fighting the colossal monster. Sanju's jaw dropped in surprise. I take back what I said, he thought to himself. How can he fight at that speed? Even my eyes can't properly see the attacks. As the 7 deadly sins furiously attacked, his arm twisted and he disgustedly forced it back into place. This body is too weak. It has nothing but regeneration. Then the 7 deadly sins sensed that the monster was controlling a dark orb. He scoffed and cut it off. Interesting. You've adapted to my magic. Suddenly, a mono orb flew towards the monster's head and popped, exploding. Miho worriedly shouted loudly, Mr. Sanju, are you alright? I'll fight with you. What about the other clones? Did Number 1 eat too many jewels again? He was startled. Team leader Miho. Sanju tensed. Wait a minute, while he's possessing Number 1's body, if she joins him, he hurriedly shouted. No, get out of here right now as fast as you can. Miho was bewildered. Yes, from behind, the 7 deadly sins instantly appeared behind her. He smiled brightly. I always welcome new challengers. Red blood splattered on the wall there. The hanging lamp cast a faint yellow light, and the wine bottle was gulped down, instantly emptied to the bottom. An empty bottle was thumped onto a table covered with numerous wine bottles. The man glared at the wine bottle in his hand, faintly reading the label. Dragon's Blessing, a wine unaffected by all immunity effects. He threw it away. Damn it, the wine bottle shattered against the cabinet. The man said loudly, was that the strongest? Bring another. I felt nothing. The customers in the shop hesitated. We chose the wrong place. How were we supposed to know Scully would be here? Suddenly, another person interrupted. Still looking for a wine that can get you drunk? The man was startled. Jumper leisurely continued. It's rare to find a wine that can get an S-rank hunter drunk, especially you, Blessing. The drunken man turned his head. S-rank hunter, Blessing. Breath Jolie said softly. Jumper asked again. Why are you here? He replied. I'm gathering all the S-rank hunters, Jumper said. Soon, no, an S-rank monster has probably appeared. We need to save the citizens, Breath pouted. It'll be fine if you go alone. You're different from other S-rank hunters. He didn't think so. If I act alone, it will take too long and there will be more casualties. Breath was indifferent. Why should I care? Take other S-rank hunters. But Jumper suddenly asked, don't you want a wine that can get you drunk? He immediately stiffened. He hesitated. You can get me some. Bread hardened his face and radiated his deep blue power, asking coldly, are you sure? Back in the dungeon, blood stained the floor and Miho was blank. The 7 deadly sins' other arm suddenly grabbed the hand that was about to attack her. He trembled as transcendent power exploded again, and the 7 deadly sins shouted maniacally, you damn bastard, resistance is useless, obey my command. Suddenly, Number 1 covered his head and swept his hair back with his left hand, and Number 1's voice returned. I'm sure I'm Number 1. And no one can command me except my master. Sanju quickly leapt forward, looking at the Number 1 in front of him with uncertainty and asking, is it really Number 1? Miho understood nothing. Mr. Sanju, what's going on here? He said helplessly. There's a lot to tell. Number 1 is trying to regain control. The 7 deadly sins with his remaining eye furiously shouted, good, your loyalty is impressive. I'll let you win this time, he shouted. You were lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, the horn gradually disappeared and Number 1 returned to normal. Sanju rejoiced. He's woken up. Miho was shocked. He was brainwashed. At this moment, he suddenly focused on the monster below. Sanju asked with a trembling, uneasy voice, Number 1, I have a question. Can you stop that with that purple energy you just used? He replied blankly. Why do you ask? Below, the skeleton monster was already gathering dark orbs. He was flustered. You can't. Number 1, now fully lucid, replied concisely. Yes, Sanju shouted. Then run away now. Immediately, countless spears flew straight from that orb. Elsewhere, Raven was seriously sitting behind Number 7, teaching. Storm Wind Blade is a secret technique passed down through generations in our sect. If you learn it, your swordsmanship and magic will be amplified several times over. His tone suddenly softened. I don't usually teach it, really, but since you seem to be learning well, I'll make an exception. Number 7 remained silent. Raven returned to normal and said, concentrate your internal energy in your dantian as much as possible and move it. Gather the internal energy from your entire body so you can control it automatically. Now I will move your internal energy through a new circulation path. Javan's eyes were still sharp. Be careful. If you carelessly move your internal energy incorrectly, it can harm your body. Then, he put strength into the scapula area behind Number 7's back. Alright, here I go. Back in the dungeon, 3 people were running for their lives. Miho said incomprehensibly. His clone fiercely attacked just now, and now what? Sanju quickly. Can you really not shoot lasers from your eyes anymore? Number 1 replied, exhausted. Yes, tearing through the spatial rift outside the dungeon. Sanju gritted his teeth. How's the injured rescue going? A clone replied. Humans have almost finished everything they can do. He immediately said, then everyone gather here. Immediately, all the clones leapt out of the rift. Sanju shouted, let's deal with this damn thing together. Immediately, they began fighting the unknown rank monster. Miho said firmly, I'll distract him. She immediately cast her skill. Fox Orb. She created an alluring illusion to attract the target's attention, and a beautiful skeleton girl appeared in the monster's mind, making its body stiffen. Number 2 didn't miss the opportunity and leaped, stabbing its skull with his sword, but it was useless. He leaped back and the monster tried to grab Number 2, but then its hand froze. Sanju was blank right. Freezing. I had that skill. I forgot about it as soon as I learned it. He said loudly. Keep him from moving. The clones moved in different directions, casting freezing skills on the monster. But because of its enormous size, even with a slight movement from the monster, ice shards fell like autumn leaves. Sanju tensed. I'll help too. He leapt and used the freezing skill, but only a few cold stones were fired. He froze. What is this? Miho also didn't expect the monster to knock her down in one blow. While Sanju hesitated for a moment, Miho crashed hard into the broken stone wall with a loud bang, and then the skeleton monster didn't stop there and raised its hand. Just before its giant bony hand attacked her, Sanju confronted the monster head-on, blocking a fatal blow to Miho. He gritted his teeth. Team leader Miho, are you alright? She pushed aside the rubble and let out an exhausted sigh. Suddenly, Sanju was startled. A strange sensation suddenly spread from his arm. A system window immediately popped up. Mana Burst has been activated. Storm Wind Blade. Immediately all the clones simultaneously swung their wind blades, cutting the monster. Sanju's face was blank and stiff and he was flustered. What kind of skill is this? What the hell is Mana Burst? Teach me. On the other side, Number 7's clothes had disappeared somewhere. Raven asked worriedly. How do you feel? Number 7 replied honestly. My internal energy is constantly condensing and exploding within my body, but it's still circulating around my heart. He also felt fear inwardly. He's sharp. Outwardly, Javan continued, combining swordsmanship and magic in an explosive skill is the basic principle of my swordsmanship, but your current body makes it too difficult to use quick sword, so, before he could finish speaking, number 7 waved his hand and headed for the spatial rift. Excuse me, it's an emergency. I have to go. Having said that, he disappeared in an instant. Raven was blanked, then slumped helplessly, his voice trembling. This isn't me, what's wrong with me? Suddenly a ray of light descended and the person was called Swordmaster. V turned her head, slightly surprised. It's been a while, young man, he said. I'm not in a good mood, so let's get straight to the point. Back in the dungeon, the skeleton monster was taking stormwind blade attacks from all directions, but it only trembled slightly. Sanju observed, too strong, but his bones are damaged. At this moment a spatial rift opened, and number 7 approached seriously. Excuse me. I lost mana control for a moment, so I couldn't come sooner. He was shocked. Number 7, is your training over? Sanju guessed. Then the mana burst just now was number 7's, he honestly. Yes, the swordmaster taught me this swordsmanship, but it won't last long, because the other clones keep getting arm injuries and their bones keep breaking and healing. Now the tide of the battle had changed again. The colossal monster slowly emitted green mana flames, and its severed hand grew back as if nothing had happened. Sanju was shocked. He's recovering as if nothing happened. I need to take him down in one blow, he suddenly asked. How were you able to use mana burst? Number 7 replied, a simultaneous attack combining swordsmanship and magic explosions. That's the basic principle, Sanju said firmly. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead. Sanju leapt in excitement, swung his sword and shouted, let's see whose arm breaks first. Your arm will break first, you damn bastard. Internal energy rotated around his heart and he swung his sword to slash the monster and raised his hand to set its direction. Sanju said irritably, damn it, I missed. But the blade had already pierced through its body. Suddenly 3 dark orbs condensed behind him, and before he could cast them, number 4 quickly leapt and grazed the monster's face. Number 7 was not to be outdone and swung his sword, knocking him down. Sanju and all the clones rushed forward, and he thought inwardly, if I keep attacking and don't give him time to recover. But not everything was that simple. After being attacked for a while, the skeleton monster roared in anger. Sanju watched in horror as the monster's chest opened, a black orb surged forth and a vertically slit eye flashed open. Sanju frantically calculated that he would have to use a spatial gate to block this attack. However, his thoughts were quick, but the actual situation was much faster. The orb exploded and countless black thorns erupted, piercing through them, and hot blood splattered as Sanju fell powerlessly. But at that very moment, a familiar cross-shaped light poured down once more. As if stepping out of a car, Raven quickly rushed forward and supported Sanju's body. His face darkened and his voice also turned ominous. I didn't expect our guild members to be here. Jumper adjusted his collar and said solemnly, this is more complicated than I thought. They were S-rank hunters, Sky Raven and George Lucas. Brise rubbed the back of his neck and said, let's just handle it. Cha also agreed. Good idea, S-rank hunters. John Scully and Cha-un looked at the flickering eyes in the gray smoke and asked in Brise's bored tone, is that the monster? He frowned. A low-level monster. Is this why you called me? Jumper said nonchalantly, isn't this exactly the kind of work you're suited for? At that moment Javan suddenly spoke. Thankfully, if possible, could you heal this child? Brise asked incomprehensibly. That wouldn't be enough to kill him. Do you know him? Raven replied. I do, Brise said without much difficulty. All right, no problem. I'll heal everyone else too. Suddenly he was slightly surprised and looked at the clones around him. No, they all look exactly alike. Jumper didn't stay long, opening a spatial teleportation gate and saying, I should go save the other people nearby as well. I'll leave it to the 2 of you, Jumper continued, looking at the monster that had shot eyes. Could you take care of that monster? Raven and Cha remained silent for a moment. After a while, Sanju opened his eyes and sprung up in surprise. Ha, my wounds, Brise interrupted from the side. What in the world are you guys? He lowered his head and asked. Are you twins? Anyway, I've healed everyone, so go and hide. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his back and left. Sanju was dumbfounded. Who was that? Miho quickly approached. Mr. Sanju, are you all right? A slight tremor still remained in Sanju's voice. Team leader Miho, did he heal everyone? She replied cheerfully. Yes, we've been rescued. These people are all S-rank hunters. In the distance, Raven, Brise and Cha stood before the now winged monster. Raven felt a gaze, drew his sword, turned around and said with relief, You're awake, he instructed. Just watch from there. Sanju was startled. Raven, at that very moment the mutated monster attacked him. Raven quickly leapt up and said solemnly, This is the path you must walk. The very next moment a colossal whirlwind and wind enveloped the monster, and at the same time numerous cross-shaped spatial teleportation gates appeared externally. Jumper knelt, touching the dark bloodstains, and thought, the people here have already been rescued and the damage is surprisingly minimal. This is very different, he recalled. The giant skeleton monster woke up earlier than usual, and even transformed into its second stage already. Jumper fell into thought. The maze creator's maze is ineffective. But why is there no damage to the city yet when the seal here broke so quickly? Is it because of those strangely identical hunters? He remembered the clones. I've never seen his face before, but they saved people while simultaneously fighting the giant skeleton monster, buying time for it to transform into its second stage. Jumper clenched his fist and concluded, if so, the 7 deadly sins probably also fell into their hands. His face suddenly filled with maniacal excitement, and a sneer played on his lips. I didn't predict all these interesting things. Let's see. Returning to the dungeon, the storm still enveloped the skeleton monster, and the storm wind blade attacks continuously struck it. Sanju watched in horror. This is Javan's true power. Cha was also not weak, holding his sword to the side and demonstrating truly splendid swordsmanship. Swordsman, I wish to challenge you someday. Then he thrust his sword. Fang, countless thrusts pierced from multiple directions simultaneously, creating mad vibrations, and the skeleton monster became riddled with holes, roaring in anger. At that very moment, shadow-like wings erupted and fiercely thrust forward, and dust billowed violently. Brise nonchalantly created a shield and cursed. This stubborn bastard, he sneered and snapped his fingers. In this situation, blowing off its head is the best strategy. With a rumble, a beam of light poured down from the sky, seemingly splitting the monster in two. Its head disappeared into ashes, but blue eyes descended again and sprouted from the center of its chest, forming a new head. It grandly formed a new head. Cha was also slightly surprised. The skeleton monster charged again, but before it could take a step, a tall building heavily collapsed onto it. Jumper stood atop the building, his clothes fluttering. That eye-like object is the core of its mana. To kill it, you must attack that spot. Raven raised his eyes. That core keeps moving, Cha suggested. How about we corner it and attack? Brise sighed. But we've been trying to hit that eye since before. Sanju suddenly spoke from behind. I'll help too. Miho was startled. Mr. Sanju, she persuaded him. Don't overexert yourself. The two S-rank hunters will be able to defeat him. He cut her off. Even if they can defeat him, they won't solve the problems I'll face in the future. Sanju said seriously. I need to become stronger. I will finish that monster off. Miho was horrified. Finish it off? He stood up and loudly asked Yang Yan, are you there? Yang Yan was startled. Sanju continued, it's your turn now. Then he turned and asked, you all know what to do, right? The clones answered simultaneously, yes. Sanju frowned. I've been holding back from going into a frenzy until now, but now I really need to go into a frenzy. After thinking that, he clenched his sword and blood splattered and stained it. It was a clone skill. Sanju strongly plunged his sword into the ground and a reddish blood-like aura exploded from his body and his powerful stats soared. Sanju decided, I'll combine two things. He shouted, shatter everything to pieces and crush him right now. The skeleton monster continued to extend its spider-like legs and thrust. Brise calmly blocked and scoffed, it's useless. Jumper also charged, his numerous cross-shaped lights flashing. Cha and Raven didn't stand still either. Raven unleashed a whirlwind. Cha thrust his sword towards the monster's back. The core was fixed in one spot. A colossal eye flashed from the center of its chest. Sanju gritted his teeth. At this very moment, Yang Yan laboriously summoned a magic circle. He combined frenzy and holy light. What kind of combination is this? The holy light skill granted an extremely powerful enhancement effect to the selected target. Sanju was targeted, and a halo-like circle appeared behind his head like an angel's halo. Wings also sprouted and spread. He flew up and charged. Miho also exerted her strength. TCH, I don't care anymore. If there are problems with S-rank hunters, you'll block them. Fox's hypnosis. You have attracted the opponent's attention through charm. Immediately, all four S-rank hunters froze, temporarily losing their rationality. Sanju excitedly flew towards the core in front of him, followed by the clones in due time. He sneered, I have to aim for that core, right? A black orb blocked his view and Sanju fiercely slashed. He and the clones simultaneously pierced the core, destroying the eye. At that very moment, system notifications popped up one after another. Monster absorption skill activated. Monster essence absorbed. Giant skeleton monster stats absorbed. Finally, in a place riddled with countless pipes, Oracle's eyes gleamed with both madness and a glimmer of hope. An S-rank hunter who will turn the great cogwheel of fate has appeared within Sanju. Sanju braced himself. Status window notification. Strength increased from 72.534 to 91.612. Reflexes from 62.212 to 78.190. Vitality from 68.593 to 90.642. Stamina from 66.09 to 77.102. Magic power from 81.382 to 96.623. The core seemed to have vanished. The skeleton monster could not withstand the attack. Its corpse lay scattered on the circular dungeon floor. Sanju's body felt pain all over. He gritted his teeth and endured, leaning on his sword as he collapsed. Sanju thought boredly, every time my stats suddenly increase, I always get muscle aches. Raven observed him approach, took his hand and helped him up. He asked, are you alright? Why did you exert yourself so much? We would have handled it. Sanju politely replied, how could I just sit and watch? Javan was startled. He completely sensed a different energy from Sanju than before. His energy has completely changed. What happened? He looked at Sanju with suspicious eyes. How can he become so strong so quickly? Raven precisely guessed in a whisper, it seems he has a skill that increases his stats by killing monsters. Sanju's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought inwardly, he's really sharp. Outwardly, Sanju replied nonchalantly, yes. On the other side, Brise was also slightly surprised. Hey, he's stronger than I thought. Cha also commented, the swordsman seems to know him. Sanju began to speak. Anyway, Mr. Javan, how did you know? However, before he could finish, another S-rank hunter suddenly approached and said, so you were the hunter who held back that monster until now. Jumper genuinely praised him. That was a truly courageous act, he added. If possible, could you tell me your name? Sanju asked incomprehensibly. You're Mr. Jumper, aren't you? I'm Sanju. Jumper repeated in surprise. Jong Sanju? He repeated his surname as if savoring it. Jong Sanju, Jong Sanju, Jong Sanju. Sanju was blank. Jumper hardened his expression and said dryly, "Honestly, I've never heard that name before." Sanju was so angry he could burst and inwardly cried out, "Of course I'm not famous enough for an S-rank hunter like you to know me," he still thought, maintaining his pride. "Anyway, I'm quite famous in Korea." He continued, "Where are the other hunters who look exactly like you?" "They were here just a moment ago," Sanju replied curtly. "They're my clones," however, as before, people were quick to interrupt him. Raven casually answered instead, "I think they went to clean up the disordered areas. They are excellent hunters. Damage control is their top priority." Sanju was surprised to see him interrupt him from the side but said nothing. Jumper's face darkened indistinctly. "Ah, that's a shame." Then he suddenly changed the subject. "Then everyone here, would you like to come to my villa?" Sanju was startled. "Villa?" Jumper cheerfully suggested. "We just fought such a powerful monster. Shouldn't we at least have a small party after the battle? Let's drink together and eat delicious food to rest after a strenuous hunt." At that moment, a boy from the adjacent auditorium rushed over. Master. The master's expression was not good, he calmly said. "I think you've heard news about the maze creator. So, is everything going well?" The boy's voice replied urgently. "The maze dungeon has collapsed. The maze creator is also dead," he reported, sweating. "A group of S-rank hunters attacked the giant skeleton monster, and more importantly," the boy's voice grew urgent, "it seems they've even taken the 7 deadly sins." A thunderous sound echoed in his ears. The master froze, speaking blankly. "How could that be?" After a moment, at Jumper's villa, a beautiful and opulent black chandelier shone brightly. Below, the place was packed with people. This place was filled with powerful and influential people, and there were also reporters. A photographer stood to one side taking pictures. Sanju was speechless. "They call a party with so many powerful people small," he thought to himself. "Everyone else is already enjoying the party atmosphere." Not far away, Raven looked at Miho with surprised eyes. "Are your ears real?" Miho replied slightly awkwardly. "Yes, they're my real ears." Suddenly, Sanju's voice echoed. Oppa Hyun in a deep side slit dress approached, capturing everyone's attention. She asked softly, slightly nervously, "Oppa, how do I look? Do I look strange?" Sanju's cheeks immediately flushed with shyness. He said, slightly trembling, "You're pretty." Hyun smiled sweetly. "Really? This is my first time wearing a dress like this." Sanju quietly changed the subject to another small story. "Anyway, your skill is really amazing. What did you practice?" she replied with a lively laugh, but soon realized. Didn't I tell you, Oppa?" At that moment, Raven suddenly approached and spoke. "Has your internal energy usage improved?" Sanju was slightly dazed. "Oh, Professor Raven, when I suddenly saw you demonstrating that sword skill, I was startled and exclaimed, 'What on earth is that?' Then you calmly explained, 'That is the first step to reaching high-level Storm Wind Blade. Your clones are using it very well,'" Sanju said seriously. "My clones are smart, you see." Speaking of clones, he said honestly, "Why didn't you let Jumper know about my skill?" Raven was lost in thought for a moment. He said quietly, "Should I say it's my intuition? I've met him a few times before, but I can never guess what he's thinking. He always tries to save people, and seems to be attacking dungeons to cause minimal damage to humanity." "But," Raven said quietly into his ear, "Jumper is also the one who deeply connected all humanity to the system." Sanju was surprised. He continued in a low voice, "You already know what it means for all humanity to be getting weaker, don't you?" His face darkened. Recalling the day of harvest, Raven continued, "Someday your skill will also become famous. But for now you need to act more discreetly." Sanju replied honestly. "Understood," he reminded him again. "Especially with Jumper, we don't know how great his influence is." Hyun, standing nearby, felt left out listening to their conversation. The two of them didn't include her in the dialogue. Meanwhile, Javan suddenly added, "But unlike him, Breath and Cha are on our side." Hearing this, he suddenly flinched. "Wait, what? Breath?" Hyun looked at him with slightly worried eyes. "Oppa, isn't it Mr. Breath?" Raven, who was nearby, also spoke up. "Come to think of it, your sister is," Sanju suddenly asked. "Mr. Breath is the one who healed me, right? Where is he now?" "Elsewhere," Breath sighed as he pulled out a bottle in front of a towering wine cellar. "I've drunk all these brands of wine, Breath. It's better if I just go home before these reporters arrive." At some point, Sanju was standing right next to him. Breath was startled and flustered. "You're one of those identical hunters." Returning to the banquet hall, footsteps echoed softly. Jumper stood upstairs and gracefully greeted everyone. "Thank you all for gathering here today. I hope you had a pleasant time," he continued. "As you all know, this party is to celebrate our successful defeat of the giant skeleton monster." The guests immediately offered their congratulations. A middle-aged man said loudly, "You've done it again, Jumper. You formed a raid party of S-rank hunters so quickly." Another lady added, "I heard the casualties were very low compared to the monster's rank." Jumper paused for a moment and said seriously, "Regarding that matter, I have something to say to everyone here." He spoke candidly, "I am not the one who reduced casualties and contained the monster in the dungeon. The true hero is with us here." The MC said quietly, "All right, start filming." Another VIP was also surprised. Jumper said loudly, "It is Mr. Jong Sanju, a Korean hunter. He is the main character of this dungeon raid." Everyone was surprised. His voice was still calm. "He saved people with his tangible clone skill and risked his life to buy time against the monster." Hyun had not expected such a result. She thought blankly, Oppa is going to be really famous. Javan's expression was not one of happiness. He thought coldly, he investigated Jong Sanju in such a short time. It's impossible to even hide him. Furthermore, he's drawing all the attention to him, Jumper said politely. So I want to take this opportunity to say this. I believe he is fully qualified to be Korea's first S-rank hunter. Moreover, the Gaimyeong Guild will also erect a monument in that dungeon to commemorate his contributions and reward him. The reporters were startled. Did he record this? This is important news. Then the reporters made the entire party hall noisy. Hunter Jong Sanju is the new S-rank hunter. Jong Sanju also here. Find him and interview him. A new S-rank hunter. Cha held his teacup and was dazed. Ah, a new S-rank hunter. Young Yan stammered. Hunter Dong Sanju is an S-rank hunter. Reporters' voices flooded in. Hunter Jong Sanju. He's arrived. A reporter suddenly burst through the door loudly saying, I saw him enter this way earlier. It must be him. Before he could finish speaking, an expletive burst out from inside. Let go of my damn head. Breath was held by number 1 and number 2 and dragged towards the spatial wall. Sanju, as if overdosing, grabbed his foot and threatened, please heal my sister. I'll do anything you want. I can even lick it. I really will. Breath struggled desperately. Don't let me go, then we can talk. But he, as if deaf, acted even more passionately, loudly saying, you think I can't? I'll even lick your shoes. At that moment, Sanju noticed reporters by the door, cameras poised to capture their current affectionate scene. Hyeon and Javan, one horrified and one closing his eyes, unable to watch. Sanju was flustered and tried to stop them, explaining in a suppressed voice. Oh no! Breath trembled with rage and shook his foot, saying, you damned lunatic, let go of me. He shouted, don't misunderstand, simultaneously in Korea. Everyone in the association was also talking about Dong Sanju. Bae Wong-hoon, sweating profusely, looked at the documents and cautiously reported, moreover, they want to make Hunter Sanju an S-rank hunter. Hae-wong's face darkened with anger, and his energy surged out of control. His voice trembled. Do they really want me to do that? Sheb was flung far away, hitting the floor hard on his back. He barely got up, kneeling. A mechanical voice, as if observing the situation, was heard. Mr. Sheb? Simultaneously, Hae-wong approached him. Aren't we all in trouble this way? We're partners. If you hand over those research results to me, I'll guarantee you research facilities, resources, and your safety, he added. This is the condition of our contract, Sheb, suppressing his pain, said. I think it's unfair for me to take responsibility for losing the growth promoter. Isn't it also your responsibility to protect the finished medicine? A safety issue? As soon as he finished speaking, Hae-wong raised his hand and squeezed his neck tightly, making him wince. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Look, just having you by my side is an enormous risk for me. Everything you do has caused me harm. I saved you from the Federal Investigation Bureau agents. They were desperately looking for you. He ordered Sheb to replace the amount of medicine that had been taken within a month. Not only that, Hae-wong threatened. If you fail to do so, not only the Federal Investigation Bureau, but even your precious daughter will not be able to find a trace of you anywhere in the world. Suddenly, his phone rang and he released Sheb's neck. Only then could he breathe properly. He answered the phone. What is it? From the other end of the line, Bae Wong-hoon cautiously said, It's me, Bae Wong-hoon. It's time for you to give us a definitive answer. Hearing this, Hae-wong shouted angrily, Listen, no matter who it is, even if Jumper comes here, I will not let a guy named Sanju become an S-rank hunter before me, understood? Bae Wong-hoon retorted, There's nothing wrong with that reason. His skeletal essence has been rated S-rank. He presented additional reasons to persuade Hae-wong. Hunter Sanju captured that monster and there's even proof. We have no choice but to acknowledge him. Hae-wong was silent. A reason, he put forth his logic. Other S-rank hunters helped Sanju in that hunt, so he was able to complete the mission. We can use this as a reason. Tell them we can't promote him because we received such help. Bae Wong-hoon was sweating profusely on the other end of the phone. Then they will demand a comprehensive solution from us that fits the situation. Hae-wong also agreed. Of course, to that extent I'll hand Sanju over to them. Suddenly his expression turned sinister. To Africa, where the great calamity that attacked the Korean hunter team happened. Bae Wong-hoon's face turned pale at Hae-wong's next words. Isn't there an S-rank monster there? He'll have to go calm them down. That will be the condition presented by the Hunter Association. If he returns safely from there as per our request, at least you and I will have no choice but to acknowledge him. On the side of the International Hunter Association, Harris announced that the association could not confirm that Mr. Sanju had personally hunted the S-rank monster. He was lost in thought for a moment. This incident is truly unique. Other countries would not hesitate to manipulate data to create as many S-rank hunters as possible, but Korea is the complete opposite. Then he asked Jumper, who was standing next to him, Should we put more pressure on them? Jumper answered indifferently, It's fine, just leave them be. Let's see how the association reacts. He revealed his conjecture. The Korean Hunter Association is already rotten to the core. We can't predict when everything will explode. I think we should take this as an opportunity to clean it up. After speaking, Jumper covered his face and fell into deep thought. The Hunter Association and Sanju. I don't know who will be the final victor, but isn't predicting and imagining the outcome part of what makes this interesting? He quickly turned and left. All we need to do is demand a safe solution from the Korean Association regarding this matter. Harris watched him leave and asked, Where are you going again? Jumper walked casually and calmly replied, I think I'll try something new to change the atmosphere. and I need to catch a few more villains. Social media and the press continuously reported news about Korea's first S-rank hunter. What will happen to Hunter Sanju? Korean Hunter Sanju became the center of attention. His actions led to very impressive results, and professional hunters rated him as Korea's first S-rank hunter. Some hunters giggled at each other while reading the online news. Sanju shouted angrily, "Don't laugh." Breath immediately teased him. "My goodness, my shoes are dirty. Can't you do something about this?" Sanju gnashed his teeth in anger. "I told you to stop," Miho cautiously said from the side. "I even took pictures. It's really unfortunate given it was with S-rank hunters," Sanju replied expressionlessly. "Oh well, we couldn't help it either way. It was my choice after all." He then recalled the moment when reporters and journalists kept shoving cameras at him. A reporter asked, "Hunter Sanju, what is your relationship with the S-rank hunters? Was there any contract between you during the S-rank monster hunt?" Breath, seeing the situation turn chaotic, swore, "Damn it," and activated his skill. The Holy Form skill allows holy power to flow throughout the body. A blue beam of light burst out, blowing up a section of the wall. Breath quickly charged forward. He grabbed Sanju by the collar. "Hey, follow me," and he immediately jumped out the window with both of them. The reporter screamed. They jumped out the window. "Quick, chase them." The two finally shook off the reporters and stopped in a secluded spot. Sanju bent over, exhausted, and Breath put his hands in his pants pockets. "That's why I wanted to leave before getting caught by the reporters." He was angry and worried. "Now what? What about your sister? What kind of illness does she have? Tell me that first." Sanju stuck out his tongue as if he couldn't believe him. "Can you heal her, Hung?" Breath was angry at his flippant attitude and said, "At least tell me what kind of illness it is." Sanju hesitated, wondering whether to tell him or not. Finally he spoke the name of the illness his sister had. Monovirus. Breath was startled to hear that. He continued, "The doctor said the only way to save her is with an elixir or a healer like you." Breath fiddled with the cross on his chest. The doctor was I am Bam. He first put forward his conjecture. "Healing the monovirus is very difficult even for me, but I can go and see what I can do." Sanju's heart sank upon hearing that the chances of healing were slim. He shouted angrily, worried about his sister. "If even you can't do it, who can?" Breath cut him off. "Keep listening. The monovirus will continue to proliferate as long as it receives enough mana. The only way to completely eliminate the virus is to starve it until the host exhausts all their mana." Sanju froze. "Then won't the host die too?" Breath said calmly. "That's why I said it's very difficult to treat. The treatment is very dangerous." I looked at him and offered a solution. "Just before the host falls into a coma, revive them again. Because the body's mana supply has been depleted. The success rate is 50 to 50. What do you think?" Returning to reality, Sanju said to the others, "If I didn't have a chance to get an elixir, I would have immediately taken that chance, but I don't." He continued to relay their conversation. He said that if he changed his mind later, he could contact him. I had his phone number. Miho was silent, and Javan said he understood. Their work here was done, so he would leave soon too. Meanwhile, Hyeon cautiously asked her brother, "Oppa, where are you going now?" Sanju replied, flustered, "Your brother has some business to take care of." The blue-haired man standing next to Hyeon took the opportunity to ask him to help with his training. He listened, looking puzzled, and a faint flame flickered in his hand, but he couldn't understand why. "But it seems like Oppa's skills aren't working properly." On the other hand, Oracle looked down from a high vantage point and her subordinate reported the situation to her. "The new S-rank hunter and the 7 deadly sins. Everything is proceeding perfectly as we wished," she replied curtly. "Yes." The subordinate held his staff, his eyes gloomy. "As Your Excellency said, the Korean Hunter Association is not recognizing Hunter Sanju's crucial role and abilities in the skeleton monster hunt," but he gripped his staff tightly. "That can be easily resolved if we assassinate Shin Hai-sung." The subordinate was convinced that everything would proceed as Oracle had said. Suddenly she cut him off. "We will change the plan to better suit the situation. Put the assassination of Shin Hai-sung aside," and she commanded. "I will give you a new mission. From now on, for 2 years, spy on the Hunter Organization in Alaska." The subordinate froze for a moment. He couldn't understand why the plan had never changed until now. However, he called out his master's name. "Oracle?" The subordinate asked her. "Your Excellency, what did you see in the future?" She didn't answer and said solemnly, "This is an order." Oracle commanded again. "Hurry and leave this place to carry out your new mission." Outside, 3 other subordinates were constantly fighting. One was shooting a gun, another held a weapon. The bald man who was shooting fell first. The man with the sword screamed in panic, "What? I can't see anything." As soon as he finished speaking, syrup poured from his mouth, startling his colleagues. The blue-haired girl's face turned pale as she saw them fall one by one, her eyes wide in disbelief. The blue-haired girl cried out, screaming for help. "Is anyone there? Help me!" The movement outside was so great that Oracle trembled slightly. "We don't have much time." A scroll appeared on a stand, she said. "I have prepared a teleportation scroll." The subordinate with the staff also heard the movement outside and asked, "Oracle, who is coming?" Outside, the blue-haired girl screamed in pain, "Stop him!" and immediately her head detached from her body. Oracle's eyes widened and she spoke one word at a time, "The pinnacle of humanity." One subordinate, lucky enough to survive, crawled to the door and frantically knocked on the door, asking for help with fear in his eyes. "Open up, open the door." That subordinate also met the same fate as all the others. The man's strike deformed the iron door. Oracle slowly revealed the man's identity. The first S-rank hunter. The iron door was gently torn in two by one hand and glowing red eyes appeared. The subordinate with the staff saw this scene and his face darkened. Why are you doing this? He called out Jumper's name. He was bloody and filled with killing intent, yet he casually stepped inside. Oracle sat above, maintaining her composure. Is this also a scene from the future? If so, I will gladly accept it. She was eerily calm. The regressor has surpassed eternity. Lucas Jumper chuckled indifferently. I just want to make everything simple in this life. The subordinate raised his staff to block. I'm sorry, but I cannot let you in, he told Jumper. If you want to go to Oracle, please go back to the front entrance. Jumper sighed. You keep chattering like a parrot, like lightning. He moved behind the subordinate, reaching out to the subordinate with 2 scars near his eyes. How boring. The subordinate with 2 scars near his eyes immediately retreated. Jumper took a fighting stance and glanced at the other subordinate. All right, you're all in this together. The subordinate with scars near his eyes took a fighting stance with his staff, one eye glowing red. Jumper asked as if certain, so you also had a glimpse of the future, didn't you? Oracle, who had been watching everything so far, quickly said, wait, this child is not someone who can change the flow of the future. There will be no problem if you spare him. Jumper glanced at her, remained silent for a few seconds, then reluctantly chuckled. All right, Oracle sighed in relief. Thank you. She handed the teleportation scroll back to the subordinate with scars near his eyes. You've worked hard, go quickly. The subordinate with scars near his eyes took the scroll and calmly closed his eyes. Everything is proceeding as it should. Suddenly he gripped the scroll tightly and threw it at Jumper's face. At the same time he plunged his staff into the center of the scroll. Stabbing him forcefully, his face changed. At least this time I cannot obey orders, a strange laugh echoed. And Jumper leaned back, dodging the attack from the subordinate with scars near his eyes. The subordinate with scars near his eyes quickly pulled back his staff. Is the boredom finally over? Jumper quickly snatched the teleportation scroll and chuckled happily. Things are getting interesting, he said to Oracle. Your Excellency declared that you would maintain your firm resolve, and he opened a black hole, sucking the paper inside. But Your Excellency made a decision, and the prophet who sees the future and I, the regressor, have experienced all of this. We all know that tearful and noble decision. He acted indifferently, as if what had just happened was nothing, and showed no surprise at the noble decision. At the same time, the subordinate with scars near his eyes took his next fighting stance. Anyway, I didn't expect anything from it. He swung his staff and a powerful force erupted. The previous attack had created a huge circular hole in the ceiling. Jumper was nowhere to be seen. He was slightly surprised for a moment. He dodged in an instant. I need to foresee the direction of his next attack. Suddenly, a scene from the future appeared. The subordinate with scars near his eyes was torn to shreds. He activated one eye to see his own future. Suddenly, streaks of light flashed, moving around the subordinate with scars near his eyes like lightning, and he was surprised. As if knowing his own end beforehand, he chuckled faintly. I'm sorry, Oracle Nim. At the same time, Jumper's clones rushed from all directions, surrounding him. As Oracle watched with frozen eyes, the subordinate with scars near his eyes fell, shattered into pieces as prophesied. Jumper stood to one side and said, everyone walks a predetermined path. He glanced at Oracle, whose blood, the man's blood, still stained her. And if you cannot deviate from that path, life is nothing more than a boring escape. Elsewhere, in an office building that served as the JM organization's headquarters, Sanju entered with a clone. He said to the agent, long time no see. Junmo, who was reading a report, heard his voice and smiled, replying, Sanju, you're here. I heard, you hunted an S-rank monster. He praised Sanju profusely. I knew that day would come, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. He was slightly embarrassed. Don't praise me too much. After all, if it weren't for the other S-rank hunters, it would have been difficult for me too. And he turned to Yuhi and said, long time no see. Have you made a lot of medicine? Yuhi turned around, and what met his eyes was her tired and lifeless face. Sanju asked worriedly, what's wrong? Ah, she pointed below and said, are you still asking that question after seeing the situation below? Beneath the building, numerous reporters were waiting, competing to report news about him. Currently, Hunter Sanju is still affiliated with the JM organization. Mr. Hunter Sanju, are you inside? He couldn't help but be surprised at this sight. This scene is really familiar. Yuhi returned to her desk. It's too noisy, I can't sleep. They have to leave at night. Sanju put his hands in his pockets and asked Junmo, is this how S-rank hunters are informed? He replied, flustered, yes, since Jumper made the announcement. Considering his status in the hunter world, it might be so. He paused here for a moment, but ultimately the Hunter Association opposed it. Because you weren't alone in that hunt. Sanju listened, rubbed his nose and said calmly, I heard about it too, half true. He glanced at him and thought to himself, but do I really need to be given the title of S-rank? He expressed his thoughts. Currently, I'm content with my basic needs and don't want to meet reporters. Even when I was a rank, the number of people who tried to attack me significantly decreased. Junmo, as if he had already anticipated Sanju's words, said, I knew it. He had nothing more to say. Then I will decline the Hunter Association's offer. Sanju asked, what offer? Junmo told him the association's decision without hesitation. If they defeated all the monsters in West Africa, he would be officially promoted to S-rank immediately. Hearing this, Yuhi, who had been slumped over her desk, woke up in surprise. She suddenly sprang up and exclaimed in disbelief, West Africa, are you talking about that monster pit? Her sudden action startled both of them. Junmo stammered, that's the place, you startled me. What's wrong? Yuhi remained silent and didn't answer. She gloomily returned to her desk. No, Oppa said he would decline. Sanju couldn't understand what. The sudden change of expression, he cheerfully turned back to Junmo. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Just decline it. I don't care what the association says and I'm definitely not going to West Africa. But life was not a dream. Liverstein emotionlessly informed Sanju of important news. Your next destination is Africa. He listened, his face hardening into a grim expression. Liver said, displeased, "Ly, what's with your expression?" He closed his eyes, giving up and showing helplessness. Forget it, I knew this would happen. Are you saying that's the place? Liver didn't give him a chance to say more, pushing up his glasses and cutting him off. Yes, that's where the next 7 deadly sins is located. Sanju was annoyed. Damn it, 7 deadly sins again. Hearing this, Liver slightly frowned. Not only that, but it's also a perfect place for training, he repeated blankly. Training? What training? Liver analyzed for him. From observing the characteristics of your clones, it seems the influence of the 7 deadly sins is affecting you too. His next words hit Sanju's sore spot. Aren't your skills not working as well as expected? Liver created a strange circle. I told you, the 7 deadly sins block the system and interfere with its intervention. He made the circle bigger as he explained. From now on you'll have to use skills without the system. No, let's call it by another name since it's the Tiberian way. He emphasized each word. Sanju, you will have to learn magic. Meanwhile, Oracle, who had observed the clash between Jumper and the subordinate with scars near his eyes, finally spoke. There's no need to kill that child. Jumper ignored her words and held his blood-stained staff. I have one question, Your Excellency. Why did you tell him to run away and prepare a teleportation scroll? He took a step closer to Oracle, expressing his thoughts. He must have known beforehand that Your Excellency would reject my proposal and die like this. A few streaks of blood stained the stairs where Jumper passed. He kept asking questions. After acting together for so long, what kind of attachment did Your Excellency develop for him? Or is it a sense of responsibility? Tell me. Oracle replied resentfully. There isn't only one path. You killed that child, not fate. Just like, seeing Jumper's murderous face before her, she couldn't help but admire. You made yourself into who you are now with your own choices. As soon as she finished speaking, Jumper swung his staff, severing her neck. His eyes darkened. Don't give me that free will nonsense. I am one who believes in the true potential of ability more than anyone. Oracle's head fell to the cold floor. Jumper continued to press on. Does Your Excellency know how many times I've tried? 10 times, 20 times, 100 times. He grabbed both of her hands. Does Your Excellency know how many times the system had to swallow a planet and the day of harvest had to come? As he spoke, he lost his composure. There isn't only one path. No matter who I saved, the result was always the same. He violently pulled both hands, shouting uncontrollably. No matter how powerful a group of hunters I created, the result was always the same. Jumper was silent for a moment, calming himself. Then he said desperately, the results were all the same. I couldn't stop the day of harvest in the first place. Facing Oracle's body, which had been torn in two by him, he felt that what he had just said was truly useless. What can I expect from a creature that doesn't even have the physical ability to carry out its thoughts? Suddenly, a brain with 2 eyes popping out appeared from the glass tube behind him. It was Oracle, she admitted. You're right, all I can do is tell you. Jumper looked at her with expressionless eyes and she revealed the events. I'll show you your future. He raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing that. My future? You don't understand me, do you? This isn't the first time I've been in this situation. He recalled what she had said. Your future will be an endless cycle, and in this life you will not achieve what you desire. Her taunting words echoed in Jumper's ears. Jumper, your methods will only lead to failure. In this life things will not go your way. He heard those words clearly. Lucas sighed and said, Give up, there's no other way. Jumper's hand swept over the glass cage. I already know what you're going to say. Oracle angrily struck the glass cage hard. And yet you still come to hear my prophecy? Interesting. She was still annoyed. There's no need to kill me. I have the ability to see the future anyway. I've already foreseen my death. Oracle shrieked maniacally. I've seen it. It's truly magnificent. Pain and regret, she cried out in despair. Such a pitiful existence. Since when have you? Glass cage shook violently with Oracle's shriek and then ceased. The destination of this tangled life like a ball of yarn. After a moment the glass cage shattered with a loud noise. She returned to human form and took Jumper's hand through the glass. Lucas, don't give up. You will eventually find salvation. Her next words surprised Jumper. You will soon find your salvation. Oracle was convinced that the salvation he had long sought was in the vast mountains. Sanju was puzzled. I still don't understand. He glanced at Yuhi. Why do you have to follow me? She was extremely annoyed. I told you I could help. Yuhi began to list things. I can appraise items and I can also make healing potions. Hearing that, Sanju suddenly thought, wait, are you talking about sleeping pills? Then he turned and reminded her. Hey, I'm not here for fun. You could die at any moment. She tightly gripped her shoulder strap. Please, just let me follow you once. If I become a burden, I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide, Yuhi pleaded tremblingly. Just let me follow you one time. Her actions confused Sanju. What's wrong with her? Not knowing what to do, he turned and sighed. In the end, Sanju compromised. All right then, don't do anything without my instructions, understood? She shouted with joy. As soon as Yuhi opened her mouth, something appeared behind her. Thank you so much. A gigantic monster rose from the ground. He saw it and gritted his teeth. Damn it, run away, she agreed. Yeah? Suddenly someone appeared and sliced through its body. Sanju's eyes widened at what had just happened. Raven flew over, seemingly interested. An interesting new discovery. If you feed it, you can ride it far, and if it starts going the wrong way, just poke it. Sanju was startled. Raven, he was blank, an S-rank hunter. I'm really lucky. Seeing the two of them, he smiled. We meet again. This is great. Sanju immediately got angry. Liar, he angrily rushed forward. You said you'd find the elixir. You said you were catching up with the flow, so I rejected the blessing. B quickly spoke. Calm down. He recounted the incident. Of course I'll find the elixir, but it's not something that can be easily found. Arya's looking for it day and night. At this, Sanju changed his attitude. Then why are you here? Raven explained in detail. Oh well, I'm stopping these damn things from crawling out of the monster pit. It's a matter of livelihood. He hadn't expected this information. These things are crawling out of the monster pit. Sanju honestly spoke of his next journey. I was planning to go there too. He was startled. You? Suddenly, Raven was confident. You'll be fine, but you have to be careful. It's quite dangerous there. He corrected the information. I heard it's not quite dangerous but extremely dangerous. Sanju talked about the detailed information about the place. It's a completely different world. It's ruled by the strongest, and the only rule is that the strong survive and the weak die. Even now, Yuhi was puzzled. How did this fool become friends with an S-rank hunter? Hearing that, he exclaimed in admiration. Such memories. I too entered that place for a while to train. He looked at the monster with curious eyes. So what rank are these sandworms from that pit? After observing for a moment, Raven analyzed. These sandworms, as I said, I'm stopping them from crawling out. Through its corpse, he realized that these cowards didn't even belong to the ecosystem there. In the end, Raven simply described them. Just think of them as the lowest rung of the food chain. Knowing that information, Sanju shouted in surprise. While as Jumper struggled to wash the blood from his hands, he recalled what had just happened. Lost in thought, then Oracle through the glass took Jumper's hand. Lucas, don't give up. Salvation will come soon, he sighed sadly. I thought this prophecy would be different. How long had it been? Unexpected events kept occurring. Jumper began to feel frustrated. So many variables. The awakening program, the 7 deadly sins. He reached out and turned off the faucet, lowering his head. The Elixir Academy, and now even Zhang Sanju. He helplessly fell to his knees. I thought it was just a small discrepancy, but now I don't know what to do. Liverstein, what have you done? Far away, as Sanju and Yuhi continued their journey, the atmosphere changed. Several human bones lay on a stone box. She looked around and wondered, is this the monster pit? Yuhi couldn't help but cover her nose from the disgusting smell. It's so nauseating. He quickly recognized the smell of blood. On the other side, 2 monsters were excitedly devouring their prey. Hearing the sound, they turned around. As soon as they saw them, the 2 monsters roared, flaunting their power. Witnessing this sight, Sanju said, the monsters up top looked weird. Now he was ready to jump into battle. Sanju's eyes were sharp. Where do I stand in this food chain? Then he drew his sword and went to fight them. In the blink of an eye, 2 monsters rushed towards Sanju. Suddenly he remembered Liver's warning. Zhang Sanju, you will have to learn magic. In a dangerous situation, Sanju gritted his teeth. Let's try the skills in the system. He immediately cast Fireball. Clones 2 and 3 also appeared and dealt with them instead of Sanju. At this, he was startled to see the 2 monsters screaming in pain, engulfed in flames. Sanju was extremely annoyed. Damn it, I'll have to find another one. He very quickly cast Freezing on the other monsters. But Clones 2 and 3 quickly cast Freezing, enveloping them in sharp ice pillars. Sanju looked ahead with tears in his eyes. Their bodies shattered into pieces from the impact. Far away, Yuhi's eyes widened at what had just happened. She couldn't believe it. This damn guy got even stronger. But after observing for a moment, Yuhi wondered, why is that skill so strange? Just then he opened his mouth. Hey you guys, Clone 3 was startled. Yes, suddenly, Sanju knelt and bowed his head to the ground. He bowed his head in respect. From now on you are my master. Please teach me how to use that skill. Clone 3 kindly instructed. It's a simple fireball. First gather mana and form a sphere. Maintain that state and envelop it in fire. During that time you must continuously inject mana. He stared at the fireball in his hand. I need to continuously inject mana into the core of the sphere. Clone 3 explained in detail. Only then will the fire, generated by reacting with external forces, not go out. Sanju followed and shouted in surprise. Because he failed, he was dejected and apologized. Clone 3 was still very calm. Before you try again, tell me how strong you think I am on a scale of 1 to 10. In Sanju's anticipation, he continued. The evaluation will definitely be very strict. About an 8. Just then, Clone 3 swung his arm and violently struck him on the head, tilting his head sideways. Sanju, blankly holding one cheek with his hand, realized the situation. My mana is cut off. Now I'll explain it again. After a moment in Sanju's mind with his fists clenched tightly. Hey, you call yourself a magician? Teach me magic. Liver also tried to do that. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. The reason I had your clones learn it before was because you seemed to enjoy learning from them, he could guess. But it doesn't seem to be working out. His face contorted. Tell me, Liver cautiously reminded him. If possible, don't copy your clones. Their mana control is much better than yours. At this, Sanju finally realized, I thought they would teach well too. Adaptation skills are not very helpful either. He understood Sanju's mind. I know you're in a hurry. The power of your current skills is still weak, but there is a way to activate them. Liver could guess that Sanju would be very worried about things like, what if I can't summon my clones? Sanju scratched his head in annoyance. I tried to retrieve Clone 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins, but I already failed. He looked at the clones and speculated. It'll be fine as long as the 7 deadly sins fragment isn't just here. If I can temporarily retrieve one and separate the 7 deadly sins from us, I'll be able to use my skills more freely, right? Then Sanju tightly grabbed Clone One's hand. He was burning with murderous intent. Sorry, but no. Sanju was terrified by Clone One's words. Who taught you to do that? He hadn't expected the situation. Who knew the 7 deadly sins would react? All right, I'll teach you magic. Hearing that, he confidently pointed to himself. I'm always serious about learning. I'll do anything you tell me, suddenly Liver suggested. First, take off all your clothes. Sanju was startled. What are you talking about? At this, Yuhi tightly held her luggage and looked ahead. She wondered, what is he doing? He was meditating after being slapped by a clone. Just then, Sanju opened his eyes. You woke up. He had taken off all his clothes and Yuhi spat out water in shock. She immediately covered her eyes. Hey you lunatic, what the hell are you doing? Sanju turned around, pulling down his pants and said, I just did as master commanded. Yuhi was annoyed. What nonsense are you talking about? He continued to instruct. Becoming one with nature, that is the first step to controlling mana. He was startled and softly said, yes. Sanju was annoyed. I know how to control mana without the system. Hearing that, he exclaimed in admiration. Oh, then Liver instructed again. Put on your clothes. He angrily put his clothes back on. Damn bastard, I'll throw a golden card in your face right now. He knew he was being rude. My apologies. At this, Yuhi finally sighed. Jong Sanju, you damn idiot, you really startled me. I don't know what he's thinking. Telling him everything was a bit. Meanwhile, Bei Wenghoon angrily slammed his desk. What's going on? Jong Sanju said he wasn't interested in becoming an S-rank, he angrily questioned. He even rejected our offer, so why did he go to the monster pit in Africa? Haewong sighed and handed over a stack of documents. Well, isn't that good? We wanted him to go there anyway. Then he threw it on the desk. Contact the guys in this document. Bei Wenghoon looked at the document and gritted his teeth. Reading the information inside, he was even more shocked. Because Bei Wenghoon realized this was an assassin organization. No way. He soon saw Haewong smiling wickedly. It's good to be careful. I like to gamble, but I prefer a rigged game while fierce monsters charged in Africa. Sanju bravely rushed to fight it. Just then, Liver reminded him, maintain the magic circle. He understood it. Understood, he continued to instruct. The magic circle is a form of warning for you. To remind you that mana will change this way so you don't forget. Sanju annoyedly dodged the monster's attack. I already know. Then he gritted his teeth and looked at his hand. HMPH, it's cut off again. After a moment, Sanju swung his sword, splitting its body in two. Seeing that, Liver instructed. The physical power difference between you and that monster is too great. You can't continue training like this. Let's go deeper. He stroked the sword in his hand. Yes, suddenly a dagger flying from behind tried to assassinate Sanju. In the unexpected situation, he had no time to react. He seemed to realize something. Sanju stood on a high rock. The man in the dark was satisfied. Dealt with it. Blue Rose Assassination Squad 11 and 12 were talking. Report to the boss. He was supposed to be an S-rank candidate, but he's not very impressive. He continued to sneer, completely unaware that Sanju was not injured by the dagger. We killed him too easily. Before he could finish speaking, he counterattacked and sliced through the large rocks behind him. Sanju gripped the dagger tightly and growled. Who are you guys? 12 immediately rushed forward. He was stronger than he looked. He agreed with that assessment. Yes, as expected. It's no fun if you die in one hit. He crushed the dagger in his hand. They're all crazy, aren't they? Throwing daggers at people's heads again. I'll give it all back to them. Nearby, Yuhi looked at the boiling pot of ramen and wondered, how many ramen should I put in? Sanju's clone suggested a number. 5 of them. She happily picked up the bowl of ramen. That's really convenient, Oppa. How much did you bring? He shook the ramen packets in his hand and said, I brought everything we need for camping. Suddenly, Yuhi remembered. But Sanju still hasn't returned, has he? She recalled Sanju's words. He said he'd be back before dinner. He was silent for a moment, then judged. He seems busy. After the battle, 11 gnashed his teeth and 12 grabbed his hair, interrogating him. Don't you have any other skills? Is that all? He glared angrily. This damned punk. 11 shouted in a rage. Why didn't you use your skills earlier? Are you looking down on us? Then he summoned sharp claws and said, how dare you look down on us like this? 11 fearlessly charged at Sanju, attacking him. You'll regret this. Soon he saw Sanju swing his hand, grab his face and block the attack. Sanju looked at 11 coldly. Do you really want me to use my skills to kill you? His face hardened at Sanju's skill as 12 trembled and fell. Liver was helpless. Honestly, while he was trembling. At this moment, 11 realized he was dead. If he had used his skills, he would have been dead long ago. But he saw Sanju's murderous face. He had spared his life. 11 cried out in pain. Is our difference that great? He still couldn't believe the truth. Are we not even worth you using your skills to kill us? Sanju smiled cruelly. Do you understand now? Then Sanju laughed scornfully. Yes, you're that weak. You don't even deserve to see my skills. You're as weak as a snail. Sanju dealt a blow to the monster. After a battle with the monsters, he was victorious. The system window appeared in blue and asked, have you given up on skill training? Until just now, you only killed them instinctively. The blue orb in his hand blurred. No, I'm doing my best. Sanju approached the monster's corpse. Maybe I was mistaken. The monster seemed to have gotten stronger. The young man highly praised him. More importantly, that monster absorption skill is truly amazing. The blue window praised Sanju. You're getting stronger just by hunting monsters. He turned around with sharp eyes and replied, yeah. Seeing the scene before him, Sanju covered his head and sighed. The higher your stats, the harder it is to raise them, and you have to hunt stronger monsters. But the system persuaded him. Your stats are enough. Learn to be content. Sanju stared at the flash before him, holding his sword in his hand. Sanju drew a line on the path. Look, this is why I catch all the monsters. The two people hiding on a rock stalking their prey were surprised. I always have an opponent during training, the blonde man loudly said to Sanju. I've come to repay the humiliation you gave me yesterday. This time, let's see if you can fight without using your skills, the man in the red cloak shouted. Shut up, 11, you should be ashamed of yourself, the other man loudly said. All right. The man in the red cloak attacked Sanju first. He frowned, focusing on the battle, quite fast. The man in the red cloak cursed loudly in anger. This damned arrogant punk. He unleashed a purple mist, a poisonous mist at Sanju. He grabbed the orb in his hand. I was hit by the poisonous mist earlier, but now there's nothing left. Refreshing. The man in the red cloak slammed both hands on the ground. Don't think you can fool me. The system activated skill Earthquake, releasing mana to destroy the designated target area. Smoke billowed, and Sanju stood on the opposite side with his sword, not knowing what happened, and asked, What happened? The blonde man was surprised and found an opening. The system activated skill Energy Bomb, exploding the object. The blonde man quickly rushed out, his speed so great that even the smoke before him seemed to make way for him. The blonde man laughed triumphantly. No matter how strong you are before my poisonous mist and energy bomb. But Sanju was faster than him. He passed the blonde man and knocked him down with a punch. He approached the man in the red cloak. He was surprised by Sanju's speed. This speed, the man in the red cloak immediately charged at Sanju. He smiled gently. You've seen my skills this time too, haven't you? The man in the red cloak cursed angrily. This damn punk, how dare you play with us? Sanju's single punch made him bleed profusely. The next morning, someone's shadow stood on the highest rock. Yuhi blinked with sleepy eyes. Suddenly, a familiar voice woke her. What? Why aren't you sleeping? Yuhi asked again in a dazed voice. You're back? Sanju was surprised by Yuhi's voice. Have you been awake since then? Yuhi showed Sanju the side dishes. There's still some ramen left. I'll add some rice. Wait, I'll warm it up, but he didn't want to trouble her. I can take care of my own meals. Yuhi sighed upon hearing that. But you've done everything. This is the least I can do. So it was Yuhi who made the side dishes. Sanju said nothing more. Sanju asked again, curious. Yuhi didn't answer and instead asked, Haven't you eaten yet? I was going to eat when you came back. Will 2 bowls be enough? Sanju replied. No, 3 bowls. A voice from afar caught the attention of the man in the red cloak. Hey, wake up. Upon regaining consciousness, the blonde man who came with him was surprised to find himself tied up. Ha! He gnashed his teeth and looked at the two. I thought you were 11 of the red cloaks, but the guy next to you is Scorpion 13 Pen and Scorpion 13 Karen Holder. I didn't expect to meet you here. The man in the red cloak loudly asked Heo in surprise, Are you Scorpion 13? Did you also come after Sanju? Heo held a cigarette and showed an indifferent expression. The same goal. I don't like this competition. He raised his sword. So what? The red cloaks have already failed and now it's just us. The man in the red cloak smirked. I'll tell you one thing for sure. His voice was weak, but he warned the two, you won't even see him use his skills. Heo wasn't very worried about the approaching enemy. Hearing the man in the red cloak's words, he turned and replied, Of course. The man with a black sword on his shoulder chuckled with Heo. He'll die before he even uses his skills. Don't compare us to punks like you. Soon the two paid the price and both were defeated. Heo lay sprawled on the ground with a bruised face. We didn't even see one of his skills. Yuhi approached, the bright orb in her hand shining. He awkwardly said to the system, I really seem to have no sense. The system retorted. No, you're getting stronger, the system reminded him. Being able to maintain the magic circle until the end of the battle is a good sign. Sanju stared at the magic circle in his hand. Yeah, now that I think about it, it stayed on throughout the battle. Now I'm more comfortable. Liver adjusted his glasses, a contemplative expression on his face. Assassins are definitely more useful for training than predictable monsters. It was a good decision to keep them alive. The system asked, Hey, what kind of trouble have you caused again? The guys from before were from different associations. Flames flickered from the magic circle. Sanju replied, I want to know too. 2 associations, you say? Sanju summoned his clones, confident of the outcome. They probably won't answer if I ask. 1 and 1, we're going deeper. So wake up Kim Yuhi. The clone appeared behind him. Understood. Sanju wondered, will the assassins continue to bother me after this incident? The next day, the clone rushed out excitedly. Good morning. A shod foot emerged and an explosion occurred. The blue-haired girl sat on a rock completely calm about this explosion. No trace left. We won't let another punk steal this mission. She didn't detect Sanju flying from behind her, and another explosion occurred on the rock. Suddenly a trap bound Sanju with a rope. Soon other punks leaped from the opposite rock to where Sanju was. We'll take your head. Sanju punched the face of the man wrapped in rope, and he asked in surprise again, How did you get out of the rope? Sanju felt it himself. As time passed, more and more assassins attacked with deadlier skills. The blonde man used his weapon. As he charged, Sanju appeared and deflected the blonde man's 2 weapon-wielding hands. He was surprised by Sanju's appearance and the significant improvement in Dong Sanju's ability to fight multiple opponents. The blonde man's eyes widened in surprise, seeing Sanju's hands deflect. And throughout this entire process, Dong Sanju's magic skills were actually slowly increasing, though not noticeably. He was surprised to see the magic circle appear before him. He didn't even need to maintain the magic circle with his hands. Sanju slumped to the ground but still couldn't activate it. He covered his head and screamed, What's the point of that? Damn it. Recalling the past, someone chuckled and called Yuhi. A portrait of a man and 2 plates lay in the corner. Yu-hee, you won't tell anyone about this, will you? Yu-hee replied in a trembling voice. I haven't told anyone else. The little girl faintly woke up and rubbed her eyes. A loud sound of fighting came from outside, but those bastards betrayed me. Why won't anyone listen to me? Nothing is over yet. I've seen everything. The girl slowly approached the sound in fear. Mom, are you okay? The corpse of a woman whose face was not visible hung from the ceiling and asked again. Then what? The girl whimpered in terror. Yu-hee woke up with a start, covered in cold sweat. A familiar voice was heard. Had a nightmare? Sanju's 2 eyes were wide open and threatening. He said in a low voice, shall we talk? She asked again. Who are you? She stood up with 2 braids and an axe. Damn it. The man wrapped in rope chuckled several times sinisterly, looking at the girl. It's starting again. The blue-haired man sat on the opposite side, wondering, how many attempts is that guy on? The man wrapped in rope replied, probably around the 4th. The girl with 2 braids had many scratches on her face. The other 2 asked, hey, did Sanju use any skills? Although she didn't answer, the man wrapped in rope could guess. He narrowed his eyes and speculated, probably so. The man wrapped in rope looked at this entire place. Everyone here lost in pure one-on-one combat. We can't see his skills at our level. I believe it would be very meaningless if we keep getting missions like this. The blue-haired girl placed ice on her wounded face and turned to ask, I haven't even met his clone. Is this S-rank power? The blonde man sitting by the fire asked. Then how about this? His next suggestion surprised everyone. Let's all form a short-term alliance and fight Sanju. The blonde man looked at them sharply. I don't know how much they promise to pay you if they succeed, but it's probably comparable to a huge fortune. It definitely won't be a small amount. We can divide it fairly and go our separate ways. This is the only way to catch that monster. Heo rubbed his chin with an interesting expression and affirmed, it's definitely a reward worth 10 times more than a regular request. So even if we all divide it, there'll still be a lot of money left. The man standing opposite was slightly flustered and asked, isn't that a good idea? The blue-haired girl looked at her phone screen, her mouth agape in surprise, and announced to everyone, wait, I need to contact headquarters first. They all remained silent. Everyone was talking about themselves, so someone cursed. You guys are really useless trash. The man in the blue hat frowned and asked angrily, what? Who just spoke? The man in the red cloak also retorted without hesitation. Are you angry because I said that? The blonde man next to him continued fearfully. Senior, the man in the red cloak won't listen either. He continued, you don't even have the right to be angry. At this moment he spoke in a low voice, and the other man asked himself, why are we gathered here just to chatter? The man in the red cloak's next words made even the blonde man outside turn around. He spoke cautiously of this man's power. Do you think you're alive because Sanju is weak? The man in the red cloak stood up. Until now I've completed countless missions and many people have screamed in resentment at the assassins who came to kill them. I haven't tried to avoid that anger, because that's what I had to do. The other 2 listened to him in silence. The man wrapped in rope bit his lip tightly and dared not say a word. Moreover, far from being angry, he spared the lives of the assassins who came to kill him. Every single one of you gathered here. So the man in the red cloak left for his ideals. I can act in the shadows, but I still have my beliefs and pride. I have no intention of joining a dirty alliance like yours. The blonde man and the red-haired girl chased after him. Wait for us. Heo also stood up and thought about him. Sanju saved both of us too. Heo stared intently at the man in the red cloak's retreating back, fearing something. Then what's your plan? Ten turned to the man in the red cloak and replied, this time as a final attempt I'll make Sanju use his skills at least once. And then I thought it was me who was the problem from the beginning. Sanju wondered if all of this was the plan of some master. Since this wasn't the first time, however, judging by the lack of news from the academy, that didn't seem to be the case. He turned to look at Yu-hee, who was following him, and reanalyzed the assassin's words. If you put everything together, there are too many assassins. Should I say it like this? If I say it like this, it feels like they're telling me, we're all going to definitely bury you here. Yu-hee was startled to hear his words. I didn't expect you to be attacked like that. Sanju, sweating profusely, turned and asked the chairman. Hyun's eyes widened at Sanju's next words. Who are Howing and Bei Wonghun, the ones who oppose me becoming S-rank? Sanju raised his sword and said, these 2 are the ones who tried to push me into this monster hell. Although I was going to come here anyway, even if these 2 hadn't. At this point he questioned Hyun's strange behavior. Hyun, strangely enough it seems you've held a grudge against me since we first met. And it seems you followed me all the way here, regardless of that group of assassins. She remained silent through all of Sanju's questions. She was drenched in sweat from fear. But you have to tell me what the relationship is between you and Howing. Hyun explained in a trembling voice. I'm a hunter, he replied. That's what I'm asking about, and what I want an explanation for. Sanju swung his sword straight. Startling Hyun assassins appeared, keeping him busy chasing them, but he thought, it seems it will be difficult to hear your explanation right now. Sanju turned and said to his clones, Number 1, Number 2, take Hyun to a safe place. The clone standing next to him asked worriedly, yes, but what about backup? Sanju replied, I don't need backup. He looked ahead, speechless, and replied, there isn't any. Sanju looked at the assassins surrounding him and thought, perhaps I might need it. The man in the red cloak raised his sword. Sanju, whether you like it or not, this will be the last time we meet like this. The system asked Sanju, do you want to practice this like a real battle? A magic circle appeared in his hand and he stared at the man in the red cloak, replying, no, I prefer a safer environment. The first 5 charged, and today they charged at Sanju together. He said, "You will see my skills." His eyes were sharp and he thought to himself as he charged with his sword, "The way they run without a single speck of dust, something flew and made them disappear." The man in the red cloak's figure also gradually disappeared. Sanju thought to himself, "But I expected them to be illusions." Sanju's face was serious about their outcome. Just then the assassin behind him charged. "Right, if everyone disappears, that'll be a problem." He reacted quickly and punched him. "How dare you!" Something flew and pierced Sanju's arm. Heo, who was next to him, was acting as a sniper. He told him, "Use your skills." Sanju gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. "This damn bastard," the system reminded him. "Calm down, Sanju." As his feet stopped, there was a sound like a bomb exploding from where Sanju had been. He dodged this attack, and with a very angry expression he asked the system again, "How can I be calm in this situation?" The system informed him that it had finished all preparations for him to use magic. Liver understood the reason for this situation, but he was trying to find out why he failed to activate it. He was still using the system's latent method. The system also informed Sanju that it would stop mana control as soon as he thought the activation was complete. A girl in red ran and slashed, but he dodged and replied to the system, "I did?" The man in the red cloak ran up and startled him. He swung his knife and stabbed, but Sanju blocked it. He asked, "Are you still underestimating us?" Heo, who was next to him, focused on the battle. He reminded him, "Magic activation isn't the end. Mana manipulation must be continuously maintained. Think about it." He also anticipated Sanju's next move. "You're using auxiliary spatial skills which are very flexible to maintain, aren't they?" The man in the red cloak continued to slash. "Use your skills," Sanju cursed. "Damn it." Sanju gritted his teeth in anger. Before he could finish speaking, Den charged from behind. "Did you guys know?" He slammed his knife into the ground. Sanju held the magic circle in his hand. Unlike the system which ends after activation, you have to continuously maintain it. A knife flew and entered the magic circle and another explosion occurred. A white-haired man joined the battle, his face filled with madness, pressuring Sanju. "You damn bastard, are you still not going to use your skills? You're really going to die." Sanju, in his anger, couldn't understand them. "What's wrong with you guys? Weren't you trying to kill me?" he suddenly realized. "Right? Just like I did with auxiliary spatial skills." Vines sprouted from the ground and wrapped around Sanju. The man in the red cloak flew up. It was said that auxiliary spatial skills are not affected by system interference. Sanju threw his sword with all his might, and the man in the red cloak told him, "If you're not going to use them until the end." 4 people charged at once surrounding Sanju. "This will be your end." The magic circle appeared in Sanju's hand and he desperately dodged these assassins' attacks. Activation and maintenance don't need to be separate. The magic circle appeared larger than him. He cast the skill. Activation and maintenance must be done simultaneously. Flames blazed fiercely, and the man in the red cloak and Den were affected first. "It's hot." Sanju happily held the flames in his hand. Finally, all the assassins stopped fighting him and flew down. He said he finally succeeded. This sight left Sanju blank. They were all kneeling. He asked, "What are you doing now?" The man in the red cloak recalled their previous conversation. "But I still have my own beliefs and pride. I have no intention of joining a dirty alliance like yours." Den also continued, "Now that I think about it, Jung Sanju saved both of us." Heo, sweating in fear, loudly asked him, "What's your plan?" Just then, the man in the red cloak replied, "This time as a final attempt I'll make Sanju use his skills at least once. After that, I'll go under him." The man in the red cloak said to Sanju again, "Everyone here will follow your footsteps." He was so surprised that he asked them, "What? You're telling me to accept assassins like you who kill people for money?" Sanju waved his hand, turned, and left. "That's a really stupid joke, but I'll let you go. I'm in a good mood right now, so get out of my sight." The man in the red cloak, who hadn't stood up yet, grabbed him. "We're not the last group of assassins." He told him one thing. "I don't think we're the only assassins targeting your life." The man in the red cloak asked, "Right?" As Sanju turned around, he told him the reason why he should accept them. "We are superior assassins to anyone else. In return, we will handle those problems for you in the future. Since you showed us mercy and spared our lives, use us as you wish." Sanju listened to him to the end, but still remained silent. "Please lead us." All the assassins stood up and the man in the red cloak stared at him. He recalled what Sanju had told him before. "If you want to work with me, you first need to have enough skill." The girl in red was confused. "What is he talking about?" The white-clothed man next to her replied in a flustered tone, "I don't know either." Heo said to the man in the red cloak, "Hey, number 10. Even if these people here go back, their lives can't be guaranteed, because the mission they received failed. That's why everyone accepted your proposal." He asked, "What are you going to do now?" The man in the red cloak looked back at him and replied, "If he told us to have enough skill, then we'll just do that. I know he won't accept us right away." The blue-haired girl and the blonde man listened carefully to everything the man in the red cloak said. Nevertheless, choosing to work for him is the right decision. "We will get a chance to live as true humans," the white-haired man explained to the man in the red cloak. "Senior, but in the end we succeeded in making him use his skills by cooperating, didn't we?" The man in the red cloak just listened to his rambling. "But isn't this also no different from the original plan of forming an alliance and attacking him, right?" The blonde man finally realized. "Right, that's absolutely true. So we're satisfied with forming an alliance to make him use his skills. Then the assassin won't participate in a dirty alliance. Where did he go?" The man in the red cloak sighed. "That's why we're assassins," he continued walking. Because we're all stupid, the rest of them also followed him without question. Sanju scraped the remaining ramen from the plate into his mouth, then Hyan loudly asked him, "So you let them go?" Sanju chewed his ramen and complained, "I can't tell them that I spared them just for magic practice." She still had questions. "I understand, but..." Sanju looked at Hyan with a satisfied expression. "Everything went as I planned." The next words left Hyan speechless. "The ones who hired them are Shin Haoing and Bei Wang-hoon," Sanju continued. "Considering his relationship with Shin Haoing, it's not a big surprise, but I want to know the exact reason." Hyan will explain the reason to him. If he had come here as an assassin, he would have been finished long ago. "The problem isn't you, it's this place." Sanju of course knew that this place was where the largest catastrophe in Korea had occurred. Stories from the past came to Hyan's mind. Yu Yun held a small girl in her arms. "I'll be back later. You know safety is the most important thing, right?" She was Yu Yun, an awakener hunter from before the catastrophe. "We'll be watching over you." Jun Hyuk laughed joyfully and replied, "Of course, I'll never die and leave my cute child alone." He was Jun Hyuk, an A-rank hunter awakener. He put his hat back on Hyan. "Of course Dad is talking about Hyan." They happily said goodbye. Anyway, Jun Hyuk waved at his daughter and told her, "Listen to your mom." Hyan realized that both her parents were awakeners. Blue light enveloped the two of them. They were awakeners from before the catastrophe. She still remembered that at that time awakeners were not as common as they are now, and monsters continuously poured out. The world created rules. Humanity devised a way to form special forces composed of powerful hunters. They moved to other countries to deal with things that could pose a global threat. Hyan also knew that her father was active here. That's how the famous hunters at the time, including my dad, formed a team. The hunters all defeated many monsters. The special forces included elite hunters, so casualties were kept to a minimum, and they could concentrate their power in one place, making it quick and easy to deal with monsters. So the strategy was successful, she continued to explain to Sanju. Accordingly, they easily cleared the area around the gates and established bases, stabilizing them. Most of the hunting grounds you see today were created then. Everything was going very smoothly. Until that accident happened, people walked among the corpses of monsters. The one who named this place Monster Pit was right. Jun Hyuk gritted his teeth in irritation. The smell of blood was too thick. Haoing, with wide eyes, asked in surprise, "How far have we come?" Bei Wang-hoon looked at the map and replied, "We'll reach the center soon." These two were Shin Haoing, a Special Forces A-rank hunter, and Bei Wang-hoon, an A-rank hunter. Hyan said, "Monster corpses, no matter how I look at it, there aren't enough. Why aren't they sending more people?" The identities of these two were Lee Yun-hee, a Special Forces A-rank hunter, and I am Gong-young, an A-rank hunter. Gong-young explained, "If we send clumsy people, they'll only get in the way." Junha sadly told everyone, "There are still many candidates. Park Hee has newly awakened, and I heard Miho is also very strong. Special Forces A-rank hunter Yuma, everyone." Suddenly monsters burst out from the ground and the two people sitting nearby looked at each other in surprise. Enemies appeared from underground. This monster's mouth was wide open with a glowing circle. Yun-hee cracked her whip and said, "Are you really serious? They're constantly swarming." A whip imbued with spiritual power struck the monster, but it scattered. Blue liquid poured from its mouth and it let out some terrifying screams. Something colossal covered them and another huge monster appeared. People stared at it and whispered, "This monster is huge, it looks a rank." Gong-young swung his chain and charged. "I'll tie it up first." Bei Wang-hoon charged and punched. He jumped and reached the monster's eye level. As the monster's eyes were about to attack, Haoing flew up with magic. This damn sandworm, the surrounding earth and stones soared into the sky and huge boulders struck the monster fiercely, but it wasn't harmed. Yun-hee looked at the monster with sharp eyes. "That sandworm is pretty tough," Gong-young next to her reassured her. "Don't worry." Jin-hee-wook flew up with magic. "We have someone good at smashing these kinds of things, don't we?" He flew above the monster's head and then flew back. Jin-hee-wook struck it hard, and blood splattered everywhere from its body. Jin-hee-wook leaped onto it and scoffed. "No matter how tough your shell is, once the inside is destroyed it's over," he said. "This damn sandworm." Shaha wasn't very surprised by Jin-hee-wook defeating the monster. "As expected, he's really strong," Haoing replied. "The rumors about him aren't spreading for no reason," she said to Jin-hee-wook. "I heard you were recommended as the next S-rank hunter." He turned around in surprise and asked, "That leaked out already?" Haoing called back as he walked ahead, "I'm not interested. It'll only make me busier." Gong-young replied, bewildered, "Are you kidding? I want to take him down right now." Bei Wang-hoon said in a cheerful tone, "Isn't that something to celebrate?" Haoing smiled cunningly. "Because you'll be Korea's first S-rank hunter." Jin-hee-wook was not an ambitious person. "I just want a pile of money, so I can retire before I turn 40. As they left, a black shadow appeared, startling the two. As soon as Yun-hee realized something was wrong, she whipped her lasso. Another monster. Gong-young also drew his gun and loaded ammunition. So fast, the black shadow monster was tied with the rope. Yun-hee was holding the rope. She smiled triumphantly. "But if I catch it, everything will be over." She tied the rope tighter. Something emanated from the black shadow monster. Yun-hee also struggled to tie the rope tighter. "It looks really scary." The monster disappeared again, its physical form gone. Yun-hee was startled to see the rope in her hand snap. Jiha sobbed and called her name. "Unnie Yun-hee." Jiha rushed to Yun-hee as soon as she collapsed. Bei Wang-hoon tied the black shadow monster with a rope again. He told Jiha to take Yun-hee and treat her, but the monster didn't move. As a pointed muzzle approached his eyes, he sweated and felt fear, thinking to himself, "This damn thing isn't affected by physical attacks or poison." The monster's hand grabbed Bei Wang-hoon's hand and he had no time to react. The The monster threw him far away. Seeing Bei Wang-hoon tying the monster with a chain, Ji-ha quickly said, "Stop," and tried to stop him. From above, Howing and Gong-young flew over. Gong-young shot the monster. Large rocks nearby were shattered by lightning and flew away. Burning stones hit the monster. Jin Hee-wook rushed in and struck the monster. The monster's outer shell broke. Pipes embedded in its body emitted smoke. Gong-young realized that even such a powerful attack wouldn't work. He carefully observed the monster. It's as if its body is gradually adapting to our skills. The monster attacked him with black mist. Jin Hee-wook couldn't believe the sight before his eyes. No way, how can an A-ranked team be wiped out so quickly? This monster was still fine after every attack, and he was convinced. It's definitely not an A-rank monster. Jin Hee-wook told all his injured comrades. "Everyone scatter," he hastily shouted to everyone, activating a red circular spell with both hands. "Let's regroup at the temporary camp we set up 2 days ago. If we keep going like this, we'll all die." As Jin Hee-wook put his hands on the ground, dirt and stones soared. Jin Hee-wook shouted, "Everyone, saving our lives comes first." Howing walked out calmly, but his face still showed fear. "I almost died." The monster attacked Gong-young, who was next to him. If that guy hadn't attacked Gong-young next to him, but he can't relax either. As the monster followed, Howing's hair stood on end. Slightly afraid, he looked back at the monster. "I wanted to become the strongest hunter someday." The monster rushed at Howing. He seemed to accept his fate, but I guess it has to end here. Just then, a ring of light flew towards his eyes and the spot exploded with smoke, but the monster only had one arm burned and disappeared. Someone's shadow approached. "Howing, are you alright?" Howing slumped to the ground and asked in a wary voice, "Why are you here?" Jin Hee-wook looked back at him and asked, "Is that how you thank me for saving you?" Ji-ha sobbed as Yun-hee lost consciousness before her eyes. "Yun-hee," her voice trembled. "I never imagined saying goodbye to Unnie like this." Bei Wang-hoon was exhausted with an injury on his right arm. Ji-ha stood up and asked him, "I'm sorry, are you in a lot of pain? I'll treat you." Bei Wang-hoon firmly refused. "Treat your legs first." Nevertheless, Ji-ha used magic to treat Bei Wang-hoon. He thought to himself, "My life was full of fighting until I awakened, but I was completely overwhelmed just now." The monster's foot approached. The two were startled and Ji-ha continued to be afraid. The giant monster was still looking for its prey. The monster passed by where the two were hiding behind a rock. Bei Wang-hoon crouched down holding his breath. He recalled Yun-hee from the past. "We can't defeat that guy." His eyes widened and he realized, "Life and death, we're all going to die. I guess I will too." Bei Wang-hoon remembered when the monster hit Wang-hoon. Just like everyone else, something passed by quickly. "I don't want to die." Bei Wang-hoon was dragged away before Ji-ha's eyes and the monster looked at the sitting Ji-ha again. On this side, Howing was walking with Jin Hee-wook, and Howing asked, "Then why did that monster run away?" Jin Hee-wook walked ahead and replied, "I'm not sure either, but if I had to guess." Howing was startled and froze at Jin Hee-wook's answer. That guy always targets the easiest prey. He analyzed the events that happened. The two people who were attacked were both mid-range and long-range attackers, plus he hadn't completely defeated Bei Wang-hoon yet. At this point he clenched his fist, his hand trembling. They were all excellent warriors. What Howing was curious about was why. "You followed me." Jin Hee-wook looked back and replied, "I told you, that guy seems to often attack hunters who aren't close-range fighters." Bei Wang-hoon and Ji-ha were going the same way, so there was a high possibility that guy would attack you. Moreover, Howing inadvertently froze at these words. "You have children," Jin Hee-wook said innocently. "I heard you have two, Jun-hee and Young, right? When you have children, a person's purpose in life changes a lot." He didn't see Howing's darkened face behind him. "Don't make me laugh." He gnashed his teeth. "My lifelong goal has never changed. Don't act like you know me just because we have something in common." Before Howing could finish speaking, a scream cut him off. No matter who told him what, the tide monster was still approaching Ji-ha. 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. "Please, isn't anyone here?" Just then, Jin Hee-wook rushed in and hit the monster and thin stones fell off. Ji-ha was startled and called out, "Hunter Jin Hee-wook?" Jin Hee-wook looked back in surprise and asked, "How are you the only one here?" He was troubled because Bei Wang-hoon had already fled. "That's..." Jin Hee-wook gnashed his teeth and called Bei Wang-hoon's name. The monster rose from the pile of stones. Jin Hee-wook told Ji-ha to piggyback him. "Get on first, let's treat your legs first." She struggled to get on. "Understood," he said loudly to Howing. "Howing SSI, cover our rear." He stood on a pile of stones and thought of Jin Hee-wook in amazement. He compressed and decomposed the air to increase his movement speed. What an absurd speed. He sent stones flying. "Jin Hee-wook, I admit it, you're really strong." At this moment the black monster found Jin Hee-wook and Ji-ha and was dragged towards them. "He's probably even stronger than me." He manipulated the small stone in his hand with a dangerous expression. "I'll probably never surpass him." As he cast his skill from above, something exploded and it flew towards Jin Hee-wook and Ji-ha. His gaze was directed at Howing and his eyes widened. "If I don't act now, won't that monster always target easy prey?" "Don't worry." As the black monster rushed towards them, Howing kindly promised, "I'll explain everything well to your family." Bei Wang-hoon's face was drenched in sweat and blank, and soon Bei Wang-hoon kicked off the ground and accelerated. He leapt into a deep abyss. Ji-ha was startled and shed tears. Her body pushed down into the valley. Bei Wang-hoon muttered with bloodied arms and body, "What have I done?" Suddenly, Bei Wang-hoon turned to Howing, who had just arrived, and he hastily asked what happened to the others. He said quietly, "Only the 2 of us survived," he emphasized again. "The others sacrificed themselves to let us escape. Don't you understand?" Bei Wang-hoon stammered, trying to say something. That means." But he didn't wait any longer and spoke directly, and Howing was startled. "What I mean is, Guma and Kim Jin Hee-wook, all those you abandoned, died to save us." Howing knelt and quietly reminded him, I'm telling you this now because Yoon Ji-yun will know if we go back like this. Now we're in this together, Sanju asked suspiciously again. Is that true? He continued to ask. How did you find that out? Hyun was silent. Not me but Mom did, a shocked scream echoed. She recalled the past. Mom had a skill called clairvoyance. Mom closed her eyes in pain and called out, Mr. Howing. Hyun recounted the painful story of the past. That was the beginning of her downfall. Bae Wong-hoon sat in front of the press conference room and announced with a sad expression, everyone was a hero. Especially Hunter Kim Jin-hee-wook proved why he was recommended as an S-rank hunter. The S-rank monsters were too strong and Bae Wong-hoon spoke painfully, shedding tears. The news anchor on TV conveyed this tragic news to everyone. A tragedy has occurred in the monster pit of West Africa, where 5 of the 7 heroes who were the hope of not only Korea but the entire world have died. In particular, Hunter Kim Jin-hee-wook is known to have a family, and the government expresses its deep condolences and has decided to discuss compensation at the end of the news. Survivors of this tragedy, Hunter Shin Howing and Hunter Bae Wong-hoon, stated that they would honor the noble spirit of the victims and provide special support to the bereaved families. Jun-hee gnashed her teeth in anger. That's ridiculous. She tightly clenched the document in her hand in anger. You can't believe it, can you? No, I can't, she shouted. Mom, it hurts. Jun-hee shed painful tears and said, we have to find justice for Dad. Please tell me you will. Dad's body was abandoned in that cold desert. She said in a trembling voice. Dad promised he'd come back to Mom. Yoon nodded tearfully. Yes, Mom, I promise I'll find justice, she told her mother's story after that. Mom continued to hold one-person protests and tried to reveal the truth. The hunters dispatched from Korea caused a massive disaster. You can't cover up the truth with one hand. What happened in Africa, Bae Wong-hoon and Shin Howing, but Mom was only criticized for lack of evidence. People didn't want her to disturb the atmosphere of mourning that honored heroic sacrifices. People whispered, did Shin Howing and Bae Wong-hoon betray their comrades? That woman is probably just trying to extort more money. Who would believe such a thing? Yoon smiled and recalled. Then when I grew up a bit more I infiltrated the Yoonwoo workshop for revenge. She struggled to escape in the past. Well, you probably already know the next story. Yoon was dragged out. She concluded after finishing her story. Is everything explained now? Why I feel animosity toward Shin Howing and Sanju? Sanju walked silently. He firmly speculated. She doesn't seem to be lying. Sanju seemed to hesitate about something, but she left the most important detail for last. Raven suddenly appeared and asked, you seem to be deliberating about something. He turned around in surprise. Raven said proudly, shouldn't you call me master now? Sanju asked about the situation. Have all the monsters in the outer areas been dealt with? Raven landed on the ground. I've been here for days, didn't you notice? He was very surprised. I only instructed my clones to report hostile targets, but why were you hiding here? He was very surprised. Of course I can't watch my precious disciple get hurt. Didn't you know there were so many assassins here, but you used them like training dummies? Ha ha ha. Sanju was very surprised to hear this. You just watched? Raven said as if it were obvious. Why would I intervene if you weren't truly in danger? He was very curious. Anyway, I didn't know you were practicing magic. You're trying something interesting. Did Arya teach you? Hearing this, he was puzzled. Right, Raven is from Taber, isn't he? Does he also use magic? But Javan's face was innocent. No, this is all I know, he said casually. It's a good thing I'm good at swordsmanship. Then he wanted to follow and ask. Ha ha ha. Anyway, it's good to get away from the system. There's a big difference between magic and system skills. Would you like to go deeper with me? Bae Wong-hoon stared blankly. All the assassins failed, he tried to console himself. It's fine, more than 18 years have passed, there's no evidence, absolutely no evidence. Bae Wong-hoon stammered, what I did was, Jumper suddenly appeared from behind, he ran away. He fell to the ground and Bae Wong-hoon understood nothing. Ha ha, how did things turn out like this? I merely controlled information, induced a catastrophe, and assassinated a 20-year-old child. My foolish actions back then created today. As monsters ferociously charged, he saw Raven's expression and was extremely enraged. What is that expression? Raven, on the contrary, was very intrigued. Was that the Storm Herald swordsmanship just now? Sanju's expression was very proud. I merely imitated what my clones were doing. Raven said in a disappointed tone. Tisk, that's not it. Your clones have already learned it, but you still have a long way to go. Sanju was displeased. He's really annoying because of him. Sanju was highly focused on the battle. I'm doing it the right way, right? Controlling the flow of ki with wrist movements. As the monster approached, Raven reminded him once more. You remember what I said about this being a suitable place for training, don't you? He said this was a land of evolution and adaptation. Raven tried to encourage him. If you cannot change, you will not be able to move forward a single step. He urged, now it's your turn. It's time to use your magic. Try a fireball on that guy. Sanju was still terrified. A fireball? As the monster suddenly charged, flames erupted. He still stammered in disbelief. Did it work? Raven explained. You hunted most of the monsters here with a sword when you first came, right? The monsters in the center have evolved to have stronger resistance to hunters, specifically predators. He informed him that other species had been hunted too much with swords. So they had developed resistance to physical attacks but were weak to fire. Raven suggested, in other words, you can hunt them with magic. He split them in half. Raven said succinctly, or take them down stronger in one blow. Sanju looked in disbelief at the monsters whose bodies only had scratches from his sword strikes. He turned around, smiling brightly, and said, isn't it convenient to have targets right in front of you? But he was still indifferent. My life's goal is to live comfortably. Eating and playing, not doing this. Elsewhere at the JM branch office there was a knock on the door and Junmo opened it, bewildered. "Who are you?" Many people were standing outside and he was confused. "What's going on?" Number 10 got straight to the point. "We've come to get evidence," he said fiercely. "We have walked a path stained with blood and we have come here to break free from that path and regain our humanity." Only then did Junmo understand. "Did you come for an interview?" Number 10 nodded. "Yes, welcome, please come in." Yoon was diligently grinding bone fragments. She was preparing medicine, the reporter asked suspiciously. "Hunter Shin Howing, do you know Hunter Yoon Ji-yun? What do you think about the recent rumors that she betrayed Hunter Kim Jin-hee-wook?" Howing said indifferently. "That's truly absurd," he answered skillfully and wittily. "Hunter Kim Jin-hee-wook is my benefactor, so I don't want to speak ill of his wife, but just because someone has clairvoyance doesn't mean everything they say is true, does it?" Then Howing turned and left. "I heard their marriage was good. What a shame." Yoon was ambivalent about what to believe. "Mom, it's not true, is it? Shin Howing killed Dad," she once whispered mysteriously. "Yoon, only you should know this. Mom has never told this story to anyone." On the other side, someone asked, "Then what were the last words Mom said?" Flames blazed fiercely and the monster was gradually engulfed in fire. Sanju's face was dirty and exhausted. "Now these damn things have strong resistance to fire too." He hastily tried to change his plan. "Fireball doesn't work anymore." So Sanju immediately charged and swung his sword fiercely. The monster immediately froze. Something moved very quickly. Sanju, excited, boasted, "Did you see that, Raven? I just mastered the basic sword drawing technique. Mana channeling too," but he was very insensitive, and his clones did better. He turned away with a disappointed expression. "Is it that hard to praise your disciple?" he quickly suggested. "If you call me master, I'll reconsider." So Sanju immediately called out, "Master." Raven was startled. "Did you call me my disciple?" Sanju earnestly said to him. "Yes, please teach me." Suddenly a cackling sound was heard. Those monsters were suddenly devoured. A gigantic creature was gobbling them up. Sanju stammered in terror. "Master, fire, ice and swordsmanship all seem useless against that guy. What should I do now?" Raven maintained his calm demeanor. "Don't worry, my disciple, the power of storm swordsmanship is limitless. You don't know how much I've wanted to say that." In the office building. "Let's start the interview now." Junmo looked around, curious. "You seem to be a foreigner, so why did you specifically come to Korea and apply to GM Company?" Number 10 frankly stated his goal. "I came here because I want to work with Hunter Sanju. We all owe Hunter Sanju our lives," he exclaimed with interest. "Oh, I see, so he's recruiting even foreigners, but he might be foolish, but he's very kind." He suddenly described an action. "Yes, even when I threw a shuriken at his head." Number 10 immediately explained. "Oh, it seems my son hasn't adjusted to the time difference yet." He looked exhausted and Junmo, slightly embarrassed, changed the subject. "All right then, what's your most confident area?" Number 12 replied agilely. "Assassination, of course." Then Number 10 immediately acted. Come on, grow up." He immediately explained. "Sleep is very important." Junmo was confused as to why they were doing that, so he ignored them. "All right then, there's still one final test remaining," he even explained. "Because Hunter Sanju strongly requested that we add it to the interview process, we had no choice but to add it." Junmo informed them about the test. "Sparring with a clone to evaluate overall skills and combat ability. Over here." The monster roared loudly. Sanju approached and asked, "So what's the next step?" But Raven replied, "Actually I just said that to sound cool," he quickly emphasized, "but my disciple. You've already taken that step." He recalled past advice. "When you fought the giant skeleton monster, you concentrated all the attacks of your clones in one place to temporarily maximize their effectiveness, didn't you?" Raven advised him at this point. "You just need to do that 5 times faster." He relaxed his grip and demonstrated, and Baekhyul painfully attacked the monster. Raven turned and waited. "Now it's your turn, my disciple." He was still a little worried. Of course doing it alone is a bit much. He wanted to see him demonstrate. "So try it with your other disciples." Suddenly an area exploded, sending dust flying, and a man in a white mask saw it and immediately thought it was a big problem. Hunter Sanju seems to have become more dangerous than expected. Sanju was very exhausted. "Haha, damn it," he stood panting. "So all these damn things are dead, right?" Raven suddenly shed tears. He happily knelt and praised, "Number 1 and Number 2, very well done." Sanju was very displeased. "Then what about me?" Raven stood up again. He had to leave quickly. "I received a call from the legacy. I'll be back soon." He was startled as to what was happening. Raven could predict. Given it's an urgent call, something serious must have happened, although I don't know how to use it. Raven exhorted before leaving. "Be careful anyway, my disciple." He roughly explained about this place. "This is already the center of the pit. The number of monsters escaping from the pit has decreased since the catastrophe, so we're keeping them to a minimum. However, it's no wonder this place is rated as an S-rank dungeon." Raven turned and left. "Don't overexert yourself." He was very confident. "I will never overexert myself," Raven exhorted. "Then survive." Yoon suddenly came to her senses at this moment. She was quite surprised. "You were here." Sanju entered and asked, "Are the medicinal ingredients made from monsters here?" Yoon explained the types of medicine. "Most of them have very interesting properties. Thanks to them, I've been able to create new medicines. The adaptation medicine increases the user's ability to adapt to external factors. Side effects. When the effect wears off, all resistance effects temporarily decrease." She gave it to him. Here, try it and tell me what you think. Sanju nodded. All right, the side effects are acceptable now. Damn it, it's embarrassing. Both sides sat in silence. Sanju's face was flushed, even more so after hearing her past story. She spoke first. Excuse me, Yoon said honestly and shyly. There's something I haven't told you yet. Sanju was curious. What is it? Number 3 reported. A monster has been spotted near campsite 3. Number 3 immediately said, I'll take it down right away. Number 1 was bewildered. Yoon quietly recounted her mother's last words. The real reason I came here, she whispered this fact only to Yoon. Mom has never told this story to anyone. She was lost in thought. After the catastrophe, Mom looked at the pit every day. Number 1 reported to confirm the monster. The monsters looked like they had been smashed and a red light was visible in the distance. Number 1 observed and at the same time reminded. That idiot, don't block it. Both sides jumped into battle. Yoon continued her story. Only later did I realize why Mom kept doing that. Mom kept covering her face and repeating, Yoon, listen, listen, listen. Mom said tearfully, Dad is really alive. The battle became increasingly difficult and suddenly an explosion occurred. Sanju shouted in surprise. What did you say? His voice stammered even more. Your dad. At that very moment space shook violently and Sanju knew from this. Number 2 is dead. So he hastily ran, reminding her, stay there, don't go outside. Yoon was flustered. What on earth is happening? Sanju ran with all his might and asked about the situation. Number 1, are you alright? Everything made him very curious. What's wrong? Before he could finish speaking, Number 1 turned around with a different appearance. Why has Master only come now? Sanju was truly surprised. Hey, Number 1 continued to speak. Look over there, he said with hatred. That damn thing is a piece of me. This time I must retrieve it. Sanju, having a slight understanding of the situation, asked, so you took over Number 1's body because of that piece? Why in this situation? Number 1 didn't answer and assessed. Your voice has changed. I like that challenging voice. Kakeke, we just switched places. And he added, he thought it was too dangerous to face that damn thing alone. Far away, the ground suddenly exploded, and as Sanju tried to approach, Number 1 reminded him, don't touch that and don't try to block it. It will explode. The guy next to it died like that too. Sanju seemed to feel something. Wait, this ability. Then he gave an order. Everyone support me. And Sanju leapt to the ground. I have to see it myself. The remaining clones followed orders and all appeared. Meanwhile, Sanju intensively targeted the ferocious monster. Anger erupted from the monster's maple-colored body, and immediately its head was covered in gold. Number 1 continued to use his skill, seeing that the monster was unaffected. It still seems insufficient. Let me add one more. He fired purple mana at the monster, and the surrounding rocks were affected and shattered. Sanju blankly awaited the result. Damn it, the monster's shell was gradually peeling off, and Sanju complained. The situation has become very complicated. Now the entity inside is completely possessed. The 3 clones stood by, watching what would happen. The monster's shell covered it again. As soon as it returned to its original state, the monster disappeared without a trace, and Sanju gritted his teeth in shock. It escaped. But Number 1's demeanor was very excited. How interesting. To use my power in such a way, is it due to the monster's instinct? Then he suggested, hey Sanju, I want to negotiate with you. Number 1 immediately offered, if you give me that piece, I'll help you this time. I'll tell you the weakness of that damned thing. At this time, Yoon sat alone in the tent. Inside, her hands trembled as she pulled back the curtain and saw the sight before her eyes. The person who appeared startled Yoon. Dad, tears began to well up in her eyes. Yoon covered her face and sobbed, because the truth was unfolding before her eyes. Mom didn't lie. Dad is still alive. On the other side, Number 1 spoke about the monster he had just encountered. He revealed that it was a part of his body. Sanju heard this and imagined a foolish scene in his mind. What on earth are you doing, clone? He said blankly. What? Number 1 continued to explain this matter. My body is divided into 7 pieces. Head, torso, both arms, both legs, and weapon. Each piece has a unique ability. Hearing this, Sanju was curious. So the names of the 7 deadly sins weren't about sins after all, Clone 1 replied. People just named them as they wished. Everyone who held a piece of me went mad, you see, he then added. And my body has the ability to absorb and adapt. It can absorb and arrange surrounding elements and adapt to various environments. Sanju conceded, that damn thing's energy is really strange. Even when I was standing right there, its presence was too faint, Clone 1 explained. That's because it has already adapted and become one with the environment. Sanju grew even more curious. Does that mean it absorbs people too? Clone 1 thought for a moment, then asked, are you referring to the human form that appeared inside the monster? Sanju stated his view. Not just the monster's skills, but everything I heard was consistent. That was definitely Hunter Kim Jin Hee Wook. Is there no way to save him? Inside the Heritage headquarters, a voice echoed. Dart, sir, I'm here. He turned, hearing the voices. Ah, the Swordmaster. You must be busy. Excuse me. Javan continued. Not as busy as you are here. Then Dur picked up an object nearby. I wanted to show you this first. Raven was astonished as soon as he saw it. This is Dur lifted it and exclaimed loudly. Earthquake. Seeing this, Javan casually asked, you succeeded in restoring it? Dur, though having difficulties, spoke honestly. It was in poor condition at first, so it gave me a hard time, he then revealed. This is an artifact of the Urantia Empire, the sword of the deceased king. He was known to be able to turn the earth upside down with a single swing of his sword, Dur declared. Now it's time for this sword to see the light of day after too long. So he requested, I'd like you to use this, but Javan cut him off. Don't you know, he admitted honestly, I am not worthy to wield it. I am merely a remnant of the past who failed to protect the Empire, finally he stated clearly. And it doesn't match my Storm Herald swordsmanship. Dur seemed to have anticipated this situation. It's a shame, but I expected you to say that, he then suggested. In that case, at least test its durability. Javan calmly replied. Of course I can do it any time. Before entering the battle, he warned. I won't hold back. Dur fully agreed as well. Of course we're testing its durability. He then began to strike the object hard. Raven deftly drew his sword. A massive whirlwind erupted from the object. Raven seriously assessed. As expected, it possesses extreme power. And he acknowledged, it lives up to its name. Suddenly, Javan made a move that even Dur froze at. Damn it, I'm going to die. At the same time where Sanju was, Clone 1 was tearing apart roasted meat. He then brought it to Yoon. Is this enough? She immediately accepted. Yes, thank you. In fact, Yoon's mind was very complicated. There was no other way to lure her father out of the monster's body, so she kept thinking, a monster that adapts to its environment and constantly changes. Accordingly, Yoon thought, the adaptation drug made using that. Finally, she decided, I must use this as a crucial ingredient to amplify the side effects and reverse the primary effects. Yoon was confident. This drug will definitely be able to return everything to its original state. With this I can save Dad. On a rock protruding from the hillside, the monster that had escaped earlier appeared and jumped. Only one tent stood out in the surrounding area, and laughter echoed. Yoon was separating 2 test tubes in her hand when she suddenly fell to the ground. Yoon was very satisfied with her achievement. Finally, I formulated the stimulant drug. Clone 1 confirmed and reported the situation. There are no rocks large enough here for that fellow to hide in, so he requested, look elsewhere. Suddenly, Sanju spoke. Excuse me, I have a question. Clones 2 and 3 have tied me up like a wild boar. I don't understand the situation, so please explain. Haven't I saved your lives once more? However, he was scolded by Clone 1. Tisk, you idiot, use your head. The clones are each performing their duties right now. Besides, let me explain it to you once. The top priority for all monsters in this area is survival. Hunting is merely one method of survival. Accordingly, he explained, if your clones gather so meaninglessly, that damned thing will never appear. And Clone 1 said, so we've set a trap. This cat trap is easy prey to lure that damned thing. Insults continuously poured from his mouth. Foolish and careless prey. A dumb creature like a shrimp or a jellyfish. Come here. Sanju realized something. Could it be? Hearing this, Clone 1 glanced at him and said clearly, who else would it be but you? Sanju was speechless at these firm words. It hurts, but I can't refute it. Just then, Yoon quickly ran from a distance. Jong Sanju, wait. Seeing the scene before her, she was also flustered. What is this? Why are you hanging upside down like a chicken? Sanju didn't bother to explain. You'll understand this magnificent plan later. Then Yoon held out what she had just experimented with. Anyway, take this. Sanju was curious. What is this? And Yoon slowly told him the whole story. I saw it then, that person inside the monster. Here, she no longer hid anything and revealed everything. That's my dad. Yoon made one condition. I won't ask why you hid this from me, but please feed this to Dad instead. I've created a stimulant drug that reverts the transformed state. She was confident it can definitely turn Dad back to normal. Sanju was surprised by this person. You? So Yoon sincerely and desperately said, this is my last request. Please save Dad. Please save my family. At the same time, Raven was frozen by the news he had just received. You mean what I destroyed was a clone? Dur chuckled, confirming. That's right, I should have explained it beforehand. You seem very surprised. Raven wanted to know more. How did you manage it? Dur honestly revealed. It's a byproduct from the process of analyzing Hunter Jong Sanju's clone skill. Of course, we had a slight failure in deploying the analysis technology, but nevertheless it helped us make great progress in our research plan for that skill. And he emphasized, this is truly an amazing skill. Next to him, Javan also acknowledged, he is indeed an extraordinary person. Dur didn't forget to tell his opponent, anyway, thank you, I've confirmed the problem. Now I can understand more. But suddenly, Javan called Dur. He then asked, if I were to make such a proposal, can no one else use the earthquake skill besides me? Sanju was currently tied up alone in the middle of the mountain. He then inadvertently recalled that it was exactly like the bird trap he made as a child, but Sanju wondered, before that Kim Yu-hee made the stimulant drug. An urgent voice echoed in Sanju's mind, when did she make this? Please save Dad, please save my family. He recalled and cursed, damn it. Just then a familiar figure appeared from somewhere. The monster now stood tall before Sanju in a flawed state. This time I have to admit it myself, you came really fast. I'm truly perfect bait. Sanju immediately pressed an item. The surroundings instantly exploded. In the end, all that remained was black smoke, and the rope that bound Sanju was released. Congratulations on becoming my bait, you damned thing, he approached, confident. You won't escape this time. From somewhere a mournful voice echoed, please stop. The sparring ended. Clone 3 suddenly stopped moving. Everyone behind him had fallen. Everyone worked hard. Junmo, who had been watching so far, couldn't hide his surprise. His stats are lower than Jong Sanju's, but his skills are truly amazing. As expected, you can't mess with him. The weak can create variables and strategies to contend with the strong. Not only that, he discerned, he also displayed cruel power against weaker opponents. Clone 10 trembled and remained silent. What is this? He also paid attention to Clone 3. Even though I could use all sorts of weapons, he dodged every bullet and sword. He even deflected attacks coming from all directions, so Clone 10 was even more confused. How is that possible? Before that, we cornered Jong Sanju's main body and trapped him with a cooperative attack. He then asked, But can a clone be superior to the main body? Junmo said as if asking softly. Clone 3 did very well. Want some snacks? When food was mentioned he said seriously, I want ramen. Clone 12 was also shocked and asked, Senior, is this true that a clone is stronger than the main body? Then Clone 10 scolded, You idiot, think smarter. Kara was curious, what do you mean? And Clone 10 thought, yes, there's only one reason. He exposed the hidden truth. Zhang Sanju pretending to be cornered and pushed by us was his mercy. He complained, yeah, we were always treated like trash. Another clone speculated suspiciously. Then he lost to us to spare our feelings. Clone 12 stepped forward first and said, I'll try again. Clone 10 continued, I want to work for Zhang Sanju. He also joined in. Me too, I can't be anywhere else but here. Where Sanju was, an even bigger explosion occurred than before, yet the monster didn't budge. That was the biggest problem Sanju currently faced. Damn it, the bastard is already immune to fire. Clone 1 shared some information. My skill adapts and changes instantly when it encounters an enemy. Unlike other monsters, my power is not fixed during a fight, but he added, nevertheless there are still limits. Clone 2 ran from somewhere holding a fireball. He threw it hard at the monster, and a huge flame erupted from there, and this time the monster let out a roar with this. Sanju concluded, this damn thing, so he can't adapt and resist multiple attributes at the same time. Taking advantage of the gap, Sanju rushed again and attacked the monster's shoulder, drawing blood. In the current situation, Sanju was even more determined. Then I need to finish this as quickly as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked with all his might, but Clone 1 said, You guys were too reckless. That monster is, Sanju immediately retorted. Then why didn't you help faster? As soon as he finished speaking, Clone 1 and Clone 2 rushed simultaneously and together defeated the monster. Sanju was surprised and froze. Why didn't you help? Someone announced. We've subdued him. Clone 1 hastily warned, Retreat quickly, Zhang Sanju. He sensed shocking news. That damn thing has adapted to the ice attribute. Sanju was horrified to hear this. Then he approached blankly and looked up. Just then the wind blew, distorting his face. Damn it, now he gritted his teeth and thought, he's using separation. I have to hold on. Sanju thought with all his might, I have to stop him from swelling up with an invincible body, but he was struggling under immense pressure. Damn it, I can't hold on anymore. Sanju's body was clearly injured, and fortunately 2 clones helped in time. Clone 3 tried to remind him, there must be no error whatsoever, but he said, and you just made a mistake. The ground instantly exploded. Dust billowed from the aftermath. Sanju was frozen by what had just happened. Clone 1 coldly warned, You died once, there's no second chance. Calm down. Furthermore, he said bluntly, Tisk, if my existence didn't depend on your skills, I would have let you die long ago. Hearing this, Sanju was curious, how can I remove the separation skill? Accordingly, Clone 1 analyzed, each piece has a unique ability, and this is the ability of the head. By analyzing the skill structure, we can cut off its monocircuit and neutralize it. And he revealed, you only have one hole in your stomach and your regeneration ability is quite high, so you'll still be alive. Sanju asked with slight doubt, did that ability help prevent the attacks of the giant skeleton monster too? As he was about to state his opinion, Clone 1 punched him, then just remove it whenever something like that just happened. So Sanju complained greatly, why are you hitting me? Clone 1 scolded mercilessly, you useless fellow, you can't do anything but rely on others? Sanju shouted and confirmed, exactly. I am that kind of person. Just then, the monster suddenly rushed and attacked. Clone 1 questioned again, did you see that? With those stats, you don't need to risk your life like the giant skeleton monster. So why aren't you focusing? But a strong determination appeared on Sanju's face. Because I have to kill this monster. Inside the laboratory, a voice echoed. Here you go. Sheb held a bundle of test tubes and offered them. The beautiful drugs you requested. Hei Wang picked up one test tube and examined it, then suddenly picked up a mouse nearby. The cruel individual then immediately poured the drug into the mouse's mouth. At this action, Sheb was aghast, unable to close his mouth, and in an instant the small mouse grew gigantic. He incinerated the mouse and simultaneously reacted, are you kidding, it's a defective product. Sheb broke into a cold sweat, panicking. He eventually revealed candidly that only 2 finished products could prevent transformation into a monster. He didn't have enough time to complete the remaining samples. However, Sheb pointed out one thing. The mouse, which he thought had just been destroyed, suddenly sprang up and bit Howing's hand. In response, Sheb revealed that these defective products' ability to increase stats was inferior to previous ones, and he guaranteed that if he had more time he could make them. Howing suddenly interrupted. No, he instructed that he didn't need finished products, just produce this type. He added that he should have given him something like this from the beginning. Outside the forest, chaos reigned. Yuan was huddled inside the tent, so she fully lifted her head. Could she guess they were fighting? Well, it would probably be quite difficult to administer medicine to someone during a fight. Considering the negative consequences, Yuan hesitated. Wait, what if the medicine bottle breaks during the fight? Because of this, she pondered whether to make a few more with the remaining ingredients. As soon as Yuan went outside, number 3 spotted her. Where are you going? She held out the medicine bottle, adding, I'll take this to Mr. Sanju. Number 3 immediately requested, I'll deliver it. However, Yuan expressed her intention to refuse. I need to go myself to confirm the medicine's effects. Before that, number 3 reminded her, I won't stop you, but think carefully. He asked once more, do you really want to go there? Currently, Sanju and his clones were fighting fiercely, and the monster held something glowing in its hand. Number 1's mouth was still grumbling, you idiot, you know how to adapt. But why can't you learn anything? Then he unleashed an attack on the monster. Subsequently, thanks to number 2's assistance, flames immediately erupted from the monster's body. The human form inside slowly began to reappear. Sanju struggled to unleash another attack. He recalled his previous question. The skills and the story I heard completely match. That was definitely Hunter Kim Jin-hee Wook. Is there no way to save him? Just then, Sanju dealt a sharp blow to the monster. Its entire body was more severely damaged. The monster was unable to move due to its severe injuries. Sanju looked at it and reminded it. There's no escape. Suddenly, number 1 denied. Saving the guy inside, you're mistaken. From behind, number 3 had already rushed at the monster, launching a surprise attack. As a lightning-like shock pierced its body, the monster screamed miserably, and number 1 said, I temporarily controlled it. Its adaptation ability has been unlocked, so it won't be able to resist anymore. Subsequently, the 3 clones simultaneously surrounded the monster. Sanju quickly leapt in, joining the battle. Just then, Yuan's earnest plea echoed in his mind. This is my last request. Please save Dad, please save my only family. However, Sanju could only say, I'm sorry. The person inside the monster was stiff as a log. Just as Sanju was about to plunge his sword in for the finishing blow, a voice echoed. Stop! Yuan was struggling to climb the cliff towards him. Wait, what? However, she couldn't hold on and fell. Yuan asked blankly, why are you pointing a sword at Dad? You said you'd save him. That's Dad. At this, number 1 saw through him. You're still making that strange expression, he revealed without hesitation. You couldn't give up your last hope, so you broke the medicine bottle, didn't you? I brought a spare. He. I made a few more as spares. Sanju immediately cut her off. I already have some. Then he clearly called her name, Kim Yuan. And Sanju stated clearly, this isn't your father. It's just a monster. Accordingly, he revealed that this appearance was due to a transformation skill. It wasn't that he was controlling Hunter Kim Jin-hee Wook or anything. Sanju wanted Yuan to understand that if she gave it the medicine, it would just return to being a normal monster like the others. She couldn't believe that fact. I don't understand what you're saying. A monster, Yuan, trembling, hastily pleaded. That's not a monster. That's my dad. I only saw Dad when I was little, but his image is still vivid in my mind. At a glance, she realized he looked exactly as before. Sanju heard that and was slightly suspicious. The same? He immediately found a problem. It's been 18 years and his appearance hasn't changed. Isn't that strange? Number 1 was still firm. You won't believe it unless you see it with your own eyes. Move aside, Jong Sanju. He acted decisively. Anyway, I'm going to reclaim my transformation ability. Number 1 firmly sliced the monster. The monster screamed in agony. Yuan screamed desperately, no, and shed tears profusely. Blood splattered and its face slowly transformed into a completely different one than before. Only then did Yuan realize. At this, number 1 asked, is this also your family? I won't stop. Why are you silent? I'm asking, is this also your family? The face greatly resembled Jumha. Sanju asked, feeling helpless, is this guy also one of the Special Forces members? Number 1 replied calmly, who knows, this monster keeps changing its appearance every time it's hurt. It cleverly hid itself so you wouldn't have noticed. The monster fell in agony, and number 1 quickly urged, it seems its healing is complete. Kill it quickly. Otherwise it'll adapt to the ice attribute again and escape soon, Yuan said, taking something out. Wait, she said through tears, there's still a sliver of hope. Give it the remaining medicine while it's in Dad's form. What if it really is Dad? Yuan's voice trembled so pitifully. It's not 100 certain yet. She rushed forward to stop him. Sanju found it very difficult to understand what he was seeing. Hey, what are you doing? He looked on in surprise. She clutched her stomach, writhing in intense pain. Cough a blech, number 1 said coldly. I despise people like you the most, number 1 said somewhat cruelly. You can't do anything right. You refuse to acknowledge the truth before your eyes and cling to stubbornness. You can only ask for favors and do nothing yourself. Number 1 spoke as if piercing her chest. If you at least knew how to wield a weapon, I wouldn't be laughing at you like this. Yuan screamed so regrettably. No, my medicine. Number 1 disregarded her and continued forward. Move aside, you're just getting in the way. Suddenly he was attacked, he asked, unable to understand. What are you doing? Sanju, he ordered frantically. I told you to kill that monster. Yuan still couldn't act due to her attachment to her father. Dad, number 1 tried to shout to wake her up. That's a monster. Fine, do as you please. I'm too tired to explain anymore. Sanju charged, and the monster's mouth was wide open, filled with sharp fangs. Perhaps dying within an illusion is a kind of blessing, he demanded an answer. Answer me, 7 deadly sins. Sanju turned around and said, I just realized. You said the monster borrowed Hunter Kim Jin-hee Wook's form and used his abilities, right? Then will the regenerated body also have Hunter Kim Jin-hee Wook's memories and body? Number 1 confirmed. That's right. It will regenerate its brain and use skills. So what then? He re-emphasized what he knew. The monster merely acts on instinct, Sanju ordered. Then use your abilities to separate the body with Hunter Kim Jin-hee Wook's form and cut off the rest. You said you could sever its mana circuit, but number 1 seemed displeased. Why should I fulfill such a troublesome and potentially ineffective request? Sanju said firmly. Haha, this isn't a request. He changed his attitude and spoke defiantly. If you're not going to do it, then don't. I'll give up too. Forget the 7 deadly sins. There will be no more negotiations. There's no particular need to defeat this monster, is there? Then why should I suffer like this? He said sarcastically. You're the one in a hurry, not me. Number 1 was greatly surprised. Are you kidding? Sanju left, saying, come on, number 1, let's go outside. The 7 deadly sins probably want some fresh air too. He was so angry he said, you scoundrel. So number 1 readily charged, saying, don't blame me when everything comes to light. He attacked the monster. Sanju could not hide his hesitation and worry. Honestly, I don't even know if this method will work. I don't know how this monster's instincts will react, he observed carefully. However, when Yuan rushed and grabbed number one's leg, he asked number one, puzzled, "Hey, what are you doing?" Sanju's eyes were filled with so much worry. At that moment the monster's face did not change. Sanju was incredibly resolute at this moment. "There's no choice, we'll only know by trying." Number one was acting, and a wound appeared on the monster's back with purple light emanating from around it. Jin Hee-wook fell to the ground and opened his eyes. Jin Hee-wook got up in a panic. Cough, cough, he stammered blankly. "Jumha, are you alright? Jumha, where are we?" The wound on his chest was gone and his clothes were different. Yuan then stammered, asking once more, "Dad, do you recognize me? Dad, do you know who I am?" Jin Hee-wook turned around blankly. He suddenly called out to Hyeon. She was so happy she shed tears. "Yes, that's right," Yuan said as if in disbelief. "I am here, Dad." Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the wall behind him, number one said as if in disbelief. "It worked." Sanju turned around, full of confidence. "See, I told you I was right. How would we know unless we tried?" He was still very stubborn. "Still, it's just a monster. She needs to know that too," number one firmly asserted. "While its appearance resembles her father, in reality it's the one who killed her father." Sanju began to explain. "Have you ever heard the story of Theseus's paradox?" He gave an example with the story. "If we replace the planks of an old ship with new ones, and if we keep replacing them until not a single old plank remains, would it still truly be Theseus's ship? If its appearance is the same but its constituent materials are different, is it still the old ship?" However, number one said, "Foolish. There's no definitive answer to that question." He started talking about the problem again. "That's right, so that creature now doesn't need an answer either." Number one went straight to the point. "What are you trying to say ultimately?" He turned around and smiled meaningfully. "Should we evaluate whether Hunter Kim Jin Hee-wook is a monster or a human based on our own criteria?" Sanju calculated, and seeing the scene before him he simply said, "Someone just wants to see that ship again." He smiled at her and she leaned on his shoulder, sobbing and trembling. "You've grown so much." Subsequently, Yuan pulled back, glanced up slightly, and her eyes welled up with tears. "I thought Dad wouldn't recognize me." He smiled gently at her. "How could Dad not recognize you?" Jin Hee-wook's face gradually contorted, making even him look confused. "But you've really grown so much. Dad means it," he asked. "How long has it been?" She widened her eyes, flustered. That's when Sanju appeared from behind, startling him. "Let me tell you." He extended his hand, introducing himself. "Nice to meet you, Hunter Kim Jin Hee-wook. You were caught by the monster and I saved you." Night fell outside. To put it simply, Jin Hee-wook's face turned pale and he stammered. "A monster caught me and you saved me?" Sanju asserted. "That's right," Clone One sighed in relief, praising inwardly. "He's a good liar." His face became even more flustered. "It's been 18 years already. Then what about my wife Ji-hyun?" Hearing that, she also broke into a cold sweat, her eyes filled with fear. Yuan lost her composure, sprang up and exclaimed, "That's Mom." Sanju held out his phone to him, then announced, "You can confirm it yourself." Jin Hee-wook took the phone with trembling hands. He explained, "These are the related articles about what happened back then." Articles continuously appeared before his eyes. Disaster struck hunters dispatched to the monster dungeon. What was the cause? 6 heroes. The tragedy of the victims' families. Hunter Jin Hee-wook dead. Shin Howing and Young Hee should have died there. We deeply regret and are saddened by what happened. Names were erased one by one from Jin Hee-wook's mind and he could not hide his shock. He widened his eyes at the article about his wife. Hunter Kim Jin Hee-wook's wife, Hunter Yoon Ji-hyun, found dead. Hunter Kim Jin Hee-wook's wife, after losing her husband and experiencing a horrific accident, made an extreme choice. Next to him, she looked back worriedly, seeing him silent. Damn it, his hand trembled and he put down the phone. No need to say anything more. His face held an inscrutable expression as he looked up at him. "Your name is Jong Sanju, isn't it?" Sanju confirmed seriously. "Yes." Jin Hee-wook gnashed his teeth and roared, his face contorted with rage. "Where are those two who betrayed our team that day, Shin Howing and Bae Wong-hoon?" Sanju, seeing his expression, was slightly flustered and suspicious. "Is he planning to go kill them?" Jin Hee-wook looked up at Sanju, his face hardened and devoid of life. "Yes." Sanju looked down at him, lowering his head. "Are you absolutely sure?" Jin Hee-wook cut Sanju off. "Don't try to persuade me." He tried to continue, but Sanju calmly interrupted him. "That's not what I mean." Sanju's face was a mixture of doubt and expectation. "Would you really let them escape that easily?" Hearing that, Jin Hee-wook flinched. Sanju's voice was heard as he stepped out of the yacht. "I have a proposal. It's not too late to decide after hearing me out." Soon, in a room packed with reporters, someone gasped in shock, eyes wide. "Hunter Jong Sanju is holding a press conference." He always avoided reporters. Another person across from him replied, "Damn, I guess he couldn't avoid it this time." If he had truly defeated an S-rank monster, Sanju would be formally recognized as an S-rank hunter. Sanju walked in casually, hands in his pockets, dressed in a sharp suit. Someone judged, "He's officially going to be recognized as an S-rank hunter." Sanju stood before the microphone, his expression resolute. "Our reporters, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for gathering here." His face was filled with nervousness, and he almost bit his tongue while speaking. "All of you who tormented me at the JM building are here too, aren't you?" Then Sanju regained his composure. "Damn, as you know, I recently visited the monster pit." He said something that silenced the entire audience. "And as expected, there was an S-rank monster there." Someone below shouted. "Then you," Sanju quickly cut him off. "I captured that monster." Sanju's face was calm, giving the people below no time to ask further questions. "Of course, there was some interference, but I want to let you know that I captured the S-rank monster," the green-haired reporter mumbled with surprised eyes. Then, she judged that Hunter Jong Sanju would be Korea's first S-rank hunter. Suddenly, someone from behind interrupted. Wait, it's Bae Wong-hoon. His face was calm. First, congratulations on your safe return, Hunter Jong Sanju. From behind, Shin Howing also chuckled mockingly. You certainly returned safely. The reporters quickly turned their cameras to them. They were Bae Wong-hoon, the Hunter Association chairman, and Shin Howing from the Haeshung Guild. Amazing, Bae Wong-hoon looked at Sanju with suspicious eyes. We said we would recognize you as an S-rank hunter if you could handle the S-rank monster in the monster pit. But the most important thing is evidence, isn't it? He reminded Sanju. Without evidence, it will be very difficult for us to acknowledge your claims. Hearing that, Sanju mumbled inwardly. As I expected, they showed up. Next to him, Shin Howing also added with a cunning smile. At least there should be a video. You didn't really think we'd believe you just by your word, did you? Hearing his words, Sanju chuckled and replied, Evidence, of course. I wouldn't hold a press conference without evidence. You two are truly amusing. Soon, Sanju leapt up, went behind Shin Howing, and whispered in his ear, Of course I do. I also have all the evidence of your ugly actions from 18 years ago. Hearing that, the two of them widened their eyes in surprise. Sanju stood behind them with a serious expression, threatening them. I'll give you two a chance to confess everything, reveal all the truths of what happened that day in the monster pit. Then Sanju placed his hand on Shin Howing's shoulder again, confirming, and his face darkened with an unreadable expression. If you two do that, I won't say anything and won't reveal the evidence. Sanju frowned and reminded them. But if you try anything other than an apology, the evidence will be revealed to the whole world. Hearing that, Shin Howing burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, are you out of your mind? He wore a mocking expression as if he had just heard a joke. Ha ha ha, what evidence? He shouted innocently. Next to him, Bae Wong-hoon was already sweating with fear. What did I do wrong that I need to confess? You're just spouting nonsense because you don't have any evidence of catching an S-rank monster, aren't you? He challenged. Do you think you can fool me? Sanju covered his mouth with his hand and chuckled. Hee, pitiful. Shin Howing's expression hardened, and his body trembled in confusion. What is it? Sanju brushed his hands behind him and said, You're good at feigning innocence, but you're truly pathetic. Sanju frowned and smiled triumphantly. I'm not interested in the hunter industry, but if someone like me appears and touches your weak spot. Another foot stepped into the room from elsewhere. Sanju challenged him. Do you think that's a lie? The reporters were slightly surprised to see that person. As Jin Hee-wook opened his mouth, the auditorium fell silent. Shall I start by saying it's been a long time? The two of them widened their eyes in surprise when they saw him. Jin Hee-wook pulled out a chair, stood at the podium, looked directly at them and said, You two have aged quite a bit, haven't you? Everything feels new. He looked down at the reporters and exposed them. I guess I should start by revealing the truth of what happened that day. Soon they all shouted in unison, Record this scene, quickly. The cameras turned on and Jin Hee-wook was visible on a small screen. He declared loudly, Hello, this is Kim Jin Hee-wook. His voice echoed from the roadside electronic billboards. I was captured by an S-rank monster for 18 years and miraculously returned with the help of Hunter Jong Sanju. Everything I am about to say is true. He asserted that Shin Howing and Bae Wong-hoon were not heroes. Miho and Yuan also watched from this side, slightly surprised. Miho, hands in her pockets, asked suspiciously, Is Hunter Kim Jin Hee-wook real? Elsewhere, Junmo and Hyun also stared intently at the press conference screen, slightly flustered. He really returned? What's going on? I just contacted him. Jin Hee-wook's voice echoed from the screen. They are the ones who abandoned their comrades when they needed them most at the gym. Yuan was sweating profusely, looking at her phone screen. And upon returning, they stole their comrades' achievements, which were not their own. He publicly exposed the truth. My wife tried her best to reveal the truth, but I heard she couldn't withstand the pressure from those around her. Yuan huddled in a corner of the wall, biting her lip. Jin Hee-wook, with a hardened face, said resolutely, Now I will set things right. I will make them pay the price soon. Murmuring voices were heard. Hey, didn't you see? Hunter Kim Jin Hee-wook returned alive. Another person asked suspiciously, Who is Kim Jin Hee-wook? Immediately, someone shouted, You fool, don't you know who the strongest person in the old special forces was? In a room, two people playing chess turned around in surprise. I heard Shin Howing and Bae Wong-hoon betrayed them and ran away. Oh my God, so what his wife said was true. The two froze. The murmuring around them continued incessantly. I knew it. I thought it was strange when only those two came back. They're truly terrible people. After the press conference at Yuan's house, all sorts of food were simmering. Jin Hee-wook looked at the food on the table and asked with suspicious eyes, What is all this? Yuan smiled brightly and sat across the table explaining to him. You have to eat, although it was delivered from a restaurant. Hearing that, he was slightly surprised. Food delivery these days too, the world has really improved. Soon he took a bite and exclaimed with a surprised face, Delicious. Yuan also excitedly wrote on paper. Right. Soon he suggested, Can you teach me how to use a smartphone? It's really convenient to use. Yuan also happily accepted. Give it here. I'll save my number on Dad's phone first. After finishing, as she returned the phone, he said, Now that you have internet, feel free to use it without worrying about the bill. He sat with his legs crossed and replied, Really? Then I won't get a bill later, right? She shook her head and asserted, No. On the paper were tasks like eating together, visiting Mom's grave, going to an amusement park, and watching a movie. On the TV news, with Jin Hee-wook's face, a breaking report announced an unprecedented event has occurred. Hunter Kim Jin Hee-wook, who was presumed dead, has returned after 18 years. Even more surprising is that the cause of the disaster was the betrayal of Hunter Bae Wong-hoon and Hunter Shin Howing. Reporters quickly surrounded them, snapping pictures relentlessly. The betrayal that Hunter Yoon Ji-yun had claimed until her dying breath. They covered their faces with their hands, shouting, "Stop taking pictures," the news reported. Hunter Kim Jin-hee-wook's return has given significant weight to the forgotten suspicions. The screen zoomed in on Bae Wong-hoon. To this day, Hunter Shin Howing and Hunter Bae Wong-hoon have not provided any answers. Elsewhere, numerous liquor bottles were placed on a table. "Take these," Shin Howing frowned and ordered his subordinate in the moon mask behind him to take them to each Haeshun Guild branch. Hearing that, the subordinate couldn't understand. He asked in confusion, "What is this?" Shin Howing turned back to him with a dark face and said, "Wine." Then he said something unexpected. "Don't worry, I heard alcohol also has an effect." The subordinate in the moon mask behind him heard that and was bewildered. "Yes?" Suddenly, Shin Howing remembered something and his body began to transform. "Take it right away," Shin Howing replied. "Go." The shadow quickly disappeared and the door rattled violently. Outside, Jin Ji-yu ran in shouting, "Father?" "No, Chairman, there are reporters everywhere," he said in a fluster. "What should I do?" Damn it, where did he go? However, he could only see Shin Howing's back. His face hardened and he widened his eyes, mumbling something. "To plant a tree you must first till the soil." Finally he gritted his teeth and announced, "Jin Ji-yu was told to convey this to all Haeshun Guild members." Hearing that, Jin Ji-yu was bewildered. Shin Howing narrowed his eyes, looked back and smiled. "Prepare a farewell party. I'm going to turn myself in." Jin Ji-yu was flustered. "What did you say?" On this side, Junmo gnashed his teeth. Sitting at an empty table, he trembled all over, sweating profusely. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" He looked up at Sanju with surprised eyes. "You not only brought Hunter Kim Jin-hee-wook, but you also dropped a bomb at the press conference." Sanju calmly replied, "You must be flustered." Seeing him so calm, Junmo's eyes widened in surprise. "Of course, Hunter Kim Jin-hee-wook was a legend since I was a student, and Ms. Yuan is really his daughter. I finally understood why she insisted on going to the monster pit with you." Junmo then asked, "What are you going to do now?" Sanju frowned. "The most important thing is Hunter Kim Jin-hee-wook's opinion." Suddenly, Clone 1 behind him interrupted and they all turned around. "Stop wasting time." Junmo's eyes widened in surprise. "One?" Sanju explained. "No, the 7 deadly sins is speaking," Clone 1 complained. "How long are you going to leave my pieces scattered? If you want revenge, do it quickly." Sanju was flustered. "Hey, everything has its order. If we kill those 2, we'll be branded as murderers." Then Clone 1 reminded Sanju, "Does that matter? He won't live long anyway." Sanju looked at him with suspicious eyes. Next to him, Junmo was bewildered. "What are you talking about? Who won't live long?" Clone 1 looked at Sanju. "Didn't you tell him yet?" Over there, Yuan and Jin-hee-wook were still happily eating. Jin-hee-wook said, "Since what I did to the monster isn't permanent, he'll soon collapse and disappear." Jin-hee-wook was smiling very happily, but suddenly cracks appeared on his face. Clone 1 asserted, "My ability isn't eternal. You know that too." A group of people sat at a party table murmuring, "Hey, is that true?" About the chairman's farewell party, he suddenly gathered people. A man sat at a table with a woman. "I heard he's going to turn himself in. So everything was true after all." The woman crossed her legs and chewed, complaining, "I'm going crazy. Our guild is really ruined. Who's the successor?" Hearing that, murmuring voices were heard once again. "Team leader Shin Jin-woo is taking over. His skills aren't that great. Isn't Hunter Shin Jun a better choice?" As the announcement came from the speaker, everyone paid attention. "Ah, all members of the Haeshun Guild, you've heard the news, haven't you?" "That's right." From above, Shin Howing continued, holding the microphone. "Our guild has not been so excellent. We have committed many ugly deeds, but one thing I can say for sure is," people drank and murmured in surprise, "I didn't expect the chairman to care about small branches like ours." "Right." Soon he frowned and said resolutely, "Everything is for Haeshun. The reason I stepped down like this is because of my greed." He stood before a monitor screen, speaking and observing. "I apologize to everyone who had to follow the orders of an incompetent commander for so long." Finally he gave the signal to raise their glasses and people quickly raised theirs as well, clinking them together. After the toast they brought the wine glasses to their lips. At this moment a hand suddenly grabbed hers, startling her. His hand tightly gripped the glass in her hand, stopping her. The man in the moon mask stood behind her, restraining her arm. She turned around with a bewildered expression. "What are you doing?" Though the expression behind the mask was unreadable, the man in the moon mask reminded her, "Don't drink it." Her eyes widened in confusion. "What?" On the other side the wine glasses were empty. The people began to change, murmuring in confusion. "Huh? What's going to happen to the Haeshun Guild now?" Some commented. "This wine is quite tasty." Soon everyone transformed into grotesque monsters with distorted faces, their bodies tearing apart and spilling out of the building. The guards outside saw the situation and hastily reported via radio. "What? Is it a terrorist attack?" Headquarters. "There's been an explosion in the banquet hall." Suddenly, a monster descended from the upper floor and blood and chaos covered the banquet hall. Shin Howing calmly clutched the microphone. "So for the last time, do your best for me," he muttered, injecting a needle into his neck. "Peace has lasted too long. Now no one realizes its importance." Then he bit his lip tightly, and his body slowly began to transform. Now that anyone can be an awakener, it seems they've forgotten the importance of powerful hunters. He bared his teeth and scoffed, breaking the needle in excitement. "That's why it's time to refresh everyone's memory. Korea will return to the age of catastrophe." The building collapsed rapidly. The people below panicked and fled. Run quickly, what the hell is going on? There are no hunting grounds or gates around here. In front of them, transformed monsters relentlessly attacked and destroyed everything. Then where did these monsters come from? A sharp, strange sound pierced their ears, and Sanju also frowned, feeling this sound. Junmo held a radio and worriedly shouted to Sanju, "The alarm has gone off." Sanju also reminded him, "Quickly evacuate to the basement." Sanju gritted his teeth in anger. Shin howling. Outside, monsters roared. "That damn guy is even crazier than I thought." Sanju stood inside the building looking at the chaos outside, deep in thought. Was it when my physical ability exceeded 40? I started to feel my legs weaken when I ran, because with just a little force the ground disappears and my body floats. Fireballs poured down, destroying the surroundings like a bombardment. My strength doubled after that, but my habits haven't changed. 8 meteors. He crouched down on the ground. He would sometimes be lost in curiosity, and then red energy burst from his body and his eyes glowed like question marks. "I need to run with all my might," he muttered. "Enough!" Then he quickly leapt up, breaking through the building wall. Raven held a long sword and sliced the burning meteors. Sanju did a somersault in the air, gritted his teeth, and threw meteor fragments. "I have to use everything as a weapon." Then he leaped up once more, slicing them one by one. Explosions continuously echoed, and shattered meteor fragments fell. His clones also began to heal. Meteor fragments rained down, and he leaped onto the building's rooftop. Yep, the people below were startled to see him. "He destroyed all the meteors," a girl stammered. "Could that be him?" He turned around and reminded them. "Quickly move to the shelter. Don't open the door for anyone." Elsewhere, destroyed buildings. Screams echoed terribly. "What the hell is going on here?" Jin Hee-wook's eyes widened in surprise. Shin howling, that crazy bastard behind him. Yuan also stood up. He stood on the railing and turned to her, saying, "Yuan, you stay here. Dad will go out." She hesitated slightly, looking at her father's appearance, but behind them Junmo hastily opened the door and rushed in. "Yuan, quickly go to the shelter." Jin Hee-wook saw this and also said to him, "It's a relief there's a shelter. I'll entrust Yuan to you." She also looked back at Yuan, took off her hat and looked at him with tearful eyes. "Dad, don't get hurt." He took the hat, smiled gently and reassured her. "Don't worry, Dad will definitely be safe this time." On the other hand, Junmo led her hand and left, and she still felt regretful. "Dad," then he quickly put on his hat, his face filled with determination. Jin Hee-wook's face darkened with anger. Shin howling in the Grand Mansion. Dusk was approaching. Phew, Yuan stood on the school playground complaining with boredom. "I still couldn't meet him. He must know I'm back, so why isn't he at the academy?" She was disappointed. "He's skipping class as he pleases just because his scores are already guaranteed." Then an alarm quickly blared. People quickly fled. She was puzzled. This sound, screams echoed, and an order was given. "Everyone run!" She looked at them in confusion. "Teacher Wong, Yuan," Yuan asked in surprise. "Why is everyone running?" Behind them, monsters continuously rushed forward, attacking them. "Oh my god, meteors and monsters are destroying the surroundings. This situation is unprecedented." The Xianchang reporter risked his life to report that monsters were appearing nationwide from unexplored areas. Inside the building, people hid in fear. Outside, monsters looked through the windows and the army did its best but could only control a fraction. However, this immense number of monsters exceeded the plan, and she bravely stood before the camera. "It seems we are witnessing the chaos of these monsters." Suddenly, a giant bird flew from behind and the cameraman shouted to remind her, "Behind you!" A hand fired energy, and a man rushed at the giant bird and blood splattered everywhere. The reporter looked up with surprised eyes. Kim, on the other hand, Jin Hee-wook, was covered in blood after defeating the monster. He frowned and adjusted his hat. "Hunter Kim Jin Hee-wook," he reminded the reporter. "I admire your reporting spirit, but please evacuate this area immediately. It's too dangerous." However, she seemed to hear nothing, her eyes sparkling at the camera. "An incredible thing has happened. Hunter Kim Jin Hee-wook saved me, but as expected his swordsmanship is still powerful." Jin Hee-wook was slightly helpless. "No, I'm telling you to run away." In the sky, another meteor was falling. The reporter looked up in confusion. "Another meteor?" Jin Hee-wook also looked up and explained. "That's Shin Howling's skill. Everyone evacuate immediately. This time it's real." He leaped towards the meteor. "There's no other way." Jin Hee-wook's single punch shattered it. From above he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "The size of these meteors is completely different from before. I need to destroy the next ones quickly too." Shattered meteor fragments began to fall elsewhere. Sanju looked at him with surprised eyes. "Hunter Kim Jin Hee-wook, aren't you with Yuan?" Below, a monster rushed forward. Ki-ak Hyan struggled to fight it, her face contorted. "Ah!" She waved her hand, pulling a chair from afar. She waved her hand and struck the monster. On the other hand, the man in the moon mask was stabbed by the monster's knife. Actually, most of the monsters are escaping outside the building. Then he used his strength to counterattack the monster. "We can handle this situation." Then, after dealing with the monsters, he leisurely looked at the panting Hyan. "Miss Hyan, are you all right?" She cursed, looking at the monsters. "Damn it, he was once my comrade." "On the other hand," he replied, "whether you run or not is up to you. Now farewell." However, she went up and grabbed him by the collar, her face filled with anger. "Hey, you knew all of this, didn't you?" The man in the moon mask admitted without hesitation. "Yes." Hearing that, she became even angrier and shouted at him, "You knew how, but why didn't you stop that damned guy?" The man in the moon mask was silent, looking at her and explaining there was no order to do so. His body slowly turned into black smoke. "I just followed orders and carried out instructions." Hyan was surprised, but his voice still faintly echoed. I'm not interested in anything else. A black hole appeared beneath her feet. She fell to the ground in surprise. Hyeon quietly sat in the corner of the wall, then burst into tears. Why did you stop me from drinking that, you fool? On the other hand, a loud noise echoed in a hotel room, and the man clutched his head, gritting his teeth and complaining, damn it, this damn guy. Then he made a phone call and reminded, hey, this is room 1302. It's been too noisy for a while now. Can you quiet down? On the other side, a strange sound was heard, and Breath also wondered. He walked towards the door, looking disappointed. They said the service was good, but it's really disappointing. As soon as he opened the door, a bloody monster appeared before him. Breath was startled to see it, and then the monster's body shattered into pieces. Breath looked at it in confusion. Damn it, has a new spatial gate opened nearby? This is an A-rank hunter cola, his mouth continuously complained. Jumper, that damn guy recommended such a place to me. Outside, monsters continuously attacked. Jin Hee-wook passionately fought them. Sanju, standing next to him, watched in surprise. Indeed, there's a reason he's called an S-rank candidate. He takes down a rank monster so easily. Amazing. He stood up coolly and glanced at Sanju. This area seems to be cleared. Are there any citizens who haven't evacuated yet? He speculated. Probably not many. Then he added, I need to quickly find Shin Howing and end this damn chaos. Suddenly he seemed to remember something. That's right. He looked at his hand, which had begun to crack. His face darkened, and his eyes gradually became dim. Jin Hee-wook suddenly called out, Hunter Jong, Sanju, I have a few questions. Sanju was also slightly surprised. Excuse me, what would you like to ask? Jin Hee-wook recognized his problem. How much time do I have left? Hearing that, Sanju also faltered, and he smiled and showed him his gradually crumbling arm. Probably not much, right? So I have one favor to ask. Monsters attacked and bullets fired continuously. Inside the building, soldiers tried to defend with guns, and someone reported, Company Commander, there are too many of these monsters. Nearby companies are in a similar situation. Maintain formation for now. A monster rushed forward and decapitated one of them, and another was too surprised to speak properly. You know what's going to happen here. A mad wolf rushed forward and a spatial gate opened from which monsters poured out. Inside the shelter, an announcement blared. Each guard post on the hunting ground control mission is falling one by one, and the situation is becoming uncontrollable. Monsters have escaped through the gate, so residents in the hunting ground area should immediately move to the nearest shelter. Sanju's mother worriedly asked, Honey, are Sanju and Jin Ji-yu all right? His father nearby said, Trust Sanju. They looked at the shelter door. What we need to do now is to keep ourselves safe so Sanju can fight with peace of mind. Outside the door, loud noises and screams were heard, startling them. Is anyone here? Please help me. Open the door, the man outside shouted. Enter the password. The chubby boy was flustered. Password, but I don't live here. Elsewhere, corpses lay scattered on the ground. This is insane. Miho looked around and complained. Oppa, you said this wasn't a gate collapse, right? Sanju confirmed from the side. That's right. However, according to reports, another collapse occurred, attacking and overwhelming nearby defense units. They saw people calling each other in the dark shelter. Miho spoke first. WTC, doesn't this remind Oppa of that incident? Please evacuate here. They recalled what had happened before. The DEB incident that happened to Yuan of Silver Pond. The soldier's face was slightly troubled. Then he explained to her. At that time, the monster clearly appeared suddenly in the middle of the city. The starting point of this incident is also in the middle of the city, near the Haesheng Guild, Miho added. The Haesheng Guild is also where DEB taught them how to produce the drug. Sanju's face became even more serious. Perhaps Shin Howing and his guild. Hearing that, she also looked around, slightly worried. If that's the case, we're really going to face a big problem. Yuan was B rank, but she eventually turned into an A-rank monster. Besides, how many A-rank hunters does the Haesheng Guild have? She wondered, and Sanju also flinched, slightly flustered. Miho looked around worriedly again. If all those A-rank hunters turn into monsters. Behind them, a monster was quietly lurking. Miho glanced over. Careful, that monster. Yui also became alert, drawing her sword. Then it quickly rushed past the two. When the monster turned around, the two's bodies were cut into several pieces. The person walking on the road looked on with surprised eyes. Yuan shouted towards it. Oppa, the monster changed direction and attacked her. A whirlwind was created, protecting the girl Yuan. She swung her foot, kicking the monster backward. Meanwhile, someone else also flew up and destroyed a large bird. Fighting back, Yua looked in that direction and complained. Hey, I told you to run away. Yuhi, standing next to her, was resolute. We need to buy time for the citizens to evacuate. From another direction, someone shouted, I've reached my limit. My strength is useless against these damned bastards. Don sheathed his sword and scoffed. So you were trying to run away, no pride? He shouted, but seeing the current situation, he frowned and struggled to attack the monster in front of him. Monsters continued to charge. One attacked Skinkin, who cried out, Don beside him said helplessly, What an idiot. From another direction, monsters rushed towards Yuhi. There are too many. Is anyone there? She turned around in surprise but couldn't react. Please save us. In the underground shelter, Junmo sat next to Yuan, who was hugging her knees and crying. Her body trembled uncontrollably. He asked Yuan worriedly, Are you okay? She thought of the shattered debris and the people fighting outside, feeling disappointed in herself. I hate this weak body. The situation outside was getting worse and worse. Dad is also out there trying to save everyone, but I can't do anything. Hearing that, he was helpless. Me too. Then he consoled her. But you don't need to worry too much. He raised her head suspiciously. Junmo smiled and comforted her. Hunters are much stronger than we think. It might be difficult now, but a counterattack is only a matter of time. From another direction there was a shield protecting them from the monsters. The blonde girl sobbed and raised her head. He. In front of her was Breath, who pointed to the sky and created a shield. The girl cried out in surprise. Is that a blessing? He retreated coldly. He looked at the monster trapped outside the shield, struggling to attack, and judged. It seems to be a rank or a low S rank. It's a bit much for me to fight alone. Suddenly, 2 slashes struck the monster, which then recoiled. He shouted, I mean, there's a guy in Korea who uses clones, but what the hell is he doing letting these dirty things roam the streets? From another direction, monsters charged madly. Yuhi bent down in fear. Suddenly their bodies shattered into pieces. Someone asked them, is this the university Jong Sanju attends? Both Yuhi and Yu all looked puzzled. Who is it? The group of number 10 approached and asked. Are they also buying time for citizens to evacuate? Even the students here have kind hearts like Sanju. We are hunters who serve Jong Sanju. From another direction, number 12 and Pai wiped the floor, admiring. This is the path Master Sanju walks, truly magnificent. As I expected, the school attended by the best hunter truly has a different standard. We have come to eliminate these dirty bastards. Number 10's eyes sparkled as if he saw the light of a party wanting to make this place a sacred site. Don't worry, it's safe now. From another direction in the ruins there was nothing. No, there's no one, Sanju cursed discontentedly, his face filled with helplessness. Where the hell did Shin Haoing disappear to? Where's this damned bastard hiding? Stop using stealth and come out and fight, you coward. He slumped down, surrounded by his clones. Damn it. Then he recalled Jin Hee-wook's words. There won't be many, will there? So I have a favor to ask you. He bit his lip, thought deeply, then picked up his sword and grabbed the monster's head. I need to find him quickly. Now is not the time to be catching these monsters, he complained. They're stronger than they look. Have these monsters been here before? Clone 3 looked at him and replied, first time seeing them. Sanju's face was determined. Meteors will continue to fall. Let's go find Shin Haoing again. Someone called from behind, startling him. Jong Sanju? Jun Hee-young looked at him blankly. What is this place? Did Dad do all this? He turned to look at her. Ms. Shin Jun Hee-young, as he handed her a syringe. Sanju looked at it cautiously. This, after examining it closely in the room, he was also startled. He frowned, flustered and filled with guilt. This is the final product without the monster transformation side effect. Note read, ability to destroy my curse. Tears of guilt welled up in his eyes. But other DEBs can turn into monsters, he judged. Then the monsters appearing everywhere now were from the Heishun Guild. Sanju also frowned, unable to confirm what he had suspected. But are they really DEBs? Jun Hee-young's voice trembled even more as she looked at the ruins before her eyes. Then Dad really? He bit his lip and sobbed helplessly. Behind all this, he stiffened his face and awkwardly comforted her. That, one foot stepped forward. You're right, your father made it so. Yuan gnashed her teeth and asserted furiously, because I was in the middle of that hell. Sanju looked at her in surprise. Ms. Yuan recognized her. Team leader Li Hai won. She frowned and reminded him, now is not the time to cry. That Shin Haoing bastard has an even more terrifying plan, his goal. From another direction, Heizong's energy was spreading everywhere. He observed the screen with satisfaction. The meteor's power and destructive range have expanded. Excellent. His eyes were full of joy and he grinned, baring his teeth. Purple electricity enveloped his body, and his power was far stronger than before. I can feel the power I've long sought, and the sun slowly began to set behind the building. Night had completely fallen. Night is coming. That night, a flash erupted from the power substation. The people guarding the substation looked up in surprise. Hey, a gigantic meteor was falling towards it. Soon after, it directly struck the power substation. Screams echoed, and the city lights soon went out. The school also experienced a blackout, and shouts of blackout rang out. Inside the hospital, people tending to emergency patients became even more frantic. Calm down, the hospital has an emergency generator. Quickly move the patient to the emergency room. He looked at the generator, sweating and flustered. So many people rushing in, I can't remember each one. Inside the generator's gears, something black was obstructing it, and it was the man in the moon mask. He appeared from a black hole beneath the room's power, and the lights in the operating room also went out. The doctor was flustered. What is it? People outside also became more frantic. What's going on? The generator seems to have stopped. In the emergency room, Jin Ji-yu lay on an oxygen mask. Li Gu quickly checked the room. Sanju's eyes widened in surprise. What? The clone looked at him and reported. Sorry, I couldn't stop the generator side. I had to stop the meteor on the rooftop. He looked at the destroyed generator. The hospital is currently in a blackout. On this side, Yu also gnashed her teeth, furious. Damn it, are we too late? His face stiffened in fear. No, Jin Ji-yu. Jun Hee-young's hand rested on his shoulder. He reminded him, what can you do by going to the hospital now? He was also startled. A small light flickered, and he confirmed that everyone had their own role. A growing energy ring spread around. After demonstrating his ability, he lightly touched the ring in his hand. A map dotted with red appeared before Sanju. He also looked at it suspiciously. He explained, Dad, this is Shin Haoing's location. Subsequently, he turned his head and informed him, I'm going to the hospital, Mr. Jong Sanju. Please stop, Dad. I won't blame you for anything I do. The girl next to him also looked at him. The DEBs in the underground bunker were the cause of all this. Junmo's eyes widened in surprise as he read his text message. The text message says that the monster's true nature are mutated DEBs and they were initially part of the Heisheng Guild. I will go stop Shin Howing. Sanju next to him also looked at it suspiciously. Then those monsters didn't come from a gate. He was still blank. Yes, she lowered her head, slightly flustered. Outside the door, violent knocking was heard. Someone suspiciously said, "Is there someone who hasn't entered the building yet?" The girl next to her also widened her eyes. "I don't know, who is it?" Outside, Jin Hee-wook entered. He called Yuan and she also looked up in surprise. "Yes," then she rushed to her father. He looked at her, smiling. A notebook was in his hand. "You dropped it. I told you Dad would come back from another direction." The generator was corroded. The electrician looked at it suspiciously and said, "I can't fix it, it's melted." The nurse standing next to him anxiously asked, "Can't you do anything?" Suddenly the door opened and she pleaded, "Please, just a little." It was Jun Hee-young. He teleported with a worried expression. "This is the hospital generator, right? Get out of the way." The nurse looked at him in surprise. "You're a hunter?" The electrician looked at him flustered and said, "Wait, don't touch it carelessly." Someone else judged. "Even if you touch it, the power won't come back on." Jun Hee-young pulled out a syringe and said, "Don't worry." Subsequently, he injected it into his body. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. "I have a skill. System activation, weak archmage, all stats 0.2. From another direction, Shin Howing held his phone and said triumphantly, "With this, Zhang Sanju won't be able to do anything for a while." He laughed loudly. "Now there's no team to stop the monsters from transforming either." Subsequently, he looked towards the door with excited eyes. "Then shall we make everything even hotter?" Suddenly the door was destroyed by a vortex and he turned around and said, "Truly unexpected." From another direction he turned his head and looked at him. He admired. "I never thought you'd come all the way here." His face was full of anger. "Found you." Shin Howing chuckled softly. "Heh, is your sister okay? I heard the hospital is busy." Sanju frowned, furious. "I've already sent someone," he shouted, drawing his sword from space. "The problem I need to deal with right now is you, Shin Howing." He gathered his abilities and turned his body. "Do you think you can do it?" He didn't give him any more time to speak and swung his sword. "On the contrary, you'll have to stop me." The two rushed at each other madly. And he gritted his teeth, slightly overwhelmed. He definitely used the final product, the one without the monster transformation side effect. Soon after, both sides were sent flying. He looked at Sanju and laughed triumphantly. "Heh, I see. I wondered how you knew my location." "Shin Jun Hee-young told you." Sanju was slightly surprised. He put his hands in his pockets and scoffed. "I heard you're very close with that guy. Did you leave the hospital to that idiot?" He gripped his sword tightly, disgusted. "First time hearing a father say such things to his child, you heartless bastard." He frowned, slightly angry, and laughed. "That damn guy was the biggest mistake of my life, an idiot with all stats fixed at 0.2. But did you entrust your sister's life to that failure?" Sanju was silent for a moment upon hearing that. From another direction, Jun Hee-young threw the syringe to the floor and blue energy emanated from his body. His face stiffened. "Don't use normal skills, it'll short-circuit." Subsequently, he reached out and touched the generator. "But luckily there's something like this." The system displayed weak mage, all stats fixed at 0.2. Suddenly, the lights came on above and the nurse stammered, "Power." He frowned, his face darkening due to the drug's effect. "Good, just like this." Electricity spread around and then the lights went out again. The two people behind him also looked on in surprise. The system displayed, "Warning, mana shortage, weak mage, all stats fixed at 0.2. His face grew darker and more flustered. His body seemed bound by invisible shackles and his face was filled with disbelief. Why, how could even Defma, below Jingu's hospital room? The doctor shouted in confusion. "The virus's mana absorption speed is too fast. The child is in a curse shock state. It's already past the point of checking the child's vital signs." The girl lay on the bed, sweating on her face, breathing through an oxygen mask. The doctors hastily shouted, "Quickly prepare CPR, bring all the mana medicine." Above, Jun Hee-young gritted his teeth, determined. "Ridiculous." He looked at the numerous warnings displayed by the system and spoke each word clearly. "Do you think I'll give up?" he said. Jun Hee-young struggled to gather energy once more. "Leave the hospital to me." His body gradually turned whiter, and screams burst from his mouth and his mind. There was a vague space. "Why is this curse a punishment that binds me?" Above, a gigantic magic stone stood over his head. "I thought I had no hope of becoming stronger, but my magic is getting stronger and stronger, and I'm using more and more types of magic." Currently, he was desperately sending electricity, spitting blood from his mouth. "My grudge is gradually consuming this punishment." Then he recalled Sanju's friendliness. "But then I heard his story." He sweated and looked at him as if worshipping. "Clone skill, clones do everything, clones even raise stats. It's really unfair." Invisible pressure and jealousy made him shrink even further. "I'm suffering like this because of this innate skill." His father was always disappointed. "A good-for-nothing who doesn't even try. I had to work incredibly hard to get to B rank. It's really unfair. So unfair." Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. "Shin Jun Hee-young." Jin Hee-wook held a syringe and informed him, "Congratulations. I heard your father left you one of the completed DEB samples." His hand clenched in anger. Why is it always you who receives father's support? I'm his son too. I was the one who pushed the DEB project." In the end, he cried out in despair and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. "It's really unfair." Only two people remained in the silent space. "Ah, right." He bit his lip, realizing his true intention. I just need someone to be jealous of. Jun Hee-young recalled his arrogance, his talent, and his efforts to crush everyone who stood in his way. Then he remembered attacking the succession monster and opened his eyes wide in surprise. I heard you have to do at least this much at B rank. You're truly a genius. He then approached him and threatened, I'm asking what I need to do to give up that elixir bottle. Sanju was bewildered by his words. You insignificant worm, you can't even handle one insignificant B rank. I don't understand. An insignificant B rank punishment. He smiled, looking at his phone. You haven't changed at all from before. Then he punched the wall in anger. In the end, you just wanted to ruin the plan. Recognizing Zhang Sanju, he recalled Shin Haoing's contempt for him. Dad, countless cold and uncertain thoughts raced through his mind. Elixir Academy, he screamed maniacally. Why is it always you? Why is it always you who can have all of that? He recalled the previous punch and warning. Don't look for your flaws in others. Jun Hee-young bit his lip tightly, and painful tears streamed down his face incessantly. And his excuse for his weakness, he bit his lip tightly and blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. Then he vomited blood. The nurse behind him was very worried. Hunter Nim, the electrician, quickly embraced her and stepped back. If you get too close, you'll be electrocuted. We need to get out of here. On the other hand, Jun Hee-young was in pain maintaining his ability, and the system window continuously blared warnings. Shut up, system. Even if my mana runs out, I'll still maintain the skill. A mouthful of blood splattered on the floor. Jun Hee-young denied. No, a tremendous amount of electricity surged from his body, spreading to the surroundings. He shouted inwardly, I will never release this skill, even if I die. The system window continuously blared punishment warnings. Mana shortage warning, mana shortage warning. Suddenly, the system's light went out and the chains binding him slowly disappeared. Jun Hee-young himself opened his eyes wide in surprise at the energy surging from his body. Intense, unfamiliar energy surged from his body. System, the punishment is gone. Subsequently, he still looked at the energy in his palm, unable to hide his surprise. Moreover, the mana value, which hadn't risen at all until now, is also increasing simultaneously. Jun Hee-young clenched his fist. He recalled the people receiving emergency treatment in the hospital. Dad's crazy actions caused people to die, and he stood silently next to the generator that was supplying power. But today I will save them. On Sanju's side, the battle was still fierce. He gritted his teeth in anger. Failure, yet he gave him the completed DEB. Hearing that, he defended, I just threw it away because it was leftover. Then he scoffed. Perhaps that DEB is useless to him anyway. Does he think he'll just stand by and do nothing with that damned punishment? A clone whispered to him. Sanju glanced at the clone. So what are you going to do? He informed him. I heard the hospital's power has been restored. It seems the DEB had some effect. Hearing that, Shin Haoing also flinched slightly. He bent down and approached him, scoffing. I never thought my son's first act after getting rid of the punishment would be to ruin his father's plan. How about it? Immediately after, Sanju punched him, and the guy blocked it with his hand. But his body flew backward, breaking through the wall. He muttered, in my opinion. Then he quickly moved in front of him. His eyes were dark and his expression unreadable. The Heisheng Guild's greatest invincibility was you. With a direct slash, the ground shook. He recalled the past in his space. No, he pondered. No, Zhang Sanju, the punishment cannot be removed with DEB if the punishment is mitigated by another method. On the hospital side, Jin Jiyu was stable, and the doctor sighed in relief as the power returned. They looked at the girl on the hospital bed. The immediate crisis has passed. Doctor, did you see the virus level? The nurse behind them ran over and reported. Contact has been made. Power is temporarily being supplied from another power plant. The doctor was astonished. Really? They looked at each other excitedly. That was close, thank goodness. She also quickly turned and ran. I need to tell that Hunter quickly. She ran towards the generator, shouting frantically. Hunter, the power has been temporarily restored. Above, the person was gone, and she was still shouting. Hunter Nim, you can stop activating the emergency generator. On this side, Shin Haoing was still lost in thought. The system's punishment is not good. That skill is too powerful, it overloads the body, creating limits. The power beyond those limits is unstable. The nurse looked on in confusion. The hunter on the floor, he passed out with his eyes open. On Sanju's side, the ground was deeply slashed. He scoffed. I have met countless terrible hunters, but I can confidently say that you are the worst among them. Shin Haoing glared at him, bruised and battered. Sanju calmly approached him and interrogated, Did you really have to stoop so low as to follow my sister? His face was resolute. A clone shadow approached. You, he reported. Master reporting. On the other hand, the nurse continued to desperately administer emergency treatment. Please, she shouted while treating Jun Hee-young. On the other hand, Sanju's clone was also struggling to restart his heart. Keep doing CPR. Subsequently, she reported to the person below. Mr. Jun Hee-young's eyes can't close, doctor. Go to the generator room quickly. There was a patient there. The clone reported to him through space, his heart. On this side, Sanju opened his eyes wide in surprise. What? Mr. Shin Jun Hee-young? Shin Haoing, seeing this, also understood. I knew DEB wouldn't work on him, he concluded. Then he frowned in anger and looked up. In the end, he's still a disgraceful existence, he asked again. What? He raised his hand and gathered more meteors. Look, I'm the one who should be crying right now. Do you know how hard Alliance B worked to bring that useless guy? Subsequently, he attacked him with meteors. Sanju still looked at him calmly. Dying while using your own skills is nothing to be proud of. Sanju frowned and bit his lip. All right, I've made up my mind. He quickly brushed past. Stones were rapidly cut, moving too fast for the naked eye to follow. I'll kill you. He raised his hand to block his attack and laughed mockingly. Ha 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 ha, do you really think you can do that just because you've made up your mind? Haven't you realized yet from the battle just now? You haven't even put a scratch on me. Immediately after, his arm was cut off and flew backward, and Shin Haoing opened his eyes wide in surprise. I am invincible. Sanju glared at him, his face devoid of human emotion. Do you know why I was just joking around earlier? He explained as his severed arm fell to the ground. It's because you were still Shin Junhee-young's father after all. He painfully clutched his arm trying to stop the bleeding. Blood splattered everywhere. Sanju truly gritted his teeth in anger and swung his sword. Shin Hee-young allowed me to use any means possible to stop you. But how can I kill the father of the man who promised to save his sister? He concluded. But knowing that you think that of him, there's no reason to hold back anymore. On the other hand, he barely raised his head. Subsequently, he gritted his teeth. A furious red light surged from the sword in his hand. Why are you looking so glum? He swung his sword without hesitation and furiously interrogated. Do you really think you can defeat me just because you blocked me once? He had no time to react, and eventually his body flew out of the building, landing on a car with a loud explosion. Shin Haoing, startled, stood up on the car, and he looked at Sanju in fear. How can he break my invincibility, my physical resistance, even at the highest A rank? Even using the stat-boosting skill from DEB, Sanju also jumped down. As his feet touched the ground shattered violently, and he glared at him with angry eyes. Are you seeing this mess you've caused? He was angry, looking at the mess before him. Everything is destroyed. Your guild members have turned into monsters and are killing people everywhere now. Then, losing his composure, he pointed his sword at him and screamed, How can you be so nonchalant about this sight? On the other hand, Shin Haoing panted in pain. Exactly, he shouted in confusion, and his body trembled with cold sweat. Exactly what's the problem? He concluded. Don't you think everything that's happened until now is very strange? Then he also opened his eyes wide. What? In the past, this was such an obvious answer. Monsters were attacking people and a man crawled on the ground in fear. Save me. His hands were stained with blood and raised upwards. Is anyone there? All I did was turn reality back to the past. Monsters were already breaking down the door of another room. Time for the weak to die. Inside, people were doing everything they could to resist. Hide behind me, honey, and only the strong survive. A brown-haired monster woke up. Breath, hands in his pockets, watched him fall to the ground, and he too panted. Damn it, I almost died here. That's how the catastrophe happened. He clenched his fist in anger. But what about now? How dare things worse than insects touch me, Korea's strongest hunter? Then he muttered. Listen, I'm not insulting you now. Suddenly a faint smoke appeared around them. He grabbed Shin Haoing's head and kicked him in the face, gritting his teeth in anger, and he screamed in pain. Then you must think it's perfectly fine for me to tear you to shreds, right? Then he continued to hit and push Shin Haoing backward, and he fell onto a pile of ruins, muttering, Ah! Then he desperately stood up and stretched out his arm, sweating all over, and shouted, I now possess the power of an S-rank hunter. Hearing that, he still looked on nonchalantly. Oh, above, meteors rained down. Sanju complained how petty. He drew his sword and twisted his body like a whirlwind, charging towards the meteors. The meteors, cut by the blade and shattered, moved too fast for the naked eye to follow. Below, Shin Haoing gritted his teeth in anger, shouting inwardly, My vision is blocked. Above, he continued to cut the meteors into small pieces, and inwardly he thought, I will crush you with my final destructive meteor. Suddenly a golden light appeared, startling him. A giant sphere condensed in the air. They were falling over the city, sweeping everything away below. He laughed maniacally. Ha ha! Immediately after, a giant meteor fell on his body, and Shin Haoing below shouted in glee, Ha 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 ha, Jong Sanju, you're just as insignificant as Kim Jin-hee-wook. He cried out in triumph and joy. Look, I am Korea's strongest hunter. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Shin Haoing flinched. His body had transformed into the seventh clone, and it was completely unharmed by the meteor's impact. Sanju looked down at him. This is true invincibility. He stepped on the ground and stood before him. The DEB you kept talking about, I already had it a long time ago. His eyes widened, and he swung his sword and charged. Wind swirled with the blade. Then what is the distance between us now? Hearing that, he opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked at him. The sword's whirlwind pierced through Shin Haoing's body, and he moved behind him. He muttered unfair. Then he looked up again. This is power. Elsewhere, two people were walking down the road. Yuan looked back at her father in confusion, stammering, Dad, where are we going? Then he also looked back calmly. Then he raised his hat and smiled at her. Where else? We're going to the movies, Yuan said in confusion. What movies at a time like this? Then he tried to change the subject. That's right. So do we not have to pay for our movie tickets? Jin-hee-wook's face was resolute, and he recalled his previous suggestion that he would leave Jong Sanju to him. Sanju was bewildered by his words. Yes. He looked at him slightly suspiciously. Wait, Mr. Shin Jin-hee-wook, does that mean you're not going to get revenge? Jin-hee-wook touched his gradually crumbling hand and approached him. I'll leave him to you. He won't be able to apologize for what he's done anyway. He hesitated. What? Wouldn't that be better? Subsequently, he smiled and took out his phone. Do you know, this smartphone is quite useful. You can use the internet anytime, and there's a lot of information, he added, and he too flinched. There's even some information about the S-rank monsters in the monster pit. Jin-hee-wook's face was gentle towards him. Hunter Jong Sanju, am I a monster? Then he recalled the space in the cave. Something is wrong. I clearly put on my clothes to hunt monsters, but there are no monster corpses here. Only traces and remnants of my skills are everywhere. Jin-hee-wook added with a calm face, This place seems to be hiding something, but among the people here, I seem to be the only one without pretense. He finally ended his words in a way that even he couldn't refute. It's as if I was created. Then he shook his phone and said, look at this too. People predict that the S-rank monsters in the monster pit have reached the pinnacle of adaptation and evolution. They observe and replicate the abilities and characteristics of what they've bitten. Hearing this much, he couldn't listen anymore and cut him off. Hunter Kim Jin-hee-wook, Sanju asked in confusion, what are you trying to say? Then he turned and smiled mysteriously, anyone can be killed, perhaps you'll do better than me. You can tell just by looking. Back in reality, he landed on the ground and glared at him. So he recalled the smile that lingered on Jin-hee-wook's lips. I'll do what only I can do. On this side, he held Yuan's hand and she was slightly surprised. Everyone has evacuated, so there's no one here. He pulled her hand and said, where do you want to sit? If not now, when can we go? On Sanju's side, a blood-stained sword fell to the ground. With a single slash, Howing fell. He smiled maniacally and muttered, I am a hunter. His eyes widened in shock. He recalled what he had said to Sheb. What would happen if he injected the 2 completed drugs? He picked up the syringe in confusion. Howing looked at the drug in his hand suspiciously. Could I become twice as strong? Sheb explained from behind. No, it helps maintain and enhance the body's functions, so there are limits to stat increases. Hearing that, he was slightly disappointed and angry. Then there's no way to increase my stats further? The other person replied. No. Sheb held the vial and added, you can increase your stats through training. Or you can use one of the unfinished drugs and abandon your humanity. Hearing the answer he wanted, he smiled gleefully. Good, can you make that into a pill? Currently, he smiled, biting the pill hidden in his teeth. If he couldn't be the strongest, everything would be meaningless. Suddenly, Howing's aura intensified, startling him. A powerful energy exploded and he too recoiled from the pressure. Eventually, it gradually began to shrink. From there, a meteor was launched. He barely blocked it with his sword. And then another meteor flew in, which Sanju quickly dodged. He looked at his cracked sword, gnashed his teeth and cried out inwardly in a trembling voice, damn it, did that bastard eat an unfinished drug? On the other side, his body began to transform and claws protruded. A giant scorpion monster crawled towards him, continuously muttering. I am the strongest, he muttered meaningless words. Kim Jin-hee-wook, he too gnashed his teeth and couldn't believe his eyes. What is he crazy, this madman? On the other side, he screamed madly. If it weren't for you, I would have been. He rushed at him, and he dodged. A loud explosion blew everything away. He kept his distance from him, but he still crawled towards him. Then he swung his sword at Howing, but the wound healed quickly. He looked at it in surprise. His regeneration ability surpassed human limits. He screamed maniacally again and attacked him. A punch slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He turned and dodged, placed his hand on the ground, looked up and glared at him, judging. His skill had also become dangerously strong. This won't work, then he commanded, and a space opened. Number 2, bring that. On the other side, he approached and tore open the door. Everyone inside was in chaos. What? The door? He leapt in and blocked the way, and Howing muttered, having lost his reason, the weak must be eliminated. Then he crawled inside and attacked the civilians. They turned their heads and ran. Monster, run! Someone stumbled, a bloodstain spread and claws pierced something. The man lay on the ground, eyes wide with fear, gasping. Before him was Bae Wong-hoon's corpse, impaled by Howing's sharp claws. He frowned, asking in confusion, Bae Wong-hoon? Then the claws went in again and the other person recognized him. You're the association chairman. At this moment he picked up his sword and charged, and Howing also noticed. He gnashed his teeth and swung his sword, driving him away. Get lost. As his whirlwind swept past, his body flew up and recoiled. Bae Wong-hoon's body fell to the ground. People called out to each other, screaming, get the first aid kit quickly, he's bleeding too much. He recalled the girl from his past memories and his excuses. I did that because I was scared. I was so scared back then. The girl was pushed down, filled with surprise and despair, tears in her eyes. That child too. He was dazed. His body lay in a pool of blood. She must have been very scared. People quickly rushed to him. He was still lost in thought. That child must have been very surprised. Outside, Howing, having lost his reason, floated in the air and shouted at him, don't block my way, Kim Jin-hee-wook. He flew up and kicked him in the head, his face filled with scorn. I'm Jong Sanju, you idiot. His body was kicked and flew under a nearby building. He too landed on the ground and scoffed at him. That guy you're desperately calling for, he frowned and reminded him, is not even Hunter Kim Jin-hee-wook. Sanju judged that he was a monster but had chosen to die as a human. On this side, Jin-hee-wook was watching a movie with Yuan. He waved his arm, opening a space above his head. Just like you, clones quickly popped out, followed by an energy explosion. Howing looked up in surprise, seeing it. Sanju's clones also turned into monsters and surrounded him. He asserted that he would die here as a monster. As a clone's fist flew in, he was dazed. I am. The fist slammed into his head and Howing fell. The strongest on the other side, Breath, was carrying Miho and he on his back. The green-haired girl shouted from behind. Where are you going, please, I beg you? She sobbed desperately, her face wet with tears. I'll give you all the money you want, please heal him. Please save them both. Hearing that, Breath also frowned and cut her off. Shut up, you idiot, he explained while carrying people on his back. I'm trying to do that simultaneously right now. The green-haired girl behind him made a puzzled sound. Huh? Then he looked towards the hospital and asserted, it would be better to treat them effectively while I'm here. I'm not going to waste my strength running around at the hospital. Jun-hee was on a stretcher. Next to him, treatment continued with abilities. The doctor gasped, exhausted, his face filled with sadness. Stop now. His aorta and most of his blood vessels are all severed. He frowned and reminded the nurse, you know very well that we can't save him. She still stubbornly continued the treatment, but when the door was kicked open both were dazed. Doctor's rest, it was breath. He stretched out his arm and smiled threateningly. Today I will turn all the patients in this hospital into ashes. A sacred magic circle opened and a colossal energy poured down. His titan-like clones punched and kicked Howing's small body. He frowned and struggled to create stones. Then a stone flew and broke one of the clone's arms. The arm fell off, but the punches continued to pour down. He coughed up blood and passively received the attacks. So those were his clones? Jong Sanju, that damn bastard. On the other side, Sanju watched silently. Isn't Kim Jin-hee-wook coming immediately? HMPH, the plan I originally prepared was for him. His face was filled with disappointment and blood continuously poured out. But why? Why should I? I gained strength through more effort and sacrifice than anyone else on the other side. Sanju looked at him with wide eyes and he looked at him like a brainless idiot. But why can't I beat that useless bastard? He recalled his son Jun Hee-young's efforts, then laughed maniacally. Kukuku, yes, that bastard must have worked hard like me too. Immediately after, he stretched out his arm, created a sphere of light and shouted, "This is the last time." A hand rushed in and blood gushed out. The clone raised his sharp arm, still dripping blood, and Howing's body was torn to pieces. He, having lost his reason, still dazed, shouted, "Kukuku, ha 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 ha." His face was contorted and looked strained. Does that mean I'm merely weaker than him? Then he looked at Sanju. Jong Sanju, congratulations on becoming an S-rank hunter. Sanju looked at him with a puzzled expression, his broken hand clenched into a fist, and he shouted at him, "This is my last farewell gift to you." From above, dazzling light poured down on him. He reminded him he should have rested in peace. Countless meteors rained down over the entire city. Sanju muttered scornfully, "There are always those who struggle when cornered. They'll stop only after tasting bitterness." He gritted his teeth, trying to stop them. 2 to 3 kilometers, too far to even estimate. Even if I use all my sword energy for Storm Herald swordsmanship, I don't know if I'll hit. He swung his sword and countless storms rushed towards the meteors. "All right, we'll see," he shouted. The sword suddenly shattered and he widened his eyes in surprise. Then he stared blankly at the sword with only the broken hilt remaining. The clone also looked down and said, "Wow, that damn bastard almost destroyed the entire capital." Suddenly, someone shouted from above, throwing something. "Disciple," a stone sword landed next to him, and he shouted to Sanju, "Use that." He gripped the hilt tightly, gritted his teeth and raised it. Raven shouted, "Use Storm Herald's wind slash." The sword was lifted from the ground. From above he looked at him and judged. "All the land is yours to command." The name of that weapon was. Sanju swung his sword and a magnificent aura of wind surged. The earthquake skill. A single stroke of his sword flew like a flash towards the meteors. The two collided simultaneously, everything dazzling. His whirlwind cut through everything. It reached the sky and a huge hole appeared in the ground. He lowered his sword and gasped, "Ha." Then he slumped to the ground, catching his breath, and said in a trembling voice, "I'll take care of everything around here." Above, fragments poured down and the entire city became ruins. "It's over." At the movie theater, Jin Hee-wook and Yuan had just finished watching a movie. He immediately turned to her and asked in surprise, "That's amazing. Were those monsters real?" She explained, "No, I think some skilled awakener used illusion magic." Then he stood up and said, "Shall we head to the next place now?" From behind, Yuan also noticed the cracks appearing on his arm. The cracks there were getting worse and worse. Yuan also noticed it and remained silent. She looked at her father struggling to hold his arm and thought to herself, "The cracks are getting worse. Just hold on a little longer, you foolish body." Jin Hee-wook smiled gently and rolled up his sleeves. "The only thing I can do now in this empty shell of a body." He quickly said to Yuan, "Quick, we need to go to the amusement park too." Outside the amusement park, he was busy working in front of some electrical equipment. "Wait, Dad might not look like this, but he really has technical knowledge." She was slightly surprised next to him. "Really, Dad?" Then when the amusement park lights came on, he cheered. "The lights are on." Then he shouted happily, "Let's go." The two sat on a roller coaster. Next to them, Yuan smiled happily. Smile. Next to Yuan, Jin Hee-wook also smiled gently. Children should always smile brightly. Later there will be unfair and sad moments, but no hardship will last forever. The two were just about to go down the roller coaster, but he was still lost in thought. The train sped down the slope. Jin Hee-wook inwardly resolved, "If you don't give up until the end." Then the sun began to rise at the funeral home. Two shadows walked down the corridor and inside were Yuan's mother's urn and photo. He looked at her, feeling slightly regretful and sad. Eventually, Yuan suddenly teared up and smiled. "Thank you, Dad." She wiped her eyes with her hand, trying her best to smile brightly. "I think all my wishes have come true. If I keep trying, they'll come true someday, right, Dad?" Hearing that, Jin Hee-wook also looked at her gently and smiled. "Yuan," he muttered, "and you." Suddenly, one of his legs surprisingly gradually disappeared. His body broke down even more and he slumped to the ground. Seeing that, she also rushed over. He tried to comfort his daughter even in a panic. "This is nothing to be surprised about. Just hold on a little longer." Immediately after, she placed her hand on his and Jin Hee-wook also stiffened slightly. "It's okay, Dad." Then she could no longer hold back her tears, held his hands tightly with both hands and cried incessantly, saying, "I was really happy today. Seriously, I'll always live looking forward." She urged him, and his face was already broken, but his gaze never left his daughter. "So Dad, don't worry anymore?" He recoiled slightly in surprise, and Yuan still smiled gently. "Now you know, right?" Jin Hee-wook smiled and took off his hat. "Dad really wanted to make this a special day for you, but it seems not everything went according to Dad's plan." He placed the hat on her head and said, "Thank you, Yuan, I'll never forget today." Immediately after, his body also disappeared into dust. Yes, if you keep trying, happiness will eventually come. Outside the funeral home, Yuan sat quietly, wearing her father's clothes. All the to-do list items on the memo pad were already checked. Eat together. Visiting mom's grave, going to the amusement park, going to see a movie. Inside the underground bunker, Yuan was huddled with a sad expression, holding Jin Hee-wook's clothes. Junmo saw her and rushed over to ask, Yuan, you're here. Before he could finish speaking, Jin Hee-wook handed him a stone from inside his clothes. Seeing it, he froze and understood. Ah. Then he bowed his head and helped up the weeping Yuan. Was he happy? She replied. Yes, he smiled very brightly. Outside, Yuna, Yu-hee and number 10 were panting behind them. In front of them were monsters bound by chains. She wondered, I thought everything was resolved, right? Then Yuna turned to number 10. I don't know who you are, but thank you for your help. He also confirmed, don't worry, I'm just guarding the holy ground. Hearing that, she also couldn't understand. Holy ground? Then she looked at the trapped monsters and wondered, those damn guys are still alive, why capture them instead of killing them? He hesitated. I'm not sure, but I heard there's a way to return them to their original form. Hearing that, Yuna also cried out in surprise. What, return to their original form? She stammered. Wait a minute. Then number 10 confirmed, that's right, originally those monsters were human. Meanwhile, as dawn broke, meteor fragments fell. People in the chaos looked up. Meteors, I'm still alive. Cheers filled the ruined streets. We're alive, we're alive. Whoa, whoa. Other screams also echoed. Ambulance. There's an injured person here. Yes. Raven smiled proudly. Haha, I hastily threw my weapon to buy time, but I didn't expect him to adapt so quickly. From above, he also smiled at him. The sword was stuck next to him. He proudly said, that's my disciple. He didn't mind being praised either. Haha, thank you. Suddenly, Sanju became serious and asked for his opinion. I can swing it somehow, but it seems like all the mana is absorbed, he also explained. You've only just begun to control it. In fact, you have a special ability that allows you to use this. He opened his eyes wide in seriousness, but he asked, this is an important artifact from your homeland. Can I use it? He was excited. What are you talking about? We're on the same side. Then he turned his head. From the beginning, only 3 people survived the Urantia Empire. Raven informed him, Disciple, it seems I have to leave again. I have work to do and a place to go. Hearing that, he also seemed flustered. Thank you for your help. Master, he was also proud. The sun was also slowly rising. My disciple. Then he approached and put his hand on his shoulder, smiling proudly as Sanju was surprised. I like how you try to save others until the end. That's definitely your true nature, something I can't teach. In the end, he turned away cheerfully. It seems your master has a good eye for people. Sanju bowed his head slightly sadly and said, don't praise me too much, I just did my best. Then he looked back at the hospital again. No matter how much I try, there are too many people I can't save. Inside, the entire hospital was in an uproar. Patients ran around excitedly. Ha ha ha, I'm full of energy. My arthritis is cured, my broken arm is healed, and my surgical scars are gone. They looked at each other in surprise, chattering. I came to the hospital and my legs were cured. Elsewhere, Breath was busy treating patients, then turned to Sanju. Clone, you're here? The meteor in the sky, you destroyed it, right? He cried out in surprise. Breath, Sanju's eyes widened. Why are you here? He scratched his head. Damn it, ask that damn jumper. Before he could regain his senses, he informed him. Before that, I have good news and bad news. Sanju looked up. What? Breath urged. Follow me. In the hospital room, Jun Hee-young was still in a coma. Next to the bed, he stood with his hands in his pockets, looking down and informing him of the situation. All wounds have been treated, but his heart stopped for too long. Your clone said that this guy was responsible for turning on the power for the entire hospital, right? As he added that, Sanju also looked at him in surprise. I heard that's why this guy kept using his skill beyond his limits. Then he bent down and called Jun Hee-young. Hey, what are you doing? Wake up quickly. He recalled the resolute look in his eyes when he turned and left. I'll go to the hospital, Mr. Jong. Sanju stopped Dad's ugly actions. He looked at him in a coma, a dark, unreadable expression on his face. Why did he try so hard? We're not even that close, he rebuked. And Breath also stood in the corner with a dark expression. You could have stopped if it was difficult. Idiot. Sanju gritted his teeth. Did he entrust it to me for this? Sanju gripped the bed rail, screaming as if his heart was burning, then punched Jun Hee-young hard in the chest and shouted, Wake up quickly, you damned fool. He also regained consciousness from the blow and cried out, R? The 2 people in the room also froze, seeing him wake up. He's breathing again. Ah, Sanju's hands trembled in excitement. Did my resuscitation skill finally awaken? Beside him, Breath immediately denied there's no such skill. You idiot. But Jun Hee-young gasped and explained, it's a skill that holds my life. Then he smiled at him, showing the skill that preserves life by falling into a coma when critically wounded. The system explained the skill, coma. When critically wounded, you fall into a coma to preserve life. I have that. He muttered the skill. Hearing that, he also grinned excitedly. Hey you. Then Sanju unhesitatingly and savagely punched Jun Hee-young in the face and swore, why do you make us worry? If you have a skill like that, you should have told us. His face was full of question marks. Is this damned guy doing this to a patient who just woke up? The 2 rushed at each other. I'll put you back in a coma. Breath also grinned, seeing the scene. So there are 2 good pieces of news, he muttered. I was going to tell him after he got depressed by the first news. From behind, a girl rushed in and all 3 looked that way. Sanju's eyes widened. Jin Ji-yu. She stood to the side, holding her arm and smiling awkwardly. Oppa. Long time no see. Just then, Breath explained. I heard there was a power outage for a while before I came to the hospital. And during that time your sister's mana was absorbed by the mana virus and depleted. The doctor looked at her, flustered, and said to the nurse, We missed a critical period. Doctor, don't you see? The amount of monovirus, he smiled proudly. At the same time, the monovirus, having exhausted its food, withered and almost disappeared as soon as treatment began. In the end, it was a gamble, but it succeeded. Elsewhere, Jin Ji-yu tilted her head and smiled. Hee, I'm fine. Sanju's tears flowed inadvertently. He ran over. I thought I'd have a lot to say when Jin Ji-yu woke up. He hugged her. Both of them sobbed. You've been through a lot. Yes, big brother, he said inwardly. But I can't think of anything. Thus, dawn returned to the city, and Shin Haoing's unprecedented terror was drawing to a close thanks to the preparations of people who had experienced flexible gate phenomena. Casualties were fewer than expected. With Breath's help, the number of injured also greatly decreased. Then Sanju ordered his clones to track down and capture Breath. Chase him and catch him and lick him, he cried out in surprise and fled. You crazy bastard. Inside the laboratory, many monsters were confined, but thanks to the instructions he gave his clones, they were captured alive. The mutated monsters were able to break free from their monster forms with the help of Kim Yuan. She took out a medicine bottle and stammered, "This is called a recovery magic potion." The researcher was flustered. What? Wait, how did you make such a magic potion? At the same time, the DEB drug was revealed to the whole world. Moreover, according to reports, the damage was extremely minor, with some localized damage. Jin Hee-wook's funeral was held. The mourners expressed their regret. He came back to save people and then he left. I heard Hunter Kim Jin Hee-wook has a daughter named Yuan. I heard she's saving people who turned into monsters. Many of the sacrificed were also mentioned with white chrysanthemums. Like father, like daughter. Unbeknownst to them, she had been in hiding all this time. I heard many soldiers were also sacrificed. I heard he guarded the gate until the end. At Bei Wang-hoon's grave, people cursed and threw cigarette butts. The blue-haired friend he rescued felt a little pity and placed a white chrysanthemum but still detested him. In the end, from an apartment complex, a voice called out, "Sanju, Sanju." Sanju's mother complained from outside the door. Still not awake? It's a family meal for the first time in a long time. His father also consoled her. It's all right, he must have been through a lot. At the dinner table, Jin Ji-yu also smiled. Hee, there's lunch too, his mother also agreed. That's right, that child is busy hunting and working day and night. For the first time in a very long time, sunlight entered Sanju's room through the window. He slept with his tongue sticking out on the bed. I can really sleep in for a long time. The next day, a black stone was on the table. Sanju sat in a chair with Clone 1 trembling. They crossed their arms and looked at the black stone in front of them. Clone 1 rubbed his neck and said, "All right, you almost killed me by making me wait. You haven't forgotten the condition, have you? It's time to keep your promise." He held out his hand. "Give me the piece," but he took it back again. "Wait a minute." His eyes were firm. "Before that, I need to confirm something. My promise was to give you the 7 deadly sins piece." Then he asked, "But who are you?" Clone 1 was blank. "What?" He exuded a menacing energy and got angry. "What the hell is this damn guy trying to do?" Then he said angrily, "Really don't do that, I'm warning you." Just then he held out his hand and explained, "Calm down, I just want you to listen to me. Who are you?" He angrily slammed his hand on the table impatiently. "I'm the owner of the 7 deadly sins piece. Besides, why are you talking like that?" He denied. "No." Then he smiled and waved his hand. "You're number 1 and number 1 is a clone." Then he foolishly picked up the stone. "So I had promised to give the 7 deadly sins pieces to the clones from the beginning." Clone 1 looked at him with disgust. Fire ignited on his body and he growled with a frown. "You're going to die by my hand today," he growled miserably. But Sanju opened his mouth wide and shouted, "No you won't. Here, number 1, number 1. Inside his body, number 1 also took half. Yes, he squeezed and crushed the soul piece and inside was a white orb. He frowned and looked at the 7 deadly sins. Then he threw the orb to number 2. "This is yours, number 2, he replied. "Order received." Just then a tremendous amount of energy poured out. Inside the white space, Liver was lost in thought with a dark expression. "Good, everything is going according to my plan so far." He looked up at him. "Show your potential with your clones outside." Sanju watched Clone 2's body gradually transform. Liver shouted excitedly inwardly. "And show that choosing him was the right decision." His feet touched the ground and his body transformed magnificently. Sanju frowned and looked at him expectantly. "How is it, number 2? Your body isn't possessed yet, is it?" He looked at his body and nodded. "Yes." Elsewhere, number 1 bared his fangs in anger and growled at him. "Zhong Sanju." He was displeased. "You dirty damned fool." He chuckled cunningly. "What's wrong? I kept my promise, didn't I?" Inside the white space, Liver clenched his fist in excitement. He succeeded. By sharing the pieces with the clones and letting them absorb them, he was able to balance the 7 deadly sins influence outside. Sanju was still lounging around, sticking his head out, and Clone 1 gritted his teeth in anger, so angry that his head hit Clone 2's body. He judged, if he absorbs all the 7 deadly sins pieces and gains the power to stand against the system. He scoffed. "Yes, kill me." "Haha, I told you you could do it. Go ahead." That evening on a village rooftop, 2 people dragged their guns across the ground and dusk was slowly falling. She looked at the person in front of her and admired. "Ah, you came as promised." The white masked man in front was rebandaging his severed arm. He scoffed. "It seems you had quite a lot of trouble." He explained. "I was chased by the clones." She stood behind him and asked, "You know Shin Haoing is dead too, right?" He sat on the rooftop railing, calmly crossing his legs. "Yes." She pointed the muzzle of her gun at the back of the white masked man's head and pressed him. "Then you know why I'm here too." He was calm. Seeing him so resigned, he also sighed. "I don't have the right to say this. I also participated in murder and my hands aren't clean, but you're more than that." She pressed the damned madman. "What do you think after seeing the mess you caused?" He still insisted. "I just followed the chairman's orders." She opened the muzzle and pressed Yu-hee. Then the chairman's orders. She opened her eyes wide and prepared to fire at him. Smoke rose from the muzzle. Did that also include preventing me from drinking champagne, revealing your whereabouts at the hospital, and then not telling you where you were going? Was it also your order not to reveal the plan? Suddenly he sobbed. He remembered when Howing first picked him up, accepting an opportunity during the hardest time in his life. He reached out his hand to the man in the white mask, a choice based on his own mistake. Howing smiled cunningly. That was the first and last choice. Blood tears streamed endlessly from the mask. He was certain. I definitely received such an order. Eventually, an explosion rang out and the mask shattered, no longer existing. What's that sound from the big building in the other side of the city? He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Howing's guild is disbanding? Jun Hee-young adjusted his tie, confident. Yes, some articles will come out soon. He squinted, unable to comprehend. Hey, if I may ask, he said, bewildered. Who are you? You're not even a team leader. Seeing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. That guy. Then he revealed a fact that slightly flustered him. Father left a will, saying that if he passed away, I would be the successor of Howing's guild. He put his hands in his pockets and sighed. Of course the punishment remains, so I'm not qualified to be the guildmaster. Sanju was startled. The punishment hasn't changed? Then he turned and muttered. I guess I'll never understand Father's heart. It's the same with DEB and the guild. What was Father expecting from me? He added. Actually, the disbandment issue has already been sufficiently discussed with the management, and the things Howing's guild did were so serious that there were almost no objections to this decision. But don't talk loosely to others before the news comes out. Sanju hesitated slightly. Mr. Shin Jun Hee-young, seeing that, he turned back to him with a smile. Don't worry, I don't hate you at all for killing my father. He was also slightly surprised. Rather, I'm glad you stopped Father's rampage. See you next time. The room fell silent. Sanju sat in a chair deep in thought. The punishment hasn't changed. Then how did that guy still have power at the hospital? He wondered. Liver, what's going on? The white space. He pushed up his glasses. I can't be sure since I didn't see it myself. The system confirmed that punishment is a function of the system. It limits power according to each individual's physical strength to avoid putting a strain on the body, similar to skill casting time. He understood slightly. Come to think of it, my clone skill also has a casting time. He calmly held out 2 fingers and judged. But considering that the hospital's power was still maintained and your friend almost died, he definitely used the skill when the punishment was temporarily turned off. Normal punishment has system legality turned off in 2 situations. First, when the system's energy source mana is depleted. Second, when a legitimate awakener dies. His voice was delivered in the form of a system window, but these two are fundamentally not different, because normally, when mana runs out, you die. He was surprised and confused. What? But I felt like my mana was depleted a few times and nothing happened. He explained. At that time, mana was not depleted to the extent that it couldn't maintain even minimal biological functions. In other words, it was similar to being out of breath after a full sprint. It only felt like he was going to die, but he didn't actually die. What if he used the skill, prepared to die? What if that led to mana depletion and system shutdown? He explained with 2 mana limit lines. If mana is pushed to its limit, theoretically, there is a possibility that mana will fill up again, temporarily releasing the punishment. Of course, this is just theory and only works for punishment and limited stats. Never try it. Haven't you seen the price of ignoring punishment yourself? He recalled Jun Hee-young lying unconscious on the hospital bed. Yes, Sanju raised his hand, deep in thought. But that's also strange about the virus. But why do people die when mana is depleted? Before the catastrophe there was no mana on Earth, was there? He added. And yet humans lived just fine. Hearing that, Liver added. You also understand how the system was installed, right? As he passed through the gate, he explained the process of energy, the human body, and the fusion of humans and the system. Once fused, they gained skills considered superpowers. A hint of regret was in Liver's eyes, but from then on they lived dependent on mana, and that is the system. Suddenly he remembered. Oh, now that I think about it, you also have an example around you. Sanju was startled. What? He mentioned cases where people became awakeners without passing through a gate in the classroom. The teacher's voice echoed. Everyone pay attention now. The teacher stood at the podium and smiled. We have a new transfer student today, Jin Ji-yu. She stood at the podium looking down and smiling. Hi, I'm Jung Jin-woo, nice to meet you. The teacher explained that Jin Ji-yu was a year older than the other students due to special circumstances. Remember, he added, if you have any questions, ask directly instead of spreading rumors. The students below murmured, hey, isn't that Jong Sanju's younger sister? They looked at each other with arrogant eyes. Jong Sanju's younger sister? The blonde girl adjusted her lipstick and asked, what does she look like? They murmured that she was quite pretty and then got excited. What should we do? We're such big fans. Then the teacher pointed to an empty seat and said, you can sit in that empty seat over there. She also looked at it happily. Yes, suddenly, one guy gathered energy and looked up laughing as the ground shook. Jin Ji-yu stumbled. She fell to the ground. Oh, this way. Sanju muttered in surprise. Wait, then the way to awaken without passing through a gate is, Liver frowned wearing his glasses, to be severely wounded by a living object fused with mana, but the wound was a monster. So he informed, your sister must have become an awakener now. The people in the classroom looked at each other in surprise. The teacher rushed over, flustered in the smoke. Are you all right? He opened his eyes wide in surprise. She was also startled, yes. On the floor opposite was someone who looked exactly like Jin Ji-yu. They looked at each other. What's a Jing? The two suspiciously held each other's hands. It's real, I can touch it. She opened her eyes wide in surprise and thought to herself, I also have a clone skill. Just then as the clone disappeared she was startled. Her body knelt to the ground and the teacher looked on in confusion. Are you alright? It's just a skill, she asked blankly. The teacher opened her eyes wide in surprise. I didn't know you were an awakener. I hear that young friends these days awaken at a very young age. Jinwoo looked back bewildered. Yes, she said, unable to understand. But I've never participated in an awakening program. Outside, Sanju's clone was hiding in the bushes watching. The teacher reminded her to be careful as skill usage was prohibited at school. She also replied, yes. The clone's expression grew more serious, glaring at the classroom. During break time her friends rushed up to her asking eagerly, are you an awakener? It's my first time seeing a clone. You also use a clone skill like Hunter Jong Sanju, right? She smiled awkwardly seeing how enthusiastic they were. No, you don't need to be so formal. I just found out too, so I'm not sure. They urged, thanks, show us again. On the other side, the friends who had been bothering Jin Ji-yu earlier stood on the rooftop murmuring, hey, that wasn't in our plan. Did you use that? No, I don't have such a skill. The blonde girl crossed her arms looking disappointed. When she first almost fell I was about to, but then a clone suddenly appeared before them. The clone's face was filled with anger. A murderous aura emanated, glaring at them. He glared at them with angry eyes and interrogated them. I saw you trying to use your skills to make my master's little sister fall. Tell me what you were thinking. Then he threatened them. Be quiet, nobody screamed. The three guys were terrified. It's a clone. This is Jong Sanju's clone. Outside, Jinwoo struggled to escape the barrage of questions from her friends. She stood in the corner of the wall panting. Phew, I finally escaped. Then she excitedly looked at her hands and smiled. What's happening to me after all? Am I really awakened? With a clone skill. At the same time when I woke up at the hospital, the world had changed a lot. My brother was regarded as a hero by the people of South Korea. She recalled that when she woke up many reporters came to interview her. For days after waking up everything was chaotic because of the reporters, so I couldn't think. No one could talk about Korea's strongest S-rank hunter anymore. Sanju and his clones were soaring through the sky and the focus was on her brother's clone skill. Jinwoo excitedly clenched her fist and smiled. Even when I first saw it I knew my brother's clone skill was really impressive, but I never imagined it could expand like this. She reached out her hand trying to replicate it. Besides, if I can also use a clone skill, she muttered. What would happen? It was as if a white space suddenly appeared before her. Jin said blankly, I wish someone would catch me when I fell. A clone identical to her appeared next to her, and then the two excitedly clasped each other's hands. We did it, we did it. She crossed her arms and looked at the clone. But why are you imitating me? Aren't you supposed to follow the master's orders or something? Suddenly, the space outside flashed and Jinwoo paid attention to the sound. Amazing, she exclaimed excitedly, seeing that he had just arrived. Are you Jumper? He stood coolly on the rooftop railing with one leg up and his hands in his pockets. Who would have thought you'd awaken with a clone skill? A perfect movie. On the other side the thugs were sweating profusely, holding themselves up with their hands. Hey, the blonde girl sobbed, excusing herself. We were really just joking around and trying to get friendly. The three guys knelt on the ground, explaining with bruised bodies. I made the ground more slippery. This friend made the floor soft and asked if she was okay. Her voice trembled. But then my friend suddenly used a skill and everything got messed up. Hearing that, the clone also froze for a moment. Hot tears streamed endlessly from the blonde girl's eyes along with fear. We were just trying to get friendly with her brother's sister because we're all huge fans of Hunter Jong Sanju. We're sorry, we won't do it again. The clone also recalled Sanju's instructions. Hey, help my sister adapt well to school. Do something if anyone bothers her. The clone's mind went blank. Goal and answer. Did these guys bother her? Did they help her adapt well? What did I do to these guys? That's right, he growled. Alright, I'm a bit confused right now. From this side, Jumper explained, and she and the clone listened blankly. This skill looks like Sanju's clone, but it's a bit different. He smiled, observing it closely. It looks like a physical entity and is identical to you, but in fact, it's like looking through a mirror. You could call it a mirror copy ability. Unlike clones with their own consciousness, this is a truly special skill. Hearing that, Jinwoo also looked at the clone on closer inspection. The clone's bracelet was on the other arm. She looked towards Jumper, flustered. So this isn't a clone skill after all, he consoled. Don't be too disappointed. In fact, the clothes you're wearing are also copied identically, and that's what's valuable. Then he explained, whatever you wear can be copied. That will enhance your flame ability 2 or 3 times. The two blushed and got excited hearing that. Oh, now that I think about it, if the clothes weren't copied. Suddenly he made that speculation and suggested, don't you want to test that skill? You can go to a nearby gate and hunt for a bit. I'll protect you so it won't be dangerous. Jinwoo was slightly flustered. I'm sorry. Suddenly another voice replied, startling him too. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree. Sanju landed behind Jumper. She also looked on excitedly. Ah, he's wearing armor. He looked at her seriously. Jinwoo shouted, Oppa. His face was full of wariness. At this time my sister should be going to school. Seeing him, Jumper still calmly greeted him. Sanju, nice to see you again. He muttered first and bowed gratefully. Thank you, Jumper. I heard you sent prayers to Korea. Thank you, my sister is much better too. Jumper still looked on indifferently. Then he turned his gaze back again. But I have some doubts about the way you're approaching her. What's your purpose in taking her hunting? He snapped his fingers and muttered. I'd be very grateful if a dark space opened behind him. We could talk somewhere quieter. Sanju was sucked into it. Jumper explained. This is a subspace. It's a special space that blocks system interference. As he gritted his teeth and tried to summon his clones, he probed, Of course I can't stop my clones, but will you listen to me first? I didn't come here to fight. Inside the subspace, Jumper judged that he had grown much stronger and thought to himself, he was strong the last time I saw him, but he seems even stronger now. He changed the subject again. Let's talk first. This is about your sister, he said. You're right, I was going to take her to the gate to register her with the system. He flinched in surprise, then looked on suspiciously. Why? Jumper put his hands in his pockets. If she's caught using her skills without registering with the system, it'll be dangerous. Sanju was suspicious again. Because of whom? He smiled. Of course, because of those who are trying to create the apocalypse. Hearing that, Sanju was startled and slightly flustered. Indeed, Jumper also knew about the Day of Reckoning. He stood calmly in the space. I don't know if you've heard this story, but for the Day of Reckoning to come, all humanity must be registered with the system. But what happens if someone awakens without registering with the system? They won't be able to participate in the awakening program again. And if they don't participate in hunting, they could be in danger from those who created the Day of Reckoning. What do you think? Sanju gritted his teeth, an unreadable expression on his face. Then he patted Sanju's shoulder. I know you also have doubts about the system. I've heard a lot of bad news too, but Jumper whispered coldly, Don't trust Liver too much. Sanju also paused, his voice trembling with surprise. How? Do you know Liver? Jumper judged him as someone who always thought only of himself. He clutched his aching chest, gritting his teeth in anger. To be precise, he cares about nothing beyond his goals. That means he's willing to sacrifice everything to achieve his goals, he then added. You witnessed the danger of the 7 deadly sins team, didn't you? Despite that, he asked you to collect them. Sanju's face darkened hearing him speak without concern for his sister's potential danger. He turned his hand behind him, opening another space, his face filled with a cold expression. I don't want you to walk the path I walked. Soon after, the subspace was cut off and he too disappeared. Then goodbye. Sanju returned to reality. Jin Ji-yu rushed over anxiously. Brother, where did you go? You scared me in the white space. Liver also called out to him. Jong Sanju, are you alright? The connection was cut for a moment. What's wrong? Sanju appeared before him. Liver still sat there quietly. Sanju's face darkened as if he had discovered a shocking truth. So you're not the only one collecting the 7 deadly sins. Liver calmly raised his head. Did Jumper already tell you? He challenged him. Answer me, did he? Then he pushed up his glasses, hesitated, and finally confirmed, You are the 4th person. Sanju was startled to hear that. Liver calmly added, And Jumper was the person just before you. He's the 3rd. He then stood up and confirmed, I will tell you everything about the system and the Day of Reckoning. He bowed his head and returned to Jin Ji-yu in reality. Then Sanju placed his hand on her shoulder and instructed, Go home for now, my clone will escort you. It's best to take a break from school for a while too. Jingu's eyes widened in confusion. Huh? She cried out, unable to understand. What on earth is going on? You should at least explain. He smiled, turned and left. Don't worry too much, I'll be back soon. And congratulations on becoming an awakener. Elsewhere, Jumper sat in a chair holding a wine bottle. He raised his head, lost in deep thought. A system window appeared beside him. The connection was just cut off, he explained to the system. I had to use a subspace skill for a moment. Your actions are moving further and further away from the prophecy, then he continued to remind. Then when will all humanity awaken? That's our plan after all. Jumper raised the wine bottle. Too many variables are appearing. Things that have never happened before keep happening. He held the wine bottle and sat quietly, leaning back in the chair. The system spoke of things that had never happened before. Don't be so sentimental. Soon after, he too fell into the white space, and the Day of Reckoning was approaching. A man's hand rested on Jumper's shoulder. I don't want you to miss out. His eyes gleamed, and Jumper's face was filled with determination. The only chance to save himself. Elsewhere, a battle scene was shown with someone's regret. He. Did you see this? That's the result of DEB enhancing hunters. Though it was a 2-stage catastrophe, the immediate effect was very impressive. Sheb was excited, looking at the system window beside him. If I had that drug, I could evolve humanity one step further, someone replied to him. Understood. Soon after, the system slowly turned off and he silently watched it, muttering suspiciously, Really? The man's hand clenched in response to his question. Elisa, do you really think so? You're an AI I created. You can't go against my will, can you? Before them people lay fallen everywhere. He urged, but at least this time, answer honestly like the Elisa I knew. A system window and mechanical voice appeared. Sheb, you already knew. His body trembled. He looked at the system. Is this what you really wanted to create? In Pennsylvania, USA, Ohafia, a bustling city. Sanju's eyes widened in surprise. He stood before a large building. Is this your laboratory? Inside, Liver spoke casually. It's not above ground, it's underground. I'll tell you the location, so dig. Sanju's eyes widened in confusion. Then he picked up a shovel and began to dig. He dug diligently, wondering, why are you explaining your past only now? No, I heard about you from Jumper. Liver explained, I need you to understand properly first. He then pushed up his glasses and continued, Actually, I wanted to tell you earlier. I had no intention of hiding anything, he then recalled when he first appeared to him in system form. I thought I sent you the address of this place before. After this is over, come here, my research data is here. He was still confused. "All right, he sent it back then," Liver scolded. "But you didn't go look for it after that, did you? So I felt there was no need to tell you anything more." Sanju dug diligently, wondering, "Then what about my sister?" Then he asked suspiciously, "Did he really lie back then?" He replied in the white space, "What he said back then certainly had some validity. But registering with the system doesn't eliminate danger," he finally concluded. "Ultimately, everything depends on your judgment." He seemed to have dug something up. Sanju found an underground tunnel, he muttered. "Even if I decide after knowing how you disappeared, it won't be too late." He then unhesitatingly opened the basement door and looked down. Where on earth is this place? Below the stairs, wires were still tangled complicatedly. He was puzzled. "The wires are still working." Liver also looked inside casually and explained, "This is my dream." He went inside. Inside were computers and modern equipment. He explained, "That is the first system prototype." Yes, come to think of it, everything started here in Philadelphia 1950 in this factory he was diligently researching, and someone called from behind, Liver. Back then I was a researcher for a secret government project." His face was filled with joy from his research. Outside there was a knock on the door. Liver opened the door. Only then did Liver notice the impatient person outside kick the door open. With two colleagues he had known since childhood, she complained. Still focused on him? Beside her, he also sighed. He still hasn't given up. They were Elisa White, a researcher for the Rainbow Project, and Sheb Jordan, a researcher for the Rainbow Project. She approached angrily. "I called you on the weekend and you didn't answer." On the other side he was still curious and focused. "Why do you think we can't be perfectly good at all sports?" She heard that, and her eyes widened in confusion. "Huh?" Liver continued to mutter, even mentioning tennis. "We know the tennis ball is coming and we know how to swing the racket to hit the ball. But the racket always seems to hit air instead of the ball." Behind him, Sheb approached and replied, "That's because we lack athletic ability." He was still working diligently. "I want to be able to do everything that ordinary people think. What I'm creating is a system that will help people do that." Liver's face was filled with seriousness, focusing on the research on his desk. "When I complete this system, the world will be a place where people can achieve their aspirations, even without talent, and someday, people who can't walk will walk, run, and do everything they've ever imagined." Behind him, Sheb shattered his dream. "What you want is just an illusion. Do you think a machine can manipulate humans at a cellular level?" Her face also darkened as she looked at him, and he was still stubborn. "I think the concept of that system can also be applied to that drug." He still didn't give up. "How can you feel solace by only creating something that shows the characteristics a person desires?" Behind him, Sheb lost his patience and cried out in despair, "What? At least it'll be better than this ridiculous machine." Elisa watched their fight with her arms crossed, exasperated. "Here we go again." Liver smiled and reminded him, "Calm down. When I finish this project, your path to success will also open." Soon after, she grabbed Sheb by the neck. "Stop fighting." He struggled, his face slightly flushed. "Let go." Then she made Liver look up and said, "You know what day it is today, don't you? Today is project test day. Personal experiments are good, but we have to do our assigned work, don't we?" The experiment itself was not dangerous. Since it was the first experiment, the voltage was also very low. At that time, everything seemed to be going smoothly. In a large construction site hangar, the sound of evaluation echoed. Metal demagnetizer experiment. Coil voltage normal, generator operating normally, all systems normal. Liver and Elisa looked up at the control panel. He confirmed, "Okay, start now." Behind him, Sheb held the control panel, slightly agitated and stammering, "Am I nervous?" Then he turned and shouted, "Wait, I need to go to the bathroom." "Just a moment," Elisa complained. "Why now?" He explained. "I said I didn't have time earlier because of the experiment." Liver casually refused. "Keep going, it's nothing anyway." She laughed and replied, "Shall we start? He'll be angry when he gets back." Liver judged. "Sometimes I think about that day." His hand rested on the start lever handle. If we had waited for Sheb that day, would everything have been different? Outside, the model started to operate and the system showed current flowing. Inside the hangar, Liver was slightly puzzled. "I wonder if the magnetization detector has picked up a signal yet." Elisa looked up at the control panel. "The signal is still coming, but it seems to be getting weaker." Suddenly, there was a short-circuit sound outside. The model dummy began to collapse, causing a huge tremor in the harbor. Someone rushed into the hangar in a panic. What's going on?" She turned and shouted, and smoke was rising from the main server. "Please wait until we figure it out." He rushed outside in a panic and looked around. It was as if it was reacting to something. Above the harbor, a pitch-black spatial rift opened. Liver and Elisa's eyes widened in shock. "Oh my God!" Sheb was just coming out of the bathroom, slightly confused. "What's that sound?" "Sorry I'm late. I must have eaten something bad this morning." He raised his head and looked up. Oh, the surroundings were completely in ruins. He stood there blankly. "Hey," in another space a trembling voice echoed, "It worked, it really worked." His eyes blinked suspiciously. "It looks similar to us, but is it okay?" Everything was so different from what I expected. Liver woke up blankly, hearing voices around him. "He's awake." The people in front looked at him in surprise. "Are you awake?" Beside him, Elisa also woke up, clutching her head. Liver, he was slightly flustered. Elisa, are you all right? A man shouted excitedly. Everyone, the summoning ritual was successful, he said. According to the prophecy, the legendary hero who will protect the Empire from Grinid has arrived. Elisa stammered in confusion. What? Liver, I need an explanation. He also stared blankly. Me too. Soon after, they were moved to a castle. The person who followed explained, 3 meals a day are provided. If you want to eat more, please tell us. Furthermore, we will provide both of you with all the equipment you need within the Empire's capabilities. Peta guided the two alone and added about the language. It will be translated through magic, so there will be no language barrier. She then pointed to a room and smiled. First, rest to recover from your long journey. The two were still astonished, their eyes wide as they looked at them, lost in their own thoughts. This is the first time I'm hearing this language, but I understand what she's saying. The rabbit is speaking human language. Is it really magic and gigantic monsters too? They cried out at the unfamiliar scenery outside the castle. Where on earth are we? Back in reality, he gradually understood. So Enya tried to summon a hero. What kind of absurd story is this? Liver calmly explained in the white space. They said it was an ancient legend of Tuba. If the Empire was in crisis, a legendary hero would appear, defeat the enemy and bring peace. We don't know exactly why the rift opened. They could only speculate that their summoning ritual combined with the experiment they were conducting led to this result. He continued to explain. Their buildings, way of life, and even the people were things I had never seen before, but Elisa and I adapted quickly. He also approached the keyboard in front of him. Surprisingly, I thought scientists would be the first to eliminate magic. Liver's face was serious. That's just prejudice. When unexpected situations arise, we adapt faster than anyone. After all, a scientist's job is to discover processes and rules. As a result, Sanju stammered, and before he could finish speaking, he offered to show what he had experienced, and soon several lines of current began to pulsate. He too was surprised by the sight and went back to the past. The two sat quietly at the table, calmly sorting everything out. Okay, let's summarize. First, this is not Earth, this is a planet called Tiber, but it's still unclear if it belongs to a galaxy. They seem to be using magic with something called mana, and they've developed it to solve communication, transportation, and other systems. Elisa also added with wide eyes, there's still one most important thing. They're mistaking us for legendary heroes. Hearing that, he too fell silent. People recalled the monsters attacking the tribe. They said they were at war with a tribe called Grand ID. That might be their declaration. Perhaps they are the only unified empire on the planet, and Grand ID are aliens from another world. We are scientists, Liver said, crossing his arms and smiling confidently. But perhaps this is an extremely special phenomenon. We can't stay here, can we? She chuckled too. Right, Sheb must be looking for us. That's why we're feeling comfortable, he added. Speaking of aliens and other things, there's nothing for us to do here, Elisa also agreed. Because we're not heroes or anything, Liver emphasized once more. Right, I'm curious about the rules behind these things, but that's a method that can't be used on Earth because there's no mana. Let's explain the situation tomorrow and ask them to send us back. We couldn't evaluate the situation we were in. After that, the citizens outside the castle shouted maniacally, Scoundrel Duke, show us the hero you spoke of. The Duke looked down at the chaotic people below and said, I apologize for showing you two this shameful sight. I did my best to ensure you two had nothing to worry about. Peta looked at them suspiciously and explained, but as you two can see, there are still some objections among us regarding the hero summoning ritual. It requires a lot of mana stones and various resources, and many people doubt its effectiveness, she concluded, looking at the frantic people below. So some people have put forth extreme opinions. Those who push the plan during wartime must take responsibility. If they fail to produce results, they should hang themselves, she whispered to him, trembling. If you two don't show them the results they want, the summoner will be executed as an example. Well, they are too distrustful. You two just need to show them the hero's power. Hearing this, both of them were startled and their bodies contorted. After that, Elisa fell onto the bed in the room and punched the blanket. We're finished, truly finished. He was standing by the window watching. I didn't expect this. Even if we tell them we're not their saviors, it doesn't seem like they'll kindly send us back, she was crying. Elisa lifted her head and wept. Oh, what should we do? I don't want to die here, heroes and such. I've never fought before. She gave up. Rather than dying like this, I should just tell them everything. Next to her, Liver put his hand on her shoulder and comforted her. Elisa, calm down. He brought his face close to hers and said, if we can figure out the rules of this place, there's definitely a way to go back. Now our mission is to find that out. Elisa stopped crying and looked blankly. A way back, from then on I started researching through all the books. They immersed themselves in the library. The Imperial Royal Library. It contained all the knowledge about mana and the rules of magic's development. Liver also read with confusion. Are fire, crystal, ice and lightning the basic magic elements? She also held a book and fixed her gaze. Information on teleportation and even artifacts that tear space. Everything is here, and so the research to return home began. She imagined the surrounding scenery as she read the books. At the top of Odin Tower there is an artifact that doesn't tolerate failure. Liver found information related to soul fragments. There is also information about Earth. The 7 deadly sins. In the abyss, there are powerful ancient creatures that can destroy mana connections. There are other artifacts too. He then stood inside the magic circle and stretched out his hand, casting a fireball. but no matter how much knowledge we read and how many rules we understood, he looked at his magic-less hands in surprise. I couldn't even use basic magic, let alone teleportation. He stood inside the magic circle. I understand the rules, but what's the problem? I need to solve this problem first to apply it to complex knowledge. A tail approached. Isn't everything going smoothly? An arrogant dragon approached him. The legendary hero, Braymouth the last dragon. Seeing him, he was flustered and lifted his head. Lord Braymouth. Braymouth murmured to himself. He's as unmoved as the first time we met. Liver then scratched his head, slightly confused. Yes, I've never seen a rabbit talk. He flinched slightly. That's a racist remark. Be careful after that, he whispered sincerely. I knew the plan was wrong from the moment we first met. Liver was slightly flustered by his words. Braymouth's eyes glowed blue and explained, when I look into a person's eyes, I can learn about them. I'm sorry. I don't know what error occurred during the summoning, but a scientist from Earth seems different from a hero, doesn't he? Hearing that, he gasped and clenched his hands. Braymouth didn't stop speaking. You probably already know, but once they realize you're not a hero, they won't kindly send you back. You'll be discarded to appease public opinion. They'll save the resources that would have been used to send you back and use them to find a new hero. He lowered his head and looked directly into his eyes, so Braymouth suggested to him, how about you become a true hero? Liver broke out in a cold sweat, slightly nervous. What? That night in the forest near the castle, he suggested that magic uses mana as its raw material. Liver pushed up his glasses and said with wide eyes, in a forest where mana cannot be controlled, magic cannot be used. In such a situation, understanding the complex rules of magic structure is also useless, he thought to himself. I can hear his voice in my head. His body was slightly confused in the darkness. But is this really how to feel mana? Braymouth asked again. Are you doubting me? He stammered and went into the bushes, blushing slightly. This is the fastest way, trust me. His body shivered with cold. But Liver's eyes were slightly confused. Right, there's no other way but to learn magic. He then sat on the ground and tried to feel nature as Braymouth had told him. He closed his eyes and relaxed his entire body. You are like a tiny part of the system that operates this vast world. Suddenly, Liver found a difficult to understand part. System. He listened quietly to nature. His voice still echoed in his ears. Don't treat mana as something special. Just as the surrounding air is drawn in when you lift your hand, you'll notice that mana immediately comes into contact with everything around you. Liver looked at his hand, disappointed. I still can't do it, Braymouth said. You're too distracted. It would be better to focus on one thing. Suddenly a sound came from the bushes, startling him, and he looked that way. He whispered, his face confused and nervous. Is there someone else here? He confirmed. Yes, of course I'm not alone. A sound came from the dark bushes, making him stammer. Who are you? A familiar voice echoed. Is that you, Liver? Liver was also startled. From the other side she complained. Damn it, he said he'd teach me how to control mana, but what kind of method is this? Can you please not look this way? Her body, without clothes, was hiding behind a tree. Blushing, she shouted. I told you not to look. Liver froze and his glasses shattered. After that, I awakened mana. His eyes glowed, radiating energy. She couldn't understand. What is this? How did you do it? Thanks to my secret, Elisa found a way to control mana. And once she mastered mana control, she gained the power to materialize all the knowledge she had accumulated. The two lightly cast magic circles. Liver waved his hand and chanted a spell. This is a basic magic circle, she experimented. If I add a transformation here and activate it, it didn't take long to apply the other magic rules we had read in books. Bray proudly watched them train. As expected, you two are truly exceptional. After that, we heard good news and bad news. That morning in the castle, the bad news was that even after learning magic, we still couldn't find a way to go home. They researched magic day and night, and space travel was impossible without a massive amount of resources and the help of many people. But the good news was that people looked at them with eyes full of respect. Oh, as prophesied, we are magical geniuses. Together, they created a huge sphere of energy the color of Earth. People began to murmur, how did they awaken such a high level of magic? This will be it. Suddenly, someone approached and they too were blank. So what are you going to do? Raven whispered. Can you tell your fallen comrades that these two became strong in just 2 weeks, so if they had endured just 1 more year it would have been fine. She can't ask them to rush to their deaths for no reason, while defending the border. Someone who saw this also realized. It seems you've returned from the front lines. They call you the Empire's guardian sword. It's too rude. Raven held his sword and questioned with a hardened face. I'm just curious. Kisel Javan, the Empire's first elemental knight. He added with a complaining expression, how long will it take for our 2 legendary heroes to drive out Granted? Let's see how excellent their magic is. Elisa's face turned completely blank at his words. How are magic skills? She stammered, trying to show him X. But Javan rushed forward first. He told them not to rush. Another dragon reminded that it takes 3 years for corn kernels to grow. Isn't 2 weeks too short? Raven also agreed. Right, he said more clearly. I mean for the sake of those who sacrificed. Raven firmly drew his sword from its sheath. Everything has been decided. I will not change my mind. He turned his back and left. But you all must show us the results for abandoning us for a year. That is the maximum we can endure. Sanju watched from a corner admiring, just like Master in his youth, but that's only natural. Even back then, he was this impatient. Javan always opposed using summoners. He believed resources should be used to increase the salaries of soldiers on the front lines. That wasn't what Sanju should prioritize. But eventually, the summoning ritual was decided, and they had to suffer for a long time without any support. He must have gone through a lot of hardships. He quietly observed the situation. Of course, we were very confused by this. Liver sighed in disbelief. Did I just almost die? Sanju felt a strange sensation. It was an uncanny feeling seeing the past vividly unfold before his eyes. Is this your memory? He tried to focus and went back to the past. Similarly, he could only understand by seeing it directly. Peta bowed his head, crying and very scared. I apologize, heroes. We disturbed you. Normally he is very kind. Greer spoke first. I am the one who should apologize. Your learning speed is very fast. Elisa quickly comforted him. This is not your fault. Bramouth Bremers was anxious, but I need to find a more realistic way. Destructive magic and healing magic are quite good. He was very anxious. I can't continue like this. He meticulously planned. Eventually, these people will go looking for other heroes if I don't meet their expectations. I need to prepare a contingency for failure. Sanju saw this and realized, right, he was always thinking about this. But the principles of magic also had similarities to electronic circuits, and that became the key to my awakening ability. By combining the two principles, I could freely harmonize the principles of science and magic. He gradually found common ground between these complex schematics. He observed intently, and could even sense the weaknesses of current magic. Once realized it was modeled and became even clearer, difficult to explain. Outside, Elisa came in and called Liver. It's time to practice magic. Liver was slightly surprised. Is it time already? She looked at his strange behavior and was curious. But what were you doing in the closet? He quickly explained. A machine equipped with mana enhancement devices and teleportation magic circles. Liver explained in more detail, saying simply that this was something that could return them to Earth. Elisa was startled to hear that. What, really? He said uncertainly with a worried voice. It's not finished yet, but if we can activate it. Elisa hugged him, overjoyed. Liver, you're a genius. Honestly, I was really scared of that Javan guy too, and I still couldn't look those sphinxes straight in the eye. She was so happy to hear the news. I thought I was going to die. I thought I'd have to live here forever. Liver's face reddened as he cautiously said, Hey, aren't you getting too close? She pulled away, flustered. I'm sorry. He pointed to one side. Can't you tell by looking at the magic circle? It looks just like a microchip. Elisa was slightly bewildered to hear that. A microchip? She pressed him. Are you talking about the microchip in that machine? I don't know. At this, Liver felt a very strange sensation. Elisa doesn't know the commonality. Is she using magic at the same level as me? Elisa cunningly urged. Oh, but this is a secret just between the two of us. I really like that. A secret only we two know. On the other side, he was very worried. Why isn't anyone coming? Since then, the two of them trained continuously, and we constantly honed our magic. They continuously improved their abilities. Not only high-level magic, but also how to strengthen physical endurance with mana, and how to inject mana into weapons to increase their power. Sanju watched from afar. I'm someone who doesn't exercise at all, but thanks to constant agility and training, I was able to achieve the physical fitness I'd only dreamed of. It feels like I've gained the system's basic stats. You're planning something. To be honest, yes, learning magic from them was a truly wonderful time for me. Thus a year passed and time quickly flew by, and the deadline promised to Javan gradually approached. Greer said with great relief, This is enough. He looked on and said, Elisa, your unique ability is to enhance healing. Whatever element you belong to, it will enhance healing-related magic. She was very surprised. Really? No wonder. Briars was slightly hopeful. Though your mana seems a bit lacking, Sanju listened very carefully to that. Her unique ability is like an awakening skill, specific to her. Elisa has much stronger healing abilities than me. He bowed his head, very curious. Liver, I still don't know your unique ability, but given your power it seems to be related to enhancing destructive power. He stammered. I think so too. First, Greer looked around. Is this what they accomplished in just 1 year? He urged. That's all for today. Everyone rest. Tomorrow's an important day anyway. Liver was waiting very excitedly. Finally, the time has come to show Kra my power. With a long sigh, he opened the closet door. To think we'd be joining the front lines starting tomorrow. Liver was very relieved. Fortunately, I completed it before being sent to the front. He showed off his creation. At first, I thought a closet size would be enough, but it ended up being much larger. I added amplifiers and optimized the formula, but it still requires too much mana, so we'll probably have to use up all our mana. He turned and asked, Ready to go back? Raven still replied, Of course. He spoke resolutely for the fallen. Elisa stammered, You know, it's strange for me to say this, but I poured all my energy into making that. She asked with difficulty, But just for 1 day, don't you want to help them? Liver showed fear on his face. Huh? She recalled what had happened. Of course there were some who disliked us, but most treated us well while we were here. Training was very difficult, but learning magic was a very new experience. Elisa seemed reluctant to leave. Besides, if I feel danger, I can always run away, right? Just for 1 day. An announcement came out. A grand ID gate has opened in the north. Monsters are pouring in. They are the first species, the leader hastily commanded. Lure them into the forest. The first species had no intelligence. Everyone run quickly. A loud explosion rang out, and he became even more excited. All right, you bugs, take this. We succeeded. Suddenly a monster appeared from behind. She said, A bug is a bug, it screamed, making everyone pay attention. A special species has appeared. He fell, his face covered in blood. Damn it, Stealth, I've never seen a species like this. No, if there's a hole in the barrier, everyone will be weakened. They're surrounding us, they screamed in fear. Help us, some desperately resisted. Reinforcements, quickly call headquarters for reinforcements. The battle became chaotic and the monster was attacked. Everything turned upside down. He turned, his face flustered with fear. He slowly approached. Nice to meet you all. Liver introduced himself. We are the legendary heroes. Elisa was still flustered. Are we really using that title? Junmo sprang up in surprise. Instinctively, he rolled up his clothes. Haha, my wounds. The cat girl saw that and asked, Team leader, are you awake? Junmo hastily asked about the gate situation. What happened? Any casualties? The cat girl reassured him. Calm down. The situation has already stabilized. Someone saved us at this moment. Elisa was healing everyone. If there's anyone injured who hasn't been treated, please tell me. I'm still a bit clumsy. At the same time, inside the castle, someone's voice echoed. What? The unit that attacked the siege returned without any casualties? The boy asked again, overjoyed. Really? The person next to him said. They said they're on their way back. At this news, everyone was so happy it was like a feast. The mother moved, hugged her child. I'm glad you're safe. The girl also sobbed. Mom, the young couple immediately confessed their feelings to each other. Will you marry me? When the war ends, the girl couldn't hold back her tears. Not just Lauren, but many people around were happy to reunite. This guy, he did it. He showed a picture of his son saying, I told you you'd definitely come back alive. That's why I did it. However, Liver was very nervous. If we return to Earth like this, he observed the surrounding atmosphere. These people probably. Just then a man shouted, Everyone, the reason we came back alive is all thanks to them. The heroes saved us. Hearing that, everyone responded in unison. Long live the heroes, long live the heroes. Elisa also said gently, Thank you, Liver, for listening to my suggestion. She was somewhat relieved. Now I can leave without regrets. Liver immediately suggested, Shall we help them one more day? Hearing this, Elisa asked, overjoyed, You think so too? Elsewhere, the battle was still ongoing. The young girl looked at the person in front of her and asked, Are you two the heroes from the rumors? Then she said, Thank you, the team almost got wiped out. Liver reassured, Don't worry, everyone will be fine. And he muttered to himself, They were right next to the combat zone, so this is enough. Let's help them and then leave. A man being treated by Elisa said worriedly, My wounds. She knew what the other person was thinking, so she assured him, They'll heal quickly. Elisa added, Even lost body parts. If it hasn't been too long, they can be reattached. The man asked again suspiciously, Really? Elisa had the same thought as Liver. Let's heal these people and return to Earth. No, let's help a few more after them, a soldier hastily reported. The number of casualties and injured has drastically decreased and gate destruction is progressing very well. Greer truly hadn't expected this. Did they change their minds? Who persuaded them? So one day turned into a week into a month, and a month into a year. Eventually, we forgot the thought of staying a little longer and naturally looked forward to tomorrow. Everyone cheered joyfully. Liver Elisa. Elisa, the Empire became a place to return to rather than a place to leave. Liver went to Elisa and said, I'm back. It became our home. Elisa replied, overjoyed, You worked hard. Liver and the two passionately kissed, welcoming each other. As soon as the kiss ended, Liver noticed his lover. What's wrong, Elisa? She brought up an old story. Remember when we were training Mana Control, you told me to focus on one thing. Elisa mentioned Liver again and he broke out in a cold sweat. But I don't know why you awakened as soon as you saw me. She sighed, and every word had a hidden meaning. That advice just suddenly came to mind. There's no need to beat around the bush, Elisa pointed out without hesitation. When I followed you on Earth, you didn't even glance at me. But now that we're on another planet, you're still not being honest. However, she found it to be an interesting experience. I abandoned my home planet, my project, and the system that would have been my life's purpose. I simply lived happily, now Liver said. They definitely know that closet door will never open again. As time passed, the war gradually established a systematic system. While Elisa focused on maintaining the army and strengthening defenses, I took advantage of the power vacuum of the Grand ID remnants to break through and reclaim territory. The attack strategy became even smoother. We began to reclaim lost territory one by one. The Grand ID attacks also slowed down, thus 5 years passed since we were summoned here. Elisa sat alone holding a book and thinking, when will Liver come? Today's an important day. So she vaguely guessed, but actually I've been a bit tired these past few days. Is it because the defensive line expanded, but I can't leave either? Suddenly, Elisa's whole body trembled. At this moment a monster was killed by someone. In that person's hand a blood-stained sword was firmly gripped. Kin grumbled dismissively. Mummy is not a very special name for a species. While speaking, something brushed past her. Didn't you see? The monster from earlier was shattered by someone while Kin was bewildered. That person said irritably, How many times have I told you to fix your careless habits? The Enya Empire, Elemental Swordsman, First Sword Kaven, asked as soon as he appeared, When will the Elemental Swordsman's successor get a grip? The Enya Empire, Kaiven's disciple, complained as she recognized a familiar person. Master, I'm bored to death. And she said that we were only dealing with insignificant guys who had crossed the defensive line. Kaven pointed out with displeasure. This is an important mission. If the defensive line shakes, do you think we can maintain an offensive stance like this? Kin casually compared. Those heroes couldn't handle it. While we're struggling on the front lines, they're eating and drinking comfortably in the capital. Before she could finish speaking, Kaven struck her head with his sword. Kin fell to the ground bewildered with a large bump on her head as a habit. Kin whined. Master, but Kaven said in a chilling voice. Those heroes, he furiously admonished. Do you think Liver and Elisa are your friends? You can't even use proper titles. How dare you? Kin retorted unfairly. I mean, even Master evaluated them back then. Interrupting before I can even say anything. Shut up. Who, when? Just then a voice echoed. Kin, aren't you going too far? As the person in front appeared, he said joyfully. Bro, you're back, he admitted. Thanks to them we were able to advance so easily. For the past 5 years he had become my closest friend. Liver approached the two of them closer. Kai mentioned me again, she heard Javan's remark and observed closely. Master just told you to use proper titles, so he said clearly. He's not your friend, he's my friend. This was because Elisa and I had greatly helped reduce casualties for his team, and Javan became one of my biggest supporters, more loyal than anyone. Raven said cheerfully, Aren't you going? The Archmage appointment ceremony will begin soon. Liver was slightly embarrassed by the excessive praise. Archmage, that title is too much for me. Kaven immediately denied. Nonsense, who else is more suited for that title than him? He suddenly brought up an old story. But Liver, I'm truly sorry about when we first met. Liver readily brushed off such matters. How many times have you apologized? It's been years already, forget it. I'm going. That day was the last time I smiled at Tien. After that he returned home as usual and called Elisa. All set, Elisa, Liver continued. We need to participate in the ceremony. Sanju's soul was already here. Damn it, Liver looked at the person lying on the floor flustered. Elisa, Zhang Sanju, you know this symptom all too well. As he accepted the situation before him, Liver became even more confused. Elisa, what's wrong? That day was the day Elisa was infected with the virus. In the Grand Hall people's conversations echoed. To become an Archmage in 5 years, it's truly unbelievable. Focusing on the summoning ritual was indeed the right choice. It seems the time to annihilate the monsters is coming soon, the gray-haired man asked. But when will those heroes arrive? The bald middle-aged man said. I heard they've already arrived in the capital. Must have been busy. Let's wait a little longer. Peta asked if I should go look for them. Braymouth silently thought about something beside him. The white door opened. A platinum-blonde fairy cried out. Oh, it seems the heroes have arrived, the bearded man hummed happily. Good, let's begin. We should start the Archmage appointment ceremony immediately. However, unlike the joy of the people in the hall, Liver's face was filled with worry and confusion. Peta couldn't understand. Elisa, Liver was afraid. Was something in the room? What happened? Help? Braymouth was calm. Everyone get out of here. The appointment ceremony has just ended. Liver, who was standing by the bed, explained. When I arrived it had already happened. The mana wasn't condensing, it kept scattering. Seeing Elisa struggling to breathe, Peta exclaimed, A curse! He watched Elisa's blue mana continue to scatter from her body and turn black. Peta was tense. A curse! It was a curse that dispersed mana. Liver was shocked. A curse? How could that be? Liver quickly. No, more importantly, when was she cursed? Elisa was only near the defensive line. Braymouth recalled their first meeting. He had told Elisa, Your innate ability is to enhance healing, and any healing magic will be more powerful. Elisa had been delighted. Really? That's so easy to learn, Braymouth had pointed out from the side. Sometimes mana is a bit lacking though, Braymouth, realizing the true cause, thought, now I know why her mana was always insufficient. He explained, Liver, Elisa wasn't cursed recently. In fact, her innate ability is why the curse hasn't spread until now, Braymouth said. The summoning ritual yielded unpredictable results. When you came here you must have passed through countless universes in an instant. During that time you were exposed to various kinds of mana. Liver asked again, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Liver was shocked when Braymouth said, Simply put, Elisa has been cursed since the moment she was summoned here. Then he quickly asked, That no longer matters. There must be a way to save her, Braymouth lamented. I'm sorry, Liver, there's no way to purify this curse. Hearing that, Liver froze in a daze. Peta quickly said, Lord Braymouth, we must accumulate mana in the tower. We need to start life-sustaining treatment for Elisa immediately. Sanju didn't hear a word. This situation is truly absurd. Mana virus. The virus your sister contracted is considered a curse in this world. Sanju looked at Elisa and thought, perhaps it's a blessing that she's not on Earth. If Elisa had been infected with the mana virus in a mana-less environment, she wouldn't have lived for even a month. Sanju simply thought she was unlucky. Elisa has been terminally ill since the moment she arrived here. Raven burst in from outside and shouted, Liver, that was just an accident, wasn't it? Liver, distraught, mumbled a curse. Hearing that, Raven collapsed. It can't be. Liver was silent for a moment, then pleaded, 3 years, give me 3 years. Don't let this fact be known on the front lines. Today's appointment ceremony proceeded smoothly. Peta and Braymouth were surprised. Liver told them to say that the heroes were on other front lines. Braymouth asked in astonishment, Wait, you're saying you want to leave the battlefield too? Peta pleaded. It's already difficult to maintain the defensive line without Elisa. Liver, if you leave too, interrupting her, he said, We will endure. Peta cried out. Raven, he was calm. I will endure not only for 3 years but for 5, even 10 years. Raven placed a hand on Liver's shoulder. He believed him. Do as you wish. Liver was moved by his words and called out to Raven. Sanju watched him and murmured, Master, the Liver now, he thought to himself. He gave me precious time and I need to decide how to use it. At that time, Liver didn't believe in the curse. Elisa can be cured. Liver constantly read books and thought even if she was exposed to various strains of mana it's fine, it might be a type of virus that adapts to each person's innate abilities. Currently, Liver was training defensive line resources without Elisa and simultaneously looking for a way to cure her. Liver continuously wrote down the vast knowledge in his mind, trying to find a solution, and at the same time thought, if people who know nothing about magic can control their bodies and mana, then they can use magic. Liver was resuming the research he had spoken of before. I want everyone to be able to do what they imagine. At that time, Liver had said that if it was completed, even incompetent people could achieve their dreams, disabled people could stand, run and do whatever they wanted. Liver wrote and thought, to study individual bodies, analyze innate abilities, reinterpret and apply the magic system accordingly, and develop it to change individual mana characteristics. At this thought, Liver suddenly paused. He murmured, I need to create a system. The mustachioed man slammed his desk and shouted, This won't do. Do you not realize the seriousness of the situation? The mustachioed man said, The defensive line is suffering losses every day and, furthermore, there's a limit to hiding Elisa's condition. How long must we wait for Liver? Someone in the conference room said that Liver could hold out, so let's try a little longer. The mustachioed man, hearing that, became angry and shouted, That's why I opposed this plan from the start. Someone solemnly said, Enough, Braymouth said, I trust Liver. Let's wait at least until the time he promised. The current Liver spoke, and 3 years passed after that. Peta entered a strange tower. She carried a tray of food and called out, Liver, she thought to herself. 3 years have passed since that day. He was in the desert tower near the defensive line and in the capital, not saying a word. Peta looked around and thought, he's still installing this strange thing. What on earth is that? She knocked on the wooden door and said, Liver, it's time to eat. I'll leave it here as before. Suddenly the door opened and a piercing sound echoed from inside, making Peta scream. Liver's voice was heard. Come in. Peta was slightly scared. Liver. Peta cautiously entered. Amidst the ear-splitting noise, Liver's calm voice echoed, Peta, I'm always grateful to you. Thank you for kindly helping us and teaching us about the culture of the Orenia Empire. Peta was shy. But I don't know how to do anything else. I don't have magic and I can't wield a sword or a bow. Liver told her not to belittle herself so much. Liver said he wasn't unaware of her feelings, of course. Liver stood next to a strange sphere of light and said, Don't worry, Peta. That time is over. Liver turned to Peta and like a madman he opened his mouth and said, With this system, snake-like cables rushed towards Peta, making her scream. Liver returned to the conference room. The mustachioed man was still grumbling, I can't take it anymore. The mustachioed man suggested that support for Liver should be stopped. He said everyone agreed. The old man with a bushy beard said awkwardly, Well, that time has come. Others gradually agreed, that's right. It was a deadline he had set himself. No one next to him stopped him. The mustachioed man said, Then I'll take it that we all agree. Just then Peta entered. She called out to everyone and the mustachioed man was angry. Peta, what on earth is going on? Then, seeing a blue magic circle between Peta's hands, he asked in astonishment, Are you using magic? Peta said emotionally, I can feel mana. The magic circle illuminated Liver's face. He was calm. Lords, don't worry. Liver stood before a gigantic spear-like device and said, Gather the new recruits and bring them to me. We have waited long enough. We will create an army. Raven entered, covered in wounds. The blacksmith, who was sharpening a sword, said, Aren't you under too much pressure these days? Raven was calm. I'm fine, the blacksmith immediately said. Not you, Dubos, I'm talking about the weapons. No matter how well maintained, every blade has its limits. It feels like they're about to break down. Raven picked up his sword again and said, Thank you for your concern, but we must fill the void left by the heroes. Without me, the defensive line will immediately collapse. Dubos wondered. Were those legendary heroes really that great? Raven said playfully. I don't believe in legends, Dubos scolded. Are you crazy? Before you leave, he scoffed and added, I believe in Liver as a true human being. Wait, this is the 3rd year since then. He will definitely return, Dubos said. It's good that you believe him. But he's too obsessed with him anyway. 3 monsters rushed towards the soldiers, and the man with the red headband shouted loudly, Strengthen the defensive line. Kieran leaped down from above wielding her weapon, slashing a monster, and said, Master, there are too many bugs. I think we should retreat for a moment. Raven, stabbing a monster beside him, said mockingly, Oh my, you said you were bored 3 years ago, but now you're saying it's difficult, so what's the problem? Kin, hearing that, trembled with anger. Raven suddenly turned to Kin, surprised. And then he immediately ran over, pulled Kin back and blocked an invisible attack with his sword. The surrounding soldiers shouted, Lord Javin, Kin also called out worriedly. Master, Javin's sword-wielding hand trembled slightly. He ordered them to support the other side. Kieran looked at the strange monster in front of her and said, What kind of species is this? A blonde soldier shouted, Fall back, fall back, fall back from the defensive line. Raven brandished his sword and said, Don't talk nonsense, strengthen the defensive line. He ran forward and said, We will defend this place. Raven continuously blocked the monster's sharp thorn attacks with his sword. Raven leaned back, dodging a downward strike. The powerful attack split the ground behind him into a long, narrow crevice. Suddenly an arrow flew from afar and Vivi watched in surprise as the sharp arrow pierced the monster's chest. He didn't hesitate and immediately took the opportunity to decapitate the monster. Raven said, You shouldn't be here, should you? A voice echoed. I had no other choice either. Raven. She was Arya, a high elf archer. She held her bow and said, If this place falls, my territory will be the next target. The yellow-armored soldiers cheered. Elf reinforcements. The beastman soldier next to them said, Oh, I didn't expect Duchess Arya to come herself. Kin also cheered. Duchess, Arya approached and asked, Kiran, how have you been? She said, hee, of course I've been well. Now that you're here, those bugs will be. As they were talking, the ground shook and gigantic turtle-headed monsters burst out of the ground. The three stood blankly as they appeared. The yellow-armored soldiers trembled. Too many stage 2 monsters, they're all sinking. They all stood still looking at the monsters. Raven tried to command, shouting, Spearman, charge, expand the defensive line. Arya stopped him. Raven, no, Kin called out. Master, she pleaded, we must retreat. There will be many casualties. V was firm. We must hold out until Liver returns. Kin asked, why must we go this far? Raven said, I doubted him because of my rudeness 3 years ago, so that's enough. Don't belittle my resolve as if it changes with my mood. Kin, hearing that, could no longer persuade him. Arya said, everyone retreat, support Javin. Her subordinates replied, yes. Raven clenched his sword and thought, I must hold out, I promised, so I won't think of anything else, monster. An arrow was stuck in its body, but it still powerfully blasted the defensive line backward. Javin seized the opportunity, leaped up and decapitated the monster. He thought, even if you don't come, I will reinforce the defensive line and my faith again. Javin's face was filled with astonishment. In front of him, other monsters continued to appear and surrounded Javin. Suddenly a fireball flew from afar and struck the monster's head, causing a fierce explosion. Arya turned around in surprise and asked, did the mages send reinforcements? No, wait, how many are there? A long line of people was seen walking. The long-haired man at the front shouted loudly, fire everyone! Numerous people following behind cast magic, launching fireballs at the monsters. Monster, seeing the hail of fireballs, mumbled in an unknown strange language. Numerous fireballs struck the monsters' bodies, causing small explosions. Raven thought blankly, am I dreaming? How can this be happening? A magic circle appeared, preventing them from falling, and then Liver's voice was heard. I'm not surprised to see you're still persistent. Yes, I knew you'd make it. Raven smiled. If you hadn't said that, I would have punched you. Liver, may I call you Archmage Liver now? He replied, I'd be truly disappointed if you were so formal, Raven. It's time for a counterattack. A system screen appeared, displaying user verification in progress. Code number X0812TBASM52. User Tibonian Borkland authentication complete. System access granted and registration complete. The green-haired, red-eyed creature showed obvious alarm as his body was enveloped in green mana. Looking at his mana-wrapped hand, he said, I can't see mana. My incompetent self, the white-haired fairy in charge of registration, asked, what is your awakening skill? He answered, honestly. The ability to imbue intermediate substances with attributes, the administrator suggested. Swordsmanship would be a suitable path for you. Next, Raven was surprised to see everything firsthand. He looked at the giant machine before him and asked, what is all this? Liver replied, it's the system. A system to create an excellent army to fill the void on the front lines. Liver said that one could awaken and register basic skills here. Currently it's still an unfinished early state, so there are only skills like fireball and attack. But in the future, not only mages but also swordsmen and healers will be able to train according to their potential. Kin, standing nearby, asked, what's that skill? Liver explained, that refers to technology from my world. It seems ideal for actualizing magic or enhancing physical abilities. On the other hand, a blonde young man used magic to conjure orange flames. Raven stared blankly at the sight. Fireball is a skill that usually requires at least 3 years of training and mana awakening. Kin also couldn't believe it. How is it possible to do that so easily? Liver explained. This system is like a set of guidelines that control the body. It helps the user control mana according to the inherent mechanisms within the body. When mana is charged, a fireball is launched, Liver said. But honestly, it's still in an unfinished stage. There are many cases where errors occur in identifying individual characteristics. And sometimes awakening skills weren't discovered until later, Liver confidently stated. But if we collect enough data through these experiments and can use more difficult and complex magic, this system alone will allow us to change everyone's mana composition. Back on the battlefield, monster corpses lay scattered across the barren land. A skeletal hand with sharp claws rested on a monster's corpse. An eerie voice echoed, severe casualties. Unknown humanoid monsters have appeared. Immediate replenishment of Type 1 and Type 2 units is required, and soldier training time must be redefined. Threat elements must be reconfigured, and additional support troops requested. Headquarters appeared in the center of the screen on the strategic map. The system successfully operated. Everyone could now use mana-based magic skills, and both the quality and quantity of deployed troops were far superior to before. Subsequently, relays for skill registration were installed near the front lines, greatly improving support speed, and the battlefield situation immediately turned in our favor. Beneath the majestic castle, a lively festive atmosphere unfolded. As the situation continued, public sentiment towards the heroes naturally turned positive again. People rejoiced and cheered under the grand castle. The middle-aged man clenched his fist, extremely excited, shouting, long live the heroes! Braymouth looked down, sarcastically saying, isn't he a bit shameless? Peta bowed her head slightly and looked at him awkwardly. Lord Braymouth, she resolutely declared. I'm returning to Lord Liver. A hint of surprise flashed in Braymouth's eyes. But Peta, didn't you have many things you wanted to do while learning magic? You could send someone else. Peta put her hands together and smiled brightly. Lord Liver skips breakfast and isn't the best way to learn magic by being next to a mage. An eerie stone monster appeared against a dark background. Type 1 monsters are the most numerous but weak, however we cannot ignore this war of attrition. A giant red-eyed monster revealed its ferocious appearance. Type 2 are massive and very dangerous in close combat but easy to subdue with mage support. For big targets, a grotesque creature with long spiky hair appeared. The most important are Type 3 and special individuals. Liver carefully manipulated the machine. Type 3 are medium-sized monsters, not numerous, but the most dangerous kind. Raven frowned slightly. Lastly, special individuals refer to beings with unique abilities that don't belong to these 3 types. Liver input that information into the system. Okay, inputting into system data. Liver carefully pressed a button. Thank you for your cooperation, Raven. He looked at his back unreadably. You were also on the front lines, weren't you? Why are you asking me such things? Liver's eyes did not leave the screen. Honestly, I just blew them up so I couldn't properly distinguish them. Liver wondered why special individuals couldn't be classified into the other 3 types. Raven, sweating slightly, explained, it's because the characteristics of these individuals are not fixed. The appearance and abilities of special individuals keep changing. Liver looked at him. Strange. A mysterious figure in a red cloak and black hood stood tall in the hazy smoke. It was as if someone was creating them. He stood up and glared at Javin. Now that I think about it, haven't you changed your mind yet? You'd receive many benefits if you registered with the system. He looked at Liver. It's alright, I don't change my mind once I've decided. Kin chuckled. Not only that, she continued to mumble excitedly. Do you know what people call you? Explosive. Raven hit Kin's head with his sword hilt. Liver returned to the system. Liver suddenly became blank. Is Elisa's curse not fully lifted yet? He looked at his research work. Regarding that, it's more complex than I thought. To prevent mana from breaking down, I need to change the essence of the mana generated in her body. So it will take longer than expected. I'll probably have to complete the system first, Liver pondered, recalling Sheb's appearance. Would it have been different if Sheb were here? A faint smile spread across his face. But I'm not in a hurry. As the system approaches completion, the war with Grand ID will become even more favorable for us, Liver stated resolutely. Eurasia is my home now. Raven looked at Liver affectionately. Given what you're saying, it's been your home for a long time. Sanju gently observed the conversation from the side, smiling. Actually, I'm quite comfortable. Saving Elisa and helping Eurasia at the same time is so easy and wonderful. Liver spread his arms, creating a golden aura, and I diligently continued to do so, expanding and developing the system. Peta meticulously brought him food trays, enhancing skills and organizing awakening abilities. Soldiers with weapons fiercely expanded their territory, reclaiming and occupying territory again. Elisa, with her hands clasped, lay peacefully on a white bed connecting the chains of war, developing and researching. Again and again, a blue background appeared with white smoke, then quickly moved forward again. Sanju looked around in bewilderment. How long has this been going on? Everything gradually came back to him. If time has passed since the system was created, he opened his eyes wide and gaped. 37 years, Sanju walked straight to the front door, right. I dedicated 37 years of my life to the system for Elisa and Eurasia. A colossal object piercing the smoke and dust-filled sky. And the day of its success was approaching, Peta's voice echoed. No matter how much I look, she smiled gently, carrying a tray full of cakes. I still can't get used to it. Even though the system has evolved and changed a lot, Peta looked at the back of the person in front. Lord Liver, you haven't changed at all. Liver stopped what he was doing and turned around. Peta, come in. He also thought it was strange. No matter how much time passes, my face. Sanju's eyes widened on the side. Indeed, not much different from Master. To be precise, yes. Earthlings have only been exposed to mana for 20 years, so they might not know yet. Peta approached Liver. I heard a theory that the more connected one is to mana, the more the body's aging is delayed, even though I've aged so much. He didn't take his eyes off his research. Don't worry too much, Peta, Liver encouraged her. Elisa will recognize you soon. Peta smiled brightly. I'm glad to hear that. It was hard to believe that 37 years had passed since the system was developed, and 45 years since I first arrived. Liver looked up at the screen and the number had already risen to 98. Just a little left. Yes, just a little more. And of course, during that time the system supported almost all skills including magic enhancement and first-class physical senses. It was almost perfect at measuring physical characteristics and providing precise control. In other words, Liver's face was filled with anticipation. Elisa, just a little longer, that moment is coming. The day the system would be completed was not far off. Braymouth complained in the large room. It's taking too long, he grumbled. It's taking too long. It was the result of gradually reclaiming vast territories and undertaking large-scale reconstruction in a long and tedious war. People sat seriously at a long rectangular table. We finally succeeded in cornering Grand ID into one place. The white-haired man was excited, all thanks to the system created by Lord Liver. The man sitting nearby raised his fist in excitement. That's right, it's the soldier training model created by the system that powerfully turned the tide of the war. White-haired man exclaimed, a hero is a great person whose name will live forever in history. An old voice interjected, I don't understand. His face was drenched in sweat. He raised his index finger. "He's not a hero, he's a god. We should treat liver like a god, not a human," the old man praised. "The god who saved us from Granite." An old man leaned back helplessly in his chair. "He's at it again." The top-knotted girl crossed her arms bored. "As you can see, he's aged too, so," he continued to cheer. "Hee hee. Long live liver." Braymouth gave up and moved on to another topic. "We'll talk about that later. Shall we start the final operation?" Snow-covered mountains under the twilight glow. Tibby's Grand Eye Annihilation Operation. Grand Eye's first invasion area. The cursed Arctic. Raven looked up at the flag fluttering in the wind. In the end, his face was filled with both fatigue and relief. "It's time to end this long and tedious war." A name that couldn't be omitted. Kevin Javin, Commander-in-Chief of the Annihilation Operation. Kin stood before the soldiers, turning back to look at Javin. "The time of bloodshed has lasted too long. Now the era of suffering must end." Along with this was Kin Javin, Deputy Commander of the Annihilation Operation. He looked at her and said, "Why do you keep acting like an adult?" She couldn't suppress her anger. "I'm 60 years old," a soldier approached seriously and reported. "All teams are combat ready. We have also carefully installed barriers on the front lines to prevent infiltration by mobile gates." Raven praised. "Excellent, let's go." He led the people towards the distant gate, and approaching that gate, they eliminated all of Grand ID. The soldier thrust his blade hard into the monster, used hyper-vibration destruction technique. The vibrating object absorbed mana at ultra-high speed, weakening the structure of the target it contacted. During the tense battle, people assessed the situation. "Aren't there too few? It's time to exterminate these bugs." They stared blankly at the monsters in the white smoke, and a soldier hastily reported, "They've escaped." Raven watched them and commanded, "Don't pursue, maintain formation." Eerie creatures gradually gathered in the snow-covered region. He frowned and sharply assessed. Bugs are gathering in the center. Something's up. In the suffocating space, monsters approached. Raven looked at the situation before him seriously. "All teams prepare for battle." All teams replied in unison. "Yes." A terrifying creature bared its sharp teeth. Long-term cost, unbalanced warfare, redesigned, transformed interaction framework complete. Mountains suddenly shook and white smoke rose, blocking variables and calculating the battle situation. Raven was startled. "An earthquake." Kin assumed a defensive posture with a flustered expression. "Master," she frowned and hesitated. "My memory is a bit hazy, but didn't you come here once when the invasion started?" he said inscrutably. "I think so. But why?" Kin looked at the unfamiliar mountain before her. "Has that mountain always been there?" Raven stared blankly at the mountain, then realized something. He cautiously observed the gradually cracking crevice in the mountain. No, the mountain's two eyes slowly opened and looked around. At this moment, monsters gathered beneath the creature. "Execute the operation." A monster with a large skull announced the start of the harvest. "This is Grand ID Type 4 Designer." Grand ID was on the planet T-Bone. Soldiers gripped their weapons, flustered. That colossal mountain. They were horrified to see the mountain transform into a monster. "It's a Grand ID monster." Kin sharply drew her sword. "They had a hidden card after all." Raven watched silently. "This is their last stand, but our mission remains unchanged." He thrust the tip of his sword firmly into the ground. "Is there anyone among you who could start a war without guilt and survive? Haven't you always lived in fear, terrified that one day gates would appear in the sky and worm-like monsters would pour out?" Raven gripped the hilt of his sword and roared, "Haven't we lived night after night, constantly worried that our wives, children, villagers, and friends might disappear overnight?" The soldier's morale soared at his words. "This sky is not a place where gates open and close, but a place that illuminates the fields where crops grow. And our land is not a place where those bugs run rampant. It is a nurturing home where our children can play." Kin's face was filled with resolve, and she reached out and drew her sword from its sheath. "All armies will not allow even a single Grand ID to exist on this land." Immediately, the soldiers charged towards the colossal, grotesque creature. For the Enian Kingdom, a soldier thrust his spear firmly into the ground. "You have used the influence diffusion skill." Another soldier blocked the monster's attack with a shield. "You have used the petrification skill." The creature generated a shockwave on the ground, sending numerous soldiers flying into the air. Kin turned back and said resolutely, "We will deal with the Type 2 monsters first." He met her gaze without hesitation and replied, "Lead the way, I will follow." Raven and Kin charged forward. He and she attacked the monster in a zigzag pattern. The grotesque creature with a giant skull silently raised its hand. Faint white smoke rose from the colossal monster's body. Suddenly a black hole appeared above the terrifying creature. The black-haired man, sweating, hastily commanded, "Mage team, activate the barrier." As the mages extended their hands to summon the barrier, a system message appeared. "You have used the advanced damage absorption barrier skill. The effect becomes stronger with each stack." The ferocious monster hurled magic towards the shield. Dark mana quickly flew towards the mages. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred. Raven was startled by the exploding flames. This is, in front of his eyes, he saw the colossal monster standing before a giant hole. "The damage is greater than we thought." On the other hand, the blindfolded woman reported the appearance of the colossal special entity. Raising both hands in alarm, she said urgently, "The executive branch is struggling." The white-haired man, sweating coldly, was flustered. "I knew it. The final attack won't be easy." The old man trembled all over, annoyed. "Damn it, I hope the heroes protect us." Braymouth, unhurried, thought in silence. "I thought the Grand ID were cornered because no special entities had appeared on the front lines for the past few years, but perhaps they've staked everything on this attack." He stared at the blindfolded woman and asked, "Is there a containment device near the combat zone to block gates?" She replied, flustered, "Yes, there is. It was deployed without any problems. Braymouth subtly understood. That means, he said in a low voice, there are no special entities in the combat zone. The blindfolded woman was startled. What? Braymouth's eyes gleamed and he resolutely ordered, prepare the teleportation gate to the combat zone immediately. On the other hand, the soldiers were fiercely fighting the colossal monster Qin. Raven turned back and hastily commanded, tell the messenger to widen the defensive line. Qin, sweating coldly, adopted a combat stance, but if we do that, it will be very difficult to stop the Type 1 monsters. He shot into the air. I'll take care of it first, don't worry. She drew her sword and ordered all armies to dismantle the defensive line. Javan's face was solemn, and he landed close to the monster. Even the weakest wind can only cut a single blade of grass if sharpened well. He raised his sword and a pure white magic circle was created. But if we gather all the wind and weave it together to cut even a single blade of grass, it could change the flow of a river and carve the shape of a mountain. Tiny fragments fell from the grotesque creature's head and white smoke rose from the monster's head. The cloaked creature with a giant skull assessed, high energy penetration attack, external armor destroyed, damage level. Above the monster's head was a black sphere surrounded by gloomy vines. Core functions are intact. The mass harvest will resume. Raven smiled scornfully. You bug-like bastards, your hidden card is finished now too. Braymouth flew from the black gate. Do you think only you have such things? He gathered all his energy and created a colossal blue magical power. For having taken countless lives, Braymouth fired all his magic at the monster. Material decomposition ray. The colossal creature stared intently at the ray rushing fiercely towards it. Immediately after, the entire island shook with a violent collision. The monster staggered backward, immediately engulfed in a cloud of dust. The red flag on the flagpole fluttered in the wind. The dust rising from the ground grew thicker, and a soldier knelt on one knee holding a spear. It's over. The debris removal here is complete. On the other hand, a soldier with weapons in both hands stabbed the monster and reported. Here too. Qin, sweating coldly, gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. The remaining Grand ID bastards are almost all dealt with. Javan smiled brightly and looked around at everyone. Yes, the monster, surrounded by numerous magic circles, was covered in wounds. It really is over at last. The patterns of the magic circles glowed. A huge hole appeared in the sky and the crack gradually contracted. The black-haired man teared up with emotion. It's over. People raised their hands in excitement and cheered. It's finally over. The war is over. Raven smiled and stood arm in arm next to Braymouth. Lord Braymouth, thank you for your help. He looked at the cheering people. I merely chose the method that would minimize damage. Before that, both their gazes turned to the fallen skull monster. We need to confirm who this guy is. Qin stood face to face with Javan. Is this a special entity too? It seemed to be commanding the Grand ID bastards earlier. He observed the grotesque creature. This type is new to me. Suddenly it bared its sharp teeth and mumbled, the hero is not here. Tactical change, the monster said, incredulous. Everything is different from my predictions. Javan's eyes widened in surprise. This guy understands our language. The creature raised its hand to assist. I am the military advisor. I am the one who devised the invasion plan and deployed the troops. Only one of my kind appears on each planet, but I am standardized. Therefore, according to your classification system, I am a Type 4. Its low voice echoed again. You are the first planet where our Grand ID army had to invest enormous resources. Quite impressive. Braymouth looked at the monster with sharp eyes. Only one on each planet. Have you invaded other planets too? It leaned its body against a rock, and in its mind the backs of a man and a woman appeared. Not just a few. All these places should have been completed within 10 years. But two beings with power to disrupt the balance overturned everything. In your words, they are problem children who broke the law, cunning monsters. It was excited. When one of them disappeared, I felt joy. Javan gritted his teeth and reached for his sword. Enough, I don't need such explanations. You've lost. Now you will die and the invasion will end. The grotesque creature opened its mouth, revealing sparse, sharp teeth. No, it's still ongoing. Its voice gradually weakened, and it was very smooth. The man standing nearby was startled. Commander Braymouth. Immediately after the colossal monster fell, a mysterious tunnel appeared. There's a tunnel beneath the colossal special entity. This deep tunnel is connected to it. Braymouth, sweating coldly, was flustered. What? Two guards were excited. Wow, the operation's over, so my shift is over now too. He heard something fall behind him and turned back. But what was that sound earlier? Suddenly, a colossal monster appeared in front of the soldier. His face went blank and he gripped his spear tightly. I should have taken the day off today. The guard felt something strange. But what was that sound earlier? When he looked back, a colossal-bodied monster was approaching, and the entire sky shook. The guard was extremely flustered and worried. Today I have to stand at the forefront. It turned out that not just one but numerous identical monsters appeared. A mountain-sized monster was moving. The monsters approached closer and closer. The guard shouted, "Don't make a fool of me, you damn bug-like bastards." Enraged, he used the Hellblade skill. Do you think I'll let you delay my discharge even further? The guard swung his sword and suddenly a gigantic vortex appeared before his eyes. He said, trembling with fear, "What kind of space is this?" My skill. After that, the guard was sucked into that space and disappeared. Two men standing in front of him were flustered. The teleportation gate's barrier has turned off, the tall blonde man said angrily. Quickly, recreate that circle, the man in the black hood replied. The mana flow has been cut off. I don't know why, but all the mana flowing into this area suddenly stopped. As mana teleported in place, several black holes appeared around. The two men's eyes widened. My God, that can't be. Before people could react, a teleportation gate opened at the top of the capital. It was a gate leading to Grand ID. Javan's face was currently very flustered and confused. The underground cave, that guy even used this trick, a colossal grand ID monster approached. I don't understand the concept of proverbs. Would speaking improve the situation? These are not unclassified lower life forms. They are highly likely to understand the situation themselves. Too much contact is likely to arouse suspicion. The long-haired man said, Commander, all communication with the capital with Dragon Tower has been cut off, he shouted. Furthermore, according to the last received communication, a teleportation gate has appeared in the capital and Type 3 monsters are pouring out. Qin, sweating with fear, stammered. No, the Type 4 monster is threatening. I've checked all the magic skills here. There are quite a few teleportation institutions here, but they all have long cooldown times. My goal from the beginning was to concentrate all your troops here. He placed sharp claws on Qin's neck. So answer me, Deputy Commander Qin Javan, the Type 4 monster shouted in front of her. Is there any way for the troops to return to the capital in time? She replied, even if you return to the capital. It will already be too late, Braymouth suddenly appeared. Of course they can go back, the damned bastards. Everyone was startled. Lord Braymouth, he said. No need to warn me, I didn't come here with teleportation magic. The mages in the capital opened a teleportation gate for me, Qin said, flustered. So, Braymouth declared, I am uncomfortable forcing them to continue fighting, but everyone must find a way to return. The capital's troops are trying to fight, but the monsters are growing in number, the white-haired man asked. Then why did you open a teleportation gate to the capital? No, shouldn't we at least protect the Dragon Tower? He worried. If this place collapses, the amount of mana supply needed to activate the system. At the same time, a bloody battle was raging. The elemental swordsman, fourth sword, appeared. I was unhappy about being excluded from the unit, but it seems this was an event prepared for this final war. New troops swiftly defeated the monsters. Samia said, I'll take the east. Duran replied, I'll take the west. He judged that even so, a gate was still open on one side. Samia's worried gaze fell. No, not anymore. That teleportation gate truly appeared. Javan ordered all armies to protect the Dragon Tower. A voice echoed from an analysis department. The overall main structure analysis will be completed soon. Then there will no longer be diseases that the system cannot explain or cure. In front of him was Elisa. Isn't it funny, almost 40 years after you disappeared, everyone stopped looking for you. Many people think I was the only hero from beginning to end. It was, he said softly, even I, speaking these words, have been away from the front lines for a long time. Now the system is closing the distance between you and me. Liver speculated what the Eurasia Empire truly needed. A hero or a system, he wasn't sure either. He moved closer to Elisa. But what I need is you, Elisa. If only you would wake up. I need nothing else. Outside they were desperately fighting against the monster invasion. They fought hard, but the monsters still seemed unfazed. The capital's troops had already done their best but were far outnumbered. Qin collapsed. Type 3 monsters appearing on such a large scale, and we can't even form a proper formation due to emergency teleportation. She got up and fought the Type 3 monster again. Raven admonished her. Focus, Qin. In this situation I can't protect you, Qin replied. I know, I'm 60 years old too, Qin judged. Master, this seems to be the enemy's last attempt. Can't we request support from anyone? Javan asked. Who are you talking about? She replied. As Master knows, Qin was certain that Braymouth was also doing his best. A mountain-sized monster and even teleportation, he probably doesn't have much mana left, she continued. But if Liver were here, the damage would be much less. Fundamentally, if the capital falls to the enemy, the system will also collapse. Qin asserted that support was needed, at least now, she concluded with a resolute voice. Liver, a colossal monster, was approaching. Qin shouted, Master, stay back. From somewhere a voice suddenly called Peta. Peta replied, Yes, Lord Liver, did you call me? He asked calmly. I haven't been able to contact the capital at all since a while ago. Have you heard anything? She countered. Are you saying you can't even confirm it with magic? Are you saying contact and mana aren't working? Liver confirmed. Fortunately, they're working fine, she wondered. The system is fine, but why did a person in strange attire come in all this time? That person called Liver. It was Qin. She approached Liver. We completed the mission, but there's a problem. Liver was flustered. Qin, what's wrong? Her voice trembled. Those damn guys had a hidden card. The capital is under attack. We are on the verge of collapse. Qin relayed the situation. Lord Braymouth and Lord Raven are both in danger. There are also many Type 3 monsters. Her face, streaked with tears and blood, looked very pitiful. She pleaded, Please save the capital, Qin cried out. Liver horrified him, and his soul seemed to leave his body. Liver requested Peta treat Qin. Everyone resisting in the capital retreated, following commands and maintaining formation. The soldier was bewildered. Type 3, everything around is a mess, the soldier shouted. Magic, everyone rejoiced when Liver appeared. Archmage Liver has arrived, he said. If you tell me where the enemies are concentrated, I will provide immediate support. Braymouth was surprised. Liver, why are you here? He replied. What are you talking about? The capital is on the verge of collapse. Liver said that Qin had just come to him and asked for help. Raven also seemed startled by his appearance. Liver, Qin asked with a confused expression. Liver, why are you here? Peta supported Qin and said, Qin, come over here quickly. I'm not as good as you, but I've learned healing magic, Qin stammered. I can't go that way. Then Qin suddenly shouted, So inside this door, there's a shield that blocks unauthorized intruders. Her voice gradually became strange. Just as I expected, they've installed a teleportation blockade. I need to disable it. Petta's face turned pale at Kin's words. She was terrified. What did you say, Kin? She scoffed. But I'm not worried at all. I've been working for over 30 years to break through that barrier and teleportation blockade. At this moment, the atmosphere became grim. Kieran's eyes widened. It seems you don't understand me. It's possible, because I am the designer of Grand ID. In the end, that Kin was not real. It was the Grand ID Type 4 designer monster. He said that the original plan was to summon a colossal special entity to the battlefield to draw Liver into battle, but Braymouth's power far exceeded my expectations. I never thought that entity would be destroyed before Liver intervened, the monster asserted. The most correct decision was to use my remnants on the battlefield to collect high-grade entity biological data. In the end, he revealed his true form. So thanks to that, the plan is back on track. Speaking of which, you're Petta, right? The Type 4 monster said. I haven't collected any information about you. You can leave now, the capital's soldiers rejoiced. Thanks to Lord Liver, the Type 3 monsters will soon be annihilated. They bowed their heads and shouted, Long live the hero! Without a word, Liver felt something was wrong and immediately left. No one could have imagined such a thing would happen. What? Liver is leaving again? Did something suddenly happen? Kin worried and wondered. Master, was that Liver? He looked so confused when he saw me and then he left again. Raven also had nothing more to say. They asked, Lord Braymouth, do you know something? Braymouth speculated. It seems Kin asked for help, he ordered. Target the special entities with protrusions on their heads. Restoring the connection is the top priority. Anyway, no one will be able to follow Liver. Raven replied. Understood, he commanded. Disperse the monoflow of these damned bastards. Use body enhancement magic or use more than usual. A soldier used a charged skill. He triumphantly said, Hee, it's a common occurrence. I learned this skill through the system, so there's no need to hesitate anymore. Disappear. Thus quite a number of Type 3 monsters were also eliminated. Braymouth thought to himself, good at this rate. He commanded the blindfolded woman. Did you hear? Set up the connection immediately away from where Liver is. She immediately replied, yes, understood, Lord Braymouth. Raven and Kin turned, seeing something, and both shouted, a curtain has appeared. Analysis has reached 99. Liver hastily returned to Elisa. He remembered using teleportation when supporting the capital. Before the connection was cut, I confirmed that all the mages here used their skills to send Braymouth to the battlefield. Liver recalled the bloodied man who had come to him, pleading. Liver judged, whatever it is, that Kin is definitely fake. The loss of contact with the capital and the sudden attack were all traps to lure me out. The Type 4 monster had already infiltrated the system. Liver was flustered. No, that can't be. Grand ID wouldn't use such a stratagem. I'm accessing the main system. Elisa was still lying there, and it was only a very brief moment. Liver rushed over, but it was already too late. He shouted, Elisa, the system has reached 100. The Type 4 monster infiltrated the room and killed Elisa. He said, you've come, he provoked, but it's too late at this moment. No one could utter a single word. The mages in the capital, Braymouth, who were watching the situation. Kin and all of them could do nothing. I also couldn't say anything. The Type 4 monster said, someone is observing this place, but I don't want to reveal the whole situation now. The blindfolded girl reported, they've blocked everywhere. Liver, seeing the chaos before him, exclaimed in panic, Elisa. He saw Elisa's illusion and heard her voice. You can see it, the Type 4 monster said. As soon as I deactivated the barrier and interception system, the guards rushed in. Your caution is truly remarkable. You are an enemy, but this multi-layered defense method would be very useful in Grandid's headquarters. When Elisa awakened Mana, she gently said, you have to cast aside all distractions and focus on one thing. Although I teased you for awakening by seeing my body, in fact I have a secret too. The Type 4 monster said, it took considerable time, but everything went according to plan. Elisa hid on the front lines and you two disappeared following her. He said, at that time I was convinced that you two were overly emotionally dependent on each other. Elisa, with a bright smile, said, to be honest, I thought of you when I awakened too. In the end, I always think only of you. The Type 4 monster asserted, seeing into people's minds. If one side collapses, the other side will soon give up the will to live. Liver woke up. What is this? What have I done for all this time? Why am I running away like this? Elisa, he broke down. Without you, I'm useless. Blood splattered everywhere. Tears streamed down Liver's face. I don't need this world. His tears fell and activated the creator's command. Priority target change. The system must increase mana efficiency using organic intermediate media. Searching for physical entities with minimal damage. The Type 4 monster, sensing something suspicious, shouted, what? And turned around. Liver was attacked by the Type 4 monster but eventually turned to attack him. The Type 4 monster, incredulous, said, no, you're alive, dealing him irreparable damage. Loss of function. The Type 4 monster said, resistance failed, calculation error. The system detected an anomalous entity. He angrily shouted, who are you? He cried out in despair, my plan, the concept of blasphemy is needed at moments like this. Liver recovered his functions. The system appeared. Grand ID designer, type not in database. Analysis complete. Alien life form excluded. System mana efficiency maximized. Brain structure reconstruction complete. Liver commanded execute priority target according to Liver's command. After that he went to a peaceful place with densely packed neighboring houses. Two people in red and blue clothes met on the street. My goodness, who is this person? They recognized Liver. He replied, hello. A white-haired man said, why are you here? I heard the operation is underway. Everyone is calling you a hero. Another person beside him interjected. Didn't everyone hear? Liver announced. The war is over. The two people in red and blue clothes rejoiced. Really, you finally succeeded. Is it true? They made a fuss. Then let's prepare for a festival. Liver was silent. A festival? If it's this kind of festival I can arrange it, he scoffed. There's no creativity, but I really like this expression. Before the harvest, Liver fell to the ground, shedding tears in extreme pain. I felt like I was crying out Elisa's name in endless agony. He recalled his lover's face and appearance. Consumed by pain, I even forgot myself and cried out. And the moments when she sobbed or erupted in anger. And even the moments when she was steeped in joy and happiness. Liver remembered the peak moments of their love with vivid clarity, consumed by sadness. At some point the pain in my chest will disappear, but now he was haggard without her. And I left Elisa completely there, Liver wept, immersed in sadness. It didn't take long to re-perceive myself, he broke down, seeing the things he had created firsthand. Then the world I built and created. I opened my eyes within the system's internal neural network. Liver quickly recognized this. Because I designed it myself and understood the structure of the mana circuits, it didn't take long to realize where I was. I'm inside the system. At that very moment he realized something abnormal had happened. But there were two problems I could never have predicted. What on earth is this? Liver began to panic at the sudden changes. He frantically adjusted again. First, the system is evolving on its own. It's expanding the nodes of the neural network. I didn't create this structure. It's expanding its functions on its own. I need to check my body's status. If I can temporarily connect the circuits and create a skill, then I'll be able to see outside from here. Before he could even fix this error, a second problem appeared, making him flustered. Second problem, no, the scene turned into a chaotic and tragic situation, and Liver was enraged. No, what are you doing? He muttered to himself. Perhaps the system taking over my body did all of that. A man, severely wounded by Liver's system, painfully called Liver. But he mercilessly watched him continue to suffer. Why, Liver? He forced a smile and reassured them. It won't be painful anymore. Everyone relax. Sanju with a blank expression pressed him. But why is the system doing this? He struggled to explain, but his words still concealed something. That's just a hypothesis, but in my desperate last will. I don't need that anymore. In his bloody past he asserted with certainty, this world has become the system's top priority. And all of this, all the people in that world witnessed it in the capital as the designer died and communication was restored. Voices were heard calling Liver again. You're lying, aren't you? Qin glanced at Javan, whose eyes were dark. Qin hastily stopped him. She advised him, Master, calm down. Liver is no longer the man he used to be. But Javan couldn't accept this fact. He said firmly, let me go. I don't believe that screen. I need to see it for myself. Braymouth coldly told him, snap out of it. Kai Raven, he gently and earnestly persuaded him, and Raven still gritted his teeth in anger. He's not the Liver we knew. Raven understood all too well why Liver had changed so quickly. He was moved. Elisa, he's acting this way because he lost Elisa. He's not the kind of person to do that. He was very certain about his true nature. I understand his thoughts on system development better than anyone. Kiran also agreed with him. Master, Liver's appearance is gradually becoming supernatural and stone-like. Liver forced a smile and declared to everyone with deep, thoughtful eyes, everyone, the war is over. Now let's enjoy the day of harvest. Before he could finish speaking, his body gradually disappeared. This painful world informs the system that you have used a skill. High-temperature fireballs. Citizens kept blaming Liver, screaming, shut up, murderer, that village was my hometown. It's not certain yet. His form gradually blurred. He comforted everyone, don't resist. This world no longer needs the system. A message appeared with chains wrapped around the system. System deactivated. The residents fell into serious chaos as all screens locked. My skills, the system no longer works. Suddenly, fire erupted and Frost screamed, yelling, someone put out the fire, it's too hot. It continued to burn. His friend hastily told him the method. Frost, destroy the mana immediately. How? Frost immediately panicked and urgently asked, how do I destroy mana without the system? Raven also froze, staring at the sight. That sight erased all the hope we used to resolve the crisis. Liver became a madman, doing everything out of love, declaring, and then I became a wizard driven mad by the grief of losing Elisa. I'll say it again. The war is over. Raven could no longer hold back. He screamed at his continuous words, everyone prepare for the day of harvest. Liver walked forward with heavy steps and long lines connected to others extended from his body. Thus the day of harvest began, and the forces hastily gathered from each region tried to resist, but it was all in vain. With most of the soldiers' skills sealed, they couldn't fight and were mercilessly slaughtered one by one. The world subsequently fell into tremendous chaos and crisis. Conversely, the system perfectly analyzed and freely used all skills. The system announced ultra laser skill used, meteor shower skill used, perception destruction skill used, critical strike skill used. With a blood-soaked body, I continuously massacred other rebels, constantly rushing at Liver and attacking him. Some dragon kings and elemental swordsmen fought desperately, but I had become a monster. He was so overconfident that he mistakenly believed no force could stand against him. The mana gathered from the entire planet was almost limitless, and no one could stop the system from freely using all skills. Sanju had seen enough, and he growled, trying to stop this action. Stop! He was truly angry, his face dark. For a whole week the screams of the Empire's residents echoed endlessly in a hellish nightmare, their bodies cruelly torn apart, Stop, stop. Liver's retreating figure gradually moved further away, but Sanju still seemed to plead with him. Will you please not show me that sight? Liver was distressed. He sadly told him, yes, I was in pain just like you. Sanju's face turned very pale. Inside the system, a powerful spiritual energy soared into the sky, and Old Man was very afraid yet firmly believed in Liver. Impossible, Liver would never do that. Something must be wrong. The ruins before their eyes further shook people's faith. Impossible that a sacred being could do this to Eurasia. Knights in blood-stained armor. Arya looked very confused. Braymouth anxiously asked about the situation. What happened to the rest? The man next to him replied. Liver will be here soon too. Braymouth scratched the wall with his claws and told them. It seems we've reached the end, he declared with dignity. Now let's leave, to Earth, the hometown of Liver and Elisa. Braymouth dug out a strange object from the ground and explained, this is the interstellar travel device Liver created when he first planned to escape. Of course, Liver doesn't know I found this, one person asked in confusion. Such a device, he added about its usage, it can only be used once and can carry up to 3 people. Of course I can't go. I have to supply an enormous amount of mana to activate it. So don't worry, Raven still asked skeptically. So you've made a decision, but most of the people here are registered with the system. Even if we go to another planet, there's a risk of being tracked, so they made a very important decision. Must send Kin, Dubert and Era, these 3. A one-eyed man suddenly shouted, seeing a signal in front. The magic detector picked up a signal. Liver is nearby. Liver with tentacles like lines continuously extending from his body. Raven hastily whispered to his disciple, quickly Kin. She seemed unable to leave, reaching out her hand and sobbing, I'm sorry, master. Kin hesitated and told Javan the truth. I'm also registered with the system. Raven immediately cried out in shock. Kiran, what are you talking about? Why? Kin was forced to confess everything. When I was young I foolishly tried to use magic once. I truly regret it now, Braymouth immediately said. Then it's decided. Raven was flustered and he humbled himself, pleading, please stop, Lord Braymouth, I will stay and stop Liver. You are the one who must go. Arya urged him. Raven, you have to go. A loud alert told everyone to prepare for battle. Liver is coming. Everyone prepare for battle. Kin smiled slightly, turned back and bid farewell. Master, go find another disciple over there. We must protect that legacy if there's a chance later. Words like a blade piercing his heart were embedded in his mind. Will you tell me what Earth is like? Raven screamed bitterly. No, everything became chaotic and screams echoed. Stop. Raven turned to Sanju and said, so that was the day of harvest. He still didn't understand his words and asked again. How did you know about this place? Sanju reminded him, Master. But he instead questioned him. That's what I want to ask you. Why are you here? His hand trembled. He confessed sincerely. Disciple, please don't tell me that's the truth. I trusted you and even gave you the 7 deadly sins piece, an artifact of the Empire. Sanju expressionlessly noticed Javan's oddity. As he kept asking, how did you know about this place? He thought to himself, Master is thinking about Liver. He thinks what the system did was Liver's doing. Javan's face darkened. Sanju carefully calculated whether he should speak or not. If I tell him what I discussed with Liver, the system will detect my location. Sanju suddenly had a good idea that could make this situation proceed most smoothly. Wait, I just thought of something. Can't I show him what I just saw? Then he'll know it wasn't Liver's doing. Sanju thought he could make everything better. I can clear up this misunderstanding. Liver won't become that, but suddenly a voice reminded him. No, Sanju. Have you forgotten why we couldn't communicate before you obtained the 7 deadly sins? The moment you contact KER to show memories of the past, the system will detect your location. If you don't have the 7 deadly sins, you won't be able to see it. Sanju and Javan faced each other, and there was something unsaid between them. Liver's previous words made his specific plan even clearer. I created my own domain within the system so that I wouldn't be detected. The scenes I showed you are memories stored in the system. And during the system's transfer to Earth, I moved that data to this workspace. Sanju became even more confused by the rapid speech. Simply put, if this place is destroyed, I'll die, so stop it. This madman is talking too fast. Master, calm down first, he confessed. There's someone who told me about this place. Javan asked coldly. Who? Sanju was forced to pretend to lie to Javan, putting forward a person. He began to mention Sheb like a myth. Sheb Jordan, Liver's old colleague. Damn it, it's a lie. But since I've started, I have to see it through. I met him during Shin Howing's DEB terror incident. Raven listened thoughtfully to his story. He gave me a lot of useful information then, which is how I found this place. He confirmed, having experienced a similar case himself. He told me that too. Looks like you're the same. Sanju sighed in relief. What a coincidence, he repeated once more. So you saw the day of harvest, he also admitted. Yes, I saw everything that happened on T-Bone. Javan wanted to see it. Can you show me? Sanju was slightly flustered and hesitated. But he couldn't show him, so he refused. I'm sorry, Master, but you can't see it because you don't have the 7 deadly sins piece. Upon hearing that, Javan became even more certain. The 7 deadly sins item. So you weren't manipulated. Raven expressed concern about the relationship they were discussing. You said Sheb was Liver's colleague, but their relationship seemed very bad. Sanju immediately denied it. Impossible. Sanju's face was very amusing. He said innocently, Liver is truly a piece of trash, he innocently told him. I also decided to kill Liver to stop the day of harvest, Javan praised him cheerfully. Then you're going in the right direction. Thus the two began to badmouth Liver. I told you, didn't I? That piece of trash is really trash. He's really petty and despicable. The two of them together covered the pile of dirt. Is it okay? Raven asked with slight doubt. It's okay not to destroy it, right? Sanju began his cosmic-level exaggeration ability. The devices underneath are connected to the system, so we can confirm what happened on T-Bone. To be precise, Liver was connected to the system. Raven had some questions related to this. So we don't have a chance to install a virus or something and fight back, isn't that right? A virus? Yes, I heard it was massive. You're right. He seemed to notice that his attitude and address had changed slightly. He immediately seized the opportunity and asked, by the way, Master, the way you spoke just now, it became more subtle, didn't it? Did you change to disciple because I gave you the dungeon piece? Oh no, that's… Raven was flustered and changed his words. If it's uncomfortable, I'll change it back. But Sanju liked this address and negotiated. No, please just call me disciple. Raven recalled his separated disciple and what she had said before leaving. Master, go find another disciple, we must protect that legacy. He was relieved to hear him speak such warm words. Please think of me as kin's disciple. Raven finally accepted this request. Alright, the two master and disciple left together carrying hoes. Javan also shared, very pleased. That child will surely be very happy too. Those words echoed in Sanju's ears again. Did you overcome it? He quickly wanted to know the next location. I just won't say those words anymore. So where's the next 7 deadly sins piece? The voice mentioned again with implied words. It seems you're worried too. The next 7 deadly sins piece will be in a place you know. Sanju was very firm. He inwardly vowed, I will not let such a thing happen on Earth. I must collect all the 7 deadly sins pieces and destroy the system. New York, a skyscraper in the U.S. Heritage Headquarters. Breath seemed quite surprised when Sanju suddenly appeared. Huh? Sanju Ryan, she asked them. Why are you two here? He answered her. I have a few questions. Sanju looked at her condition and asked worriedly, you look tired. Your complexion isn't good. Breath smiled bitterly. She explained the reason and gave them the news. I mean, well, I've been a bit busy these days. Oh, and I have good news. Sanju's eyes widened in surprise at her fresh information update. We finally found Elisa, Breathicon chatted happily. We went through several stages, of course we haven't acquired it yet, but we've agreed to process it. Javan also shared the good news with her. I was going to surprise you, but I met my disciple instead. Sanju understood their conversation to some extent. Ah well, I see. Didn't she know her sister had recovered her health? Sanju spoke honestly to her. First, let me be frank. Breath was surprised. What is it? He seriously asked her thoughts. What are you going to do to stop the day of harvest? I've seen the catastrophe that happened in Eurasia. The things he mentioned coincidentally terrified her. I also saw the elemental knight executives like Duberton. Arya? Breath hesitated. How do you know that? Raven also knew a little about this relationship. Duran is Dubert's son and Samir is Arya's nephew. Sanju apologized to her before saying words that might hurt her. I'm sorry, but it seems I'm bringing up old wounds again. What I want to say is that it must have been very shocking and humiliating for you. Because of earthlings like me. He immediately brought up this issue. You must have seen the signs of the day of harvest and the great catastrophe on Earth. Breath also had to admit it. He added, yes, that's right. I can't express how desperate I was. Ultimately, it was people who voluntarily registered with the system who got us this far. I never imagined Liver would go to such extremes. She revealed some crucial information. It caused unexpected problems for Earthlings. I couldn't possibly explain it all. Sanju also chimed in. Liver is a psychopath, so he'll return to his homeworld Earth someday. Don't worry about that, Liver retorted angrily from beside him. Shut up. Breath also made a judgment and hinted at some future plans to Sanju. Of course, after seeing that vision, we didn't just sit idly by. We've already made plans to stop the day of harvest, and she showed him the plan beforehand. This is the plan. Sanju was startled to see it. That's surely, he cried out in surprise at the item. Isn't that a skill orb? Breath explained its operating principle. Yes, that's right. This is precisely why we established the Heritage Corporation and manage skills through the skill orb market. To stop the day of harvest, Sanju walked forward blankly. He tried to probe Liver's true feelings. You heard the plan they made, right? What do you think? Liver looked surprised. Are you asking me? Liver also answered honestly. I think it's fine. It'll be quite difficult, but there's a possibility of success. But Sanju was still a bit vague. I don't really know just by hearing it. He recalled what Breath had told him previously. The reason we were powerless against Liver wasn't just because he was strong and everyone's hero. There was a much bigger reason. Liver asked Sanju, so what are you going to do? He immediately replied, of course I'll help Breath. A very good idea just occurred to me. Breath presented a very creative idea she had shared with him. It's to prevent system soldiers with skills from being able to use magic anymore. They're merely people with slightly stronger physical abilities than ordinary people. That's why we're trying to stop this. So Sanju set a specific goal that could accomplish 3 things at once. Obtaining the 7 deadly sins, helping her plan and training. He stood in a high hall looking down at the people below. Breath, holding a magic orb, stated through the process of rebuilding the system, all hunters will be able to use skills even after the system is sealed. However, she had a financial problem. And to do that, an enormous amount of money is needed. Below were ladies and gentlemen in luxurious clothes and masks. Sanju politely greeted them like a noble. Good evening, esteemed ladies and gentlemen of W, he introduced himself. I am S-rank hunter Jong Sanju. At a party held in a luxurious mansion, he spoke very passionately. First and foremost, I sincerely thank you all for gathering here late tonight. He tried to start over. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am, a man below shouted irritably. Get on with it. They all seemed to have come here with the same purpose and wanted to quickly get to the core information, get straight to the point. I've come because I heard something interesting would happen at Heritage, another woman urged. Yes, that's right, so please get to the point quickly. The people below made a commotion and threatened, if this is just an ordinary matter, we won't stand idly by. Sanju still calmly continued speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, he skillfully used an enticing title to grab people's attention. Doesn't everyone want to enjoy eternal youth? Sanju skillfully wove interesting details into his story. Foolish mages might not know, but everyone here surely knows well that mana can slow down bodily aging, a man tried to deduce. So if we gather mana from younger individuals and absorb it regularly, another man also thought. I've heard that too. Sanju advised very skillfully, giving specific real-world examples. The catastrophe has only just begun, and since I've only been exposed to mana for 20 years, you might not fully grasp it yet. But as time passes, more and more people will start to realize it. Just look at Jumper and you'll understand. He's in his late 40s this year. Sanju subtly mentioned liver, gradually revealing his intentions. But where do you think you should find pure mana? He had been planning this from the start, and the next 7 Deadly Sins piece would certainly be there. Who would have thought he would use what he heard in this way? Liver and Peta's previous conversation revealed a deeper connection. I heard a theory that the more harmonized one is with mana, the more the body's aging is delayed, but I've never seen such an extreme case. Even I have aged this much, he reassured her. Don't worry too much, Peta. Sanju spoke very persuasively and confidently from above. The mana of the Himalayan mountains, or the mana of isolated deep valleys. No, he informed everyone about Odin Tower, the place on Earth with the least human interference. Sanju, staking his reputation, confidently stated, I as an S-rank hunter will safely and comfortably guide you to experience pure mana here at Odin Tower. But he also very cleverly brought up the money issue, at a reasonable cost of course. A man scoffed upon hearing this. What nonsense are you talking? A woman stepped forward and spoke the truth. Do you think we're naive fools who don't know the ways of the world? That ancient Odin Tower you're talking about, she frankly told Sanju. So many hunters have tried to visit that place that their footprints alone could encircle the earth, he calmly replied. That's just the first floor. Sanju then clarified once more. We will ascend from the second floor of Odin Tower. Upon hearing that, the woman immediately cried out in surprise. What? He added some information. In other words, no one in humanity besides Jumper has ever set foot there. It's the path leading to the pure mana plaza. The gentleman next to them also expressed concern. From the second floor, that's a different matter. The woman also voiced these worries, but it was still dangerous. Even guild elite strike teams have died trying. But Sanju stepped forward and used his skill to reassure them. Don't worry, with me an S-rank hunter and my clone skill, as you all know, I specialize in machine-like precise judgment and delicate movement skills. A man was displeased upon hearing his arrogant words. I guarantee that none of you will suffer even a scratch. His exaggerated tone made people uncomfortable. He condemned him contemptuously. What's so great about being an S-rank hunter? Most people here hire A-rank elite hunters as bodyguards. He even threatened them with his bodyguards. There are over 100 waiting just around this mansion. So he became angry because of his pride. Are you saying that even if all our bodyguards gathered, they wouldn't be as good as you? Sanju had no choice but to apologize to him, but his tone was sarcastic. Homa, I apologize for my rudeness. I hadn't thought of that. Trust was paramount after all, of course, Sanju also told them very proudly. Simply put, yes, that's right, and he spoke in a provocative tone, making the men angry. Everyone come on in, you damn bastard, let everyone in. It was the chief of security. As a thunderous shout echoed inside the mansion, bodyguards stormed in like a tempest. Teach this guy a lesson. Seeing the bodyguards furiously rush in, Sanju calmly laughed loudly. Haha, there are so many of them. Rewinding to Breath's office, Sanju asked her curiously, do you need that much money? So he didn't hesitate to offer help. I also have some money, and if it can stop the day of harvest, I'm willing to part with everything. Breath was very grateful for his goodwill, but her goal was set higher. I sincerely appreciate your goodwill, but our goal is for all humanity to use the skill orbs from Heritage Corporation. And he was very proud inwardly. My disciple is truly worth the money. Breath had a very worried expression. She said, like Liver's system, one skill orb cannot be registered by multiple people. She openly shared the very expensive price. You know the price of even the most basic skill orb is 8 million won, right? Even at cost, 10,000 of them would require 40 billion won. Sanju's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Understood. I guess I'll end up wandering the streets. Sanju recalled the address Liver had given him earlier. The next 7 Deadly Sins piece will probably be in a place he knows well. Odin Tower, the 7 Deadly Sins weapon is in the place controlled by the person I first contacted. He bowed his head in thought for a moment, then asked her something important. You've been running this company for 20 years, right? Breath replied. Yes, Sanju immediately speculated. Then you must have a lot of influential connections. He made a reasonable request to her. Gather people who are so wealthy that money overflows, even those who wouldn't hesitate to do illegal things. He was confident, but Breath remained silent and didn't answer. I'll turn their money into skill orbs. When she agreed, Sanju was surprised by how quickly she responded. I can gather them. Furthermore, Breath had to add a few secrets about these wealthy individuals. However, those people aren't just rich, they truly wield power. In other words, they are outside the system of the law. They're quite dangerous. She particularly emphasized, if it hadn't been for Javan I would have died. Surprisingly, Sanju was even more interested in this story. Perfect. Those trashy bastards will gladly pay because of their obsession with pure mana. Now Sanju was able to fight the bodyguards and he knocked them down on the spot. Hey, there's no need to be humble, he continued to challenge. Who else is there now? Those people also trembled, asking each other what's going on. Sanju and his clones sat proudly amidst the defeated bodyguards. Didn't you see? I didn't get a single scratch. Thanks to his special power, he successfully attracted investment. With a simple command you can participate in a tour to experience the purest mana in Odin Tower. Others also began to be fascinated by him. They whispered to each other, that guy is really interesting. I didn't expect an S rank to be so good. Yes, that's right. This is a truly rare opportunity. We can also reduce risky methods like kidnapping. One of them approached Sanju and said, you can't deny that Jumper is young for his age. He assessed this great opportunity that Sanju was presenting to them. If all of that is because he absorbed mana from Odin Tower, then this plan is entirely worthwhile. Once he knew they were willing to spend money, Sanju also announced the price. First, let's talk about the price. Time quickly passed, and a week later, Sanju arrived at Odin Tower as he had promised them. It was surrounded by magnificent and colossal mountain ranges. Wealthy nobles also arrived one after another. So this is Valhalla Gate? I've been near here before, but it's my first time seeing it directly. Sanju was already waiting for them. He wasn't surprised by their age and the number of registrants, as everyone arrived, as expected. Mostly middle-aged people over 50 registered. About 15 people, right? Young people weren't too interested, it seems. Although wealthy, the price they had to pay made them complain a little. We've come as you said, but isn't the price too expensive? Even if we combine all our funds, the orange-haired man irritably asked again. 10 billion won per person for a single visit? He was the president of Verone Farm, a skyscraper pharmaceutical company. There's still one more condition, right? Sanju also happily presented some information and rules to be observed during the visit. If anyone gets even slightly injured in Odin Tower, we will give a full refund. However, intentional self-harm to receive a refund will be strictly monitored. Of course, we don't expect our valued customers to do such a thing. Everyone is busy, so let's go in right away. He approached the colossal mountain range. Below were colossal rocks. The wealthy people saw this unique sight for the first time and whispered to each other. They say it's the entrance to Odin Tower. I've only heard rumors. No media outlet can film inside, they say. Two distant tents caught their attention. What's that over there? Witty also introduced himself to everyone. Hello everyone. I am Witty, Guild Master of the Northern Canis Guild. The two shook hands very cordially and Sanju replied, it's a pleasure to meet you, Guildmaster Witty. Baron asked him, very surprised, Park Witty, isn't that the Guild Master of a top guild in Korea? Sanju introduced Witty. You could call him an Odin expert. He will help us on this trip. Witty removed the canvas covering a passenger car. He said very carefully, the interior of Odin Tower is very vast and cold, so we've made some preparations for everyone's safety. Behind the canvas, a large car was revealed, a travel car. He briefly explained its purpose. This car is extremely durable and features various integrated technologies to make your journey more comfortable. The tourists hesitated slightly before the trip. Oh yes, it's amazing. Although everyone has flight skills, using them throughout the first floor would be too much. Sanju's mind was confused and tormented. Hunter Jong, Sanju, what on earth are you thinking? But he still gave the guildmaster a thumbs up, saying he was the best. A week ago, Sanju revealed his intentions to Wei. You're trying to enter Odin Tower? Sanju confirmed this information, and added, yes, we'll collect money from the wealthy and guide them inside. Wei was not at all reassured by his plan and immediately advised him, Hunter, it's not that simple. He mentioned the difficulties and inconveniences that would arise if he insisted. Government approval is needed and only officially certified individuals can enter. It's not a place just anyone can go. Sanju covered his ears, confident as if he hadn't heard anything. Oh, then we'll handle it. Sanju immediately stated his wish and expressed his desire to collaborate with him on this project. So I've come to ask for your help with this process. I need a channel to sell the monsters inside and a tour bus that the wealthy can use. Oh, and I have another request for Vice Guildmaster Wei. He hesitated slightly. It's too sudden. Sanju gently called the guildmaster. He decided to make a bold attempt that would surprise him. I'm going to climb to the top of the tower. Sanju was firmly resolved and began to persuade him. This trip is just a way to earn money in the process. Didn't the first group that went in before only manage to go 40 kilometers in a month? But what he said was very provocative, enough to slightly shake Wei. Thinking about it again, something was strange. The route on the map was so detailed it seemed like a guide looking for something hidden here. Sanju presented every reasonable reason he could think of to draw Wei into his team. This is a deal. I don't know what you're looking for in Odin Tower, but if you grant my request I will grant yours. Isn't that a fair trade? As the passengers boarded the car it started moving. The guide instructed them to look behind them. Now look behind you. A massive swarm of bats flew after the car on the road. A swarm of bats is chasing us. Sanju was hanging upside down out of the car window. He playfully asked Varone, cute aren't they? Varone was startled and immediately suggested, kill them quickly. Sanju jumped onto the car roof. He scolded Varone, you guys aren't enjoying the trip at all. But to satisfy the guests he dealt with a few bats and ordered his clones. I'm still not used to stone pillars suddenly appearing every time I swing my sword. Numbers 3 and 4, please make sure to dispose of those bodies. Sanju felt somewhat refreshed, breathing the fresh air outside. Haha, it's a new feeling coming back after a long time. But his mind was still filled with worries about his plan. To stop the day of harvest I need to get 3 things from here. Honey. The 2 elegant women chatted happily in the car. Really, I really want that child. I definitely felt a different mana flow. Doesn't it look like these wrinkles just disappeared? Sanju's clones absorbed the remaining spiritual energy while clearing the bat carcasses. Monster absorption, skill activation, monster essence absorption. Before agreeing to participate with Sanju, Wei also set a condition. And I have one more request. He asked them to find information about one person. A first-generation Korean hunter and the first person to set foot in Odin Tower. Please find his information. Sanju pondered his words on the car roof. Liver's first contact point. His thoughts followed the flow of the passenger vehicle. The mural hunter also possesses a 7 deadly sins weapon. I'll confront him soon. The passenger vehicle sped down the road and Sanju observed the surroundings from the car roof. Seeing the scattered bat carcasses he muttered, it feels quite familiar. Suddenly he sensed something. Hey Sanju, he called Clone 1. Slow down, number 1. Understood. Sanju jumped out of the car. He was very excited. Nice to meet you again. Last time I was trying to run away with everything I had. Clone 1, who was in the car, shouted. Everyone. He hastily informed them to rush there. Sanju arrived. He carefully looked around. Monsters poured out like rain, but Sanju remained calm. How much have I changed since then? Red-eyed monsters glared at him. They charged at Sanju and he was slightly surprised. In Sanju's subconscious the words auto hunt with clones echoed. I can definitely hear it. As the monsters almost reached him, Sanju still stood blankly, feeling the sound of their blades cutting through the wind. The reason he could be so confident was that the protective cloak prevented the monsters from touching him. The cloak's shield was only slightly damaged. Good, very good. Sanju focused with great fighting spirit. He entered the battle with great momentum. You guys seem to be the best test subjects for me to get used to this new weapon. Soon after, a fierce battle ensued and the ground shook violently. A man shouted in great surprise, hey, didn't they say Hunter Jong Sanju became an S-rank hunter thanks to his powerful clones? Varone also admitted, I really believe that. He never actually participated in a fight, not even in this mansion. But having witnessed Sanju's strength and strategy firsthand, they now had a different perspective on him. We underestimated him. The monsters charged at him ferociously, but Sanju was completely unfazed. He was very professional and calm. A small mountain in front of Sanju took the opportunity to shatter the monsters. The monsters were shattered into pieces. After the monsters were dealt with, good spiritual energy was also released for Sanju to collect. The system continued to announce monster absorption, ice shield stat absorption, 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 monster absorption, ice shield stat absorption. Sanju also realized that his body was getting better and better. I can feel it more and more. Sanju immediately commanded the next clone, number 2, it's your turn now. Sanju encouraged Clone 2, show me the adaptability of the 7 deadly sins. He replied, understood. Clone 2 bravely stepped forward. Its components were very powerful. The head part analyzed and decomposed mana connection structures, and the torso part adapted to all physical and magical conditions. He jumped over the monsters. Sanju was slightly worried. I wonder what number 2's adaptability will show me in front of so many blades. But as Clone 2 advanced, it was severely wounded by the monster's attacks. Sanju stood blankly on the spot and Clone 2 fell before his eyes. Sanju asked him, what are you doing? The clone lay helplessly on the ground and replied, I can't use it. Sanju sighed tiredly, rubbing his forehead. Damn it, now that I think about it, number 1 couldn't use the head part either. Why can't you guys control mana properly? The clone, despite being severely injured, still argued with Sanju. Curious, the damn swindler, he retorted without backing down. So you were listening too, will you tell me if I ask politely? The clone, though fallen, still explained to him. There's no reason. It's beneficial for me if you get stronger. Sanju thought it was strange and muttered to himself, why does this damn guy suddenly seem different? What, 7 deadly sins, do you want something? The clone slowly said. From the beginning I was a being that existed on Earth since ancient times when mana did not exist. Change your mind, that's not mana control. A strange aura emanated from the clone's body, and the clone added, of course whether you can notice it or not is another matter. The void, I used the power of the void. The control room was also in a very tense situation. A staff member in charge of equipment control reported to Wei, Guildmaster, I'm receiving a call. He immediately requested, connected. Wei also took the opportunity to ask another colleague, Guildmaster, did you meet him? The Vice Guildmaster replied, I met Hunter Shin Junhee-young. Understood, tell him again. She is Vice Guildmaster Ha Sung-hoon. Don't worry, but he was very suspicious and interrogated her. What's the matter? There's no reason for you to seek me out. She no longer beat around the bush and immediately handed the contract to Yang Yian. I've come to bring you a contract regarding Hunter Jong Sanju. I found you through me. On the other side, the monsters were also gathering their strength, shouting and cheering loudly. Sanju's clone still told its master, I told you, it's not like that. Just because the void is empty doesn't mean you don't have to put power into it. The clone explained in great detail and thoroughly. From the beginning, did you think the void could easily exist in a place filled with something? You're not pushing it away. The space itself is contracting, creating holes in all directions. Sanju didn't understand well and assessed. You're really bad at explaining. Sanju picked up the broken pieces scattered on the floor. He was very satisfied with the chaos left after the battle. It feels really good. Seeing the clones struggle one by one, it's like watching myself learn magic. A clone appeared behind him and said, Don't laugh. Jung, Sanju, you should use it too. Sanju was surprised to hear that. Me too, the clone immediately revealed his intention. You're also benefiting from my fragment absorption effect, aren't you? Do you think you can't use it? Sanju thought it was reasonable after hearing it and pondered. Yeah, theoretically, I think I can do it too. He compromised with the clones. Then just teach me properly. If you do that, I'll try to learn through shared senses. The clones murmured in bewilderment. What is this damn guy talking about? Take it. Sanju felt relieved about what had just happened. Phew, but putting that aside, we just passed through. Seeing the black hole, he became even more thoughtful. The point where the guild's attack team went missing in the past, Sanju knocked on the train door and muttered to himself, I have to go there. He went inside and informed everyone, All right, everyone. We've just passed through the last exploration area of the first floor. The passengers below were excited about achieving a new accomplishment. Finally, we've reached a place that no one, except Jumper, has ever set foot in. Oh, we've finally arrived. After a long journey, they decided to take a short break in the middle. Let's rest and eat here. Sanju took on the role of grilling meat, and the clones helped fry other foods. Varone and the other passengers also smelled the food and praised its deliciousness. It's delicious. He's good at cooking too. Sanju was slightly pleased inwardly about achieving his goal, but at the same time a little worried. I finally succeeded in bringing the wealthy here. Will they pay again next time? This was because he knew the nature of the people around him well. From the beginning, those whose aging was slowed by mana sensing were people who had professionally trained their bodies in mana and had excellent stats. It had little to do with simply inhaling pure mana. In other words, it was like a hallucinogen. This made him pay more attention to keeping some wealthy clients hooked and spending money. But of course, some people might have just come here for the trip. For them, 1 billion won wasn't that much money. If they didn't get any benefits, they would just think they wasted some money and they wouldn't sign another contract. In Sanju's mind, the purpose of exploiting those people further had already been set. But I have no intention of making you disposable tools. A black object quickly passed by for a moment. The two elegant women enjoyed their food and chatted happily. This feels like camping. They said we were going to Odin Tower, but I didn't expect to eat in such cold wind, right? One woman suddenly noticed something strange and told her friend, Eno, your face. She praised her friend's facial changes. You look younger. The others also found themselves gradually rejuvenating and revitalized with surprise. What, really? Your wrinkles are gone too. Look at that, you've gotten younger too. Look at my face, am I younger? Varone also seemed to be gradually rejuvenating. He also stood there blankly. Sanju observed them from afar. He warned them not to exaggerate too much. Oh my, it really works. Okay, don't make them too young, just focus on removing the big wrinkles. Young Yin threw something in front of him and called out. Sanju grilled, Sanju, was this why you called me here? The system notified that it changes the target's appearance but maintains the expansion of stats and expands the range of skills. He immediately cursed Sanju. You scammer, Sanju. Sanju calmly defended himself. What are you talking about? I only gave them hope. If there's an actual change, they'll pay more next time and there will be more applicants. Going back in time a bit, Sanju had visited Miho to ask about the secret to eternal youth. How can I become younger? He was pondering this method intently. Are there two types of mana-related skills? Miho asked him as if she couldn't understand. But why are you asking that? Sanju honestly stated his thoughts and the reason he had come to see her. What am I talking about? Well, as far as I know, Miho, you're quite old, but you look very young. Miho's age is. Miho quickly covered his mouth. Shut up right now, she spoke frankly. To be honest, there's no such skill. Miho told Sanju the secret to maintaining her youth and some precautions. A certain awakener claimed that before, but it was later revealed to be a scam. They only used skills that slowed down the aging process, like sleeping for 16 hours. Of course, people with high stats like me age slowly, but we don't get younger. She fell into thought for a moment. Then for ordinary people, after finishing her deduction, she immediately suggested a method. If you use illusion-related skills, you can create a fake appearance. Sanju immediately realized. Ah, I see. Then I'll have to find someone with such a skill. The passengers also absorbed the illusion, but they believed it was real. I feel like I'm getting younger and younger. The men were also delighted as they got satisfactory results. Look at this, Varone. It really works, doesn't it? However, some people only experience slight changes. Honestly, I'll only half believe it. Sanju was very confident in his perfect plan. No creature except myself and my clones can infiltrate my subspace, but he clearly understood some of the drawbacks of this method, so he had no choice but to propose some solutions. Mana can pass through. If I create a subspace that opens a passage from this area to another, mana can also pass through. Sanju carefully calculated everything to gain customer satisfaction. Therefore, even within this isolated space called Odin Tower, Shin Junhee Young's auxiliary skills can be accessed. Since he had used fakes to entice customers, he had no choice but to send them back quickly, he said. Of course, I can't keep this up for too long. Okay, then we'll, he declared without warning, surprising the customers. The first Odin Tower tour ends here. It's over already? Sanju held out the contract as proof and the guests reluctantly held him back. Extended a bit more, we'll pay more. I'm sorry, but please look forward to the next tour. We have reached the time specified in the contract. They seemed very regretful as they watched Sanju tear up the contract right in front of them. We'll come back here again, won't we? No, then a strong tremor like an earthquake occurred again. Sanju assigned tasks to each clone. Number 1, open the subspace and return, then restart the tour. Clone number 1 shivered in the biting cold. It's too cold. After the scenery disappeared, he greeted the customers. I hope everyone had a pleasant tour. Sanju was looking forward to this moment the most, he declared. Now it's time to settle up. He had sufficiently observed the customers' belongings and attitudes. No one was hurt, right? All personal belongings have been returned to their original places. Sanju further mentioned his service to reassure them, don't worry. On the next tour, we won't waste time getting there. I've left a teleportation scroll of the link target type, so you can start right where we left off. The transformation skill still has some time left, so it won't disappear immediately. Verone waved his hand and assessed, to be honest. He instructed his bodyguards to bring bags full of money and rejoiced. It was a satisfactory trip. When the money bag was opened, it was full of new, fragrant stacks of banknotes. This is the promised payment. Sanju's eyes gleamed at the sight of the money and he forgot all his worries. My goodness, 15 billion won in half a day, isn't this quite a profit? The passengers boarded the plane and returned, leaving him good reviews. Thank you all for your hard work. Sanju told the customers, please look forward to the next tour. In the cuss storage, Sanju returned and saw Yang Yian collapse from exhaustion. You were still alive? Shut up, I almost died. He didn't forget to praise Waring. Vice Guildmaster Wei, being able to control mana is really useful. She was quite surprised when he said that. So that's why the Guildmaster requested me. Mana transfer skill was being used. Sanju also couldn't hide his surprise. That's truly amazing. Honestly, I didn't think this friend would agree. Waring replied that magic might have its limits. I've never heard of this kind of punishment. She patted Yang Yian on the shoulder and asked him, and he was clearly hiding something. Yang Yian recalled when Sanju had sent him a letter. What on earth is this strange contract? When I opened the subspace? According to my signal, make those old people younger. The Vice Guildmaster next to you will support your mana. Yang Yian was a bit confused as he read. Of course, if you accept this contract, she will also know about the existence of your punishment. The rest is your choice. At that time, he felt a bit powerless and doubted himself. Because I decided to stop deceiving myself, Yang Yian gritted his teeth and fumed. Besides, after reading the threatening clauses, he grilled Sanju. Do you even have a conscience? You've only written crazy conditions. Sanju was also surprised. You read it, you're really thorough. Waring, not understanding their conversation, asked, what's going on? He promised to talk to her later. Due to some unavoidable reasons, my actions are currently limited. I'll tell you later. Sanju also acknowledged that they had completed their mission brilliantly. But everyone worked hard. I'm a person who knows rewards and punishments well. Suddenly, Sanju punched a hole in the ceiling and countless fragments he had previously collected poured down. My subspace isn't that big, so I kept these separately in my personal storage. Sanju explained their value to them. These seem to be made of refractive materials, quite expensive. Yang Yian was horrified to see them. Those are the corpses of monsters that died in previous battles. Sanju was also very generous with them. Take as much as you want. Countless monster corpses poured down like a mountain from the ceiling above. I still have a lot, or you can take cash later. I'll sell them all at the Magic Orb Lab anyway. Dubose, hearing that story, wondered, is that guy gathering people to make money? Heritage Equipment Development Team, Dual Bighorn. Waring stated his opinion. Yes, I didn't hear exactly how he would do it. You explained it, didn't you? Our plan won't succeed with just a few pennies. While the two were engrossed in conversation, Sanju had already arrived. To the words that he was trying to deceive dangerous people to make money, he interrupted them. Sanju threw several money bags on the ground. Sanju happily delivered this good news to them. More money bags were behind him. I succeeded cleanly, didn't I? Waring said as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She stammered and told him, what, is this all? Sanju picked up a bag and confirmed, exactly. He gave her all the money and asked her to produce magic orbs quickly. Now use this money to produce skill orbs. Everyone, skill orbs can prevent the system shutdown on the day of harvest, and Sanju asked them to deliver them to his clones once completed. Just deliver them to my clones as soon as they're finished, Waring replied. Understood. Dubose was still amazed and admired his money-making skills. He asked him for the secret. Hey, how did you make so much money? Sanju calmly replied, I told you I had a plan. He clearly emphasized this. The important thing is that it's not over yet. The effect is about to wear off. After leaving Odin Tower, a woman broke down the door in anger. She had returned to her old appearance and complained about her less-than-young skin. Why did I get old again? She immediately panicked and wanted to return to the old place. I need more mana. I need the pure mana of Odin Tower. She motioned to the bodyguard nearby. He replied, yes, Mrs. Illino. As he approached her, she commanded, find some items with skill detection capabilities. Cost doesn't matter, just the highest detection rate. The bodyguard bowed respectfully. Understood. This wealthy woman already had a plan in mind. If what that guy said about pure mana is true, I'll pay him as much as he wants. Her eyes filled with murderous intent and darkened. But if that guy dares to play tricks, it won't be fun anymore. Giant Hunter Alliance Enlightenment Group, Director Lauret, Imagination U. After that, the plan proceeded smoothly. Warian and Dudo here were also working hard to produce skill orbs. Heritage started working with the money they received. Their factory machines produced day and night, and the skill orb production factory operated nonstop. They always produced skill orbs at the lowest possible price. As they continued to pile up, almost 10,000 skill orbs were produced, and Sanju created more clones to increase manpower. The clones poured out onto the streets nationwide. They were tasked with selling these skill orbs directly to consumers. They were carrying boxes. The city people were very surprised to see many clones appear and talked among themselves. Wow, they're Sanju's clones. Should I get an autograph? But what are they doing there? A clone silently put down the boxes. I thought he wouldn't show up at the hunting ground. He opened a box full of skill orbs and started selling super cheap skill orbs. On discount. The loud sales shout attracted everyone's attention. Only 100 won. Everyone passers-by, hearing the special price, flocked to buy the goods. And that one shout caused a commotion that echoed throughout the streets. In front of the noisy crowd, Sanju's voice rang out clearly. Everyone has worked hard all this time. Those who dreamed of becoming hunters, or those who were always afraid of monsters suddenly appearing from gates. Your awakening skills couldn't be used in combat, and raising your stats wasn't easy, so skill orbs were outrageously expensive. He skillfully held a red, round orb and spoke with a confident demeanor. For all those people, I introduced this skill orb. It has the fireball skill for hunting, survival, and self-defense, and you can get it for just 100 won. As he finished speaking, everyone around him was surprised. Did I hear that right? Is it real? It was so cheap that they doubted it. A skill orb for just 100 won? Sanju immediately replied, feigning ignorance. Yes, that's right. He further mentioned a precaution, but only one per person. As soon as he finished speaking, a man rushed forward like a hungry tiger. I'll buy it first. The crowd effect gradually spread, and everyone there rushed forward simultaneously. Please, just one for me too. Me too. Everyone line up. As soon as they finished buying, they immediately used it. The orb shone brightly, and the buyer could immediately create a fireball in their hand. My goodness, it's real. This is actually happening. Wow, it's a fireball. They all felt grateful for his actions. Thank you so much. Sanju simply smiled kindly and replied, what are you talking about? This is just a small favor. Sanju at this moment was like an angel descended from heaven. Hunterjong Sanju always prioritized people's safety. They were all very moved. Oh my goodness. On the other hand, there was a terrifying spatial rift among the massive rocks. A man said, okay, everyone seems very enthusiastic now. Sanju was very much looking forward to today's trip. Let's continue the tour. But he was a bit worried about the condition of his team members. Everyone seems to be in a bad mood today. Verone's face was not good. Isn't it obvious? He was holding a bag with a serious expression. Most people returned to their original appearance within hours of leaving Odin Tower, and they lost 1 billion won, so of course they're angry. Sanju calmly replied, I understand this takes a lot of time. He narrowed his eyes and skillfully enticed, but doesn't that mean we need more opportunities to absorb pure mana into our bodies? A contemptuous voice echoed in his head. Are you a professional swindler? You rudely spoke sarcastically. Shut up if you don't have money, another voice carefully echoed. Stop, as if no one should see her. Ilino pulled her hood deep down and mumbled, that's enough. We don't care about such things anymore. Let's go back to Odin Tower. Let's get that pure mana. Sanju, seemingly understanding everything, pulled out a paper with a magic circle drawn on it and smiled. Alright, let's restart our tour. They teleported inside, and in an instant the stone monster was defeated. The person inside felt the presence as they stepped on the monster's corpse. Sanju, wrapped in a cloak, bared his teeth and chuckled. Number 1, good job. Go to their tent and politely ask them to get in the car. We're departing immediately. He was in a better mood today. Let's do it again like before. I'll proceed in a few hours. Sanju walked out of the space. He cheerfully waved at Yang Yin. I trust you. Yang Yin gnashed his teeth in exasperation. This scammer, why does everyone bother me? After finishing his work, he exited the space with his 2 clones, stood on the car roof and exhaled. Phew, let's keep going everyone. I'm living off the money you're earning, no one objected. Yes, the van sped through monster territory without hindrance. Any monster that approached was incinerated alive by Sanju's flames. Ilino constantly trembled in fear at the slightest sound, and the woman next to her comforted her. The van passed through the snow-covered, rain-slicked road in the storm as if nothing had happened. Someone with nothing to do looked at their phone and exclaimed, it's still trending online. Sanju's actions were very difficult to comprehend. What on earth is he thinking? Junmo's deeply thoughtful face went blank. I've given up trying to understand him. Maybe he's just too kind. He looked back at the 2 orbs on the table. They told us to register, so we each got one. Yuan was slightly moved. Do you have a fire orb? He reluctantly admitted. No, I don't. He slightly recoiled, remembering an eerie remark. They said we could get more from them later. Junmo nodded in agreement. Yeah, and they also said they hoped that day would never come. After that, the journey continued, and deposits and monster carcasses were continuously converted into skill orbs. Sanju handed an item to the appraiser, who said in surprise, this material is much more useful than I expected. Then he made an unimaginable offer. If you sign an exclusive contract with us, we'll offer you an even higher price than that. Wei habitually adjusted his tie. Yang Yin agreed to this condition. That's fine, and the distribution network expanded beyond Korea to the international market. In the US, everyone was ecstatic. Skill orbs for only 10 cents. In Japan, everyone lined up expectantly. That's an insane price. They said this was a fireball orb, right? In various countries, skill orbs were distributed almost for free. They all recognized Sanju's clones. Everywhere he appeared, people surrounded him. It's a clone of the orphan, selling skill orbs again. Jong Sanju, already famous as an S-rank hunter, once again garnered worldwide attention with this incident. Everywhere he went, people recognized and praised him. He cheerfully responded to their words, ha ha ha, thank you everyone. I want nothing but your safety. And globally, economies of scale appeared, and everyone scrambled to buy Sanju's skill orbs. In front of the heartwarming scene, he smiled inwardly, delighted. Good, first we need to prioritize distribution in densely populated cities. Although he considered that unfortunate events could occur, there was no simple skill that caused as much widespread damage to crowds as a fireball. Even if the worst-case scenario happened and the day of harvest began with enough quantity, some resistance would be possible. But until now, Sanju felt something familiar. Now that I think about it, this skill orb distribution seems familiar somehow? When was it? He broke out in a sweat, recalling the incident at the academy. At that time, Ho had done the exact same thing. Don't worry, there are still plenty of skill orbs left. It was then that he realized the academy was the first place to distribute a large number of skill orbs for free. Sanju controlled his emotions. Wait, the academy was founded by that master guy and he used it to brainwash awakeners. The academy was also the first place to tell me about the day of harvest. His mind was filled with questions. Why would the guys trying to cause the day of harvest distribute skill orbs for free? He asked Ler. Do you have any information about this master guy? He didn't think deeply at all. There's little information about the person trying to stop him. Even his name isn't a name I recognize. This ambiguity became even more blurred. Then why did a person suddenly rush over? He panted for breath. Hunter, you hunter. He was Wu Ho, the academy principal. His face seemed flustered. What on earth is going on here? Given how quickly the information spread, it must have reached his ears. You're selling skill orbs for 100 won? Sanju looked at him vaguely. Timely, isn't it? He immediately grabbed him by the collar. If you don't want to die, spill everything you know. He stood awkwardly, dumbfounded. How, what are you talking about all of a sudden? In an instant, he dragged him into a narrow alley and interrogated him. Why are you distributing skill orbs? His attitude was very honest, for the public good of course, but Sanju no longer believed such ambiguous words. He picked his ear and said, HMPH, you're really brazen, spouting such nonsense. Now, losing his patience, he punched the wall. How could trash like you care about the people around you? Should I just kill you in 2 hours? Hyoksu's eyes widened and he saw the fist that grazed his ear. No, violence is bad. Sanju's face distorted. He said in a rough voice, no time for jokes. Choose, your head or that master guy's head. Do you really understand what the day of harvest he's trying to create is? That dark sight still haunted his mind, and in it was Liver's blurry back. If you saw it yourself, you wouldn't think that way again. He gnashed his teeth and growled. Speak up while I'm treating you like a human. Nevertheless, Hyoksu calmly refused. I cannot speak. And then he put his hand in his pocket. He scribbled something on a piece of paper. I understand your sincerity, Hunter, but I truly cannot. He handed him the paper, saying in an unwavering voice, my loyalty is absolute. I cannot divulge any information about the master, so I will take my leave. Although he harbored a slight suspicion inwardly, Sanju accepted the paper. The message left behind was, 1 week from now at this time, B2 of the Academy main building. Sanju put the paper in his pocket and pondered his personal schedule. A week, then I still have some time. I can probably do a few more tours, coming out of the dungeon again. He cheerfully encouraged them. All right, everyone did well today. He left carrying a bag full of loot. That's all for today's tour. See you next time, everyone. Everyone was disappointed. Damn it, no matter how much we've experienced, we'll get old again once we return. No, I have to keep going until my body adapts. When are we going up to the second floor? I have a feeling he's intentionally delaying it. At this moment, a man approached Laura Corres. He handed her a box and inside was a carefully packaged telescope. I got it. It's currently the highest grade detection equipment. He reiterated her request. As you said before, this equipment cannot detect any traces of skill usage. The higher the rank of the transformation skill, the harder it is to detect. Laura didn't hesitate and immediately used it, looking through one eye. But if this rejuvenation isn't a trick but really the effect of mana, then that's another story. In the lens, the rejuvenated Illino, surrounded by a red aura, was visible. The telescope was analyzing Illino, who was painfully clutching her face. In a few seconds the results appeared. Chameleon skill detected. Changes the target's appearance but maintains stats. Laura's face turned serious, but it doesn't seem like it. Do they really think they can trick us? Laura took this opportunity to turn it on herself. Chameleon skill detected. Changes the target's appearance but maintains stats. Her face turned pale. This is truly unimaginable. I was right. He used a skill on everyone here. Jong Sanju, at this moment a dignified voice interrupted her thoughts. Laura, aren't you coming in yet? Has something happened? She immediately signaled the man next to her. No, I'm going in right now. She very cleverly kept this secret. Only a fool would tell them immediately. Instead, she found an excellent opportunity. Laura, casting a hostile gaze at Sanju, calmly said, Zhang Sanju, if you tried to deceive us with this rejuvenation trick, now it's my turn to deceive you. Thinking that, Laura instructed in a low voice, convene a hunter meeting of the Enlightenment group. The other person said nothing, and replied like a robot, yes. Laura slowly executed her revenge. They need to clearly recognize that there's a significant difference in ability even among S ranks. If you try to mess with the Enlightenment group, I'll show you what happens. Sanju was no longer as weak as before. With a single strike, he split the stone monster in two. He laughed cheerfully, seeing the rocks shatter and fall. Everything is proceeding as planned. My heart continues to absorb essence slowly. I can feel the stats gained from absorbing the demon within my body continuously increasing. Sanju always got annoyed whenever he looked at his status window. The numbers were too scattered and unclear. The problem is probably because of the 7 deadly sins. The stats aren't displayed clearly. The cunning and powerful skeletal monster was the goal he had to overcome. He wondered if he could fight that guy one-on-one right now. Then, number 1 unleashed an unimaginable skill. HMPH, Power of the Void. It was so unimaginable that his other clone yelled in anger. You idiot, shut up! The original Sanju fell silent at this clone's foolish behavior. Number 1 returned to reporting the mission. This area has also been cleared. Sanju didn't embarrass him. Good job, prepare to return. At the same time, he remembered that today was the day the 1-week promise with the principal ended. At this moment, the notification appeared before his eyes again. Although he couldn't tell what was inside, Sanju's face looked quite satisfied. Very good. Yes, now is the time for everything to proceed in this direction. The production of hunting armor and weapons involved many large-scale hunter guilds and magic item manufacturing factories. All of this originated from Enlightenment. It was a huge corporate group formed by the merger of different industries. The group's immense influence spread beyond national borders. An S-rank hunter once said, at that time his voice was thoughtful, Enlightenment group, that saying has been passed down for generations, and now even if you don't join Enlightenment, the moment you walk the path of a hunter, you are already a member of the Enlightenment group, because in the end, no one can escape the ruler. Laura's voice resonated seriously in the quiet conference room. Therefore, they are using the mana of Odin Tower as bait, swindling money with the lie of rejuvenation. She presented confirmed information, accusing Zhang Sanju of engaging in fraudulent activities targeting many influential people. A slipper-clad foot rested on the table. Zhang Sanju, I know that name. S-rank hunter Our C. Maximus Creed leaned back in his chair and scoffed. He was active in the dungeon, right? The group even gave him an award. The sound of shuffling cards mingled in. Are you saying the cards are speaking? What's the conclusion? S-rank hunter playboy Jan Bainarian whistled, curious. Should we hold Zhang Sanju accountable and completely incapacitate him? Laura seemed all too familiar with this. She presented a contrasting objective. No, I want to use this to draw him into the group. Her plan was very clear. I want you all to pressure him with me so he can't refuse. Maximus Creed bared his teeth, seemingly seeing through everything. Hee, you need both me and Jan for such a request. He showed disdain for the person he considered weak. You're overestimating a rookie hunter who just achieved S rank. Laura looked at the man on the screen who was baring his teeth and laughing. Even just one of you would be enough, but I just want to be sure. She continued to verify information about Sanju, especially when the number of his clones matched what was written in the report. Just then, the conference room door broke and fell. Sorry I'm late, the man mumbled, acknowledging his mistake. This was not part of the original plan. Jan Bainarian drew a joker card and scoffed. Even you can be late with your skills? The person who arrived leisurely late was S-rank hunter and Enlightenment Group Chairman Jumper George Lucas. His face was cold and expressionless, but he said, I just heard talk about clones. Very interesting. What has Hunter Zhang Sanju been up to again? As night fell, in response to a message sent by Hyoksu from the Korean Branch Hunter Academy, a shadow silently walked down a dark empty hallway. Sanju opened the door and mumbled, At least turn on the lights. He recognized Hyoksu inside and said, As you said, I've come after a week. His voice was lower than usual. You've come. Several people sat around a pentagonal table. Hyoksu turned with a peculiar expression. You must have many questions. Come and sit. Upon closer inspection, their faces were all hardened. Sanju felt something was wrong. What's wrong with these people? He didn't hesitate and sat in an empty chair. First, tell me your purpose. Why are you distributing fireball skill orbs for free? If you're going to proceed with the day of harvest, there's no reason to distribute attack skills. Hyoksu's eyes were bloodshot. He rested his chin on his hand, a mysterious expression on his face. Scarcity breeds desire. If they can't afford skill orbs and don't have the fireball skill, they'll try to learn it themselves, right? His voice had an indifferent and peculiar timbre. This is different from simply meditating, but if everyone can use the fireball skill without going through the system, it will cause some inconvenience during the harvest. Sanju keenly recognized that it was magic. Hyoksu continued to preach his doctrine. If we give fireball orbs for free, they will give up learning skills and start relying on the system. And of course, we are also brainwashing the trainees, so it's better if they become stronger. Sanju said cautiously, Then why did you come looking for me? I risked entering enemy territory precisely for this. My actions are almost equivalent to distributing skill orbs for free, aren't they? Doesn't that align with your intentions? Hyoksu simply pointed out. The problem is that those orbs came from heritage, in a strange atmosphere, he explained. They have been a thorn in our side for a long time. They embedded strange circuits in the orbs to deceive the system. Suddenly, he accurately pinpointed Sanju's plan. But isn't Hunter Jong Sanju deceiving those in power and stealing money right now? Isn't it suspicious that he's turning all that money into heritage skill orbs? Haha, he rubbed his eyes, resisting his spell. Who are you? I could tell that the person sitting there was someone else disguised as Hyoksu. Who are you? Suddenly, all the people sitting at the table held sharp nails and looked at Hyoksu with worshipful expressions. Master, immediately after, they each drove sharp, several-inch-long nails into their own necks. A strange voice echoed eerily from Hyoksu's throat. Do you really think that just breaking a brainwashing device will be the end of it? The one called Master boasted. Do you think you can stop me with just that? Sanju gritted his teeth and said, I can't stop it. I've been vulnerable ever since I set foot in this place. Bloodstains coagulated, forming a laughing face on the ceiling. You have no idea how widely we are spread, how deeply we are rooted. Sanju suppressed the unpleasant feeling in his heart and resolutely closed his eyes. I can't trust what I see with my eyes, so he ruffled his hair and summoned a clone. Number 2, he quickly jumped down. Yes, Sanju calmly commanded. Tell me what's happening in this room right now. A completely different scene unfolded before Number 2's eyes and he narrowed them, saying, Hey, interesting. Amidst the flies and terrible stench, he calmly summarized, the bodies, they died about a week ago. Sanju frowned slightly. So they were killed right after giving me the note. Hyoksu's corpse still whispered in his ear. Open your eyes and see this. See what you've done, he cursed under his breath. Your family, your sister, your comrades, everyone is watching you. They are watching you from behind, he irritably waved his hand. Just shut up, let me think. Actually, that's Number 2, it's me. That person is just an illusion, he whispered unpleasant words. Jong Sanju, it's truly shameful. With your ability, he spoke a truth only he knew. You could have been chosen by that person. The system abandoned you. From this moment on, I will personally show you the taste of destruction. The one seated on his throne smiled maliciously. First, a creeping evil stealthily approached. I'll start with those annoying heritage friends. Breath yawned and stretched. Yawn so sleepy, Duber, I'll go make some coffee. But there was no reply and the space became strangely eerie. She looked at the darkness outside the door. A feeling of unease rising in her heart. Suddenly Duber's bloody head was revealed and he weakly cried out, Duchess Arya, but, he warned with his last breath, run away quickly. After that he died, his eyes unable to close. The one who walked into the light had the body of a giant bear. So you are the leader of heritage? He clearly targeted the head first and growled for the system. Die, you heretic. The man being choked trembled and called out to her. Arya BC froze upon hearing the stammering sound. Run away quickly, Abart. The one still gripping the man's neck said, Then you are Harry's leader? As he slowly approached BC he said, Die for the system, you heretic. Breath ran, her face full of worry, and looked back asking, Who sent you? Verone stood there and told them to call the police. The maid next to her was startled and quickly covered her mouth. The scene before them was truly horrific. A sharp scream echoed. Chairman Grand Verone was still on an IV. He stood there thinking, All these bugs are A-class. What kind of monster is that guy? A beep interrupted Verone's thoughts. He looked at his watch. It seemed someone had called. Verone shouted, What? I'm not in the mood to talk right now. A sobbing voice on the phone interrupted him. Sniff, sniff, Verone, the other party continued. Ilino is dead. She was found in her mansion this morning. Verone's eyes widened in surprise. He thought blankly, why, their business areas are completely unrelated. They don't have a common enemy. Their only commonality. In the thick snow, Sanju stood there and turned, and Verone grabbed his chest, trembling, shouting, Bodyguard team, quickly support me. He stood there, urgently hurrying. Open the underground shelter. After speaking, Verone staggered inside. The man sitting at the table drinking coffee suddenly said, Verone, I'll only tell you this story. I recently acquired a rare skill. Holding a coffee cup in one hand and handing over a small box with the other, he continued, They call it an emergency black box. If I die, it will record the moments before and after my death. Considering our status, we have many enemies. Verone sweated as he continued. So if something happens, you know what to do, right? Verone approached, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Just find the culprit, find out who it is. Sanju stood on the sidewalk and turned, raising his voice to ask, You don't want a refund, do you? He hesitated and called her name. Ah, that's right, Mrs. Loras. She touched her chin and replied, Surprising, you even remember my name. I thought you only saw us as a money source. Sanju asked again, unable to understand. What are you talking about? The tour program benefited both you and me, didn't it? She interrupted him and asked, Don't you know that you've come this far because of us? She looked at Sanju with a sneer and asked, It was a scam, wasn't it? The chameleon skill. Sanju quietly listened to Loras's incessant chatter. Sanju quietly listened to her incessant chatter. I don't know when you learned that skill, but it was a truly cute trick. He thought, My small business is over. Loras stood with two men. I'll be honest, if you join the Enlightenment group, we'll forgive your foolish prank. Sanju scoffed slightly at her. To offer such a deal even after being caught by the Enlightenment group, you're surprisingly generous, she replied. Because we like talented people. Loras continued, hesitating. You can't refuse. Jan Bainarian and Maximus Creed bared their teeth and watched him closely. Sanju frowned. Those two, they're really serious. He curled the corners of his lips and said, Ha, anyway, enlightenment is where Jumper is, right? He remembered what that man had said. After all, it was Jumper who closely linked humanity to the system and initiated the awakening program. He thought to himself, we have to wait until we find out Jumper's true identity. A voice echoed, if it were an ordinary place I would have participated, but I have many people who rely on me. Laura's said, I refuse. She turned and said to the two men, just don't kill him. Jan Bainarian approached and said, on the contrary, Laura's, he'll beg to be killed. Maximus Creed asked with an indifferent expression, are you Jong Sanju? He scoffed, you look a bit weak for an S-rank. Sanju didn't mind and simply said, then clearly, he continued, and the two men froze blankly, you two are also S-ranks, right? Maximus Creed laughed cheerfully and said, that's a good question. You don't know who I am, but I'm quite famous, understand? No idea at all, it's been a long time since I went hunting. He bared his teeth and boasted like a child. Jan Bainarian also said to Jong Sanju, we've come to deliver a message to you, he continued. A very important message, Sanju asked cautiously. What is it? He thought. Two S-ranks don't need to take unnecessary risks. If necessary, I'll run away. Laura's watch beeped on the other side. Veron's voice echoed. Veron, what's wrong? Veron shouted into the watch. Laura's, you're safe. Leave that place immediately. She wondered what he was talking about. Laura's heard Veron's voice in her watch. There's an assassin trying to kill you. No, they're trying to kill everyone on the tour program, she replied unconcerned. Even if it's an assassin, there's no need to worry. I'm with two S-ranks right now. His voice echoed. That message. Veron panicked and shouted into his watch. That's the real assassin. The voice echoing from the watch was Jan Bainarian and Maximus Creed of the Enlightenment Group. At the same time, Maximus Creed grabbed Laura's neck and said, the message is to not disobey the master's words. Laura's gasped and her neck broke simultaneously. Sanju froze at the sight. Laura's fell. Jan Bainarian said, the master gave you a chance to live, but you lost that opportunity. From now on, we'll kill every single person in your precious tour program one by one, he continued. Then your comrades, your friends, and finally your family. Sanju interrupted him and asked, do you think I'll just stand by and watch? He replied. Yes, just like now. As he spoke, he threw a card enveloped in a purple aura. He stared blankly as the card seemed to fly directly at him, and a powerful purple aura struck Sanju's body. He planted his sword in the ground and thought to himself, too heavy, what kind of ability is this? Maximus Creed took the opportunity to run, saying, next time we meet, your pitiful customers will probably be corpses. With the notification of Hero's right-hand skill activation, a punch was thrown and a golden light enveloped the two men. Sanju was sent flying far away. His body flew through several buildings and crashed hard into a wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sanju, lying on the ground, shouted, no one could say a word. He crouched on the ground and said, that punch, it hurt. Someone's shadow slowly appeared. Laura's lay motionless on the ground and the shadow fell over her. Jumper looked down silently. Tabar, there was someone kneeling there. A stammering voice was heard. Then the plan is proceeding as expected, master. The one kneeling continued. Just a small bug got in the way, but the predetermined judgment cannot be avoided. Rest assured. A shout echoed from there. Oh, great system. The system operator turned to him and said in a raised voice, well done, you've suffered a lot, he continued. I don't know if my requests were too much. The system operator suddenly laughed loudly and asked the master, I can't take it anymore. Does my voice sound like the god you're talking about now? The master knelt there silently. The system operator laughed, turned, and continued. Of course not, because he hesitated. I am also just a tool. He stretched out his hand and said indifferently, I am also just a tool. At this moment a shout echoed near the stairs. Gran, the maid sighed helplessly. I'm sorry, Lord Veron. Gran has locked himself in since yesterday, preventing everyone from approaching. Gran was in extreme panic. I'm old again. Scammers, Veron replied with a blank expression. I'll go in myself and drag that guy out. After that, he opened the door to Gran's room. Hey Gran, if you keep participating in the tour, everything will get better, trust me. Why do you give up so easily after only a few attempts? Surely your hair will grow back soon. Suddenly he paused as he saw Gran's wide eyes. His face was filled with horror. At this moment a man with hair covering his eyes shouted, My goodness, this is King Rutus. Sir Aben, his transformed hand began to burst healthily. You already know enough. The only thing you have to do now is pay the price. Don't resist. The heretic breath looked at the other party in terror and smoke rose in the space. Sanju gnashed his teeth in anger. These damned bastards. At that moment the two monsters with bloodshot eyes and covered in blood screamed, How many clones do you have? 6 or 7. I have spread my power all over the world. With such a small number, you should keep a close eye on the people around you. Sanju immediately grabbed him by the collar and yelled, You despicable wretches, why are you dragging innocent people into this? If you lay a single finger on them, I'll find you and kill you. At that moment the monster burst into a mad laugh. Ha 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 ha. An amazing reaction, an excellent reaction indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, the bloodied body vanished into thin air. Keep trying, I'm really looking forward to it. Having said that, the monster disappeared like smoke. Don't run away, Sanju shouted. Then he gnashed his teeth in anger. A moment later he sighed and asked, This should be enough, right? Sanju replied, You handled it perfectly. At that moment flies buzzed around the corpses on the floor. Sanju quickly covered his nose. The hallucination is gone. Anyway, I need to properly bury these people. Yes, Sanju replied. He frowned again, saying, How foolish. They still don't know who the real target is. I saw how they fought on the day of harvest from the beginning. They were no longer ordinary people. Meanwhile, Abaddon had a large hole blown through his abdomen by a single attack. His expression was incredibly shocked. "Damn it, what kind of monster are you?" On the other side, Arya gnashed her teeth in anger as she shot arrows. "That's none of your business." Taking advantage of the opening, Duber appeared from behind and landed a punch, causing Abaddon's body to explode. After delivering a single punch, he panted, slightly exhausted. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred. Arya complained, "You're late." Duber scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "Sorry, I was busy and couldn't answer the phone." "Who's that guy?" she replied. "I don't know either. He mentioned the system." Suddenly, a voice echoed, startling Arya. "Interesting." Abaddon rose to his gigantic body, looking ferocious and terrifying. "How can he use such a skill? To possess such power without the blessing of the system, your sins are unforgivable," Arya shouted. "Duber?" Duber quickly rushed forward. "Got it." But as the punch landed, Abaddon's body disintegrated, and a swarm of buzzing flies filled the space. The disgusting, deformed body cried out, "I'll retreat for now, but you won't rest easy either. You won't escape judgment." After that, the body vanished into thin air, and Duber scratched the back of his head, looking concerned. "We have a problem. Do I have to change identities again?" The scene shifted to a bathroom. Sanju, after showering, was wiping his hair and feeling extremely uncomfortable. "What is this smell?" Sanju stood beside him and sprayed disinfectant on his body. Yuhi, making a drink, asked, "Bro, how many times are you showering?" Sanju replied, "Because my body smells like rotten corpses." She shuddered upon hearing that. "What, bro, what did you do? Are you talking about monster corpses?" After that, Yuhi handed him a few small bottles and said, "Here." Sanju took them and asked, "What are the side effects of this?" Yuhi replied, "I've been able to reduce the side effects quite a lot, but this time I prioritized performance so the effect will be strong. Your mana usage ability will be nullified for 3 hours. Simply put, you won't be able to use skills." Sanju forced a laugh and said, "That's a bit too strong." She asked again, "But what have you been up to these days? A tour guide really?" He replied with a glum expression, "It'll be exposed soon, but I really need money." After that, he reminded her not to linger near JM headquarters. Yuhi, with a worried expression, said, "Understood, but don't do everything alone." He replied with a confident smile, "I'm not alone. My skill is cloning after all." Clone number 1 and Sanju walked side by side. The scene shifted to Abaddon. He reported to his master. The master said, "You failed? That's unlike you, Abaddon." He was very flustered. "I apologize, master." The system inside the prison was clearly shut down, yet they could still freely use skills, the master said in surprise. "What?" Abaddon again held a knife to his neck and said, "I will accept my punishment." The master stopped him. "Stop, stop, stop immediately. Why does everyone want to die?" And the master reached out with an evil smile. "Now put heritage aside and I will pull out his money tree by the roots. His lovely little business will crumble." Sanju was. The scene shifted elsewhere. Curses echoed. "Damn it!" Young men and women, tied to chairs and blindfolded, shouted in anger. "Damn it, this is a scam. That damn Sanju, I knew he was a scammer from the start." A girl, weeping with tears and snot, screamed, "Save me, please save me." "Stop." Ilino turned back and shouted, "Hey, you all signed the contract, didn't you? You provide mana from your young bodies and I paid you money." After that, she breathed heavily. "Hee, chief of security, are there any of those kids with skills?" As a sound came from the door, Ilino stepped inside and asked, "Why isn't Lucas answering? Where has everyone gone? Can't you hear my voice?" But she paused as she saw the interior covered in blood and countless corpses. Ilino trembled in shock. "What is this? I can't hear anything. I can't hear." Suddenly, she felt as if she was trapped in a dark space and 2 hands shot out from within, strangling her. The being of darkness said, "Even an A-ranked hunter can't make a sound. Pay with your life for the sin of abandoning the system and seeking youth." Ilino, terrified, turned back. Why you guys?" And the scene shifted to the academy under a blue sky. Heian, walking down the hallway, spotted someone and called out, "Brother number 4, what are you doing here?" Clone number 4 pointed a finger and asked, "You haven't been coming to school much lately. Have you seen anything?" Heian replied, "Are you talking about the professor? Professor Kong Hogu is standing on the podium right now. The professor you mentioned received appropriate punishment." Clone number 4 pondered. Suddenly, he connected to Sanju's communication. Sanju asked from outside, "How is it?" Clone number 4 replied, "As expected." All the students were staring into thin air, believing the professor was there. Sanju's expression was serious. "I felt something was wrong. It's been a week since the professors died, yet the academy shows no signs of movement. They're definitely hiding the professors' deaths with illusions." He asked again, "Then Professor Wong Eun-hoo?" Heian, looking slightly confused, said, "What are you talking about?" "Professor Wong Eun-hoo left the academy after the last incident." Suddenly her expression turned pale and she trembled. "Bro, what are you talking about? There's nothing there. Was I brainwashed?" Clone number 4 immediately grabbed her, serious and calm. "No, you weren't brainwashed." Sanju reassured her from outside. "It's okay, Heian. The machine is destroyed, so brainwashing is impossible." He calculated inwardly. "But that illusion skill must have been used extensively. From now on, don't come to the academy," he reminded Heian. Heian, blushing, awkwardly replied, "Yes, understood." And she unconsciously thought, even though he's just a clone, he looks exactly like Big Brother. So I like it a little. After that, she asked again, "Then until when shouldn't I come to the academy?" Sanju replied, "From today, stay at JM headquarters with Yuhi." The one called Master suddenly noticed a group of people who appeared behind Sanju. "Sanju, can we talk for a moment about your tour program?" They were Laura's Jan Bainarian and Maximus Creed. Sanju told Heian, I'll call you back later. Then he turned back and asked with a smile, surely you don't want a refund, do you? On the other hand, a man took off his glasses and chuckled, ha ha ha, of course not. I'm just a tool too, after all. This person was the system operator. When will Lord Liver arrive? It's already been 20 years since the great catastrophe. He must be on Earth. Abaddon's master knelt and bowed his head to the operator. Have you reconsidered what I told you before? The operator replied indifferently. Oh, this appearance problem. Then, though it's a bit of a waste, shall I use this? Something that can completely recreate the body's structure, a miracle drug that can cure Elisa, a divine elixir. As he spoke, he swallowed something, and immediately an explosion occurred. After drinking the elixir, the operator's appearance transformed into that of Lady Elisa. He playfully said, if I had been just a little faster, Lady Elisa could have awakened. If I do this, he'll want to come meet me too, right? Even if I'm just a tool, appearance matters quite a bit, don't you think? The demon below clenched his fists, and he shouted, you are not a tool, he cried out. You are a god who illuminates foolish mortals. Please don't belittle yourself so. The operator with a grim smile said, do you know what I know? Even on T-Bone, a certain noble called Lord Liver that. They'll cut off support for Liver. At first they completely opposed spending time building the tower, but after witnessing Lord Liver's miracle he became a fanatic. He's not a warrior, he's a god. According to people's expectations, they called him by a different name. Although his identity was clear from the start, such people are always the first to betray when their faith crumbles. So the operator suddenly appeared behind the kneeling figure. Don't change the identity Lord Liver gave me just as I gave you yours. Do nothing unnecessary except seeking Lord Liver. The figure, sweating profusely, replied, yes, this is it. This is the dignity of a god. After feeling mental anguish, he shouted with a satisfied and content expression, understood. At this moment, a notification rang out. Another horrific incident occurred. The president of Roma's, a large-scale weapon manufacturing company, was found dead 3 days ago. He was an influential figure in both political and business circles. He was involved with several criminal organizations. Following Laura's, the manager of the Enlightenment Group, he was the 5th victim in a series of murders targeting the upper class. The suspect neutralized the company's entire security force and left no trace of blood, demonstrating extremely dangerous abilities. Sanju, hearing the news, looked surprised and exclaimed, broke. Oh, I didn't expect it to sell for long anyway. After that, he innocently asked, those guys came here too, didn't they? B replied, yeah, luckily we chased them away. Duber continued, but they weren't the grade 5 monsters that attacked you. Surprisingly, Jan and Maximus were on the system side from the start. Sanju asked again in surprise, are those two famous, Bert? Grade 5s are always famous. Even we, who fought in the T-Bone War, had to admit they were monsters. Leo, who's been missing for a long time, also gets mentioned occasionally. The strange insect man who joined our side is also very strong. But if Jan and Maximus were to appear, Sanju shouted again, are just 2 grade 5s that troublesome? Duber sighed upon hearing that. You don't know your place. Then where does the captain disappear to in times like these? B replied with a slightly sad expression. Well, I remember the captain said he found the location of the divine elixir and went to get it. At this moment, Sanju said, understood. I'll also leave a clone here. It's a shame to have spent 15 billion won on the tour program, but that money was earned by selling monster materials from Odin Tower anyway, so it can't be helped. The two were very happy. The problem is, we've released all the bait, so what do we catch now? As Sanju spoke, his expression darkened when he heard the notification that high-ranking officials worldwide were strengthening security due to the serial murders. He shouted again, come to think of it, doesn't this actually help us? On the other side, someone shouted, but the master demanded it. We are dealing with those who accepted Sanju's invitation. 5 have been dealt with, and the rest will withdraw themselves. This way their financial resources will soon run out. He was none other than Maximus, the grade 5 hunter-slayer, and Jan Bainarian, the S-rank hunter-playboy. Another man, watering flowers, replied, both of you did well. You are my most powerful weapons. He was none other than the master. He was very pleased. Jan Bainarian asked again, Master, forgive me, but can't we deal with Sanju directly? Why this circuitous route? The master still smiled and said that would be too easy. That insolent fellow does not know his place. He thought he was a savior and caused all sorts of trouble. So I plan to make him realize this fact little by little. A notification rang shortly after. The master demands that the biological simulation control system increase directly proportional to the target's mental attributes and commands it to create illusions and deceptive copies to confuse the target. Choosing a side other than ours in this world is like profound loneliness. The master flinched at the voice from behind him. Is that your plan? So Laura's wasn't on our side after all? Excuse me. This is the Monster Material Purchasing Center. We can no longer purchase monster carcasses from Odin Tower. Sanju was very surprised to hear this. What? Wait, why? The boss said their value was very high and we even signed an exclusive contract. The man bent at the waist. I'm very sorry, but it's very difficult to explain, a man said with a flustered face. Hunter Sanju, I'm sorry, but we have no choice but to refuse, another woman said. It will be difficult to find buyers for such large quantities. Sorry, but we refuse, another man smiled brightly. Then we'll take it. Why is everyone refusing good items? In the end, the man who received the item was brutally murdered. Sanju arrived on the scene and gnashed his teeth in anger. I'm going crazy. Just then, that horrible being entered the unfortunate man's body and smiled eerily. Everything is proceeding as the master wishes. Everything is for the system and everything is for us. Back to the master, he covered his face and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, you see, now Sanju won't be able to do anything. He won't be able to raise money to buy skill orbs. Then is that why you killed Administrator Loras? Jumper asked, growling. The master still laughed joyfully. I told you I was sorry. I had no other choice. Her way of pursuing youth was too foolish and reckless, so she gave money to Sanju. And why are you pretending to worry? You don't treat anyone like a human except yourself, do you? Jumper glared at him coldly and pressed his lips together, then stepped forward and said, Loras was the administrator of the Global Awakening program. This incident could disrupt the Day of Harvest plan. Frankly, your nonsense is my biggest problem, the master replied triumphantly. Don't worry too much. I'll explain it clearly to them. Jumper laughed coldly. No, that's not it. What surprises me is your intention. Is your plan merely to prevent Sanju from selling heritage skill orbs, to assassinate a few influential figures participating in the tour program using grade 5s, and simply to intimidate them to ruin Sanju's tour program? The master shrugged. In fact, everything is going smoothly. Sanju is now isolated and slowly, as he was speaking triumphantly, Jumper suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally and terrifyingly. Ha 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 ha. This expression made the master say with a puzzled face, What are you doing? Why are you laughing? The scene shifted to Valhalla Gate. Wei said, sweating coldly. My hunch was right. No one is here. Everyone seems afraid of being assassinated. Sanju turned around and smiled confidently. No, it might be the opposite. Inside, Jumper continued to try and suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha, phew, damn it, I don't know how long it's been since I laughed this happily. That damn madman, intimidating grade 5s. Didn't you expect how the powerful would react if you acted that way? Outside, Sanju saw something strange in the space. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred. Verone, holding an IV drip, ran over with Gran, shouting, Sanju, the tour program, quickly go to Odin Tower, to a place where no one can follow. He grabbed Sanju's clothes and shouted in a panic, Our rank bodyguards are all useless. Whether it's 1 billion, 2 billion, 5 billion, I'll give it all to you. Didn't you say your clones are good at protecting people? Please protect us, please save us. Gay was very surprised to hear this. Hunter, you didn't expect this, did you? Sanju replied calmly. Expected? I didn't do anything. The one who did this was the one called Master. And he reminded everyone, no refunds this time. Inside, Jumper still covered his face, unable to stop laughing. Hee, Master, you have very powerful skills, but you're too foolish. The Master's face scrunched up in anger at these words. Shut your dirty mouth, as he shouted. Jan Bainarian and Maximus Creed simultaneously attacked him from behind. Hee. Master, you have very powerful skills, but you're too foolish, the Master shouted in anger. Shut your dirty mouth. Jan Bainarian and Maximus Creed punched Jumper from behind. Maximus Creed swung his fist and shouted, I didn't want to do it this way, but... A huge fist flew through space and Jan Bainarian also used his Joker skill, exerting a bizarre force that seemed to pull him into another space. Large flower petals bloomed and the pistol was an eye, it shouted. Look at me. The Master created a bizarre and deadly space that looked very disgusting. You killed them all, Lucas. Despite countless opportunities, you still disappointed us. At this moment, Jumper smiled eerily in the face of these attacks. Just then, a lightning-like force exploded. The attacks disappeared and the space between the four became silent. Maximus Creed and Jan Bainarian stared wide-eyed, sweating coldly in disbelief. The Master was more flustered than anyone. What? Jumper calmly asked back. Is this pathetic little prank over? At this moment, the two grade 5s thought in confusion. The cards I threw have come back, and so has this situation. I definitely hit him, but could Jumper's special ability not be limited to just teleportation? Jumper's expression was an eerie smile. Haha, you guys, did you really hit your master? And he patted the Master on the shoulder. It's the second time, Master. I'm holding back this time because I chose to be on your side. And his expression warned eerily. But there won't be a third time. Stop those stupid plans your foolish head came up with immediately and go kill Sanju. I'm tired of cleaning up the mess you've made, alright, everyone? Please do your best. I hope you don't cause any problems that would make me come all the way back here again. As he finished speaking, he turned around triumphantly and thought, ha ha ha, I'm really looking forward to this. Now Sanju, how will you react to this situation? Yes. This feeling, I think I've become your fan. The scene shifted elsewhere. At this moment, Sanju lay on a large box of money, shouting excitedly, Oh yeah, I'm so rich I'm going crazy. Verone gnashed his teeth in anger and lamented. Hey, we paid 5 billion each for 10 people as per the contract. 50 in cash, the rest transferred to your account, a total of 50 billion. Sanju tempted again. Or I'll give you all my daggers too. I'll exchange them for good quality daggers. He gnashed his teeth in anger and thought, this damn bastard. At this moment he stood up again and laughed, saying, yes, now the old men will know too that absorbing pure mana to get younger is a lie. This is just a temporary shelter. If you understand, just stay in the camp. And who is doing this? As for food, just boil it in hot water and eat it when it's cooked. Gran, holding an IV drip, still tried to shout, Wait, where are you going? Are you leaving us here? Sanju turned back, his face flushed, and replied, Don't worry, I'll leave clones behind. Meanwhile, I'll go fishing, he said, waving his hand as he walked away. The scene shifted to a butterfly. The butterfly had just landed on a flower when it was violently crushed by someone. That person was none other than the Master. He was still full of rage. Bug-like bastard, damn bug-like bastard, how dare that disgusting bug-like bastard, he shouted maniacally. Are you ignoring me? Arg. After that he smiled eerily again. Yes. You said it yourself, Lucas. Do as you please. Wait and see what happens to this world if I set my mind to it. This time you'll be on your knees begging for forgiveness from that person. I won't care about the means. Anyone even slightly connected to Sanju, even those who gave him a skill orb, will all be executed," he declared before his subordinates. The scene shifted elsewhere. At this moment someone could be heard clinking beer glasses and cheering. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Chanwoo laughed and said, "Hey, congratulations anyway," Dongshik continued. "I heard your hunter activities are doing pretty well these days too, right?" Ki Wongdu replied from across the table. "Ah, I was promoted to D rank this time," he exclaimed. "My goodness, that's so fast." This person was Sanju's friend, Kim Ki Wongdu. "Well anyway, I can't do as well as Sanju," Dongshik immediately encouraged him. Hey, but D rank is really amazing. Why compare him to a rank all of a sudden? Speaking of which, Sanju hasn't been answering my calls for a while. What's he doing now? Chanwoo, his face red from beer, laughed and said, "I told you. People change when they get money. That guy doesn't meet us because we're not on the same level." Ki Wongdu heard this and slammed his beer glass hard on the table. "He's not that kind of person. You guys ruined the mood. I'm leaving." As he spoke, he stood up and put on his jacket, his serious expression surprising the other two. "Hey Ki Wongdu, it was a joke." Ki Wongdu still walked away. He walked alone down the empty street, lost in thought and sighing. "Your success as a hunter was so impressive that it made me jump into the hunter industry too. The two rising stars of the hunter industry. But the more I learned, the more I realized what a damned world this is. There are many skilled people like me, and even C ranks have monsters who can block bullets. I can't even imagine how strong you've become," Ki Wongdu shouted. But recalling the old days, they had played games together and had a lot of fun. Ki Wongdu walked and lamented. The old days were really fun. Suddenly he was knocked unconscious from behind by someone in black clothes with their face covered. Ki Wongdu struggled but succumbed to the sleeping agent on the towel. "This damn bastard, he's too strong." He forced himself to ask, who are you?" and he collapsed on the street. The scene shifted elsewhere. At this moment someone called, "Ju, it's dinner time." Ru looked back joyfully and replied, "Yes." Mom sat at the table and smiled. It's not a clone, but it's a really cool skill." Dad was also excited. "Are you practicing your skills again? You're not thinking of becoming a hunter, are you?" Below a large building someone was calling. "I sent the coordinates. This is where Sanju's family lives." As Sanju's 3 family members were eating dinner, a burst of power exploded. That power headed towards the window and a pair of binoculars were aimed at the 3 girls. The voice rang out again. "Park Y's younger sister Park Luna, Kim Shona and Han Miha are also nearby. Can we take care of all 3 at once?" This was the Abaddon Knights and the KAM Knights. Cam aimed his gun and laughed. "My ammunition is enough for the system." As he spoke and pulled the trigger, a huge explosion occurred. The space was filled with white smoke and dust. The scene shifted to the JM Company's internal residence. At this moment, Wooyan said to Haeon, "So how long will you stay here?" Haeon replied with an awkward expression, "I don't know yet." "Wooyan, you don't even have a face." After the last attack, Haeon laughed awkwardly. I was brainwashed back then, so let's forget about last time." Woo Hee-yoon pouted. "Forget my butt." A moment later the two went to meet Junmo. "Did Auntie gather everyone?" He replied, "Oh, it's still ongoing, it's the hunter's will." But Woo Hee-yoon replied, "I think that's too dangerous." Suddenly, Haeon quickly broke out in a cold sweat, seeing something burst out of the wall and shouted, "Excuse me. This building is completely blocked off, isn't it?" Junmo replied, "Yes." She panicked. "Then who is that?" At this moment the black thing that had just burst out was a head with long hair and only gaping white teeth were visible. It shouted, "Heretics!" Junmo and Wooyan froze in terror at the sight of the being. The terrifying being rushed forward, opened its mouth and shouted, "Heretics!" Just then, clone number 2 appeared and attacked in the nick of time, sending the being flying backward. The 2 girls shouted with joy at seeing him. Clone number 2 held out his sword and said, "Stand behind me." The bizarre entity staggered closer. "Why do you abandon the chance to repent?" Clone number 2 replied. "I have done nothing wrong," it said again. "I quite like your foolishness." Haeon asked in bewilderment, "Brother number 2, but what about him?" He immediately replied, "He's alone elsewhere. The plan is already underway. Organized terror attacks have begun against us." Explosions erupted from buildings. "From now on, this horrific entity will be called the Oria's Knights." It stretched out its limbs to attack. Clone number 2 continued, "Those related to Jong Sanju will be targeted by unidentified forces." Turning to Jong Sanju, he was sitting in one spot and behind him rocks were crumbling from a massive explosion. He smiled in admiration. "It seems to be working." At this moment a black hole appeared in front of Jong Sanju, and from within it emerged a 2 of spades card. Jong Sanju stood up in front of the hole and said calmly, "Ha ha ha ha, I think we've met before. What did you say back then? That next time we meet all my poor customers will be corpses? Most people are fine, and in fact your threats made them pay me even more. Seriously, should I thank you?" Maximus Creed's face darkened upon hearing this. "Your confidence is good," but he clenched his fist. "You should have thought carefully. You might have survived if you had quietly disappeared after receiving a fatal blow and smashing your head into the ground a while ago. Especially when you took a critical hit." Maximus Creed gritted his teeth and was about to swing his fist. A powerful explosion erupted in the space. Jong Sanju slid backward and replied confidently, Then you really don't understand. I didn't have any clones then, remember." Just then a crack appeared in the space behind him, and he shouted, "Everyone gather!" Immediately, the entire space cracked open, forming large holes, but surprisingly no one emerged. Jong Sanju called out again with a bewildered expression. "Everyone!" Jan Bainarian held up a card and said triumphantly, Sorry, but your clones are quite busy right now. We are not the only ones carrying out the master's will. You usually use your clones to protect the people around you, right? Then why do you think your clones aren't appearing? We've outnumbered you from the start. The scene shifted to Zhang Sanju's house where the windows were broken and the interior was a mess. The attacker opened the door and entered the yard, triumphantly confirming over the phone that Zhang Sanju's house was completely destroyed. On the other end of the phone he was reminded again. You must secure the bodies too. We will inflict endless suffering on that heretic, the man replied. Understood, I'll at least send the head. When he removed his hat, the man was a member of the Oria's Knights. Turning to Yuna, she was under attack from some force. White smoke rose and Yuna screamed. Min called out in alarm. Yuna? At this moment, two of Zhang Sanju's clones appeared in front of Yuna and she cried out, Ah, Zhang Sanju. Min said, no, they're just clones. She asked, is everyone okay? At this moment, Abaddon shouted, an intruder has appeared. Cam aimed his gun and replied, yep, Abaddon said with a ferocious expression. According to our plan, we will hold that clone here. Not just here, but our knights are also blockading his clones in many other places right now. Zhang Sanju's real body is completely alone. The scene shifted to Zhang Sanju, who was fighting alone against Maximus Creed and Jan Bainarian. As a colossal purple force poured down, Zhang Sanju dodged it and seeing the deeply gouged ground from the force said, hey, stop for a second. Inwardly he thought in shock, does each symbol on the card have its own power? Maximus Creed then attacked with a punch from one side. We already know your maximum number of clones is 7, friend. And they're all responding to attacks in Korea, so who's going to protect you now? He spoke and swung his fist and Zhang Sanju blocked it with his sword energy. Maximus Creed felt his arm trembling and gritted his teeth saying triumphantly, just as I thought, you rely heavily on your clone ability. Your stats are a bit low for a grade 5 hunter. Disappointing. After speaking, he raised his hand to attack again. A colossal fist came straight down on Zhang Sanju's body. He spat blood and was injured. And before he could catch his breath, Jan Bainarian's cards flew at him. He still blocked them with intense sword energy. He held a Joker card and said with an unpleasant expression, it's impressive that you've accurately read all the cards. At least your movements are quite impressive, so I guess I have to act like an S rank, even if it's just for show. Immediately, the Joker card grew in size, emitting a bizarre power. After that, an explosion occurred and red cards flew out. Zhang Sanju found it difficult to move his body, and a scream erupted as he gritted his teeth. Is this a binding ability? But its power is on a completely different level. Ah, a bizarre purple power erupted. Zhang Sanju was affected again, spitting a large amount of blood in pain. All his abilities were being activated by overwhelming power, so what would his next skill be? Jan Bainarian approached him and severed one of Zhang Sanju's arms, leaving him in shock. Zhang Sanju knelt in pain, clutching his severed arm tightly. Maximus Creed slammed his fist into the ground and roared, farewell, Zhang Sanju. The colossal fist was about to strike again. Zhang Sanju, covered in wounds, lifted his head and scoffed, ah, that's just a weak punch. It feels like you're hitting my knees. Maximus Creed gritted his teeth and shouted, no, all the power is being compressed. A colossal small fist compresses all its power. When colossal power is concentrated in a small space, the pressure reaches a completely different state. Immediately, the blow struck hard and a sharp force pierced straight through Zhang Sanju's body. His body fell backward, and Maximus Creed said triumphantly, by the time you realize it, it's too late. There are still people in this world who far surpass you. Zhang Sanju gritted his teeth to avoid spitting blood and scoffed, hey, the plan worked, didn't it? The two of them were puzzled. What? Since when? At this moment, power erupted from Zhang Sanju's body. He laughed loudly. When did I ever say I was real? Ah, so this was just another one of Zhang Sanju's clones. Everyone was fooled. Meanwhile, Oriet held the phone with a shocked expression. Haha, on the other end of the phone someone asked, what's wrong? He was flustered. The bodies, there were cracked models scattered on the floor. They were not corpses. This is a trap. Zhang Sanju's family isn't here. On the other end of the phone someone asked in exasperation, damn it, then where are they? Just then, Zhang Sanju's clone appeared behind Oriet. He held a sword firmly in his hand. The scene shifted to an office. An explosion occurred in the space. Arius's already ugly face was now even more distorted and her body bore countless wounds. Heian clapped her hands and admired. Wow, brother number 2 is the best, clone number 2 replied. Ah, that was a critical hit. A crack appeared. She worried again. Huh, does it hurt? Or did he? Clone number 2 denied it. No, he turned his body and said, it's the new number 8. Zhang Sanju's clone was impersonating Zhang Sanju. He was called clone number 8. He laughed loudly. Just then, the real Zhang Sanju crawled out of the hole with a sword on his back and asked, who did this? After that, Zhang Sanju stuck out his tongue and said mockingly, you thought my clone limit was 7? He. Just a moment ago, Zhang Sanju received information from the system. Today is the last day of the week, I promised the director, he said with great satisfaction. Very good. It's about time something like this happened. A notification screen appeared announcing that the clone skill had leveled up. Clone skill level 8, casting method, uses energy to summon clones identical to the user. Zhang Sanju walked out with his clones and said, don't think you've trapped my clones, rather my clones have been toying with you. After that, Sanju drew his sword and rushed forward with his clones. Don't think you've trapped my clones. The two looked in the mirror and added, ah, Zhang Sanju. Rather, my clones have been toying with you. Next, he confidently slung his sword over his shoulder and laughed triumphantly with his clones standing beside him. Shall we begin a new round? It was a 1-on-2 just now, right? Zhang Sanju asserted that this round was 2-8. Jan Bainarian bared his teeth and laughed scornfully. HMPH, what's so hard about killing one of them? Maximus Creed's face darkened beside him, and he soon lost patience and charged. It'll be over if we knock them down one by one like before. He also didn't hesitate and swung his sword to block his punch, smiling slightly triumphantly. It won't be that easy. Jan Bainarian's hand trembled as he blocked his sword, and he thought in slight bewilderment. This guy, is his main body stronger than his clones? Behind him, clone numbers 2 and 3 rushed at him while he was off guard. 2 clones cooperated to kick him simultaneously, sending him crashing into the ground. On this side, Maximus Creed also barely managed to create a shield. He gritted his teeth and shouted at him, "You're blinded by rage. These clones are definitely weaker than us." Clone number 4 rushed at him and attacked. The other 3 clones standing with him also began to jump, their eyes filled with murderous intent, ready to join the battle. Zhang Sanju still had his sword casually slung over his shoulder. "You think we'll calmly take them down one by one? Did you think I'd let you do that?" He asserted that if one wasn't enough then 2. Immediately, 2 clones rushed at the old man and simultaneously slashed, and the old man blocked the attack with his hands. Right after that, clone number 3 slashed again, and if still not enough he would just add more. He proudly said to the old man, "This is my clone skill." Maximus Creed struggled under the swords of 3 clones. He shouted furiously and threw a card. "Shut up," he smiled, looking at the Ace of Spades card. "Through Clone 8's a combat experience, I have grasped your abilities. If it's a club, then perhaps after that." Zhang Sanju noticed it and instantly teleported into a state of alert. The old man landed in front of his eyes in bewilderment. He also swung his sword and the ground became uneven and rose up. Pointed thorns bound the old man to the ground and he urged them, "Get up." Jan Bainarian also struggled, looking up and glaring at him. He smiled arrogantly and pointed his sword at their faces. "You should at least act like S-ranks, shouldn't you?" Maximus Creed stood up and looked at him. "I admit it's a bit difficult for hunters of your rank to deal with a large group." He still looked at him calmly, and Jan Bainarian was behind him. He stood up and thought, "Their movements are so identical, it's as if they share one brain." His eyes scanned the surroundings, but with all 7 clones appearing here, would it really be okay? He threatened, "Right now, your family?" But he laughed slyly. "Haha, enough. Yes, right. Here are some more verbose villains." Next, Zhang Sanju jumped up, created a fireball in his hand and shouted at them with a laugh. They also looked up. "Ha, of course. Did you think I'd just sit around and play, knowing you were coming?" Meanwhile, his family was having dinner and watching TV in another location. His mother asked her daughter, "Rue?" and she replied, eating. "Yes." They lived in a secluded house in the woods. His mother asked again, "Is it comfortable living hidden like this? Are you used to it now?" Jin still casually picked at her food. "Ah, well, we don't have any other choice, do we? There are strange guys targeting us. If we do as my second brother says, we'll never go wrong." His mother smiled and said, "It makes me so happy to hear you say that, dear." Then she looked around at the others in the room. "Then how about you all? Does the food suit your taste?" Ki Wangdu hesitated and looked up at his mother. "Ah yes, mother," Dongshik also awkwardly said. "The meal is truly delicious." Mr. Do just stared. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Were they all kidnapped by the clones? Yeah, they said a terror organization was targeting us. The 3 sat at the table facing Zhang Sanju's family. "So Zhang Sanju was always thinking of us. I'll apologize for saying bad things about him later." "Yeah, me too." As night fell, a voice from atop a building said, "Zhang Sanju's clones have also left. It seems we'll have to deal with those guys ourselves." Miho closed one eye and made a telescope with her hand, looking into the distance. "I didn't think they'd actually attack. To be honest, I was a little skeptical," Shona explained from behind. "Zhangwu isn't the type to lie pointlessly." Beside her, Yuna snapped her fingers and said excitedly, "Then shall we go now?" Elsewhere, a teleportation gate opened, and Yang Yian's scream erupted amidst the crowd. "Canis Guild and Euro Guild assemble." Others also angrily grumbled. "Everyone, how dare they interrupt our captain? Captain, let's fight." Upstairs, Cam and Abaddon stood on the rooftop. Cam aimed his gun and scoffed. "Damn it, dealing with that many might be a bit difficult." Abaddon beside him shouted angrily. "Then were we the ones who actually fell into the trap?" he muttered. "Perhaps the clones that were caught by other knights have rejoined the main body. Summon all knights here." Soon after, a group of cloaked figures was summoned to the rooftop. "They've arrived. Now that the system has reached this point, both sides have no choice but to rush at each other like madmen without regard for life or death." Meanwhile, the master leaned back in his chair, bored, and said, "How many have died?" The red-haired girl standing beside him reported, recalling Lords Orubat and Orias. She calmly looked at him. "Indeed, those 2 have been eliminated, and the remaining members of the Knights are also under attack." He asked further. "Inside U headquarters," the red-haired girl stammered, reporting that she was still holding on. The master's eyes were filled with rage. This had never happened before. "With my power, any enemy should bow their head." He recalled the people who had knelt and begged him, drenched in water. "Then why aren't those bastards submitting to me?" On this side, the fight was still ongoing, and the master's eyes darkened as he resolved inwardly, "Perhaps I should use that skill." He ordered all ordinary devotees to be mobilized. He recalled the pillars symbolizing the sun, and then initiated the final phase of the day of harvest operation. Meanwhile, the blonde man, even after being hit in the face with a fireball, still complained and screamed, "Die, you heretics!" Yuna saw him fall to the ground and said, "These guys are too strong, probably a rank." Miho also looked at him. Just how many of them are there?" Someone glared at the 2 from above and an attack flew at Yuna. One person ran over, hugged her, and dodged. "Be careful," she asked Han, blushing. "Are you all right, team leader?" She immediately replied, Ah yes, thank you, you saved me again. From behind, Miho powerlessly blocked attacks and complained, hey, what about me? From above, a sniper rifle aimed at her head. Cam smiled and pulled the trigger. The clones are no longer obstructing the view, now the priority is to reduce their numbers, even just one. Suddenly a bullet pierced his arm, splattering blood. He was afraid, he screamed in pain. Arg, what? Where did that damn bullet come from? From below. Miho also recognized him and scoffed, haha, let me tell you, there are many people far more skilled at sniping than you. From the rooftop of the building opposite, Haeun fired her gun, swinging her arm. Beside her, Woo Hee-yoon observed through binoculars and reported, our Haeun is doing great. She hit that guy from that distance, she's really good. Soon after, bullets flew at the cloaked men below, making them scream. Arg, shield! Abaddon saw it and turned his head. The commander in front, seeing him off guard, shouted, he has a sword, surrender, you've lost. He merely praised softly, you have an excellent sniper. Then he issued a threat that froze Gun T. But if there are innocent civilians here, would you still freely fire your guns? He wondered why. Meanwhile, a civilian buried under a pile of dirt was calling for rescue from the ground. A pillar had collapsed here. Please save us. The purple-haired man holding a gun shouted towards that spot. Support over here. Everyone's trapped here. The blonde girl also confirmed, holding a shield. Understood. He ran to the person fallen on the ground with a worried expression. Are you alright? I'll lift the pillar first. Meanwhile, the man held a sword in his hand. The system announced blade enhancement, increasing the piercing ability of sharp weapons. Soon after, the purple-haired man screamed in pain. Ah, the blonde girl looked at him with surprised eyes. He was stabbed with a sword and fell to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? She shouted loudly. Hey, what exactly are you doing? Meanwhile, the black-haired commander received information from within the crowd, glancing at the swords in people's hands. Do not approach the civilians rashly. Some of them have been brainwashed. The soldier next to him was flustered, asking, Commander, what should we do? The controlled civilians held weapons in their hands, one eye flashing red and their pupils turning black. Aren't these the villagers? He said, or should we just knock them out? Suddenly, someone leapt to the ground, interrupting the black-haired commander. Wrong. A magic circle quickly activated in front of the controlled people. The black-haired commander screamed in surprise. Team leader Wang Junhee, she smiled, turned her head and said, you saw it just now, didn't you? This person was team leader Wang Junhee of the Phoenix team. Wang Junhee suggested that they could just burn their heads one by one with mana. The people who had lost control attacked with black spears. From above, Haeun looked at Woo Hee-yoon with hesitant eyes. They're civilians, we can't attack them. She gritted her teeth in anger. Damn bastards below. Wang Junhee, without hesitation, held magic in her hands and leapt towards the people. I'll handle the brainwashed villagers. Don't worry, just deal with the cloaked figures. But they moved wildly and reminded in trembling voices, it's no use, we are too many. Soon after, they raised their hands, created fireballs and unconsciously mumbled, for the master, for the system. Beside her, Miho saw the energy spheres and said, aren't those the fireball orbs that Jang Sanju sold for almost free? Hearing that, Wang Junhee also gritted her teeth and cursed. Damn it, she shouted to the remaining people. Everyone, quickly find the brainwashing device. That guy's brainwashing ability requires an intermediate medium device. They also followed orders. Yes, understood. As black liquids floated in the air, people were flustered. That is, Abaddon transformed into a colossal body and flew into the sky. Did you think I would just stand by and watch? Soon after, he rushed straight towards Haeun and Woo Hee-yoon. First, those annoying snipers. Suddenly, purple smoke flew at him from behind. Poison mist. He dodged. He killed a few flies and looked back. The newcomer commented that his assassination skills were still clumsy. Somao, holding a long sword, sneered, do you really think you can thwart Jang Sanju's girlfriend with such trivial skills? From behind, number 12 also leapt down and Carrion stood against the back wall. Haeun stood, clutching her arm and weeping. The man added, we'll show you the real way to kill. Meanwhile, Maximus Creed furiously swung his fists, roaring, and a clone raised a hand to block. Tried to bring his fist down on the unwary clone. Catch him. Good, you're finished. Suddenly, clone number 8 stepped back and his fist stopped. He didn't forget to freeze his arm. Maximus Creed stared, frozen. Number 1 stepped forward and asked him, hey, you noticed it too, didn't you? The monostructure embedded in his skill? He regained his composure, swung his fist, and sent clone number 8 flying. Get lost, you damn bugs. Jan Bainarian and Maximus Creed both gathered. Jang Sanju gripped his sword tightly. Don't you realize everything you did to fight number 8? Behind him, colossal rocks surged up. The two stood frozen. He could only succeed then because he was alone. Then rocks flew rapidly at them. The two were struck until they fell to the ground and the surroundings were deeply gouged. Jan Bainarian, holding a card, trembled and mumbled, we were too arrogant. Soon after, their bodies healed rapidly. Jan Bainarian pursed his lips. Maximus Creed also laughed cheerfully. While we were dealing with you, we were calculating further moves for an important mission, so we had to conserve our strength. We apologize for our arrogance. Jang Sanju stood on the pile of rocks, his sword slung over his shoulder, looking down at them. So you haven't been fighting seriously until now. What an old excuse, he observed and remembered inwardly. A recovery ability. He held a flag in his hand and denied it. His eyes filled with determination. No, that means we are willing to risk our lives to trade for yours, Abaddon shouted. You have truly become the most dangerous obstacle. The system activated. Red flag. Acceleration. All card stats double for a limited time. Punishment. Suffer irreversible damage from weapons. Their bodies transformed into powerful energy. The system explained. Hero's incarnation. Immense power compressed and flowing through the body. punishment power triples but damage received also triples. A sky-piercing scream echoed. Arg! Zhang Sanju's eyes widened and he failed to notice Maximus Creed rushing at him from behind. One punch shattered the ground. Zhang Sanju leaped up to dodge and a golden statue identical to him struck where he had stood. What kind of power is that? Two clones quickly leapt and slashed Maximus Creed's body. He screamed in pain and blood kept gushing out. He gritted his teeth and endured and turned his head and hit one of his clones. Die. A loud explosion echoed. Meanwhile, the 7 deadly sins inside number 1's body mumbled, "When will you come to your senses?" That first guy already figured it out, and he shouted, "Shut up." Meanwhile, Jan Bainarian had already arranged his cards. Powerful energy headed towards him. Take all of this time. As card fragments continuously flew, the clone struggled to dodge. Liver asked Zhang Sanju, "Are you alright?" Zhang Sanju glanced at him while dodging cards. "Those eyes can see and they're not blind." "Why do you ask?" Liver reminded him so he could hear. "I'll give you some useful information." Meanwhile, number 3 slashed Maximus Creed's shoulder, and as he clutched his shoulder, the clone also looked on with surprised eyes. He swung his fist and hit again. "At least 5 of you come to hell with me." Behind him, a golden Buddha statue following his command punched number 3. Meanwhile, Jan Bainarian furiously slashed 2 of his clones. "You foolish bastards." The clones' wounds healed rapidly. Jan Bainarian gritted his teeth, clutched the cards in his hand and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, that recovery ability is ridiculous." Meanwhile, number 3 rushed at them and Maximus's body froze in midair, but soon after, Maximus broke free and punched number 3, surprising number 3. "No chance." He glared at number 3, panting wildly, still smiling. "Ha ha ha, you completely fail to understand the master's will and the will of the system." Meanwhile, Maximus Creed held an Ace of Spades card, determined. "I will squeeze out this last bit of mana." He threw the card into the air and the 2 clones looked up. Jan Bainarian's eyes widened and he screamed frantically, "This will be your grave." Beside him, Zhang Sanju also watched them with wide eyes, chasing after them. "I'll bury you damn bastards." Both attacked the clones in an awakened state. Number 1 stood there. The 7 deadly sins mumbled, "Are you alright? If you're not confident, leave it to me." But number 1 refused, saying no time. Suddenly, Jan Bainarian and Maximus Creed's bodies were caught by something. Zhang Sanju created a small magic circle and exclaimed, "Wow, it really works." He grinned, laughing, and his sword slung over his shoulder. He was excited. "It's my first time learning a skill without a skill book. What a strange feeling." Lure explained that the magic circle from earlier was lightning attributed. "It doesn't last as long as ice though." He also agreed, "Yeah, but it can temporarily paralyze even stronger enemies." On this side, Arion frantically shouted, raising his power even higher with clubs. "It can only exist for a single moment." As energy surged, he also explained, "During that short time I completed my analysis." Number 1 frowned and created a black orb. Energy erupted around its body. "This is the power of the void." Another soul also interjected, vying for the orb, and said, "And the power of the 7 deadly sins." Soon after, the energy flow pierced through Jan Bainarian's attack and he looked up, muttering with surprised eyes, "My skill has been dispelled." Behind him, Maximus Creed, awakened with a golden glowing body, punched number 1. "I'm still here." Maximus's body swelled, accumulating an attack, and number 1 looked at Maximus with calm eyes and grabbed his wrist, freezing him too. The 7 deadly sins reminded, "That attack just now is already familiar." He grinned, laughing. "What is this? What do you 2 think?" Then Zhang Sanju turned his body and slashed them once. Both were surprised, unable to resist the sword, and bled. He slid behind them, smiling confidently. "Yes, that's what you call a failure." That night in a castle, voices of people talking were heard. "Is that really here? Wait, it should be here." Harayan folded his arms and shouted angrily, "Hurry up, they said there are still many brainwashing devices." Shin Junhee next to him frowned. In front of them was a field barrier. "Don't rush me. This isn't an omnipotent skill." He carefully cut the belt. "My dad is nearby so I can find him easily." But those machines, in front of them was something like a conical device. "I need the same kind of parts as those." Harayan bent down to examine the situation. "Is this it? The device used to brainwash the academy students?" He grabbed a wire and observed. "Yeah, luckily it's still here." Soon after, Shin Junhee scanned the wide area outside. The system confirmed. A level 100 scan swept a wide area searching for designated targets. Those who were under control were suddenly released. Meanwhile, Junhee, panting, cursed loudly at the seemingly unkillable crowd. "Damn it, these brainwashed people, they keep appearing." She bit her lip in anger. "Cutting off each of their ankles wouldn't be a problem, right?" Next to her, Mi-ho was like, "Ha?" And Wei swung his sword, slashing at the cloaked figures. He looked at the map in his hand, panting with joy. "I've found the location of the brainwashing machine. I'll send everyone the coordinates." Seeing this, Junhee also understood. It seems the young master has done it. Mi-ho, behind her, quickly smiled and jumped away. "Now that we know where it is, it'll be easy." The figure known as Abaddon still stubbornly glared at them and cursed. "Fools, I warned you," he roared. "Do you think I'd just stand still?" Suddenly, number 1 rushed forward, kicked him straight in the chest and stopped there. Afterward, Mi-ho followed the direction indicated on the map. Her eyes widened, found it. Below, cloaked figures stood around the device and she thought quite a crowd. Seeing her, they also picked up their weapons in defense, saying, "We will protect this device with our lives." She swung her hand, created a large fireball and sent it straight down. "All right, go ahead and sacrifice your lives then." The black-haired cloaked figure looked terrified as a blue flame descended directly upon them. Devastating fire blast, Miho announced after the machine was engulfed in flames. We've destroyed the villager's brainwashing machine. Now we just need to deal with the key figures. The black-haired curly figure gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, how dare you destroy the conversion machine? The heretics holding tridents were also furious. Behind them, a flash of lightning appeared, and the octopus-like figure gritted its teeth. I'll show you what seriousness means. Sanju stepped out of the spatial rift, holding Janbanarian and Maximus Creed by their heads in his hands and smiled at him. How serious exactly? The two figures trembled like leaves, and Sanju reminded them, why don't you continue talking? He looked at the crowd. Everyone held out well. You all worked hard. From above, Heian also looked down, brother, and Wuyan peered through binoculars. He's here, isn't he? The clones were also quickly summoned from the spatial rift. He declared, let's end this here. Immediately after, number 3 and number 4 advanced to attack the cloaked figures. Thumpgun smiled, swinging his sword proudly. He truly took them down easily. Young Yin also held a shield, looking towards him. Since their last encounter, his strength has advanced remarkably. Each pathetic cry echoed, and the black-clad figure's face darkened. He was stunned. Forgive me, master. Please forgive me for leaving before I could help you complete your great task. Number 1 also quickly rushed up to attack him. Fragments flew everywhere, and the battle ended. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Enlightenment Group, a large figure walked through the building. I don't know whether to say it's unexpected or if everything happened just as I thought. It was Raven. He thought of the orange vial of medicine, musing, elixir. Who would have thought that the miraculous medicine people call an elixir would be secretly stored underground at the Enlightenment Group? He muttered to himself. Finding this place was truly a difficult journey. Suddenly the communication device in his hand beeped, startling him. Beep beep. Next, Raven cautiously looked around, secretly closing his eyes and sighing in relief. Luckily no one heard. Suddenly, Jumper appeared beside him, smiling. It's been a long time, hasn't it? He asked Raven. What wind brings you to the Enlightenment Group? He also froze, muttering. Actually, these bracelets, number 1 reported. I've taken number 6 to Odin Tower. Can't let those G-rank guys starve, right? In the quiet room, he asked how many casualties. He honestly replied, number 3 is severely injured and number 5 has been eliminated. Glanced, assessing. Number 3 will recover within a day, right? Number 1 corrected. Actually, about 6 hours. Next, he looked at Janbanarian and Maximus Creed, who were bound to the wall, and mused, not bad, we've taken down 2 S-ranks after all. He smiled and approached them. Even with a continuous mono-absorption system and a special alloy for binding, detaining them was still very difficult with such high base stats. Janbanarian bowed his head stubbornly. Kill me, but he just walked to an empty corner, hips cocked, and sneered. Those who boast often die quickly. Heh. He also bared his teeth and laughed back. Ha, are you scared? He kept muttering, making Sanju's body tense. I've looked into you. That pathetic, soft-hearted behavior. You even spared the assassins who wanted to take your life. Someone like you can only strike down those who have been transformed into monsters, isn't that right? Janbanarian lifted his head, looked at him, and shouted with a smug smile, you act tough, but without your clones you wouldn't even dare to personally end a single life. You have no real objective. Your will is weak, just a cowardly lucky bastard who got a skill. That's you, Jong Sanju. As soon as he finished speaking, Sanju turned around and swung his sword. He looked at his severed arm in horror. Next to him, Maximus Creed also looked on in shock while he cried out in pain. He scowled, resting the sword on his shoulder, and told him, first of all, you're right. He sighed, clenching his teeth, confirming, if I could, I would never want to lay a hand on my own kind. I'm not some psychotic bastard. Why would I do that? Saying that, he stood in front of Maximus Creed, making him tense up. Gasp. Next, Sanju scratched his neck a little sadly, explaining, that's right, my will isn't strong at all. As you can see, I hate doing these kinds of things. I just want to use my clones to live a relaxed life, but because of people like you, I can't even have a moment of peace. Then he reached out and gripped his face in horror. He glared at Sanju, who said, but you've misunderstood one thing. Sanju's eyes were filled with killing intent as he enunciated each word. I'm keeping you alive, not for that reason. Do you think I'd let it slide after you touched the people around me? Immediately after, he called number 1, who also approached. Yes, he ordered. Left eye. Immediately after, number 1 reached out towards Maximus Creed's left eye. He panicked. What the hell are you doing? His scream echoed in the room as number 1 proceeded to gouge out his eye. Raven, sitting in the white space, was also a little surprised. Could it be that Sanju is finally going to suffer the wrath of the 7 deadly sins? No, that's not it. Outside, Sanju opened a box. He commented, this is a perfectly calculated move. Sanju then explained, the reason I'm keeping you alive, immediately after he raised the vial and drank it all, is because I need someone to lead me to the hidden master. Previously, in Wuyan's research lab, she looked at him with suspicion. The medicine you requested, I think I can make it, but where did you come up with this idea? He looked around the lab, explaining, I thought of it while planning this whole thing. The deception of rejuvenating Odin Tower will fall apart sooner or later. She, sitting by her fortune-telling setup, was also puzzled. It'll be exposed, Sanju added. Those people aren't fools. They've witnessed everything during the money-making process. They probably have items that can analyze the skills cast upon their bodies, he finally concluded. So if those skills are real, then more powerful upgrades aren't impossible, right? Wuyan also understood. So that's why you want me to make that kind of medicine? Hearing that, he calmly turned to look at her. That's right, the highest grade skill tracking medicine. If those brainwashed people dare to pull another stunt, we'll use it to track down the mastermind and locate the master. Immediately after, she began brewing it. The higher the skill level, the more effective it is. We can't track ordinary people who are only briefly brainwashed. Sanju smiled somewhat awkwardly and suggested, I should test it on the academy professors first. Let me know when the medicine is complete. Wu Yin muttered, and if it also weakens the mind, even better. Brainwashing skills usually leave clearer traces. Suddenly, she remembered something. Oh, you said to prioritize effectiveness, right? This medicine has mana-related side effects, so don't let your clones use it, okay? Your clones are made from mana after all, he confirmed. Yeah, I know. His body was full of energy and he smiled with satisfaction. His hand reached towards Jan Bainarian, making him fearful. Let's see what it does. His forehead was sweating, his eyes fixed on Sanju's hand as he sank into thought. The situation is too dangerous. Don't tell me they're trying to track him. He opened his mouth, intending to bite the pill hidden in his teeth. If that's the case, then but Sanju was faster, punching him straight in the mouth and glaring. What do you think you're doing? The man flinched. He was full of suspicion. A poison? Didn't I say I wouldn't kill you? His jaw swung, fractured. Gasping, Sanju grabbed his head and he roared in pain, tears streaming down helplessly. Because you still have to tell me the master's location. His piercing scream echoed as Sanju's energy flooded Jan Bainarian's body. Stop it. A stream of memories led to a certain path. At a building on that path, the location became increasingly specific. In front of him, the master stood with two cloaked figures in a room. His face was filled with panic. Finally, I see you, he grinned with excitement. You little rat. Another figure, Jumper reminded. To enter the headquarters you need a guest card, but it seems you didn't come through the main entrance. This is a big problem, Sir Swordsman. He put his hand in his pocket and approached the door. To Raven's confusion, immediately after, he held up a key card and inserted it into the lock. It's because of this, isn't it? Inside the room on a pedestal was the orange vial of medicine. He turned his head and smiled. The magic medicine, the elixir. I'm quite surprised myself, Jumper wondered. You don't seem like the type to need this, he explained with a cautious expression. I have a promise to a very important person. Then he seriously added, I admit I snuck in and that's a shameful act, but in the current situation I'll be direct. Can you sell it to me? I'll pay any price. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. Peeved, he looked at Raven mockingly. Someone has already paid a price equivalent to the budget of a small nation for it. Do you really think your offer means anything? Jumper also understood, a little awkwardly. I myself realized that request was too unreasonable. Immediately after, he opened the protective box for the medicine, took the vial and threw it towards Raven. I'll give it to you for free. Raven reached out to catch it, startled. He asserted, just take it. Raven held it in his hand, dumbfounded. Why? Jumper looked at him blankly, probing. What do you mean why? Don't you want it? But Raven also shouted in suspicion. Isn't that strange? You just called it a miraculous medicine, didn't you? Your expression was both puzzled and awkward, and now he sighed, explaining. Miraculous medicine, my ass, I just don't need it. Immediately after, he traced a mark on his chest, smiling sadly. The curse I'm bearing cannot be removed by something like an elixir. Hearing that, Raven looked at him with suspicion. A curse? He neatly put on his clothes and turned his back. Promoting the elixir at the academy was just a trick to lure people in. He explained further, making Raven stunned, because the master kept complaining I had to indulge him. And that elixir was originally a reward from the system to me, Jumper calmly added. Anyway, the academy's students will all be eliminated on the day of harvest. Behind him, Raven, filled with shock, lost his composure and shouted, Hold on, what are you talking about? Explain yourself, master. Didn't he just attack the heritage? Now you're saying the system gave you that? As if the system is a conscious entity. Seeing that Raven wouldn't understand, he also frowned and turned his head to explain. This elixir is made from the system. He spoke for a while, making Raven's eyes widen in shock. Have you ever heard of such a medicine in T-Bone? If something like this truly existed, Elisa wouldn't have died and Liver wouldn't have gone mad because of the system's development, right? Raven's hands trembled. How much do you know? Behind Raven's face darkened as he questioned, Who exactly are you? What kind of monster are you? On the other side, he presented a magic paper to number 1. This is the last teleportation scroll. Next, Sanju turned and gave instructions. Leave the injured number 3 behind and everyone else depart immediately. I won't be able to use my skills for 3 hours, so I'll assess the situation and use number 3's subspace. He held the paper, clearly confirming, his face filled with panic and gasping for breath. Maximus Creed was plunged into confusion. What should we do with the old master? He shouted in panic. Please wait, I'll explain everything. Jan Bainarian tried to stop him. I'll wait. His face was covered in sweat. The master cannot die here. Seeing that he couldn't calm down, Jan Bainarian shouted even louder. If you let shallow emotions dominate you now. Immediately after, he also swung his sword toward them. He gritted his teeth and ordered number 1 with anger. Kill them all, he also confirmed. On this side, the master, full of fear, interlaced his fingers, his body continuously sweating and trembling. He's coming. Sanju is about to arrive. Outside the castle, a black speck appeared. The girl with red blonde hair rushed in, anxiously announcing, Master, an intruder has been detected at the entrance. Seeing this, he also screamed in fear. Why did he come so fast? Weren't there awakeners capable of jamming coordinates? She reported, trembling. That apostle was killed by Master last time when he was serving him. The Master gritted his teeth in panic, gasping for breath. The cloaked figures holding weapons charged without hesitation, shouting loudly. For the Master, for the system, leave this place immediately, heretics. Clone 1 also landed and looked at them. We also have a Master. And our Master is, beside him. Clone 2 was surveying the surroundings. Following Clone 1's command, the other clones entered the battle and began their purge. Meanwhile, the Master slapped the red-haired girl's cheek and screamed, "Useless bugs, die!" Outside, the clones ceaselessly massacred people, and the Master cried out helplessly, "Why are you bugs completely useless?" He stood there, panting. "2 of my lieutenants have fallen. Bring my reserves and proceed to the final stage." He commanded this at once. Clone 1 drew his sword and glanced at him. From his side, he conveyed the news through Clone 3, who was in the infirmary. News came from the other side that everything was proceeding smoothly. It seemed that most of their main forces had been defeated in Korea. He looked at him and judged. "Understood, but for safety, let's postpone the infiltration for now. Not being able to use skills is truly inconvenient, but I still want to see the face of that so-called Master." Suddenly, the door opened and Ms. Rune rushed in with a worried expression. "Jung Sanju, you're here, right?" He calmly turned and looked at her. "Why, did you come for a visit? Thank you very much this time. Thanks to your scanning ability, we were able to find that brainwashing device." He approached him and shouted, "That's exactly why I'm here." A worried expression clearly showed on her face as she recalled a faintly detected signal from the city. The sun was setting then. "I found something on the ground, but I also faintly detected signals of a much larger scale coming from somewhere else," she added. Dozens of structures deep underground were emitting signals. Sanju's eyes widened in surprise. "What did you say?" Underground, people were connecting devices to a throne. System screens appeared and they asked suspiciously, "Master, are we really doing this?" The white-haired girl held her hands hesitating and advised, "I'm afraid this might go against the system's will. At least we should wait for important information." The Master impatiently cursed. "Damn it, do it now," she replied, trembling. "Ah yes." More and more system screens appeared. Suddenly the door opened. Hypnosis machines shot up from the ground. Passers-by looked at them in confusion. "Mom, look at that." They watched the pillars rise as high as buildings. "What is that?" People in mining areas also saw 3 pillars rise. "A tower has risen. Quick, call the others." On the beach, 3 hypnosis pillars also rose. The people there were also confused. Something suddenly rose from the water, and now the Master was madly emitting energy, and the hypnosis pillars began to react to his energy towards Sanju. "You know nothing about me." Others looked at the system window in confusion. "My system window is like that too. What on earth is going on?" They glared at it, and their pupils gradually turned black. Suddenly, immediately after, strange resonating energy flows rapidly burst from people's bodies. Outside Earth, hypnosis satellites were also activated. The Master pointed suspiciously. "How far can someone like me go?" Somewhere a device was pushed into place. The system put its hands on its hips and sighed in relief. "Actually, everything is very simple. If everyone had just done their job properly, nothing would have happened. But why aren't they?" She opened her eyes wide and smiled proudly. "Foolish things." Meanwhile, Ms. Rune was surprised to see the system window. He clutched his head wildly, shaking it, and shouted, "The mental barrier is activating, not just here, but perhaps the entire country is under attack from a brainwashing skill." He too was surprised, looking at the blinking system window. "My eyes are too blurry, I can't see anything." Suddenly, a flash of light and both looked there suspiciously. "It's not limited to Korea, it's worldwide," he shouted. "Jumper." He also entered through the door and announced with a very serious face, "Don't worry about the brainwashing, it doesn't affect us. Beings with high stats take a long time to be affected. That damn Master has messed everything up." He looked at Jumper warily. "Why are you here?" Inwardly he thought, "Damn it, of all times when I can't use my skills." He calmly approached him. "I told you. That trashy bastard just caused a catastrophe. Let's go catch him together." After hearing this, Sanju was slightly dazed. "What?" the Master shouted through the radio. "Stop immediately." All clones. Clone 2 heard it and paused. The cloaked figures laughed joyfully and his voice still echoed. "My ability has covered the entire Earth and all humanity is in my hands." They were lost in delusion towards each other. "Master has always worried about us." "Master, this isn't the final stage, is it?" Meanwhile, sweat poured from his face and he laughed joyfully. "From now on, for every one of my apostles you bugs kill, I will massacre 10,000 random people across this planet. If you try to kill me, everyone under my control will die with me. I won't die alone." He was in a panic, laughing maniacally, sweating profusely and muttering, "Sorry, but I can't go right now, so don't try to touch me." Suddenly the space flashed and he froze. "You are a very special person." He landed with Jumper and looked at him contemptuously. "Of all the people I've met, you're the most disgusting." He looked up at the 2 people and cried out in confusion, "Ah, Jumper, Jumper, you damned bastard." The Master stood up from his seat and reprimanded him. "Have you betrayed us?" Jumper behind him scoffed. "Betrayal? Don't make me laugh. I told you there wouldn't be a third time." Then he made Sanju choke as well and said contemptuously, "Now that I think about it, your damn trident beard has always bothered me." And he wondered, I guess we're done here." The Master gritted his teeth, angry as if he had been punched, and cursed, "You son of a bitch." At this moment he opened his mouth. grabbing the hilt and dragging it across the ground as he approached. Killing intent emanated from his body. "Let's finish this quickly. I'd like to enjoy your suffering face a bit longer, but there's no time," he glared at the old man. "That was the wrong decision. Even S-ranks Jan and Maximus have lost contact. I certainly didn't expect him to treat the lives of brainwashed people like weeds." Two subordinates quickly rushed to defend. "Master, step back." He seriously swung his attack and dealt with him. "I misjudged him from the start. Who would have thought he'd order his clones to kill people without batting an eye?" The master cried out in fear at the sight, and tears flowed ceaselessly. "If this continues, that damn bastard will kill me," he shouted maniacally. Am I, are you listening to me, you madman? I told you I'd kill all humanity on this planet. Do you think I'm joking with you?" Immediately, he sat on the chair. Gritting his teeth, system windows continuously opened above his head. "See it with your own eyes. Witness the spectacle of all humanity across the world massacring each other." Outside, the controlled people began to move unconsciously. They frantically attacked each other like madmen. Meanwhile, the master still laughed joyfully, manipulating them. The massacre caused by hundreds of millions of awakeners. He didn't notice Sanju rushing at him from behind with a sword. It was a very brief moment. Almost simultaneously at that moment, all space stopped. Jumper chuckled cunningly and used his ability. Outside the city, flashes of light flickered around the hypnosis pillars. The same was true for the hypnosis pillars in the mining area. Broadcasting stations worldwide were completely destroyed and they began to fall apart. A wisp of smoke, the materials forming the pillars corroded. Meanwhile, a strike flashed on the screen. He gritted his teeth and said, "I told you." Rage filled his eyes and the screen showed severed generators. "I told you there wouldn't be a third time." He stood on the table, startling the master who was sitting in the chair. "Ah," the person next to him was so surprised that he stood dazed. "That awakening skill is truly insane." He quickly turned around and fled. Tears streamed down his face in fear. "Ah." Sanju turned around and looked at him, puzzled. "Aren't you going to chase him?" Jumper still calmly kept his hands in his pockets and judged. "It's probably better for someone else to be the protagonist. There's no need to rush anyway." Meanwhile, the master frantically ran down the hallway, panting and confused. Why is everyone betraying me?" He recalled the past. "I heard you even messed up your home. Your wife, seeing you starving, went against all opposition to help you get a job." A man in a suit adjusted his tie and looked at him, and he couldn't accept the truth. Another person probed. "That can't be right, can it?" The master's eyes were filled with confusion, and everyone treated him like trash. After that, curses continuously echoed in an alley. "They gave me such a cheap salary. Just selling a few broken watches." The master kicked a street trash can, venting his anger. "All of them are the same." He walked faster in anger. "Damn it, I'm broke and homeless again. Where should I spend this winter?" Suddenly, a black pit appeared in the ground. "I knew it so well since I was a child." He didn't notice and fell straight into the pit. The world hates me, damn it." Suddenly the road, the ground. When he looked up, the monsters in front of him were glaring at him, as if they hated him to the bone. The master's face was filled with fear and sweat poured down like rain. "This isn't real, is it? Monsters?" A monster approached him and growled. The master whimpered and screamed, "Please save me." The system continued to notify. "User Earthling unidentified. Confirmation complete. System access granted. Registration complete." The monster stopped and the master looked at it with hardened eyes. Then God descended upon this world and found him, and the system window appeared before him. Master Level 1. Biological Control. Control duration increases based on target's mental stats. He looked at it but still couldn't shake off his confusion and bewilderment. He was slightly perplexed to see the monsters obediently retreat from him. Biological control. Will they obey my commands? He imagined monsters hunting humans and cities being destroyed, and he became excited. After the world was engulfed in catastrophe, he smiled with an evil, maniacally excited face. He deemed the sight too beautiful for him with his power. Quickly established a residence in this new world. Currently, the master ran into the basement and closed the door. The system notified. Highest security level activated. All areas sealed. All species from monsters to hunters must obey my commands. Immediately, the door was quickly severed. Sanju smiled, sword on his back, and entered, joking, "Ready, baby, daddy's home." Meanwhile, the master glanced back in a panic, panting and urging, quickly. Inside a storage unit, there was a clone in cryostasis. He shouted, "Quickly, bring my reserve weapon." He madly waved his hand, summoning a brainwashing imprint. "My last safeguard," the system explained. "Domination, synchronization, overwhelm, overwrites masters and targets personality, memories, and abilities to the maximum. Punishment can only be used once in a lifetime. The overwritten target cannot use this skill again." "Oh, almighty system." He recalled the person who had driven him away. "Please just save my wife, please. I was wrong to drive you away, brother. But before that, I never treated you badly, did I?" His wife beside him also bowed her head and pleaded. The master sat arrogantly on a tall snake, crossing his legs, and looked at them, proposing, "I will spare the victor. Now you two fight. This world has changed its rules," he thought with a joyful expression. "And I quite like these rules." When blood splattered on his face, he immediately changed his mind. "Never mind, let's skip the wife. I've got a much better idea." Suddenly, someone approached from behind and he turned around. "This method takes too much time. It needs adjustment." So I was really happy when that person appeared. Liver appeared, wrapped in wires holding system fragments, and proposed, "Your ability will be an immense help to my plan. Will you help me?" The master's eyes widened and he hesitated. As soon as I met him, I immediately realized that he was the omnipotent God who created all these rules. He bowed his head and served him, and that person leisurely manipulated the wires behind his back. Respected master, your slave is here. Just give the command for anything. I will not do it. We believe that His Majesty is also witnessing this moment. Immediately after, the seal emitted energy towards the body lying motionless in the synchronization chamber, notifying that His Majesty would come to punish that filthy bug. Sanju held his sword and looked at him as if he couldn't understand. What? This guy talks too much. He's trash. The system confirmed synchronization. Frames appeared continuously. Synchronization, synchronization, synchronization. Isn't that right? After all, you are our lord. Suddenly the system frame locked, surprising him. Above the cross chains, the system displayed that system access was disabled. Tears flowed endlessly, and the master panted in panic, cold sweat pouring like rain. Sanju also opened his eyes wide in surprise. Across from him, the system stood and looked at him. Sanju's face was filled with indescribable tension and sweat streamed down ceaselessly. Elisa, no, that can't be. Sanju realized it was the system and she opened her eyes wide, wary, and asked, Who are you? On this side, Sanju still tried to suppress a laugh, looking at her and shouting inwardly, Hey Liver, you'd better not say anything. Liver had already lost patience, a hot aura surging as he stomped his foot and screamed madly, How dare he, this damn bastard! He frowned, gnashing his teeth in rage, and shouted, How dare you appear in Elisa's form? Sanju concluded that he was completely out of control. Outside, Sanju quickly scratched his head, turned his head with a foolish expression. I'm just an ordinary hunter. That guy called Master caused trouble, so I just came to warn him. The system folded her arms and looked at her. Then she looked down at the Master's corpse on the floor and concluded, It seems you warned him a little too enthusiastically. With an expressionless face she began to smile. Well, I'll be going now, haha. Ah, I see now, and she shouted excitedly, stopping Sanju in his tracks. You're Zhang Sanju, right? Haha, how rude of me. You're collecting the 7 deadly sins, aren't you? That's a bit bothering. Then she swung her arm without hesitation, attacking. Her face was still full of smiles. I'm sorry, but I can't let you collect them. Zhang Sanju, your life on earth ends here. Sanju opened his eyes wide in surprise. Liver also looked on in shock. Her hand touched Sanju's arm and Sanju shouted, trying to stop it. No, Zhang Sanju, if you interact with him. Electricity flowed through both of them. The system, clinging to the sword, shouted joyfully, My goodness, Lord Liver. Liver was seized by fear and tried to stop it. Her face was full of excitement and she held the sword, repeating, Really, 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 really? Did it really, Lord Liver? Liver still stood there dumbfounded. They told him not to approach, but Sanju gnashed his teeth in dissatisfaction. So I'm just supposed to die without any resistance? This damned bastard, damn it. She was excited and the energies of the two gradually began to resonate. The system mumbled, Finally, finally, finally. She came with Sanju to a white space and Liver sat quietly in a chair. She mumbled, You found it too. Sanju, wary, bent down and asked, and Liver was also surprised. Liver, what do we do now? He's invaded this far. Liver's face darkened and his body began to emit energy. It's all right. From behind, the system approached and activated magic in her hand. Lord Liver, I'll get you out of here soon. But Liver simply stood up and in a furious voice reminded, This space was created by me using Zhang Sanju's mana as a catalyst. Then a flash appeared, leaving her also dumbfounded. He looked at her and countless barriers appeared around them, his face filled with rage. How dare you set foot in this place? Immediately after, an attack flew at her, leaving her also dumbfounded. A black energy flow enveloped her, and the system lifted her head, coughing up blood and sputtering, Cough. Then he quickly rushed forward and attacked the system's neck, knocking her to the ground. His face was filled with rage and he asked, You've made too many mistakes. Sanju watched from one side, mouth agape in surprise. He's really powerful. Below, the system, trembling with her neck grasped, was flustered. Lord Liver, why are you doing this? She defended herself. It's me. I'm the system you created. But Liver gnashed his teeth in even greater fury and clenched his hands. Don't speak to me in that form anymore. I will personally destroy you and avenge all those who have fallen. The system tried to say, You know, don't you? Suddenly, a light burst forth and the resonance gradually disappeared. She reminded that simply removing a small proxy wouldn't be enough. Her body detached from Sanju's body. Sanju gnashed his teeth and looked at that side warily. He's back, damn it. The punishment for releasing his mana was not yet over. He needed to buy more time. The system looked at Sanju with a somewhat incomprehensible expression. Is it because of you, the one who delivered strange news to Lord Liver? Why does Lord Liver hate me? Sanju opened his eyes wide and stood there blankly. Why? Sanju pointed to his head and gnashed his teeth as if he couldn't understand. What are you talking about? Has the system gone crazy with too many errors? Sanju shouted at her. Hearing that, her face darkened in surprise. You were the one who killed everyone on T-Bone, and now Earth is your next target. Who would look favorably upon a psychopath trying to destroy all of humanity? The system opened her eyes wide in silent surprise. She hugged her arms and looked at Sanju blankly. How destroy all of humanity? Why would I do that? Then she mumbled as if she couldn't understand. No, what nonsense are you talking about? Inside, Liver also looked on in surprise. What? Outside, Sanju pointed at her and shouted in a wary voice. Why, of course, Liver's last words. She remembered Liver's words from when he lay in a pool of blood. This world shouldn't exist. The system looked at Sanju and shouted in bewilderment. You mean he wanted to destroy the entire world because of Elisa's death and a few whispered words in despair? Why would you think that way? She folded her arms in dissatisfaction, shrugged and explained. I really don't understand. If something is unnecessary, just throw it away. Why kill it? Sanju froze. What? Jong Sanju was flustered, his face filled with confusion as he fell into thought. Liver lied. No, that can't be. Everything was a play. More importantly, he has no reason to lie. So is the system the same? In Sanju's mind, Liver was also flustered. He sat in the chair, sweating and bewildered. Then what was the massacre that day? What? And why did it cause a great flood on Earth? This is a trick. It must have evolved enough to deceive even humans. Even the system was flustered. The system tilted her head as if she couldn't understand. So all the reasons Lord Liver hated me were due to a misunderstanding? Why did he believe that? He saw all my memories on T-Bone. She just sighed. Phew, we don't have time for this. Immediately after, she opened a black energy orb, her face serious, and urged her. They have to do this. Rest now. Jong Sanju will return to T-Bone with Lord Liver and explain everything. Suddenly, Sanju's curse was lifted and Sanju looked down at his hand and plunged his sword into the ground, energy surging as he glared at the system. Rest? You mean rest in heaven? Ha, I prefer honest conversations. The space opened and clones were summoned. Sanju ordered them. The penalty is over. Now it's time to smash you here and stop the day of harvest. She looked at Sanju, not hiding her surprise at his skill. Liver also shouted inwardly in surprise. No way, there are only 2 fragments of the 7 deadly sins. It's too early. Suddenly the space between the two flickered. Jumper appeared, smiling at them. All right, that's enough for everyone. Sanju looked at him as if he couldn't understand. Jumper. The system also looked back at that side. Lord Lucas. She darkened her face and asked him, what's going on here? Everything is different from what I heard. You told me Lord Liver wanted to return to me, Jumper replied nonchalantly. Oh that? He said lightly. It was just a lie. The system also stood there dumbfounded. Why did you do that? Jumper's face was full of a deceptive smile. Oh, because everything became more interesting. Then Jumper looked at the corpse on the floor and added, you mean it was really fun watching you two fight? But that's enough for today. You killed the master, didn't you? He concluded that the bastard was ready to be free. She quietly lowered the energy orb in her hand. Sanju looked at Jumper, approaching him with caution. Didn't Jumper come to help him? Perhaps if we combine our strength, he reminded him. And Sanju was also surprised. We can't win yet. On this side, her face was much darker. She opened her eyes wide and mumbled, clone skill. Yes, until now I've only used basic macros on Earth. If such an ability exists, it might be possible. She clenched her hands and released energy. She closed her eyes and accepted. All right, Lord Lucas, you're different from the master. This kind of fight is a bit dangerous. Immediately after, she opened a teleportation gate in front of the other two. Oh, I have one last thing to say to Lord Liver and Jong Sanju. Then she looked at the system's body and smiled, stepping into the teleportation gate. My top priority is for Lady Elisa and Lord Liver to live happy and good lives, he added, and he stood there dumbfounded, and that has never changed. As you know, she began to disappear behind the teleportation gate, a smile on her lips. Then I'll see you next time, everyone. I hope you all keep smiling. On this side, Sanju also lowered his sword and Jumper also looked at that side. The space became quiet and he smiled kindly. Everything seems to have ended well. Then he looked at Sanju and smiled as if nothing had happened. Good job, the master is dead. Then let's have a party at our villa today. Sanju interrupted him. Jumper. Sanju's face was serious and wary as he looked at Jumper. You still haven't earned my forgiveness for this. You know exactly what the system's plan is, don't you? Sanju asked him. You mean the day of harvest wasn't intended to destroy humanity? He just smiled with an unreadable expression. Who knows? I don't like to reveal everything in advance. On the other side, the pillars were being repaired and she looked around. All right, I see. You mean I was only gone for a moment and this happened? Jumper waved his arm, fitting the broken pieces back into place and mumbled as if he couldn't understand. Lucas betrayed me. I even promised to break the curse of the holy relic, but she smiled and tears flowed with a happy smile. Hee, I finally met Lord Liver. Then she decided, all right, I should say this too. The next day, under a different sky, everyone excitedly ran across the lawn towards somewhere. Everyone's here. The others also looked at that side as if they couldn't understand. Who else? Kin looked at that side and smiled. Why are they running around like that? The people of the kingdom also looked at her. Fedo also smiled gently. Slow down, you'll fall. He still darkened his face. You want to know the system's true purpose, don't you? Sanju was also surprised. Jumper added, all right, there's nothing I can't tell you. I usually dislike revealing everything in advance, but that's just my personal preference, Sanju shouted, and right now. But he just smiled as if he couldn't understand. However, he looked at Sanju and reminded him, Jong Sanju, you don't even know whose side I'm on. Sanju looked at him with a wary and hesitant expression. Then he looked at Sanju and asked, I was the one who advised the master to kill you instead of dragging you out. I am also the one who registered most of humanity with the system, so why do you think you can trust everything I say? Sanju opened his eyes wide and retorted. Then what exactly do you want from me? Sanju, angered by his scoff, threatened. Do you want me to curse you? He just looked at Sanju and chuckled. Ha ha ha, what an interesting expression. I've rarely seen such an expression. His face was full of a deceptive smile. Then should I reveal whose side I'm on? Then he recalled the brainwashing seal. In this life, among countless regressions in the first life, I gave up on humanity. He recalled the moment he knelt before the system. The life where I knelt before the system and begged to be released from the curse of regression, returning to reality. He looked at Sanju and smiled. Until recently, I seriously considered sweeping away all of humanity at once with the system. Beside him, Liver reminded Sanju, to be honest with you, I really don't know what Jumper is thinking either. Sanju also looked at him cautiously and smiled. It seems so, but Jumper shrugged and said nothing, ignoring Sanju's expectations. What's wrong? He scoffed. Sanju also calmly put his sword back into the space. I thought you would have already cut off my head with your sword by now. I'm not foolish enough to ignore the current situation. He also revealed without hesitation, if you had already decided, you wouldn't be talking to me like this. Jumper looked at him with expectant eyes and smiled. Haha, you're right. I should have sided with the system from the start. He then casually walked away, but I was confused. I asked Sangwoo which side I should be on. Jumper suddenly stopped and wondered. Do you know the prophets? Sanju asked as if he couldn't understand. Awakeners with prophetic abilities, he confirmed. Yes, those prophets. After that, he informed. I met them recently. He too widened his eyes blankly. I heard that the prophets died recently. Surely not. After that, he glared at the dead master's corpse in anger, but that damned bastard never spoke clearly. Are all prophets like that? They told me I had to give up, but they didn't tell me which path I shouldn't give up on. Is siding with the system like this time what they mean by not giving up? He suddenly shouted maniacally. Or is truly not giving up about standing with humanity, which I've worked so hard for all this time? Why the hell won't they just tell me directly? Jumper continued to curse in dissatisfaction. So I tried to sow discord between Sanwoo and that damned Liver, and I even considered killing both of them. Liver froze blankly. You tried to divide us? He next to him also froze blankly again. Sweat ran down his face. You even considered killing me? Sanju's hand clenched tightly and sweat dripped. He also turned his head and looked at him. Jumper recalled that when the Titan skeleton was unleashed from its chains in the underground tomb, he had rushed to save people. After that, he recalled the previous incidents where Sinhung had caused terror attacks in Korea. He sent breath to minimize the damage. And when the master tried to make the whole world slaughter each other through brainwashing, he was also the one stopping it. Sanju thumped his chest and firmly declared, At least I know your true feelings. Even if you've sided with the system, justice still exists deep in your heart. Seeing this, Jumper calmly turned away. Such emotional manipulation won't work on me, so stop it. And he turned his head again. I stopped that to ensure the system's safety. If too many people die before the day of harvest, everything will be messed up. He too stood there blankly empathetic. So Korean drama like tears don't work, huh? Jumper declared maniacally. From my perspective, even if tens of millions of lives disappear, it's no problem. Liver, hearing that, also froze blankly. Lucas, what exactly happened? He calmly asked, and tell me. What is the system's purpose that you don't want so many people to die? Everyone will die on the day of harvest anyway. Jumper next to him also turned back and proposed a condition. Before we talk about that, there's one thing I want to know. He asked, what exactly is your purpose in doing all of this? Sanju also widened his eyes blankly. He mumbled with a calm expression. What? Well, of course, everyone will die on the day of harvest. Jumper widened his eyes and denied it. That's just a reason, not a purpose. He smiled with an expressionless face. I want to know your ultimate goal in all this struggle. For me, that's eternal death. If your answer entertains me, I will convince myself to side with humanity one last time. He frowned and looked at him as if he couldn't understand. He too couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, I'll tell you, he also confirmed. Only then will the answer have meaning. The two faced each other, standing seriously, and dust continued to rise from somewhere. He said seriously, then I'll tell you now. My purpose is, outside the apostles were struggling on the ground. So this is the end of the apostles? Liver's voice echoed in his head. It's not right to call them apostles. They're more like brainwashed victims. If it had just happened, they could have been saved, but their brain structures have already changed, so they can no longer be saved. He still calmly walked down the hallway, surrounded by black smoke. What a shame. But I learned at the academy that these skills couldn't be reversed, so I also told my clones not to hold back against them, he reminded him. More importantly, that serious question. About your answer earlier. Seeing this, Sanju flinched slightly. What? I just answered honestly, Liver confided. I regret siding with you. He too just sighed and the smoke grew thicker. Damn it, he left as soon as he heard the answer. In the end, we didn't get any useful information from Jumper. He concluded that no one would be satisfied with his words, and after that he made a conclusion that left Liver blankly silent. I probably can't rely on Jumper, but having to worry about everything alone is truly annoying, isn't it? Liver calmly walked inside, unconcerned by the falling stone fragments. His eyes were filled with determination. Now is the time to tell everyone the truth. I will tell everyone the truth about the system and the day of harvest. In a certain basement, Raven collapsed to the ground. He cried in pain, tears flowing ceaselessly. Because of that, he glared at Jumper and questioned, What the hell are you? What is your true identity? He also opened his memory box and mumbled, My identity? There's no need for a lengthy explanation. The two clasped hands, and at that moment, a light flashed. Jumper simply concluded that this much should be enough. The system notified memory transfer. Transfers memories to a conscious entity. The total amount of memories that can be transferred varies with proficiency. Memories of the day of harvest, of Liver trying to save the people there at the cost of his own life, left him dumbfounded. Soon after, he too collapsed to the ground dumbfounded. Jumper explained, What you just saw was data Liver transferred to me through contact. It's the truth of the T-Bone day of harvest. His tears flowed ceaselessly. and his body also trembled unconsciously. Then Liver is, he added, revealing, Liver is with Sangwoo right now, congratulations, you don't have to hate your friend anymore. After that, Jumper smiled. You know Raven, we were once colleagues. Soon after, he also smiled and left. Let's consider this for old time's sake. He turned his head and shouted, wait, Jumper, Jumper. Currently he lay collapsed in sorrow, muttering ceaselessly and shedding tears of regret. Liver, my friend, so that's what happened after that in a certain room. Jumper sat in a chair and figures flashed through his mind, and a voice was heard. A world without monsters, I will make this world safer. Another figure excitedly joined in. My power is to protect the weak and a world where everyone can live in peace. The last figure also asserted, I will eliminate all monsters. That is why I exist. He too sat there, bowed his head, smiled and sighed. After that, he recalled his serious conversation with Sanju. Then I'll tell you now, my purpose is, he pointed his thumb at himself and asserted with a calm face, to sleep peacefully. Seeing this, Jumper stared at him blankly. Hey, he rolled his eyes as if he couldn't understand. You can do that right now if you want. He also placed his hands on his hips and explained with dissatisfaction. No, brother, you really don't understand. That would only count as a brief nap when my stamina recovers. After that, he imagined himself happily lying in bed. If you worked on Monday and rested on Sunday, that wouldn't count as true rest. Sanju shrugged, closed his eyes and complained, I want to live my remaining life just sleeping, not caring about anything, not worrying about tomorrow, next week or next year, just leaving all my burdens to my clones. He muttered ceaselessly. And Jumper also listened blankly. Anyone who says doing nothing is boring really has no answer. I'm perfectly fine with resting my entire life. So I wish someone would give me that chance. So is this answer good enough? Currently, he covered his face and trembled with laughter. He, just as I thought, you never disappoint me. Next, he calmed down and took his hands off his face. Yes, from the moment I transferred the memories to Raven, my mind was already made up. After that, Jumper stood up, placed his hands on his hips, raised his head and resolved. This will definitely be the last time. I've decided to trust humanity one last time. On the other side, he approached and asked, everyone's here, right? Ms. Rune, holding a piece of paper, smiled at him and said, ah, yes. He too smiled at Sanju a little apologetically first and reminded him, still I didn't expect so many people to come. It probably shows how much your reputation as a hunter has grown. Most of Korea's high-ranking hunters were here. Below, people stood packed together, and next to them a purple-haired girl approached them. Do you think everyone will believe that story? She mumbled a little apologetically. The one about aliens from outside Earth? This person was Arya BC, a T-bone survivor, and next to her a dwarf stood with his arms crossed watching them. This person was Duber, also a T-bone survivor. He too looked at them with a calm smile. Ha, I'll try my best to explain it clearly. Inwardly he thought, including everyone. He recalled Liver and another clone with circuits on his back. If we tell everyone the truth, we'll also have to talk about the system and the day of harvest, and that will also resolve the misunderstanding related to Liver. He glared at the two of them and frowned. After all, everyone deserves to know the truth. They also looked at each other and discussed. In the worst case, let's just show her ear, he suggested inwardly. How about something suddenly appearing? He adjusted his glasses and reminded him, if there were, I would have tried it first. Suddenly a voice was heard and he too turned his head and paid attention. You look really worried. It was Jumper and Raven. They also arrived at the same time and he was slightly surprised. Jumper, master. He smiled and asked, so are you ready to turn the world upside down now? Suddenly a voice came from behind and Sangwoo turned back. You look really worried. It was Raven and Jumper. They also arrived, surprising him. Jumper, master. And Jumper asked him, so are you ready to turn the world upside down now? Sangwoo asked Raven curiously. Master, how did you get here? He softly called out to him, my disciple. Raven nervously asked about Liver and Sangwoo. Is Liver here? He directly stated the secret between the two of them, and Liver was flustered. He's watching everything from within you, isn't he? Sangwoo immediately worried that everything would be exposed. How does Master know that? Unconsciously, he felt that Jumper next to him was very suspicious. Raven shook him vigorously and Sangwoo became even more flustered. Is it because of that damned bastard? Master is misunderstanding Liver. Calm down and listen to me, Master, Sangwoo said urgently. I'll explain everything. Raven sobbed and cried loudly. I'm sorry. Liver and Sangwoo were dumbfounded by his strange attitude and odd words. How severe was the misunderstanding he's been under for so long? Wu and BC were also puzzled that the story wasn't over yet. They whispered to each other, what are they talking about? Liver is inside Sanju and everything was a misunderstanding. Liver, inside Sanju, also fell silent. He was deep in thought. He recalled the terrible past on T-Bone, helplessly watching the day of harvest unfold from within the system. Many of his relatives lost their lives, and since he witnessed everything, his torment grew even greater. What pained me most were the eyes of my precious comrades. They cursed me as they died. It was a terrible sight. Liver turned his head, his mind filled with intensely painful thoughts, so he could only pretend not to see the sin. If I contact the survivors, the system will find out. There's no way to resolve the misunderstanding with them. I just have to accept it. Let's think of this as punishment for giving up on life. Let's just accept it. As Raven cried in front of him, he fell into deeper self-reproach. That was something I swore to myself, Sangwoo, and everyone rushed forward to support Raven, whose emotions had exploded. Tears began to stream from Liver's eyes. He was too moved to speak. It was a truly fortunate misunderstanding. Everyone was very happy, laughing and talking. They whispered to each other. So Liver wasn't the one who did it. I should have trusted my friend earlier. That damned system must have made it really hard for everyone to stabilize the situation. Right? Sangwoo opened the door and asked Jumper suspiciously. Then the reason you came here? He stood still as if anticipating the question. Is to help me stop the system? Jumper didn't answer immediately, but instead frankly asked him about his plan. You said you'd explain the system's plan, right? Jumper extended his hand, and when a strange light emanated from his hand, Sangwoo was also surprised. You can also explain how the misunderstanding was resolved? This is probably the easiest way to show you. His eyes became blank and empty in front of this light. When Jumper withdrew his hand, his mind was filled with confusion. Sangwoo asked Liver who was in his mind. Liver, you saw that memory too, right? He adjusted his glasses and pondered deeply. So this is the system's true plan? Sangwoo seriously warned Jumper. This must not be known to everyone. He too agreed with his words. Indeed, when he spoke to him meaningfully again, Sangwoo was slightly shaken. Because I'm sure someone will definitely think this is a good idea. Jumper coldly turned around and uttered heartless words. It's true that everyone will die on the day of harvest anyway. Other than that, you don't have to say anything. Sanju asked him in a hurry. Wait, then how much time is left until the day of harvest? Jumper explained in detail. 2 years. 2 years until the system stabilizes and the day of harvest begins on Earth. He specifically expressed his expectations to Sanju. Whether we stop it or not depends on you, Hunter. Outside, many people from various guilds gathered to discuss this issue with authorized guild leaders and find solutions. Is everyone going to talk about the attacks from the brainwashed people? Nevertheless, there were also people who didn't attend. Kino's guild leader B, Kino's vice guild leader Wuyan, Euro guild leader Jin Young Yin and Han were also here. They looked at the strange phenomenon and wondered, there are a lot of hunters here. What kind of plan is he cooking up this time? Shin Junhee and Wang Han were also there. Several guild leaders were also gathered here. They saw the other party appear and were very curious. Mr. Yoon, you've come too. What brings you here, old man? Because the only S-rank hunter in the country called us. Sun Guild leader Kim Yang, Phoenix Guild leader Wang Yun. Sanju finally made an appearance and introduced himself to everyone present. Thank you all for gathering. I am Yangjong Sanju. He quickly addressed the main issue. What I want to talk about today is the system and the day of harvest. BCK and Duber were very excited and nervous watching him present from backstage. I swear that everything I say today is entirely true and not false. So the Earthlings will finally know about the day of harvest. I wonder how he'll persuade the hunters. He clasped his hands tightly and said in a firm voice, the day of harvest is approaching. Sanju, without realizing it, burst into tears and emphasized, and when that day comes, everyone on Earth will die. Seriously, what can we do? The others didn't fully understand his words. He stood rigid and Sanju had to start explaining from the beginning. I see. First I need to explain what the day of harvest is. Alright, I'll explain it from here. Some people listened to his story and whispered in disbelief. Really, is the day of harvest really like that? And the system was created on an alien planet? Unbelievable. They even scrutinized the appearance and origin of Duber and BCK. But some people here say they're from T-Bone. Look at their ears. Isn't she the CEO of Heritage? I heard she's hundreds of years old. Even Jumper stepped forward to vouch for them. Raven asked Sanju, looking a little disappointed. Disciple, is that all you can explain? Sanju also answered indifferently. I'm not much of a communicator. Hunter Yangjong Sanju, Raven questioned Sanju suspiciously about the skill orbs. Is it true that everyone's skills will be sealed on the day of harvest? If so, why are you selling skill orbs to the public for almost free? Sanju answered very confidently and concisely. Do I have to explain that too? Of course, because I'm a good person. B also had to step forward in front of everyone. She smiled brightly. I'll explain that part. She began her story professionally and charmingly. As I said, as citizens of the Urea Empire, we have been trying to stop the day of harvest since the great catastrophe covered this planet. The system was down. B explained all the reasons sincerely. Even on T-Bone, the greatest damage occurred due to the system shutdown. We had to find a way to cope. At the same time, she displayed the newly released skill orbs and their effects. That's when we had the opportunity to study Sanju's clone skill. As a result, we were able to create duplicates of objects. We applied that research to the production of skill orbs that were recently distributed. B presented all the special features of the skill orbs they released to the market. They are simplified duplicates of the system. The functions are still complete, but they are not connected to the original T-Bone system. This is what the skill orbs possess. As she explained it to them, everyone slowly began to understand. So the fireball skill learned from these skill orbs won't be sealed by the system? That's why you gave us the skill orbs. Raven immediately refuted the advantages they presented. In other words, skills unrelated to the system will not be affected. Sanju also admitted, expressing his desire for magic. Actually, that's what I want to ask all of you. In front of everyone, Sanju expressed his desire for the support of experienced people like them. Since you've fought in the great catastrophe, you must know how to use skills without relying on the system. Please teach that to other hunters and help them prepare for the day the system is sealed. Sanju, with a serious demeanor, carefully repeated again. Everyone, snap out of it and prepare for the massacre that will occur on the day of harvest. Han asked again when that shocking event would happen. Exactly when does the day of harvest begin? He thought for a moment and then answered. Approximately 2 years from now. A notification suddenly appeared on the system screen. Welcome. The people there noticed something strange and all shouted at once. Damn it, why did the system window suddenly appear? It seems a bit different from usual. It's too bright. Elisa suddenly appeared very gracefully in the middle of the auditorium. Brescon stammered in surprise. Elisa, but Jen denied it, saying, no, that system Elisa, a fake that looks exactly like the real one. Surprisingly, everyone felt dizzy from the constant voices echoing in their heads. Now everyone, the voice echoing in my head. The system's notification is covering the entire Earth. Everyone, pay attention. Elisa, the system, appeared in the city square in a place where many people came and went and declared, hello humanity, I am your steadfast helper, the system. People on the street also stopped and listened, paying attention to this notification. Currently, over 90 of humanity is registered with the system. A very satisfactory number, but not reaching 100 is a bit bothersome. Sanju also froze on the spot at the system's sudden notification. 3 months from now, the day of harvest will begin on Earth. Fake Elisa said with a sneering voice. The gates of Grand ID will open on Earth en masse. Considering that monsters will pour in, wouldn't it be better to register as many people as possible with the system? And she waved her hand to create a magic circle and demanded of everyone, everyone remember this clearly. After that she brainwashed them, and as she waved her hand, monsters were released from the magic circle. The system is always on humanity's side. From then on, monsters appeared. The sky was full of monsters and the people below panicked and scattered in all directions. It's a transformation gate. Monsters have appeared. Jumper looked outside. Everyone is surrounding this fake Elisa. What on earth is going on? I've received reports that transformation gates have appeared. Sanju still asked himself, dumbfounded, why did he say it would happen in 2 years, 3 months? Earth's day of harvest D90. Monsters flying in the sky created a chaotic scene like the end of the world. After several days of fighting, the gate disappeared. It wasn't a typical monster attack. A transformation gate, and the system's declaration followed. Hunters had to pour all their strength into confronting the brutal and destructive monsters. High-ranking hunters in major cities suffered relatively less damage. However, because this phenomenon occurred worldwide, areas without similar defense facilities suffered severe damage. These incidents were a prelude to a global massacre, and then the countdown began. Everything seemed to be just an overture. 90 until Earth's day of harvest, humanity fell into chaos. Sanju carefully polished his sword, preparing for a large-scale battle. He asked his other clones about their progress. Is the tool inspection finished? Yes. Then prepare to depart immediately. Jumper came in and joked with him. You look really busy. Sanju was about to confront him about lying. He scolded him. You were here, you bastard. You said it would happen in 2 years. Jumper suppressed his laughter and continued to tease. This expression isn't bad either. How it feels to be called a liar. Sanju was still angry and interrogated him. Stop it, explain. Why did it suddenly change to 3 months? Jumper fell into thought. He lowered his head and asked with a gloomy expression, why the day of harvest has never changed no matter what I did. This time it changed, he answered concisely, but it surprised Sanju. Perhaps it's because of you. Sanju froze on the spot. He didn't expect Jumper to blame him. Are you blaming me now? He denied. I'm not blaming you, for now. Sanju had no choice but to put him aside to focus on the important issues at hand. All right anyway, what we have to do remains the same. Say what needs to be said and do what needs to be done. He immediately set off to carry out his mission. I have to collect all the 7 deadly sins fragments and destroy the system. With this damned patience, 2 years is too long. I'm going straight to Odin Tower. Sanju suddenly remembered something important and asked Jumper, one more thing, you said someone would be released if the system killed the master. They turned their attention to the Elisa system. He'll be released soon. Sanju asked him out of curiosity. Who is he? Jumper sighed softly and then answered nonchalantly. Why are you so eager to know everything in advance? You'll meet him anyway. In his mind, the face of the person he mentioned was drawn. Leogardo Alexander, the man who stood at the pinnacle of humanity before me. Jumper told Sanju some details about that person's immense power. His power was so strong that even the master had no choice but to confine him in an isolated space. Jumper suggested that he find out about that problem himself. Ask Liver, he'll tell you the story. Liver, inside Sanju, also heard everything. But he didn't understand everything comprehensively. Really strange, that memory transfer skill and everything. Who on earth is Lucas? Jumper put his hand on his shoulder and invited him. Then let's go. I'll take you to the entrance of Odin Tower, for free. Sanju also agreed immediately without hesitation. It's fine, teleportation scrolls are expensive. At the foot of Odin Tower many people had already gathered. Ryan recognized Sanju and called out to him, You're here. Wei also turned when he arrived. Hunter Sanju. Sanju was surprised to see so many people and asked, What's going on here? Why are so many people gathered? They answered simply but with gratitude, You're going to save Earth, aren't you? We have to see you off. Ryan approached him. He believed him and swore to help him do his best. We believe in you. From now on we will prepare for the day of harvest together. And we will teach others how to use skills without the system. From behind, Yang Yin scoffed, hearing him speak with a sense of responsibility. Old man, after everything that's happened around the world, who wouldn't believe him? Ryan froze and quickly changed the subject. Quiet. Sanju was slightly moved by their hearts. Thank you, I'll leave everything to you. Varone also came forward to express his sincere feelings. We will also contribute with our small abilities. He also proposed his intention to contribute to the big plan. I've donated to Heritage to distribute skill orbs worldwide. Fireball is the most versatile, so we'll just leave that skill. Varone also admitted his previous unpleasant feelings towards him. Even though I'm still angry about what you did to me, nothing will be solved by just hiding in the basement. Sanju was surprised and a little regretful, feeling sorry for having acted that way towards him before. That's surprising, thank you. Junmo handed Sanju the report he had previously requested. Hunter Young, Sanju, I've investigated what you requested. He turned and replied to him, Manager. He expressed suspicion that the numbers he found were increasing over time. As expected, the rate of human registration with the system is speeding up. It's easy to understand, the more warriors the better, but this is exactly what the system is aiming for. Junmo asked him with slight concern, 3 months, will it be alright? Sanju was already filled with determination, clenching his fists and showing his effort and fighting spirit. Anyway, we're going to try. Raven also came out to see him off. He called him with a regretful tone, my disciple. He carefully reminded Sanju as if giving him all his inner strength and courage. Did you receive the gift I gave you? Sanju replied to him with a bright smile. The elixir, you mean? I didn't expect you to actually find it, Master. I used it well. Raven was a little regretful, but he had to accept it. We can't go with you. We have to teach others how to use mana. Raven put his hand on Sanju's shoulder, giving him an affectionate look and carefully exhorted him before leaving. Please come back safely. Liver, who was inside Sanju's body, also felt warmth from his words. Sanju gripped his sword tightly and replied confidently, Of course, Master, who do you take me for? I'm the type who runs away immediately if I feel danger. Alright, I'm off now. Heian worried about him. She felt uneasy. Brother, it seems too dangerous. Promise me you'll come back. Young-Yin stood there blankly. He thought to himself, I'm definitely going to die first on the day of harvest. If you get hurt, this place will be ruined too. Everyone seemed worried about him before he departed on his noble mission. Junmo promised him, our contract is still valid, right? I'll kiss you when you come back. Sanju and the girls stood there blankly upon hearing that. What kind of promise is that? Of course. Only Jumper quietly observed him. He wasn't as excited as the others, but he had strong faith in his heart. Will 3 short months really be enough? They said that Hunter was humanity's last hope. See you next time. Jumper watched Sanju's retreating figure as he entered danger, blessing him. Reach the top, I'll be waiting there. Sanju also arrived at his destination, but the weather was very harsh and cold. A few hours later, perhaps thanks to everything being handled smoothly, he arrived earlier than expected. He was relieved that he had prepared everything in advance. It's a great relief that I paved the way when I came here on a previous expedition. He followed the path that cut across the snow-covered mountains with his clones, and it seemed to be the way to the second floor. Sanju frowned with determination, resolved to push forward. All right, let's go. The clones were a little lost finding their way, unfamiliar with the terrain. I misspoke, you go first. Sanju sent the clones ahead, wisely deciding to test the path. I'll follow once it's confirmed safe. The clones were also flustered by the unexpected situation but gritted their teeth and proceeded. Master, even though I said this, however, after traversing the challenging terrain for a long time, Sanju sat on a stone slab resting his weary body. This is really annoying, I'm only at the end of the first floor. So when will I reach the top? Liver scoffed at his mental state. Are those the words of someone who just received encouragement a few hours ago? Liver mustered his courage and asked Sanju a question. Sanju, you're not wavering, are you? He asked back in surprise. Wavering about what? Liver brought up the most crucial point to shock Sanju about the system's true purpose. Liver gave him a hint. Wouldn't that be the simplest way to achieve your goal? Sanju's mouth fell open and he snapped to attention. He chastised Liver. Where are you leading me, you monstrous bastard? Sanju angrily accused Liver. Do you think my sense of responsibility is that lacking? Upon hearing his reply, Liver realized what he was thinking. So he really was wavering. Sanju gritted his teeth, his face filled with wariness and confusion. Anyone would understand him. If that's truly the system's purpose, it would be impossible not to waver. At this moment, the fake Elisa was also creating a magic circle and declaring to everyone in the city, everyone, remember this clearly, many black energies flowed from that magic circle. The system is always on humanity's side. Fierce monsters also appeared from there. People walking in the streets were busy fleeing from the flying monsters that filled the sky. It's a transformation gate. Monsters have appeared. A girl, too terrified, tripped and fell. Mom, her mother called out anxiously. My daughter. As she hugged her daughter, monsters also rushed at them. They brandished sharp claws at the helpless mother and daughter. After that, another terrible massacre occurred among innocent people. System notification, user code 0x823 and 72 detected. Earth user Lauren Bennett, uploading to Heaven Link system. The mother slowly regained consciousness on a green lawn. She opened her eyes blankly. Having come to, she was transported elsewhere and was horrified to see a stranger greeting her. Hello, the fake Elisa system gently welcomed her. Ms. Lauren Bennett, welcome to Heaven. Lauren tried to stand up, but she was certain. Heaven, but I was clearly attacked by monsters. Elisa rushed over and helped her up. The fake Elisa system comforted her with a very cunning and sinister voice. I will erase all your painful memories. In front was a magnificent castle, and below it stretched a green lawn. Beautiful promises seemed to foretell a bright future. Here there is no death or separation, no disease or limited lifespan. Here only happiness exists for everyone. In the distance, Lauren's daughter and Elisa awaited them with excited expressions. Now it's time to reunite with the person who has been waiting for you. At the end of the danger, Lauren and her daughter reunited, very happy and joyful. Ellie, you were here. Mom, the Elisa system checked the user's progress. Many new users are logging in. She flew around in all directions to manage server load and meticulously ensure that every process was running perfectly. Due to errors and overload, Area C73 is damaged, running enhanced diagnostics. The fake Elisa laughed heartily, very pleased with the smooth progress of the operation. Network expansion is going smoothly. This skill is truly the best. Elisa created more clones to increase manpower and accelerate the process, making the system even smoother. The clone skill is truly the best. No matter how busy it is to stabilize the situation, how could I have not known about this masterpiece until now? If this skill had existed during the Great Catastrophe, the situation would certainly have been different. It's truly an insane awakening skill. That's also why the day of harvest is approaching. Everything has become easier thanks to this skill. System screen notification. 90 days remaining until Earth's day of harvest. System expansion and stabilization process was originally expected to take 2 years but will now be completed in just 3 months. Elisa clenched her fists and muttered to herself, Lord Liver, I have truly followed only your commands from that time until now. Liver was once exhausted and injured. That kind of world is not necessary. Elisa acted uncontrollably, as if under hypnosis. If this world is unnecessary, then just create a new one. The Elisa system seemed to be growing even crazier. In her eyes now only the wondrous world the system had created for humanity itself was visible. For Lord Liver, I will execute the day of harvest on Earth. I will lead those who survived this world full of death and suffering, until they can all enjoy happiness in the world I created. Clone 1 was assigned the task of going ahead to check the situation and report. Second floor is safe. You can enter now, Sanju replied immediately. Received news from number 1. Liver reminded him to organize everything rationally and be prepared for any situation. Sanju looked ahead and said in a slightly arrogant tone, It's fine, I'm always prepared. He took out many items he had prepared in advance. Warm clothes, food and camping gear were all ready. Everything is neatly packed in the subspace. With that, he and his clones confidently entered the second floor spatial gate. Alright, let's go. Even if it's colder than the first floor, it'll be fine. But before he could even smile, upon reaching the second floor, the climate changed to a tropical rainforest bathed in dazzling sunlight. Sanju and his clones sweated profusely to the point of heatstroke. He cursed in anger. What the hell is this? Who would have expected the second floor to be a jungle? Sanju reluctantly took off his outer clothes, complaining, My winter gear is completely useless now. Liver chastised him. You could have just asked me what to bring, moreover. He pointed out Sanju's mistakes and thought his own solution was more rational. More importantly, why did you bring all 8 of them? If you had left one in Korea, supplying through subspace would have been easier. We only brought a few emergency teleportation scrolls. Liver presented perfect plans to optimize time and results. We are at a point where even a single individual is very important. My training method basically involves using monster absorption to catch even one more monster. Sanju disagreed with his opinion. He insisted, But we only have 3 months. I need to spread my clones as widely as possible to hunt as many monsters as I can. He then continued in a confident tone, If there was space for one person to rest, I would have been the first. Liver also agreed with his words. That's true. Suddenly behind them strange sounds and the chilling cry of a monster were heard. It was a gorilla eating a banana. There was some information. Monster inhabiting Odin Tower, second floor, unknown rank, unknown name. Sanju was slightly flustered by the sight of the colossal gorilla. Sanju ordered his clones to stop. He wanted to fight it himself. Alright, don't interfere. I need to see how strong the monsters on this floor are myself. After a brief battle, Sanju quickly defeated the gorilla. Not as strong as I thought. Liver estimated it to be around B rank. Upon hearing that, Sanju said very confidently, If it's this level, I don't need to worry about my clones scattering freely. He immediately gathered his clones. Alright everyone, listen carefully. Sanju sat boastfully on the monster's corpse and commanded his subordinates. From now on we will split up and begin hunting. I'll give each of you 5 hours to eat and rest, so use your time efficiently. If you have trouble handling a monster alone, cooperate with nearby clones. The clones replied simultaneously. Understood. He began to issue orders. Now let the hunt begin. Liver seemed to have something to say to him. He called Sanju. Sanju also hesitated and replied, Yes. Liver carefully urged Sanju to report immediately if he saw any cracks in the air. He was surprised but still agreed. Cracks? Understood. Sanju added meaning to the message. If you see something like that, report it immediately. Alright, he said that. A gorilla ferociously charged. Sanju dealt with the gorilla and asked curiously, So what are those cracks? Liver explained his question. They are shortcuts, ways to skip floors, Sanju asked curiously. What do you mean? He listened to what Liver told him while fighting fiercely. The first person I met was Hunter B1 from Korea, right? Yes, Liver explained one of that person's special abilities to Sanju. Hunter B1 possessed one of the 7 deadly sins weapons. That ability was to tear space. Thanks to that, he could pass through Odin Tower quickly. That's why he always reminded Sanju to prepare in advance. But of course a long time has passed and I'm not sure if those cracks are still there. It's just a precaution. Sanju cleverly understood what Liver wanted to convey. So we should now target the weapon Hunter B1 used? Liver affirmed, yes, we need to collect the 7 deadly sins. Sanju realized that meant he was already dead. Liver delivered the sad news to him. Yes, unfortunately he died. He was killed by an S-rank monster sealed in the tower just before he reached the top here. Sanju also empathized. I was already mentally prepared when I heard about his disappearance. Sanju revealed another piece of information. I heard he was connected to Park Wee, but the deeper I dug, the more heartbreaking news I received. Liver sat quietly, slowly confiding in him. Yes, anyway, I intended to tell you everything to avoid misunderstandings. And there are a few things I find strange about Lucas. I'll tell you everything that happened since I arrived on Earth, from parting ways with 3 people to finally meeting you. First, about Hunter B1. The shocking information Sanju had just learned astonished him. He was Park Wee's father. After saying this much, Liver also felt a little deep and sad about this situation. Park Wee wouldn't have known that Hunter B1 was his father. He must have tried to keep it a secret. He probably knew he would have to go to Odin Tower soon. At Kino's guild's private training ground, Miha and Wei were busy classifying the participants' talents. Alright, those with elemental skills, please come this way, and those good at physical enhancement, please come this way. Gunti lectured confidently in front of everyone. Now, as you all know, from now on you must learn how to use skills without the system. Let's start with the basics, running and braking. Everyone replied simultaneously. Understood. He approached each person and kindly guided them. To do this, basic mana control is still required. The goal is to strengthen the nerve signals that dominate muscle contraction. He was always waiting for important news. Is the contract hunter still valid? Please, bring me news of him. Time rewound to 3 years ago after the Great Catastrophe. In 2003, B1 was training with Wei. Alright, that's enough. In those days, he learned essential power control techniques from his father. Yes, that's how you use mana to enhance muscle strength. Ban, who was 14 years old, praised Wei for doing so well. You're a fast learner, just as I thought. You truly have talent. B1 was Korea's first hunter. Wei was very happy. He thanked him. Thank you, master. Ban patted his shoulder and said, no need to thank me. When everyone was asleep, he felt guilty. I'm sorry. He felt sorry for leaving him in a world full of danger and monsters. I'm sorry for leaving you with a world like this. And what B1 regretted most was witnessing the death of Wei's mother, after which he could never forgive himself. More importantly, if I had arrived a little earlier, I might have been able to save your mother. At that time, Wei was just an innocent and very kind boy. The two were very close, with a respectable relationship. I'm so glad you saved Yuna. Thank you so much. Wei, not recognizing his father in front of him, innocently asked about his mother. Teacher, you said you were my mom's best friend, right? That's right. We were best friends since childhood. We lived in the same neighborhood. Then I want to hear stories about my mom from when she was little. Will you tell me? Your mother was very famous in the neighborhood. Sanju, after hearing all the stories, somewhat guessed. So Hunter B1 was the one who taught Director Park Wee swordsmanship. Sanju sat on a stone slab resting and listened to Liver's story. As you know, I came to Earth during the Great Catastrophe, he replied. Yes, the system is announcing the activation of the monster absorption skill. My stats are increasing. Liver also had his own struggles, and he confided them to Sanju. At that time, I was almost going crazy. I had to stop the system's plan, but if I registered with the system, my location would be exposed. Besides, ordinary people couldn't do anything even if they knew. He met his savior at his wit's end. And then he appeared, Hunter B, the master of the 7 deadly sins. Liver paused while telling the story. Of course, at that time there wasn't even a profession called hunter. Sanju noticed something was off. He immediately pressed the issue. Wait, so he used the 7 deadly sins before the Great Catastrophe? Liver continued his legendary story. Hunter B1 was an explorer specializing in ancient relics, and during one expedition he discovered the 7 deadly sins sealed in deep ruins. However, because of the 7 deadly sins, Hunter B1 had a very difficult time regaining control of himself. Yes, they corrupt the user's mind. Hunter B1 said he had to fight for 5 years to regain control of his body from the 7 deadly sins. Sanju was shocked upon hearing this period. 5 years? Liver acknowledged it. You understand, since you've had a taste of it. It's truly amazing to control it with pure will. So he was the greatest advantage I had. He was confident in his power and reputation. That was my first contact. Korea's first strongest hunter B1. B1 was a very brave and valiant hunter. The evidence was in his battles with monsters. He lived up to his reputation. Wei held a bloodied sword. He stared blankly at B1 fighting. B1 had just finished a battle. He was very humble and praised Wei's abilities. Now your friend will be able to easily deal with swarms of rats. Before long you'll far surpass me. It was really funny to hear that from someone who had just sent a monster as big as a building flying. He gave Wei a bright smile and great hope. You're doing better than expected. With this skill level, you'll be able to protect your sister. B1 placed a hand on Wei's shoulder. But Wei still hesitated a little. Not yet, young Yuna, seeing the two return, ran over and acted cute. Teacher, I'm hungry. The two also replied to Yuna. Oh Yuna, you're here, have you come? B1 held a large rat and was very pleased. Today is great, we'll eat rat meat today. Yuna was tired of this food, she refused. But we ate rat meat yesterday too, Wei added jokingly. And we'll probably eat it tomorrow too. The night was cold and dark. Wei and his sister huddled under blankets next to a campfire. Wei was slightly surprised to see B1 return strangely. As B1 moved stealthily and quietly, Wei called out to him. Teacher, caught. B1 turned back and gave Wei a thumbs up, hastily changing the subject. I thought I was moving quietly. To have such excellent presence detection, now you don't have to worry even on a dark night. Wei noticed something strange about B1 and asked, where are you going? B1 placed a hand on Wei's shoulder and explained without hiding anything. I heard there's a chance to fix everything at Odin Tower. Wei was slightly shocked to hear about it. Odin Tower, why? B1 had no choice but to say goodbye. I'm sorry, but someone has to do it. Before leaving, he urged Wei to continue protecting his sister. Before Wei could even collect himself, B1 disappeared. Wei chased after him, calling out, Teacher, teacher. Liver heard the touching story. He too was slightly moved and said, it's like he's saying a final farewell. Will he come back to visit them when he gets the relic from the top? Wouldn't he? B1 seemed very hopeful and planned his return in advance. Yes, by then you might even call me father. Once I obtain the sacred object, I will return and tell you everything. Sanju blamed and criticized Liver. Hey, you caused him to die. Liver was surprised. What are you talking about? Sanju repeated. I told you, you killed Hunter B. Liver unpleasantly reprimanded Sanju. Damn it, do you have to say such ominous things? Sanju still had a small question and asked Liver. But Liver, about those cracks, if they only appeared on the second floor of Odin Tower, does that mean he broke through the first floor on his own? Liver replied. Yes. Liver added how he was able to overcome that obstacle. B1 was very strong but still not enough to surpass the system. So he used it for training and gradually conquered the first floor. That was also one of the causes of his tragic death and failure, but perhaps due to too much worry for the children. From the second floor he became impatient, so he used the cracks to skip floors and quickly ascended Odin Tower, and eventually fell just before reaching the top. Sanju began to suspect what was in the tower, making many people crave it at the cost of their lives. You took Jumper there too, didn't you? Why? What was there that you desired so desperately? Liver revealed the precious and powerful item, a treasure. A treasure that can fix all mistakes, allowing no failures. I read a book in the Grand Library of the Uria Empire that a holy relic like that was sleeping at the top of Odin Tower. In front of Sanju, two monkeys were waiting, but the treasure made him realize that it allowed no failures. Yes, Liver spoke about its value. I don't know exactly how that treasure works, but its effects are very clearly recorded. He gave Sanju another piece of information. Hunter B1, as soon as he heard about it, promised to go look for the treasure. He too was surprised upon hearing about its value, that it could fix all mistakes. In front of the two monsters, Sanju's eyes were filled with firm determination. But in the end he failed. On the journey to conquer Odin Tower, Liver felt a bit of regret and sorrow that they had been too hasty at the time, leading to the permanent loss of a good friend. Now that I think about it, if we had gone a little slower, I regret not being able to climb that tower calmly, not growing myself with every step. He was a person with strong will and a noble sense of justice for humanity. He struggled to continue listing the good qualities his deceased friend possessed. He was also very diligent, never lazy or irresponsible, a person of great quality. Greedy Sanju, fighting with a monkey over a banana, was reprimanded like this and then scolded him. Damn it, you're intentionally hinting at me, aren't you? As soon as I hear it, it smells intentional. He finished eating the last piece of banana and asked, so the next person you chose was that guy? Liver replied. Yes, he told Sanju the name of a successful person in the hunter world. Several years after the great catastrophe, as the hunter profession established itself and portals stabilized, some people began to emerge and gain worldwide attention. Leonardo was one of them, a promising hunter with the right arm of the 7 deadly sins, but there were some obstacles when Liver was looking for information about this person. I investigated this friend named Leonardo. Despite many achievements, he was embroiled in several controversies, and rumors of his violent nature persisted. Sanju's stomach was bloated from eating too many bananas, but Liver continued to speak without pause. After losing Hunter B1, I was filled with skepticism. Fully conquering Odin Tower and obtaining the treasure was a huge risk, so we thought we should accumulate more power before ascending. Sanju quickly guessed what he wanted to do. You were planning to gather more fragments of the 7 deadly sins. Yes, 3 fragments of the 7 deadly sins, each fragment possessing immense power. No, even just 2 fragments would have made conquering the tower much easier. Liver frowned, speaking with a touch of regret. At that time, I had no idea about the dangers of the 7 deadly sins. Furthermore, there was another detail that shocked Sanju. And Leonardo also gathered all 3 fragments, but according to Liver's story, that hunter's end was tragic and miserable. He was fine until he obtained the right arm, but after obtaining the left arm, he began to lose his mind. After that, once he acquired the left leg, he became completely uncontrollable and extremely ferocious. People said that the more fragments you have, the more your mind corrupts. Liver expressed admiration for Sanju, who remained sane despite using the same skill. Your case is truly exceptional. The wicked influence of the clone fragments doesn't seem to affect you at all. Some clones also listened with interest. Clone skill is the best. In the past, Liver couldn't catch Leonardo and the two lost the chance to meet again. And Leonardo, using the power of the 7 deadly sins, severed all ties with me and became a monster that hunted the strong. That was the last I heard of him. Sanju was busy listening to others' stories even as he searched for gorillas. In the end, he was caught by the master and brainwashed for a long time, yet he couldn't be controlled. Liver was also unsure. He replied, I just heard the news that Leonardo was so involved with the one who calls himself master. Sanju immediately asked him a difficult question that silenced him. So that's why Jumper told you to ask me. Liver was slightly flustered and had difficulty speaking to Sanju. Speaking of which, there's one thing that keeps bothering me. Sanju asked in surprise, what is it? Liver's confession darkened Sanju's face. I never told Lucas about B1 or my previous relationships. Jumper couldn't have known that Leonardo was connected to me. Sanju, shocked, challenged him. What are you talking about? That doesn't make sense. Liver still calmly continued his story. That wasn't the only strange thing. People say Lucas used his memory transfer skill to show Kale the truth of the T-Bone Day of Harvest and resolve the misunderstanding. In the past, Jumper and Raven had cooperated. Let's be satisfied with this. Memory transfer transfers memories to a conscious entity. The total amount of memories that can be transferred varies with proficiency. Liver felt somewhat frustrated and innocent. I told you, if there was a way to clarify everything with Kaio, I would have already done so. He told Sanju a few more important and shocking facts. Lucas didn't even have the memory transfer skill back then, and he never even visited my old research lab where you went. So he couldn't have shown you the memories of the day of harvest you witnessed on T-Bone. Hearing this, Sanju mumbled in shock. Then that's really inexplicable. While Sanju was still collecting himself, the clones informed him. Master, a clone conveyed his discovery to him. We found a crack. Sanju stared at the crack, slightly surprised. Really? I didn't expect to find it so quickly. The clone informed him further about the situation. But there's a monster next to the crack. The clone stared ahead and Sanju was surprised by the sound the monster was making. It's only one monster. Why is it so noisy? In front of them was a strange type of monster, a species that shouldn't be here. Additional information about the monster. Female gorilla, unknown rank, unknown name. In another space, a small child was crying in her mother's arms. The mother comforted the child, saying, Hey, just wait a little longer, just a little more. An announcement echoed from the speakers for everyone. An awakening program for children under 12 is underway. Please do not confuse it with currently active portals. The mother, upon hearing this news, said very hopefully, Perhaps my child might gain an awakening skill that will save the world. Many people were lining up waiting for their turn and curses were heard. Damn it, Breath sighed upon seeing the situation in front of him, feeling very uncomfortable. Is this world going crazy or am I seeing things wrong? S-rank Hunter Breath Jones Scully. What on earth is happening here? He asked Jumper suspiciously. Are you even awakening toddlers? Is this what you want? Jumper continued to watch the flow of people, not noticing Breath calling him Lucas. Seeing that he didn't answer, Breath asked again, flustered. Lou, didn't you say you wanted a drink that would make you completely drunk? You don't mean you have it, do you? Jumper then replied coldly, No, I don't. Breath asked him a hypothetical question. But what about this? What if you could sip a special drink that would make you completely drunk in a perfectly crafted illusion? Jumper replied vaguely. What do you mean? There's no real alcohol, no real glass, but in such an elaborate world you wouldn't even notice. But Breath gave him hope that he could enjoy a rich drink with a dreamy scent that wasn't harmful to his health and wake up the next day to do it all over again. He instilled a strong belief in good things every day. Don't you want to live in a world free from any hassle, pressure, or unpleasant feelings after getting drunk? Breath had another concept of true intoxication. It's not worth bothering about. Getting so drunk you can't even walk 3 steps properly, and waking up the next morning clutching your head, that's truly drinking, he retorted decisively, and Jumper's face darkened. No matter if you give it to me, I won't drink such fake trash. Jumper handed Breath a piece of paper and asked him to stay here for a while. Breath was quite surprised by this offer. What is this? Korea again? Jumper very politely chose a place for Breath to heal. There's a very nice hotel there. Go and rest a bit. Breath, again angry, threw the paper away and scolded him. You tricked me last time. Do you think I'd fall for it again? At this moment, Sanju's face was also quite tense. This was truly unexpected. He was surprised to find a new type of monster. There really is a grade 3 granny monster here. Sanju guessed it might be due to the sewers, Liver acknowledged. That could be the case. He warned him that there would be more monsters, and he would see even more as he ascended higher. Sanju was not disturbed at all as before. He stepped forward and suggested, So many monsters appearing again. Anyway, the clones are outside this time. I'll try to handle this monster alone. Facing the ferocious monster, he drew his thunder sword with confidence in his current strength. I think I vaguely saw a grade 3 before. It was extremely strong, but if it's me now, Sanju leapt up and bravely confronted it head-on. He swung his sword powerfully and sliced the monster. The monster, not backing down, counterattacked with sharp claws, splitting a huge tree in 2 with a single swipe. Sanju, undisturbed, calmly turned his head and signaled, Clones, come help me. Hurry and help. The clones all rushed to attack the monster, and the monster was on the defensive. Liver was still trapped in memory, suffering deep anguish. The master claimed to have only sealed Leonardo in a specific area, but Leonardo had been missing for over 10 years. What on earth has he been doing for those 10 years? He considered the worst-case scenario. If two top-tier hunters with unparalleled strength clashed, if he were released, he would definitely seek out other 7 deadly sins users, and at that moment the two would collide. Liver was slightly worried about Sanju. Will he be alright? Sanju had just defeated the monster, and the taste of monster meat still lingered in his mouth. He proudly asserted, "Oh, if I had fought seriously, I definitely would have won." But a commander usually doesn't participate in direct combat. But at this moment many other monsters were also rampaging. On an unknown planet, in an unknown place, a hand was controlling the darkness, and monsters poured out like an army. Powerful abilities flew at immense speed towards a single person there. Leonardo stood alone there. He had become extremely ferocious, resurrected as a monsterized human dominating living creatures. In his deranged state he asked himself, what am I doing here? I feel like there's some reason for me to be here. He killed many monsters for amusement, but he gradually grew tired of it. Granted, is that what it's called? Playing with these bugs isn't fun anymore. So he made a crucial decision to find new enjoyment. I'm going back to Earth. You have the 7 deadly sins: right arm, left leg. Leonardo Alexander headed towards Sanju, who had a monster's head. He was very proud of having exceeded his target by dealing with grade 3 monsters. He looked at the crack with an expectant expression and said, "Shall we go inside the crack?" The clones froze upon hearing that. He looked on expectantly, and the clones immediately volunteered to become white mice out of fear. "Please don't throw me. I'll go in myself." Sanju was satisfied. Good. The clone willingly sacrificed itself to explore the new space first for those who followed. Luckily it wasn't a forest. As Sanju entered with the rest, he was horrified by the eerie landscape before him. What the hell kind of hellhole is this? Liver guessed he might have skipped the 5th and 6th floors. Sanju thought it was their luck. Thanks to that we saved some time. Looking at the strange skull, he asked him, "Is this an indigenous creature of this floor?" Liver replied curtly, "It's dead." He turned his head, slightly disappointed. Yes, another group of monsters appeared behind where he was standing. He thought Creed must have taken over this place. Liver confirmed this. "I told you you'd be seeing a lot of them." The two were busy with numerous tasks. B asked him how the skill or production factory expansion was progressing. He calmly replied, "We've acquired all external production facilities and are operating at full capacity." Despite receiving a good report from Du, BC was still slightly concerned about their progress. After all, even if we're using a simplified system recreated from the improved clone skill, each skill orb has to be handcrafted. Can we meet the schedule? As Verone entered, he noticed the worry on her face and reassured her, "Since we're distributing this to all of humanity, of course it won't be easy. We must make it happen. Don't worry about money, just proceed." She also agreed with him. Yes, we must do everything we can to keep the flame of hope alive. As the two were engrossed in conversation, she came to BC and reported, "Someone is requesting a meeting." Hearing that, she found it strange and asked, "Really, for what purpose?" An old man was waiting there. The girl spoke of his wish. "They say they want to help and they want a chance to atone." Wuyen's hand transformed, emitting a strange light. She cried out in shock, "I just felt it." She immediately asked Heian if this was talent. Heian immediately explained to her, "It's called meditation." Dongshik was annoyed while practicing. "What is this? It's too difficult." In front of him was a glowing blue orb. He lost patience and kept grumbling, "We have to learn this? Is mana control that important?" Yuna sighed, "Of course. It's almost time for those grumbling brats to show up." Miho also agreed with her. "It's faster than I thought." Yuna, angered, approached Dongshik and scolded him. "You idiot, if you don't want to learn, then leave. Just live with your heritage fireball." He hurriedly excused himself. "I originally had an excellent awakening skill." She taunted him again. "Is that the clone skill?" Seething with anger, she launched into a lengthy scolding that left him speechless. "Do you think that skill is an exception? Awakening skills are easier to use than other advanced skills because they're based on innate attributes. But if you can't control mana, you won't even be able to activate them in the first place." After that, Yuna commanded Dongshuk, "If you understand, shut up and start practicing." But he still insisted and refused to learn such things. "If I'm going to learn anyway, I'd rather learn an incredible skill." Dongshik defied Yuna, and she was speechless by this stubborn fellow. "You said we just need to know how to do it. Then wouldn't it be better to learn a top-tier skill from the start?" Liver, inside Sanju, looked at the situation from a different angle and perspective. "It sounds easy, but it's actually impossible." Sanju also agreed with his opinion. "Of course, how can you get something so easily? Think about reaching the maximum level of the clone skill." To make his point more convincing and understandable, Liver gave another typical example. "It's like expecting an elementary school student to run as fast as a professional athlete just because they learned from one. My goodness, the world is too harsh. Do you need to beat an elementary school student? Even with a magic formula, you can't immediately reach the highest level." After that, he concluded with a very good sentence. "Of course, if you were born with an ability specialized in such things in the first place, that's another story." Sanju couldn't concentrate because he kept worrying about Dongshik. "How is Shin Jun-hee doing now?" After hearing all of Liver's examples, Sanju uncomfortably said, "Wait, did you just compare my magic skills to an elementary school student's?" He immediately teased him. "No." Sanju was anxious and fidgety. "I haven't thought of an appropriate rebuttal yet." Liver quickly identified his problem and asked, "But why are you suddenly talking about skill levels? Are you anxious?" Sanju admitted. "That too." System notification. "Enhance my clone skill. I don't know why, but I feel like it's reached saturation point. clone enhancement level 59 permanent effect. The clone's stat reflection rate permanently increases proportionally to the original's stat reflection rate. Current stat reflection rate 70. Liver carefully reviewed everything before making a decision. Is it a skill that permanently enhances clones? Yes. At level 1 the base reflection rate is 50 and it increases by 1 for each even level. So I naturally thought that when it reached level 100 the clones would be able to use 100 of my stats. 50 bonus plus another 50. Sanju was a little dissatisfied with the system. But it's not. As soon as I reached level 40, the stat reflection rate became 70 and didn't increase anymore. I've gone up to higher levels. Now my level is 59 but it's still stuck at 70. Liver was busy with work. He denied, I'm wondering if you know something about this issue. I can only read the skill mechanism from your mana flow but I can't predict beyond that. Being ignored he got angry. Useless. You're the one who's at an elementary school level. Liver didn't know Sanju held such a grudge. So you're still holding a grudge about what I just said. He also informed him of a few important points. But there's one thing to consider. That saturation stage is common in magic. It appears in people who have practiced the same magic for a long time, for example, fireball orbs. The higher the proficiency, the bigger and stronger they get. Liver mentioned the most urgent and important matters to Sanju. But once it reaches a certain threshold, mana consumption continues, but the size and power remain the same. But if you keep mastering that magic without stopping, new attribute will appear someday, like splitting to track nearby enemies, or compressing for higher heat and stronger penetration. He guessed that his skill might be in that pre-stage. Sanju fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Lost in thought, he sighed and reflected on himself. Was I too hasty? Sanju felt guilty. He placed a hand on his clone's shoulder and explained, now that I think about it, I've always grumbled at you guys. Even this time, I just wanted the fastest results. He finally humbled himself and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, forgive this foolish master. The clone was surprised by this sudden change. The master was also satisfied and pleased with him. Yes, that's it. Young Zhang Sanju is doing his best within his abilities. That alone is enough for humanity to flourish and continue to develop. So Sanju took out a hammer and introduced it. For my hardworking brothers, I racked my brain to find a gentler upgrade method. Here, the clone was also bewildered. Master. Sanju without hesitation hit the clone's head with the hammer and explained. Usually in most games I've played, people enhance items with hammers. Sanju, who had just whispered words of love, immediately smashed the clone's head with a hammer, rendering it unconscious and bleeding. Liver was startled by his actions. What is this? He immediately scolded him. You madman, what the hell are you doing? Sanju seemed to have transformed into a different person. He looked very anxious. My current level is 59. I feel like something will unlock when I reach level 60. I'm so excited, Liver continued to remind Sanju. If it were that easy to get stronger, who would bother trying? System notification. Physical resistance increased, physical resistance increased, physical resistance increased, physical resistance increased. After a brief effort, Sanju also achieved the expected result. Success. Clone enhancement level 60 permanent effect has leveled up. He was frozen by this news. What is this? The system announced the next news. Additional effect. Clones now copy the armor on the user's body. He was surprised. Armor? Sanju's clone revived and there seemed to be a slight change. He was a little bewildered. My clones now copy my armor? Huh? Liver beside him asked Jumper. Lucas, how have you been? Jumper was very cheerful and happy. I'm fine, I succeeded, Liver. He eagerly informed Liver of this good news. I finally got the treasure. A treasure that can fix all mistakes. I've completely conquered Odin Tower. Liver, confirming Jumper's success, wanted to talk. He really did it. Now I think I can tell everything. Are you going to Philadelphia? My office is there. Jumper stood tall and judged the master. Finally, I got my hands on it. I can't forgive you. You're trash, playing with people's emotions. He desperately begged Jumper for mercy, hands and feet of the system. Master, no, I don't want to go there. Please spare me. You'll regret it if you kill me. Jumper coldly and decisively dealt with him immediately. Sorry, but I won't regret it, as long as I have this treasure. After that, a scene of brutal massacre followed. Jumper shouted furiously, truly disappointing. Leonardo appeared and spoke to Jumper in an expressionless voice. It's fine, but something seems missing. Liver saw him appear, instinctively felt something ominous was happening, and quickly warned Jumper. Lucas, run. Jumper still stood there blankly. Complex emotions and thoughts mingled in his mind. It's still too early to fight Leonardo. Yeah, Leonardo looked at Jumper with murderous eyes. He intended to collect all 4 fragments of the 7 deadly sins with this item. But this treasure was something he had not expected at all. The treasure he had worked so hard to find was a useless item that didn't work. Why is this happening? Jumper was suddenly thrown into an unfamiliar space. Where am I? Liver still asked him worriedly. Are you all right? He repeated the name Lucas. Jumper fell into confusion and fear. Could this be the treasure's effect? He screamed wildly, then fell silent and deep in thought. Various liquor bottles were scattered on the floor. Jumper kept muttering like an addict. A drink to make me drunk. If it truly exists, I'll be the first to drink it. A system notification flashed. Additional effect. Clones now copy the armor on the user's body. Sang-woo's eyes widened. Armor? My clones now copy my armor? At the same time, the clone whose head he had broken in the name of his hardworking brothers also came to its senses, smoke rising from its head. Copy? The weapon was still in Sang-woo's hand. He asked in bewilderment, then can weapons also be copied according to level? Recalling the past, Arya had once told him, skills cannot be copied if they exceed the user's potential. Equipment duplication ability is a unique characteristic of the clone skill. The fact that he had not yet manifested that ability meant his skill still had room for improvement. He had been shocked at the time, but now Sang-woo was delighted. Arya wasn't joking back then. He wore a sly and mischievous smile. I'll have to test it myself. Anyone want to feel refreshed after a long time? The clones all kept a cautious distance from Sang-woo. He irritably cursed. Useless fools, Sang-woo continued. Clones are originally beings that cannot exist independently. He stopped speaking and sighed. Damn it, fine, I'll pick anyone. Just then, Liver suddenly suggested, how about we check that too while we're at it? He brought up his idea on the system screen. What if we unsummon number 1 or number 2? They both possess the 7 deadly sins. Sang-woo was startled by that. He pretended to be serious. Right, now that you mention it, numbers 1 and 2 have never been destroyed, have they? The 7 deadly sins scoffed in a contemptuous voice. If it weren't for me, your life would already be over. Sang-woo was dumbfounded. Quite the bravado. He conceived a few ideas in his mind. If I unsummon them, will they return to being sealed stones, or will they become insane beings whose heads just roll around? Sang-woo averted his gaze and thought, worth a try. Better to do it now while I can still handle it if they go berserk. Anyway, the cooldown is also decreasing. Having finished his thought, he decisively shouted, Number 1, ready? Number 1 immediately replied, yes. Sang-woo reached out to him. Blue smoke quickly rose and the 7 deadly sins voice laughed gleefully. Has my chance to take this body come? The system announced clone unsummoning. A moment later with a pop, number 1 reappeared. But his pants were gone. The 7 deadly sins fell silent. He clenched his fist and after a moment spoke grimly. Why are you looking at me like that? Sang-woo waved his hand and grinned with a shameless face. Didn't someone just say they were going to take over the body? And look here, you failed, he continued to explain garrulously. When I unsummon you, you returned to being a sealed stone. I resummoned you and put the stone back in its place. The 7 deadly sins froze dumbfounded upon hearing that. Sang-woo scoffed with tears, then wiped his eyes and said, but it's a bit strange that only the armor top is copied. Here are your pants and cloak. The 7 deadly sins hissed in anger, emitting smoke like a boiling pot. Yangjong Sanju, let me tell you, I have lived through countless ages, experiencing only war and conquest. Your weak societal standards cannot shame me. Sang-woo pouted. But you put your pants on really fast. The 7 deadly sins was speechless. This was just your clone's doing. After that, Sang-woo's voice came from the wall of the summon space. Kids, eat first. Number 2 stopped working upon hearing that. On the floor was a small gas stove, and on it a steaming pot of golden ramen emitted an appetizing aroma. Sang-woo picked up ramen with his chopsticks and blurted out, hey, you're just a body torn into many pieces anyway. Don't you know what happens to the other pieces? The 7 deadly sins replied decisively. I have no interest in such things. He spoke with a mouthful of noodles. The only thing I'm interested in is fighting the strong. Those who possess my fragments will inevitably seek immense power. So they will naturally seek each other out, the 7 deadly sins finally asserted. Ultimately, it's natural for me to be reunited. Sang-woo was annoyed upon hearing that. You have a knack for glossing over what you don't know with fancy words. And Sang-woo suddenly asked him with great interest and sympathy, don't you get tired just fighting without rest? The 7 deadly sins retorted coldly, nonsense. From the beginning of time, battle was the core of survival. In that era it was natural for the strong to prey on the weak. But now you couldn't even handle one of my fragments, so you named it 7 deadly sins and sealed it. Sang-woo's expression distorted strangely. The 7 deadly sins continued unhurriedly. Ancient Earth was not like it is now in those days. Many strong individuals could fight freely even without mana. He simply judged, you are simply too weak. Sang-woo was silent for a moment, then blurted out, don't you want a real fight? The 7 deadly sins was slightly surprised. Sang-woo spoke to him as if implanting a fantasy. Formidable foe who won't waver even if you pour out all the power in your body and fight until you can't even breathe properly. He grinned. If you make me strong, I'll do that for you. Sang-woo's voice was firm. I will become your strongest enemy. The 7 deadly sins grinned upon hearing that. He faced Sang-woo, his eyes filled with excitement, and scoffed. Of all the nonsense you've spouted so far, this is the most absurd, and it's also my favorite thing you've said. Red curves rose like veins on the rock wall. The 7 deadly sins voice was calm. While your clones are finding cracks and dealing with monsters, you'll fight me one-on-one. The two stood facing each other, and Sang-woo nonchalantly retorted, isn't that much better than just spouting useless theories? Sang-woo spoke frankly. I will make everything of yours, the power of the void and your combat skills my own. The 7 deadly sins laughed, unconcerned. Fine, try it. Upon hearing that, Sang-woo commanded without hesitation, number 1, release the seal of the 7 deadly sins. At the same time, an demonic smile became even more distinct on number 1's face. A deep emerald energy surged out even more. 2 demonic horns emerged on number 1's body, and the 7 deadly sins laughed with great delight. Release the seal of the 7 deadly sins. Sang-woo, his opponent, recalled the sight of the 7 deadly sins first appearing in the 300-round duel with the demon named Baekgojong. He thought to himself, even when I was much weaker in the past, he fought the S-rank monster Baekgojong alone. I don't think he'll surrender immediately. Sang-woo hardened his face and drew his sword from space, but I have the advantage in physical strength. Having finished his thought, he immediately shouldered his greatsword, leapt up, charged, and shouted, "Here I come." Sang-woo inwardly resolved, so I'll confront him head-on and leverage my strengths. A few seconds later he was subdued under the 7 deadly sins' foot. He held the tip of his blade right next to Sang-woo's neck, faintly scoffed and slowly said, "It's 1-0 now." Sang-woo's face was blank and covered in sweat. The 7 deadly sins didn't stop there, reaching out a hand and softly saying, "I'll take this as tuition." Sang-woo cautiously recoiled his head slightly. Immediately after, his painful scream erupted and blood splattered everywhere. The 7 deadly sins released Sang-woo, who immediately got up painfully, grimaced, and his hand was stiff, unable to even reach out. Sang-woo's left eye area was bloody. He scoffed and said leisurely, "Don't groan, it'll heal quickly anyway, or should I go a little easier?" Sang-woo gritted his teeth, scoffed and refused. "No, it's perfect now." Immediately, Sang-woo spiritedly stood up and swung his greatsword down towards him. "Go crazy. At least this much will make me want to tear you to shreds." The 7 deadly sins contemptuously blocked with an arm and replied with a laugh, "I'd be truly delighted if you could do that." The scene shifted to a rocky desert where spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface, emitting smoke, and broken rocks were jaggedly fragmented. A man sat there blankly. Countless swords were haphazardly stuck in the ground, and the man's voice was faint. "What happened? I certainly heard news of your disappearance." He squinted slightly and said, his entire face scratched and bloody. He was none other than Hunter B. As a purple-skinned foot stepped in, he spoke in a murmuring voice. Honestly, I'm truly surprised." Leonardo appeared, standing tall with a hardened face. "Did the standards change while I was gone? How can a guy like you be S-ranked?" he said seriously. "I came here expecting something great, but this is the worst." Leonardo suddenly spoke. "Right, is it the 7 deadly sins after all?" he speculated. "Currently the only ones whose locations I can pinpoint are Baekgojong in the tomb or Jumper." "I think so." Hunter B was slightly surprised to hear that, but didn't show it much. He just bowed his head and softly said, "Baekgojong has already been hunted. This time it's his turn." This time Leonardo was surprised. "Oh, you're on the verge of death and still insisting you're S-rank? No doubt some special sword or strange stone comes with you, right?" Hunter B grimaced and said in a cold, decisive tone, "I don't know what you're talking about." When we arrived there, Hunter was already fighting Baekgojong. Leonardo said decisively, "Who is that?" Hunter B said in an angry voice, "Do you think I'd tell you, knowing what you'll do?" His gaze hardened and his face also darkened slightly. However, Leonardo immediately turned around, took out his phone and said in a relaxed tone, "Then I'll just search myself. You should have told me you wouldn't tell me from the start." Hunter B sprang up, choked, and thought bitterly to himself, "Ah, he knows more about modern culture than I expected." As the scene shifted back to the cave, Sang-woo and the 7 deadly sins inhabiting Number One's body were fighting fiercely. However, this fight was one-sided. Sang-woo currently had almost no advantage. Sang-woo's face was distorted in pain, bloody, and his voice was hoarse. He thought to himself, "This is truly absurd." Sang-woo felt powerless. Even though I can clearly see his attack path, when I try to block, an unexpected attack comes right at me. In contrast, the 7 deadly sins was quite satisfied. He scoffed, "Unpleasant, isn't it? That feeling like all my thoughts are being read." Sang-woo scoffed and softly shouted, "Shut up." At the same time, he maintained a slight distance and manipulated mana with both hands to summon a magic circle. However, it wasn't that easy. The 7 deadly sins immediately rushed in, forcibly neutralizing his movements, and laughed heartily. "Trying to buy time with ice and lightning? I can't let you do that so easily." He gathered strength and delivered a powerful blow to Sang-woo, and black and dark purple energy surged like flames. Sang-woo was severely injured, spitting blood as he flew backward, and his mind couldn't settle. "What is this?" Sang-woo quickly composed himself and looked up at the approaching 7 deadly sins. His mind was completely shaken. "How did he learn my movements?" He approached and punched Sang-woo in the dantian. Sang-woo's face grimaced, and the 7 deadly sins hummed softly. "This is the real deal." The 7 deadly sins scoffed. "It's 2-0 now, isn't it?" Sang-woo was extremely enraged, and light gradually flashed. He tilted his head to dodge the 7 deadly sins' powerful thrust. Sang-woo gritted his teeth and glared. "I don't have 2 buts. I understand everything," the 7 deadly sins said, enjoying himself. "This damn guy taking a compliment. Your tactics are interesting." As he grabbed the 7 deadly sins' wrist and laughed cheerfully, deep blue smoke like flames rose from Sanju's eyes. "Oh," the system appeared. Mei Jiangsu, sharing sensory data with the bound individual. He didn't mind acknowledging this compliment. "Yeah, if you're connected to my senses, you'd know exactly where to attack in an instant, even if you are one of the 7 deadly sins." Sanju ferociously struck the opponent's stomach with his greatsword, shouting, "In the end, you're just my subordinate." "Damn it." The 7 deadly sins flew into the air, and Sanju naturally asked, "You don't think this is unfair, do you?" The 7 deadly sins said cheerfully, "What do you think I am? Using all your skills is not an option but a necessity." However, the 7 deadly sins quickly flipped its body, stepping on the void as if it existed in a material form. Sanju raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Did I see that wrong? Did he get propulsion from thin air?" The 7 deadly sins charged steadily from there, kicking him hard in the stomach. Sanju fell to the ground, and the 7 deadly sins sneered, "Still far off, kid." He coughed twice with difficulty, feeling wronged inside. "Why is my clone's body so strong?" As the 7 deadly sins habitually reached out for tuition, the space wall suddenly opened, and a clone's voice was heard. Upon the report of another spatial crack being found, both their actions immediately stopped, and the 7 deadly sins reluctantly chose to prioritize climbing the tower. Sanju also stood up and showed his agreement with both hands. A moment later, Sanju poked his head out on another floor. He stared blankly at the architecture, which was not much different from the floor below, and genuinely asked, it's the same as the last floor. Did we really go up? Liver quickly replied, don't worry, we're going up. From now on only the air will gradually change. Sanju stopped and looked at the 7 deadly sins behind him, then averted his gaze and looked at the architectural floor in front of him, evaluating inwardly. It's definitely different. The smell of blood is getting thicker. He was about to say, damn it, let's go, but stopped at the 7 deadly sins' sudden action. Sanju looked down blankly. The 7 deadly sins' hand pierced his stomach and blood flowed. The 7 deadly sins, however, mumbled with interest, engrave this in your mind. Even a single moment of carelessness can cost you your life. His words were profound. A true battle is not a game, there's no start signal, kid. Sanju fell helplessly, trembling and cursing, cowardly bastard backstabbing me, and a moment later, he and the 7 deadly sins fought again frankly like two men. Our battle continued even after reaching a new floor. While the clones dealt with monsters, the monster absorption skill continuously activated, greatly increasing Sanju's power. The two continued to fight with constantly increasing stats. Through moments of intense sensory use, Sanju could read and understand the 7 deadly sins' attack patterns, allowing him to evade and counter. At first it was just a makeshift effort, and blue smoke rose from Sanju's eyes. It was not a method applicable to all enemies, just a desperate attempt to bridge an overwhelming power gap. However, that choice eventually brought about a great change. Sanju gradually became adept at reading his opponent's movements by observing their posture and reflexes. As his predictions began to align with his opponent's actions, Sanju could evade more and more of their attacks, even using his summon skill less. Next is the skill absorption ability. The 7 deadly sins attacked ferociously. He firmly held his greatsword across his body. Sensing the various forces hidden behind the 7 deadly sins' feints and real attacks, Sanju instinctively began to mimic his fighting style. He swung his sword, pushing the 7 deadly sins back. And finally, the way Sanju controlled and operated the power of the void transformed from pure white to black, and his pupils glowed eerily red. A purple aura of transcendent power spread from the corners of his eyes, and he smiled leisurely, saying, oh, so this is it? I'm getting the hang of it now. This fight is clearly enhancing Sanju's combat abilities. The 7 deadly sins also laughed excitedly. He slightly curled his fingers and strands of purple power wrapped around his arm, and the 7 deadly sins said softly, then we should move on to the next stage, shouldn't we? You didn't understand why my stats are higher than yours, did you? He put force into his greatsword, striking it hard, and answered leisurely. It's because the power of the void can replace mana, for example, the body enhancement skill you call enhancement. Sanju backed away, sweating all over. With a violent thud, Sanju was hit by the 7 deadly sins' punch and crashed into the cave wall. Dust scattered everywhere. The 7 deadly sins continued. Sometimes it might not even catch up with the efficiency of my skill. The scene shifted elsewhere. A familiar purple-skinned hand held a phone, stopping at a news article. Hunter defeated Baekgojang. Dong Senju. Legardo sat by the roadside, dazed. From South Korea, he clicked diligently. Where's the map? Ah, here it is, my location. Southeast. Good. Finally, Legardo frankly concluded. The earth is round, so if I just keep walking, I'll get there. Suddenly, laughter was heard behind him. Wow, look at that old man, what a physique. Legardo turned his head and saw a few young children. One girl exclaimed, he must have worked out really hard. A pale-faced man with a beer bottle grumbled, why is that old man so serious about working out? The burliest man chuckled, we're all going to die in a few months anyway. Legardo asked blankly, if we're really going to die, why are you still laughing? The girl calmly replied, we've decided to give up and enjoy the rest of our time to the fullest. No matter what happened before, you should give up too and have a drink with us. He laughed upon hearing that. Decided to give up, then you should do something worthwhile. They were innocently enthusiastic. Since you're here, have a drink with us too. Legardo didn't answer. He swung his arm back and a black energy orb flew out. With a loud boom, the sky reverberated and red flames shot up. He sneered, how's that? Shall we all have some fun, kids? The young people's mouths hung open and cold sweat poured down. Fun? Legardo recalled. All right, I have to laugh like before, right? He laughed cruelly. Laugh, this is a festival, not a funeral. Returning to the cave inside Odin Tower, the 7 deadly sins and Sanju were constantly fighting fiercely. D88 until the day of harvest, D85 until the day of harvest. They paused for a moment and attacked monsters. After finishing their work, they fought again. The space wall opened and a clone sent a message. Report of another crack found. D81 until the day of harvest. The clone stepped on a monster corpse under its feet and reported. Another crack. D76 until the day of harvest. Sanju and the 7 deadly sins stared at each other, and another voice was heard from the space wall. Another crack was found. Finally, the 7 deadly sins boredly and blandly rubbed its neck. Damn it, we've fought dozens of floors. Even after fighting for so long, you still don't know how to use it properly? He sneered openly. Tell me quickly, it's embarrassing, Sanju stammered. Hey, I'm just barely grasping the power of the void. Do you think a beginner like me can do it so quickly? And he stiffened his face, interrupting himself. Wait, where am I now? Sanju looked at the bizarre sight before him with suspicion. The higher he climbed Odin Tower, the more chaotic the space became. Liver explained appropriately. This is the true appearance of Odin Tower. From now on it will get worse as you go up. but don't worry too much, he added. The human sense of smell adapts quickly anyway. Sanju looked at the bodily fluids on his arm in disgust, gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, even my appetite is gone. However, he coldly took out a pot and honestly said, still, I have to eat to get stronger. Alright, let's all eat. After a while, Sanju continued to ask, so how many floors have we climbed? Liver replied, about 1, he calculated. At this rate, everything will go smoothly. But it won't be that easy. While the two were talking, the 7 deadly sins leisurely held a bowl of soup and blew on it. As soon as he took a sip, he immediately widened his eyes in shock. Sanju triumphantly took out a monster bone and cheerfully shouted, "Ha, you woke up, you damned bastard. I poisoned your food. The monster on the previous floor used poison, so I prepared in advance. This is the skill of countering with void poison. Didn't you say a real battle isn't a game? You lose if you're careless." The 7 deadly sins angrily punched Sanju in the face, stopping him from nagging further. He stood up and lightly kicked the pot of water, saying coldly, "Is your poison resistance just for show? Did you think it would work, idiot?" Sanju knelt on the ground and cried. "Unfair, I still succeeded though." Elsewhere, a training ground. A moss-haired boy vigorously swung his sword vertically, and a blade wind trembled and flew forward with a circular shield above it. He stared blankly at it, then cheered excitedly. "I did it," the boy said joyfully. "Father, I did it," the master praised him unreservedly. "Well done." Other trainees were also envious. "My goodness, I'm so jealous. I want to make that quickly too. We only have less than 3 months to train, so we really need to focus. Come to think of it, we're really lucky. When else would we get a chance to learn swordsmanship from an S-rank hunter?" On the other side, Raven seriously pointed out, "Overall it's good, but your wrist twisted slightly right before drawing the sword." The boy replied seriously, "Yes, master." Internally, disciple, wherever I look, disciple. Raven was moved and sniffled. "Sniff, Kieran, you'd be so happy to see this scene." Suddenly a voice interrupted his emotions. "Hey, I have a question." The colossal shadow stood in the backlight of the entrance, and it was unclear if he was speaking in accurate local pronunciation. "I borrowed the bracelet too hastily, so I don't know if it's working." Legardo asked them expressionlessly. "Does anyone know the name Dong Sanju? If you do, call him here. I have something to tell him." Suddenly his hand slightly curled and purple rays of psychic power appeared chaotically in the air. Legardo said again, No, speaking like this seems a bit rude, doesn't it? Before asking someone for something, I should greet them first." The light became brighter and brighter. Dabin and his disciple were both startled. With a loud bang, a huge explosion shook the area, and red flames shot up, piercing through the roof. The ceiling was heavily damaged, raining down dirt and stone fragments. Legardo laughed cheerfully after punching once. Ah, damn it! In front of him there was a long, deep indentation in the ground, and the floor was almost completely ripped apart and heavily damaged. Among the rubble, Bieber stood firm with his sword. Legardo was quite surprised. He blocked that attack. "I'm surprised too." The surrounding trainees were in a state of panic. "Master blocked it for us. Who the hell is that guy? Wait, isn't that the hunter who went missing a long time ago?" Raven's face stiffened, and his eyes were sharp. "What on earth is going on?" Leonardo was slightly surprised to hear his name. "How do we know each other? But it doesn't matter. I only want one thing right now. Bring Dong Sanju here." Raven coldly ran his hand over the blade and replied, "I don't know why you're looking for him. But that request is unacceptable." The trainees also confidently drew their weapons and shouted firmly, "Damn it, that guy is a high-ranking hunter. What's there to be afraid of? We're hunters too, and we can still use system skills right now. Let's fight." Someone shouted, "Don't underestimate our power. We're high-ranking hunters too." Saying that, everyone bravely charged at Legardo. He heard those words and sneered contemptuously. "High-ranking, your translation bracelet seems to be severely broken." "It doesn't matter. I prefer it this way." Legardo raised his hand and created a small magic orb right in front of him. The people closest to him suddenly felt a strange disturbance. They were startled. Someone used a skill to enhance their movement ability, and an elastic foothold made of mana was created. He stood on it and exclaimed in surprise, "I'm being sucked in," but there was a hint of a sneer in his voice. "Did you think a guy like you could stop me with that trivial skill?" Confusing vibrations spread, and in the blink of an eye his elastic foothold shattered like glass. The young man cried out in surprise, "Ha!" Now they screamed in panic, "Oh no, save me!" In midair they were all clumped into a giant sphere. Legardo laughed cruelly, clenched his hand, and was about to throw a punch when Bieber suddenly charged forward, blocking with his sword. He was extremely enraged, staring directly into his eyes and shouting, "How dare you try to kill these kids, you damn bastard! They are my disciples!" Bieber gathered a whirlwind on his blade, wind-splitting sword-style fifth form. He swung once, and immediately dust rose around him. A powerful whirlwind slammed down, tearing through the layers of space. Shattering bone. As this strike shattered the sphere suspended in the air, all the trainees fell. One boy exclaimed in surprise, "That strange power is gone. Did we hit him?" He was immediately cursed at by another girl. "You think you defeated him, you idiot." Raven, slightly sweating, said in a stern voice, "Everyone leave this place immediately and contact Lucas." Just then, Legardo's black shadow moved through the thick smoke of the ruins. "Ah, I remember now." His hair was mixed with blood. A mocking sneer still hung on his lips, and Legardo said in a meaningful voice, "Swordsman, S-rank genius hunter, to be precise. Despite being called a genius, you were always plagued by countless false rumors, as if no one knew where you came from." Raven urged in a stern voice, Go quickly." The two immediately fled with all their might. The girl slapped the boy's head and said, "This damned idiot, you think you won, you fool." The boy hastily cried out, "Master." At the same time, several figures jumped down together. There were Yan, Miho, Gunti, and Yuna. Miho said seriously, "We'll fight with you too, swordsman." Raven's face was filled with worry and he asked in a low voice, "How did you find this place?" Yan was also uneasy. He said with a stern face, "Didn't you see the news? Legardo is back and everyone's in chaos, but I don't know why he came to Korea." On the other side, Legardo laughed excitedly and cheerfully, and streams of purple psychic power violently fluctuated. "Good, I'll take on everyone who comes." Soon after, his tone was filled with anticipation. "Someone like you, I might call you a high ranker for a while." Thump in Odin Tower, the 7 deadly sins and Sanju were fighting fiercely again. Sanju's face was bloody and battered. Sanju gritted his teeth, sweating, and muttered to himself, "Even though I've grasped the power of the void a little, I'm still struggling this much." He frowned and retreated. "You want me to completely replace myself with the power of the void? It won't be easy." Then Sanju suddenly had an idea. "But what if I combine both and use the power of the void as support?" He gripped the hilt of his sword. And at the same time, 2 opposing energies of different colors erupted. It violently exploded like a color bomb. Sanju charged again and clashed with the 7 deadly sins with his greatsword. He chuckled and said, "Eventually our powers have balanced out. Isn't this situation more advantageous for me? My equipment is better after all. Ha ha." The 7 deadly sins did not reply. Behind his back, several strange colored orbs appeared and grew larger. 2 yellow, 2 blue. As the 7 deadly sins swung his short sword, the orbs immediately poured down violently like a surging wave. Only then did he sneer maliciously, "Go ahead and try." Sanju, filled with anger, forced himself to endure and said, "Your damned ability, does it have a limit or not?" Bang, bang, the earth-shattering sound of explosions returned to the auditorium, and the scene was shattered and devastated, truly unbearable to behold. Countless cracks like spiderwebs crisscrossed the ground, and thick smoke filled the air. Legardo stood there, holding a long, thin stream of void energy, and despite his elegant appearance, everyone had sustained injuries big and small. Yan panted exhaustively. "That attack didn't leave a single scratch. It's truly annoying." Miho frowned coldly. "Don't even dream of catching him alive. That crazy old man has already blown up half the city," he said helplessly. "He doesn't suppress his power at all." Raven suddenly suggested, "Can everyone hold him off for a moment, just a moment?" Wei looked at him and said honestly, "I'm not sure if the next attack will work on that monster, but it doesn't matter, big sister." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed forward, combining all their mana and muscle compression shields. Yuna resolutely slammed a large blue sphere directly onto Legardo, trapping him within its range. Bang bang, blue smoke fiercely erupted. Miho gritted her teeth and shouted, "Luxury." Yan extended his sword straight and shouted, "Black sunburst," and T gritted his teeth and shouted, "Crescent moon." Everyone attacked simultaneously, and blue flames, yellow energy, and powerful sword energy acted at the same time. After the attack, he merely wore a sneering smile. Legardo raised his hand and immediately small black spheres continuously coalesced, compressing them with his left arm. Before everyone's eyes, the 3 individual powers were absorbed into the black sphere. It forcibly bent and swallowed different energy sources like a small black hole. Miho was dumbfounded, and her sword energy was also blocked. Legardo's voice echoed with a cold laugh, and he adjusted the firing angle with his right hand, immediately firing a violent energy pillar like a black wave, crushing it. Yan, Miho, and Wei all sustained internal injuries from this single blow and collapsed unconscious. He chuckled happily and admonished, "If you had just brought that guy Zhang Sanju from the beginning, I wouldn't have had to suffer like this, would I?" Suddenly, Legardo felt a breeze from behind and Raven appeared behind him. The blade was held high and his eyes glinted coldly. Mana circulated around his heart. Ultra-high-frequency mana energy core. The ultimate secret technique, 1000-kill myriad night. Raven violently brought his sword down, making a long straight cut from his left shoulder to his chest, and blood sprayed everywhere. Legardo's eyes widened and he spat blood, but he didn't stop there. Raven continued to swing his sword. He intended to cut across his neck with the second sword strike. And at that moment, Legardo suddenly lifted his foot and blinked in an instant. He suddenly appeared behind his back. Raven was dumbfounded. What happened behind his back? Legardo let out an unknown great laugh and said, I guess I won't need to use my left leg." As soon as Raven turned around, he was immediately hit squarely by his powerful punch. Bang, shockwaves ripped through the air and thick smoke violently surged. Raven collapsed onto the rocky ground. Legardo calmly assessed. "That attack just now was a bit dangerous, I'll commend you," he said with a stern face and cold eyes, grabbing his neck and lifting him high, continuing, "You've been talking about your disciple this whole time. I wonder if your disciple will appear in time when his master is about to die." Raven coughed roughly once. Legardo raised his hand to condense an energy sphere and resignation filled his heart. "Sorry everyone." Unexpectedly, a blue energy stream suddenly enveloped his body, snatching him from his hands. That person was suspended in the air. And with Raven beside him, he quietly praised, "I have to admit you are truly fast. I intended to cut off your arm but still couldn't." Legardo glanced at that person and slowly lowered Raven. After a moment of silence, he irritatedly said, "Kid, what are you now?" "I'm just a hunter, just an ordinary B-rank hunter." Dongyun replied as he extended his hand. A dazzling golden energy, bright as the sun, erupted from his entire body. As Dongyun pointed his finger, a sealing circle immediately appeared above his head. Descending, a pillar of holy light powerfully poured down from the sky, completely engulfing Legardo's form. Smoke billowed like waves. Dongyun spread a honeycomb-shaped mana shield in front of his face and his clothes flapped. The pillar of holy light gradually thinned and disappeared, revealing a deep, endless hole. With a bang, Legardo flew out, counterflowing from the bottom of the hole, and Dongyun casually extended his hand. Mana glowed blue and surged, and rock pillars suddenly erupted from 4 directions surrounding him. And then they coalesced into a spherical level 100 compression wave trapping Legardo. Dongyun clenched his fist and the sphere immediately spun at top speed, exploding with a bang and spraying orange and pink smoke like fireworks into the sky. His body fell backward, and Legardo's face darkened extremely. He chuckled gloomily. "Haha," Legardo spun around excitedly and continuously praised him. "Quite good, very excellent. Who are you? How can someone like you be unknown?" He fell to the ground with a thump and the ground cracked again like a spiderweb. "Tell me, what's your origin?" Dongyun's tone was still indifferent. "As I told you, I'm just an ordinary hunter." His left eye glowed with a bright and beautiful golden energy. "Grand Sage, all learned skills automatically increased to max level." Briefly recalling the past, "I gave you a small gift." Sanju turned his head and said with a nonchalant face, "Go home and use it well." Dongyun frowned and questioned, "A gift? What gift?" He immediately said with a calm and profound expression, "You'll know soon enough. Why did he send me a gift?" Dongyun was still puzzled when he returned home and opened the door. Anyway, the world was about to end. Suddenly his gaze was fixed on something. A vial with red liquid in a transparent bottle was lying on the floor. A note was attached to the bottle. "Be sure to drink it, brother." Dongyun was momentarily stunned. He knelt dumbfounded and picked up the bottle. Amazement surged through his heart like waves. "Zhang Sanju's panacea, how did he get this? He told me to drink it. Should I drink this?" Dongyun bit his lower lip tightly and thought with a wavering heart, "What if it doesn't work this time either?" Dongyun's hands holding the panacea were drenched in cold sweat. "Even Deb can't raise my stats, so what's the point of using this? What if a useless person like me wastes something this good again? If even the panacea doesn't work on me, what should I do?" Just then, the note suddenly fell, and as if piercing through his confused mind, the message on the back directly asserted its authority. "If you dare to refuse or not use it, I'll stab you to death." Dongyun was silent, then sneered, "All right, if even the panacea fails, I'll just get back up and keep trying." Understanding everything, he no longer hesitated, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. "If the panacea doesn't work, nothing will change. I'll just continue to work hard every day as before." Not long after, mana in Dongyun's body suddenly fluctuated violently, erupting fiercely. His entire house glowed with a dazzling blue light, and the system continuously notified him. "Panacea discovered. Physical reconstruction initiated. All stats of the weak sage are permanently fixed and increased by 0.2. Sudden pain violently overwhelmed him. Dongyun gritted his teeth and endured. Streaks of flashing light swirled around him. The system furiously notified, "Synchronization error detected in current physical stats. Unapplied stats have been integrated." Stamina, agility, endurance, strength, and mana skyrocketed like rockets, and then a shocking explosion erupted from a corner of the building, emitting smoke. Back again. Dongyun's voice was still calm. "I am just a person who constantly strives to move forward." Sacred light energy excessively erupted from his body, and the status window showed stamina 14,213, agility 12,365, endurance 16,761, strength 31,256, mana 6,275,245. Dongyun continued, "And I won't stop because of that. I will continue to strive and endure." Legardo looked up at him blankly. "When the restriction was lifted, the first thing I felt was..." He then summoned fireballs before Sanju's eyes. "It was these fireballs I too was restricted before because my mana stats were 0.2. So a yellow fireball as large as the sun coalesced above his head, and his voice was firm. "I will never confine myself again." Legardo looked at it bewilderedly and admired. "What a beautiful sight." Then he gritted his teeth and said, "But you've chosen the wrong opponent." After that, Legardo raised his left hand and Dongyun's sun-like fireball violently fluctuated and distorted. He thought, "Is that some kind of absorption skill?" Dongyun didn't stop there and pointed his finger again. 2 beams of light fiercely shot out, and from Heat Ray Cannon 3, 2 beams of light were emitted in fixed trajectories, concentrating all light energy on the locked trajectory. Legardo frowned. The black sphere continued to absorb and compress the energy flow. He resolutely judged, "That attack strategy is also a mistake, kid. My power is spatial compression, not absorption." Now, space itself began to be disturbed. Dongyun also experienced strange vibrations. He felt as if he was being sucked into his own body, and a black sphere was placed between the two. He continued, "Misjudging the problem in battle. The cost is very high, kid." Legardo said, preparing to throw a punch. "It's a real waste of your talent." He punched powerfully, and the scene before them shattered like broken glass. Legardo was dumbfounded. Why are there so many skills creating separate worlds through spatial distortion, spatial warping? Dongyun's face held a cold expression, and he stretched out his hand to condense a small sphere of light in his palm. His eyes glared straight at him. "A waste of my talent? Do you think those few words can provoke me? It's so boring." The spatial isolation zone was breached, and countless powerful yellow beams of light shot outward. On the other side, Mi-Ho slowly regained consciousness. She saw Legardo and Dongyun clashing above the ruins not far away. and her mind was a beat too slow, dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? Isn't that Hunter Dongyun? How can that kid fight Legardo on equal terms? Miho spat out a mouthful of blood, her face darkening. He won't last long, I need to help him quickly. But reality was as hard as reaching for the stars, and she felt her body wouldn't move. Suddenly an unfamiliar yet familiar voice was heard, complaining lazily. Every time I meet you guys, why are you all collapsed like this? Breath was annoyed, but he still had to lend a hand to save the dying people. His voice sounded like a complaint. Am I a philanthropist? I swear this is the last time I'll listen to that damn guy. Get up, comrades, I'm not fighting that monster. Simultaneously, in Odin Tower, Sangwoo's clones soared up in unison, fighting disgusting and hideous monsters. Clone 2, without hesitation, grabbed the monster's beak and twisted it, breaking the bird-headed monster's neck. He then casually tossed the corpse aside. The corpses of this species of monster were piled up like mountains. Oh, a system notification appeared dutifully. Monsterization process activated. Stats increased. Stats increased. Clone 2 glanced sideways at his mana-emitting hand, and suddenly thick white smoke billowed from somewhere, catching his attention. A loud explosion suddenly occurred, and smoke and dust swirled even more menacingly. The 7 deadly sins crashed hard against a nearby stone pillar and fell to the ground. Then Sanju's voice was heard. How about that? What are you going to do now? He still held his greatsword menacingly, scoffing at Sangwoo. I need to train to get stronger. Shall I call Clone 2 to help you? Oh, system notification. Level up. Clone skill level increased to 70. Additional effect. Clones now wear the same lower body equipment as the user. The same pants as the user. As the scene shifted to Tibbin's virtual space, recreated by Elisa, laughter echoed across the green fields. I never thought I'd live to hear such good news. Feta smiled and said happily. Lord Liver has finally returned, Kin casually remarked. How long has he been traveling away from here? It's really been many years, she mumbled to herself. What could have made him dissatisfied with T-Bone? There's no food shortage. Everything is peaceful and almost perfect. Will Master return with him too? Feta gently said. Anyway, it's really good to hear news of him after all these long years. We have to thank her, Elisa. She always brought us news. But Samia retorted coldly. No, she's not Elisa, Durando agreed. That's right, she's just a supervisor here. Upon hearing that, Kin's eyes widened in confusion. But why would she supervise? Elisa already died there, didn't she, a long time ago, outside? System pillar suddenly smoked and short-circuited, sparking. Elisa's clone reported in surprise. Overload error detected. Damage in Sector B24. Elisa was startled. Damn it. Again? Elisa's clone immediately opened a teleportation gate and said, I'm telling you in advance, I'll be right back. Elisa, slightly confused, speculated. It seems they remembered something that should have been erased from memory a long time ago. Was it a mistake to appear before them in Elisa's image? But I really wanted to tell them about Liver. I was managing all the data and information related to Ms. Elisa very carefully. She carefully observed the giant cocoon-shaped pedestal embedded in the wall, and her tone softened. Anyway, as long as Lord Liver returns quickly, Elisa hummed cheerfully. The reunion of Lord Liver and Ms. Elisa, I can't even stand to think about it. It's truly wonderful to witness their reunion directly, and she quietly said before it happened, I sincerely apologize to everyone. Immediately after, in the recreated T-Bone world, blue mana-like energy suddenly enveloped everyone. They all seemed to be reset for the first time. Kin said stiffly, what were we just talking about? Samia calmly continued, a picnic last time. It was really fun that day. That's right, the food we brought that time. Breath spread his wings and flew across the sky. He looked down at them with a speechless expression. He remained silent. The lightning soul sword charged straight ahead, followed by the lightning blade storm effect with smoke and dust swirling densely. As Dongyun unleashed another strike with his lightning cloud spear, 2 pillars of blue light pierced through, causing a huge explosion. Legardo's face hardened as he dodged the 2 spears embedding in the ground. He mumbled to himself, What's happening? Something strange? Legardo looked at him very suspiciously. Your combat experience doesn't match your skills at all. The number of skills you possess is abnormally high, but you can't utilize them properly in crucial moments. Upon hearing his assessment, Dongyun paused in front of the dozens of ice spikes he had summoned. Legardo scoffed and charged quickly. Ultimately, no matter how many powerful skills you possess, you can't land a fatal blow on me. You're frustrated now, aren't you? Consumed by frustration, you're fighting more and more thoughtlessly. What a pitiful fool, you've never had any real combat experience, have you? Am I right? As soon as he finished speaking, he teleported behind Dongyun and prepared to throw a punch. Dongyun was only then belatedly startled. Bang, another explosion occurred, and smoke and dust billowed red like a giant mushroom cloud, and a voice cried out. If you lack experience, you just fill it in. Raven, Miho and Wei all rushed immediately to help him after being healed by Breath. Raven said in an irritated voice, Stop your chatter and fight me one more time, Legardo. But Breath called out to him from across the way. Hey, he casually lay on the roof watching the play and shouted, Don't come over here unless you've lost an arm or a leg. I won't heal anything other than those 2 things. Just go and fight to your heart's content. As everyone shifted the scene to the library, an angry voice echoed in the space. Damn it, out of so many countries, why does South Korea always cause problems? How can someone who's been missing for so long suddenly appear now? This person, panting with anger, was none other than Kai Sok, the Minister of National Defense of South Korea. Just then, a soldier suddenly ran in and reported urgently. Minister, I report the current situation. High-ranking hunters, including the swordsmen, are still fighting Legardo, Kai Sok cried out in alarm. What? The fight hasn't ended after all this time, the soldier replied. All support units have been deployed to their positions. Shall we deploy them immediately? He asked. Where's the combat zone? The soldier continued. Minister, it's a secluded open space. However, there are densely populated areas within a 500-meter radius. Evacuation orders have already been given. Kaisok's face hardened as he fell into thought. Policies prepared for the day of harvest. He made a heavy decision. Prepare combat missiles. Use high-yield warheads. The soldier was startled by his words, and Kaisok growled as if each word was a threat. No matter how strong that bastard is, he's still human, simultaneously in Odin Tower. Sanju gritted his teeth to suppress his nausea, but due to severe injuries he coughed up blood. Sanju, leaning on his sword, panted and said firmly, I told you this damn bastard can't beat me with that much power. This is the 354th time. Across from him, the 7 deadly sins was impaled by ice spikes drenched in blood. He still grinned cunningly, speculating inwardly, is it because of the clone's limited stats? They can only use up to 70 of the base stats. In other words, the stronger that guy gets, the greater the power gap will become. Besides, he's enhancing his body with void power, isn't he? The 7 deadly sins slowly stood up. The ice spikes piercing his body caused him further injury. He scoffed and praised, not bad, glad you're not an idiot. With a bang, the ice spikes there suddenly exploded and cold frost spread in all directions. Sanju, with a body full of holes, looked at the charging enemy and was horrified, about to curse inwardly. My goodness, this crazy bastard, how can he move with so many holes in his body? But the 7 deadly sins gently grabbed his wrist and said with a false laugh, haha, congratulations on your first victory. Let's rest now. He turned and said, if you die I'm finished too, so rest. Sanju collapsed upon hearing that. Panting, he lay there, touched, and said, haha, I'm so tired. I just want to lie in bed and have a long sleep now. Suddenly, footsteps approached and a gentle voice called him. Master. Clone 2 looked down slightly at Sanju and reported that he had found a crack to the next floor. He sprang up and casually said, good. I heard there are plenty of beds upstairs. Clone 2, you should rest too. You've already killed many grand IDs. And Sanju continued, first let's go upstairs, wash up and eat something. Clone 2 replied without objection. Yes. Sanju stared intently at the spatial crack. He slowly reached out his hand. As his hand drew near, void energy suddenly surged and touched him. Immediately, Sanju's vision changed. At least for now, he was seeing his own hand. If you want to return to that angular face with watery eyes, you can fulfill that dream anytime. The moment quickly faded. Sanju stood blankly, unable to comprehend what he had just seen. What happened? What was that memory just now? Returning to reality in South Korea, everyone rushed at Legardo. He scoffed contemptuously, too weak. Legardo threw a punch and a spatial energy sphere suddenly exploded, sending everyone flying. His voice was furious. You can't beat me with that. Raven retreated and asked Dongyun, are you alright? Dongyun frowned. Although he was uncomfortable from the pain, he still replied politely, thanks to you I blocked him so I can still fight. Breath looked down from above, slightly worried. Damn it, should I go out and help them? Suddenly, thick smoke and flames enveloped Legardo from below, exploding. He too looked back in surprise. Wei also stood blankly. What's flying? It looks like field artillery. Yan frowned. It seems the military sent reinforcements. Is the military crazy? Why are they doing that? There are still many people outside. Miho cut him off. No, I don't think field artillery alone can defeat Legardo. Across from them, countless soldiers and tanks charged, shouting loudly, quickly support the hunters. 2 soldiers shouldered cannons and fired their guns. Legardo's eyes widened, his pupils pinpoint small. Bang, the shell exploded and red flames erupted once more. A soldier hastily shouted loudly, everyone retreat from there immediately. Quickly, ballistic missiles were flying towards this location. People were startled upon hearing that. Yuna frowned irritably. Those idiots, Legardo is faster than all of us combined. Do they think he'll just stand by and watch us leave? And she lowered her voice. We have to hold him. And he looked back at Dongyun behind him. Can you use that skill again at the right time? He quickly replied. That skill is temporarily sealed, but I have a similar skill, so leave it to me, Raven urged. I entrust my life to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flew off before Dongyun could even react. The military urged them to keep firing. Light continuously flashed from the muzzles. Magic bullets, skill activated. Don't stop, we must keep Legardo trapped inside. Magic bullets were fired at him, but upon impact they bounced back stubbornly. The bullet trajectories were chaotically messed up. Legardo clicked his tongue and said, annoying. I originally intended to spare you ants, but if you keep blocking my way like this. He began to form a black compressed spatial sphere without hesitation. Legardo growled. Don't complain about why I'm heavy. Before he could finish speaking, Raven suddenly rushed out from somewhere and cut off his skill. The soldiers outside hastily urged them to keep firing when someone stopped shooting. Another soldier hastily reported, Commander, the swordsman is too close to the target. Returning to the combat zone, Legardo and Raven were fighting to kill each other, neither giving way. His emotions were quite heightened. After fighting with that mage kid outside, I realized one thing. Fighting this old man is much more enjoyable, the swordsman. And Legardo continued, gripping his sword tightly with his bare hands and scoffing, but your strength alone cannot decide my life or death. Tell me your last words. Raven curled the corner of his mouth, speaking vaguely and meaningfully. There's one thing I don't understand since I came to Earth. That's the technology of Earth civilization. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step back, and right then, 5 ballistic missiles were falling precisely from the sky. Legardo didn't care and raised his left hand, forming another spatial compression sphere, his eyes full of contempt. Using missiles too, it's useless. Don't waste your effort. But unexpectedly, all space suddenly reflected only his image from all angles. Legardo naturally recognized this as spatial isolation and scoffed complainingly. Hey, this isn't fair play, is it? Raven, outside, emerged from the spatial gate behind Dong Yun and asked, can that skill hold him? Dong Yun seriously controlled the magic, honestly replying, it's possible but it won't last long, he said coldly. Someone once told me this, if there's an empty space just fill that space. Immediately, a gigantic transformation magic circle appeared high in the sky in front of each missile warhead, increasing the size of the objects affecting living beings. Then as the magic circle grew, a light blue airflow also appeared. Similar to the missile warheads, Raven stared dumbfounded. My God, the soldiers shouted worriedly. Everyone brace for a powerful impact. He mumbled if this would work. 3 massive fireball warheads fell, targeting the crystal-like spatial sphere hovering over the ground. Legardo irritably broke free from his confinement. This transformed space could not hold him. Suddenly he froze, his face hardened. A gigantic warhead was approaching before his eyes. Boom, a roaring explosion shook a wide area and red flames shot up into the sky. The vibrations spread rapidly, and bricks and stones crumbled layer by layer. The soldiers almost screamed. The ground is shaking, everyone get down. A super composite shield, a honeycomb-shaped shield, layered itself in front of an area. Soldiers were all bewildered. Wasn't its destructive power beyond headquarters' expectations? The ballistic missiles seemed to have grown larger as they fell to the ground. Fortunately, if this shield hadn't blocked them, residential areas would have been affected. Black smoke billowed over the broken debris. Raven said he was defeated. Before he could finish his sentence, Miho pinched his cheek from behind, interrupting him with a scream. Wait, my goodness. The wide area of the front yard collapsed, cracking like a spiderweb, and the center sank to an unknown depth. From above it was a black hole. Suddenly a violent pillar of light erupted from the hole. Brath, who had intended to just sit and watch, stood up, startled. Damn it, we have to get out of here right now. Saying that, he warned loudly, if you want to live, leave this place quickly. Dong Yun didn't understand anything and wondered why. Brath just shouted loudly, I warned you, if you don't want to face an even stronger monster, run away quickly. But it seemed too late. A powerful force vibrated. Legardo's hoarse voice suddenly came. It's been a really long time since I used my true power. He leaped out of the pit, and his power nearly doubled. Elemental burst skill. When a sufficiently large force is received, the skill activates, converting the absorbed energy into fuel to enhance the user's basic abilities. Everyone froze as soon as they saw what happened. They witnessed the man take a direct hit from a missile and remain unscathed. It was inexplicable and irrational. But the main reason they couldn't move was the energy emanating from the man. Purple energy exploded powerfully. It was a strong and overwhelming energy, nothing any monster could compare to. As everyone tried to attack again, Legardo maliciously charged at Dong Yun. He extended his fist, compressing the air to its limit, and flames ignited around his attack, forming a dazzling light. It attacked as if sucking everyone in. The light was blinding, and a sky-splitting sound resonated. Bang, dust scattered. A giant shield appeared protecting Dong Yun. He was wide-eyed with surprise, and cold sweat poured heavily. With just one punch he had lost. We cannot defeat this monster. The surrounding landscape looked as if it had been flattened. The ground was engulfed in many fires and black smoke billowed. Dong Yun was flustered and rushed. At the very least, I have to get everyone out of here. But in front, Legardo still rushed forward with a cruel smile. He opened his red eyes like a demon and sneered, Goodbye, ants. If you had just handed over that Sanju to me from the start, I would have already. Before he could throw a punch, Legardo, still muttering, was suddenly kicked in the face. He was immediately sent flying, so fast that not even a shadow was visible. Just a few seconds later, white smoke again rumbled and scattered with a bang. Legardo was pushed back, leaving a long scratch mark on the ground. Breath stared blankly, then after a moment stammered and corrected himself. We have a chance. Miho froze. Yun burst into laughter. The person who slowly landed said, You've been waiting for Jumper a lot, haven't you? He put both hands in his pockets, tilted his head slightly, and turned up the corners of his mouth. From the other side, maniacal laughter was also heard. Legardo pushed away a huge rock and said in a disgruntled tone, Jumper, I haven't even taken my revenge on you yet. However, Jumper teleported and kicked him in the head, saying in a nonchalant voice, You're too noisy. I'm not here. Immediately, countless glowing cross-shaped cracks appeared, and he appeared and disappeared from all directions, kicking him. Jumper calmly continued, I have no intention of fighting a boring battle. Thump thump bang, the sounds resonated incessantly. Many lights flashed and heavy sounds ripped through people's eardrums. Dust scattered again. Legardo was punched and kicked from several directions. He gritted his teeth and endured. His face was distorted from the kicks. Eventually he broke free, and simultaneously with Jumper's kick he swung his fist and growled, Die. The impact exploded and both opened their eyes wide in surprise. Jumper hadn't expected to be blocked, and Legardo hadn't expected his wild swing to connect. He laughed excitedly, and his shadow immediately retreated. Legardo asked in a cold voice, Lucas, what exactly are you? Jumper descended and repeated nonchalantly, What am I? He teleported and suddenly appeared behind him, bending his leg and coldly asserting, I am humanity's strongest. With a ripping sound, Jumper kicked Legardo in the head. Dazzling light flashed and swirling energy streams erupted, illuminating the area brightly and obscuring everything from view. Large and small chunks of dirt and rock rained down, falling unevenly in the yard. After a while, the sky also gradually darkened. The yard was still caved in with a giant pit. Jumper's voice slowly came, but that's still not enough. Miho and Dong Yun appeared from a pile of dirt on the wall. Someone like me doesn't deserve that title. Legardo was kicked, his face buried in the ground. Jumper calmly continued in front of his head. You can overcome all adversities and answer all future questions. You must be an entity even higher than me and you, so why don't we cooperate? The scene shifted elsewhere. In Odin Tower's cave, Sangwoo groaned, "My goodness, there's not even a bed here." Suddenly, he remembered the image he had just seen, a gaunt face. At least if he went back he could fulfill his dream. Sangwoo frowned suspiciously. What was that memory? That hunter looked so similar to Hunter Park Wee. Suddenly, he asked the 7 deadly sins. You have no information about the 7 deadly sins fragments, really? Then do you know Hunter Park Wee? The 7 deadly sins said indifferently. Who's that? The name of someone who will die by my hand. Sangwoo's face contorted in anger. What was I expecting from this dumbass? He turned and called out inwardly, Liver, you saw it, didn't you? You're directly connected to me, so you must have seen it. Liver was dumbfounded. Ha, his tone was suspicious. What are you talking about? And who's Hunter Park Wee? Sangwoo was surprised to hear that. You didn't see it either, Liver wondered. What did you see exactly? He didn't answer. After a moment he suddenly opened his mouth. Ah, I see. When I touched the floor-shifting crack I sensed energy. It might be a resonance phenomenon between the 7 deadly sins fragments. Sangwoo was dumbfounded. You mean it doesn't affect other cracks? Only that crack, Liver said softly. You've only just begun to control the power of the void anyway. This is just my guess, but you probably felt traces of the power of the void left by Hunter Park Wee's comrade in the crack. And he asked again. By the way, what was the memory you saw? He darkened his face and answered softly. This memory was probably from when he had just acquired the 7 deadly sins, but he didn't look so depressed. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared, drawing the attention of Sangwoo and his clones. Then a cheerful voice was heard. Oh, finally we meet. He was startled. Legardo and Jumper appeared together. His face was cold. Sangwoo, we promised to meet at the top of the tower, so why are you still here? Legardo suddenly spoke. Come at me. He immediately rushed forward and extended his hand towards Sangwoo. And both of you will die by my hand. But all the clones simultaneously jumped to block Sangwoo. Legardo sneered and said softly, Rejection. Bang! Void energy erupted, sending all the clones flying simultaneously. Going back a few minutes, Legardo was bowed at Jumper's feet, his eyes wide and blank. He asked again in a trembling voice, Why aren't you killing me? He replied nonchalantly. That Sanju guy's growth rate is slower than I expected. I was going to use some stimulating tactics, but they don't seem effective, so this is the last decision I can make. Don't you think he needs a special training session? You're a very suitable person to train him, as Jumper chattered incessantly. Legardo's hands clenched slightly. He gnashed his teeth and thought, how dare he treat me like a dummy for training others? Returning to the present, Legardo laughed and calculated. For now I'll follow his wishes. I just need to kill that Sanju guy and absorb the 7 deadly sins fragments. From the other side, Sangwoo's voice groaned. Oh, my back finally found a bed. Come to think of it, this bed was always next to me. The bed clone. He was lying face down on those clones and the 7 deadly sins' eyes were wide. What nonsense are you talking about? Sangwoo gave a wry smile and gritted his teeth. Just denying reality, and he wearily lifted his head and looked. Is that Legardo? The one with 3 fragments of the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins replied. That's right, this is your chance. Sangwoo doubted. Can we win, damn it? He looked at Sangwoo contemptuously and said it was the wrong question. You fool, you should be asking if it's time to die. He gave a blank wry smile and accused. I wasn't wrong to call you a dumbass. Dust scattered. Sangwoo sprang up. Number 1 and number 2. If you don't want to die here, you have to defeat that bastard. The two immediately rushed at each other. Legardo's eyes gleamed and he laughed joyfully. If I kill you, I'll have all 5 fragments of the 7 deadly sins. Sangwoo was not about to lose, he said with great momentum. Already so eager, did you think I was such an easy opponent? The ground exploded with the two's attacks. Sangwoo gritted his teeth in the dust and looked down. His hand gripping the sword still tried to press down on Legardo, but he also blocked Sangwoo's sword with his hand. He laughed triumphantly and lifted his head. Quite good, kid. At least you meet my minimum requirements. From behind, the clones also quickly rushed and tried to swing their hands at the energy orb. From above, 3 clones fired a massive energy stream at Legardo's body. He bared his teeth, somewhat excited, blocking with his hand and judging. Your clones, this must be your unique skill, right? Saying that, he swung his sword towards Sangwoo. He spun his body in midair, dodging the dangerous attack. Sangwoo's foot kicked his body again, but he calmly grabbed his ankle. His foot trembled. Combat skill, barely passing. From behind, Clone 2 also quickly rushed and stabbed his shoulder with a knife. From behind, Clone 1 and Clone 3 also quickly rushed and attacked with knives. Legardo frowned and looked. On this side, Sangwoo disengaged from the fight, watching him and the clones fight, lost in thought. He's slower than I thought. Immediately after, he picked up his sword and rushed again. Energy emanated around him. I need to use more of the void's power to finish this quickly. On this side, Legardo also noticed and looked back. As the sword came down, the ground shook and dust billowed densely. Sangwoo's sword cut his shoulder and blood continuously gushed out. Memories of his insane battles with unidentified monsters came to mind. Legardo swung his fist, attacking them. Monsters lay scattered on the ground on this side. Sangwoo stared blankly at him, his face covered in cold sweat. Flustered, he hesitated. Have you been fighting continuously for over 10 years? From the opposite side, Legardo calmly pushed the sword, impaling his shoulder with his hand, frowning and looking slightly displeased. Did you read my memories? He also pushed him back and realized, so that jumper guy also felt my memories. From behind, Clone 2 also rushed in with a knife and stabbed. He looked at him and judged. I'll give you a temporary passing grade. Immediately after, he grabbed Clone 2's knife-wielding hand and glared at him. You're only temporarily passing, not strong. You've clearly never fought anyone truly strong until now. Immediately after, a flash of light appeared, and he tore off Clone 2's arm with his hand. An enemy who can shatter your body with a single attack. Sang-woo watched from one side, dumbfounded. Legardo stomped his foot hard, and immediately he appeared in front of him. His body also swayed with the ground-shaking footsteps. Legardo's hand went up, and his face calmly created an energy orb, evaluating. In my personal opinion, it's too early to call you humanity's hope. Suddenly, an energy stream shot straight at Sang-woo's body. He was flustered, falling to the ground without a chance to react. Then he lost consciousness, his body on the ground drenched in sweat, slowly opening his eyes with difficulty. What happened? His body lay in a pool of blood, almost unable to move. Where are all my clones? From the other side, Legardo also panted, clutching his stomach and praising. Ah, that skill hurt. From the other side, Clone 1 and Clone 2's bodies were full of holes but still stood. He praised. You two have 2 fragments of the 7 deadly sins, so you lasted this long. You're different from the others. Immediately after, Legardo used his thumb and forefinger to look through the clone's punctured wound as if through a magnifying glass and sneered. But the game ends here, he murmured softly. Now my lovely fragments return to me. Clone 1 slowly vanished, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it, just die. Immediately after, 2 7 deadly sins fragments fell at Sang-woo's feet. Legardo calmly approached, picked up the fragments, and still looked at Sang-woo with scornful eyes. Oh, look at this, you're still alive, quite tenacious, but all your clones are dead. Then he gripped the 2 fragments and smiled excitedly, looking at them. Finally, I've collected all 5 7 deadly sins fragments. Suddenly, Jumper burst out of space and kicked Legardo's arm, holding the stones, breaking it. He shouted, sorry, but it's not over yet. Then he held the 2 fragments in his hand and smiled, while with his other hand he helped Sang-woo up and smiled at Legardo, who was bleeding and in pain from his severed arm. Let's go, Sang-woo. Immediately after, the 2 entered space, leaving Legardo in the ruined canyon. Jumper's arm trembled. He gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice full of rage, You bastard. As his body rapidly exploded with furious energy, the ground and stones shook. He cursed. Damn you, Lucas, just you wait, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Inside Jumper's subspace, he still looked at Sang-woo, who was blankly lying on the floor, and asked, How is it? You lost so miserably, are you okay? Sang-woo panted and lifted his head, his face tired and drenched in sweat, barely managing to ask, Is this Lucas Hung's subspace? Then he looked at Jumper with a puzzled expression. Thank you for saving my life, but why did you bring me here? Jumper scratched his head and explained with a smile. Sang-woo, there are only 70 days left until the day of harvest. Don't you think you need to accelerate your growth? Saying so, he smiled gently. Anyway, don't mind losing just now. As much as I cherish you, whether you're at death's door or whatever happens, I'll save you. Then he held out the 2 fragments to Sang-woo and urged him, I've retrieved the 2 fragments as well. Resummon your clone and have it absorb them. Sang-woo lifted his head with a tired expression and explained, Jumper Hung, the clone skill is still on cooldown. He added, I can summon 1 clone even during cooldown, but it will take about a week to summon all of them. Jumper also smiled in understanding. Ah, I see. Understood. Then he suddenly turned his body and with his arms crossed looked at the starlight far away in the subspace. Can't be helped then. Did Liver tell you about my ability? He asked with a puzzled expression, kneeling on the floor. Wasn't it teleportation, a fast teleportation skill with an extremely short cooldown? Then Jumper suddenly teleported behind Sang-woo and smiled wickedly, startling Sang-woo, who widened his eyes. He murmured softly, No, that's just normal teleportation. Even if the cooldown is short, it takes 3 days. 3 days isn't a short time. Then he stood up straight again, smiled and explained, showing off his power around him. My awakened skill is infinite acceleration. I activate all my nerves and circulatory systems at extreme speeds to shorten cooldowns. Saying so, Jumper placed his energy-charged hand on Sang-woo's shoulder, and I can use that skill on others too, he added. But this skill cannot synchronize with other bodies, so everyone who has come into contact with this skill has exploded. Upon hearing that, Sang-woo also widened his eyes in surprise, his body trembling, and cursed in his mind, panicked. This evil bastard, what's he up to, this madman? Jumper next to him still smiled cheerfully, gripping his shoulder and spreading energy. It's okay, Sang-woo, you're strong, nothing will happen. Seeing that cunning and hypocritical face, Sang-woo became even more flustered. Is he serious, Hung? No, Hung, I don't need it. Go away. Then he suddenly approached and said softly, startling Sang-woo, I'm a regressor. Sang-woo couldn't even close his eyes and glared directly at him. Jumper still gripped his shoulder, transferring energy, murmuring incessantly and asserting, Even if you can't endure and explode, I'll find you again. And if you fail again, I'll find you again. Again and again and again, Jumper threatened him, staring at him with pathological eyes. So don't worry too much, even if you die, I won't care much, Sang-woo. Energy suddenly exploded from Sang-woo's body. Sang-woo was surprised and couldn't resist. His heart exploded from overload after being engulfed by maximized energy, and his eyes and body also quickly shattered in terror. He panted in helplessness and pain, his body burned like scorching charcoal, but he was still barely breathing. On this side, Clone 1 was reconstructed and looked around in vague confusion about its abilities. Then he saw the other clones and Sang-woo also standing there, surprised and blank. This is a clone. Did that stupid Sanju escape on his own? Suddenly, some clones gripped their weapons in caution and Sangwoo's body was continuously trembling on the floor. Clone 1 also looked down in surprise. He groaned. My face, I can't see anything, my eyes. From the other side, Jumper calmly looked at them and smiled. Everyone calm down. I'm not an enemy. Sangwoo looks like he's in pain but he's actually fine, he added. He's still your master, Sangwoo. Isn't it surprising? He's the first person to survive my skill on this side. Clone 1 also frowned. So it was you after all. I don't usually say things like this, but then the 7 deadly sins glared at Jumper in confusion. But you're truly a pure lunatic. How can you use such a finishing move on a person? He was still calmly approaching and Sangwoo was still lying on the floor explaining. Finishing move? You're wrong. That's not my purpose. Don't worry, he'll recover soon. Then Jumper asserted that Sangwoo would be fine because of his high recovery ability. From the other side, his body was painfully shattering and burning. The system notified like a flash, recovery power increasing. He lay in a pool of blood screaming, ah. Jumper glared at Clone 1 and asserted, once he recovers I'll make him fight Legardo again, and I'll repeat this process until he wins. From the other side, black smoke entered. Legardo chewed his food and stared at it. He reminded Sangwoo, Young Sanju, have you finally come for our second duel? Don't run away this time. Noticing the strange atmosphere, he looked around the place, his body stiffening, and his eyes widened in surprise and fear. Damn it, what are those stats? What happened to you? Legardo sensed footsteps. Young Sanju, have you finally come for our second duel? Don't run away this time. He saw him and stiffened. What are those stats? Sangwoo's entire body was shattered and broken. What happened to you? My body feels like it's about to break. I can't lose. Fear surged in his heart, tightening his resolve. I can never lose. If I lose again, that skill will kill me. Legardo stood up and said with a puzzled expression, what did that Lucas do to you? He's not the type who enjoys torturing others. Then Sangwoo suddenly cut him off and pleaded, could you please let me win this fight? His face hardened at the request. Sangwoo forced a smile, sweating profusely. I can convert the power of the 7 deadly sins fragments in your body. Can I borrow them for a moment? I'll only borrow them to deal with the system, and I'll return them immediately. He feigned reconciliation, claiming there was nothing to lose, it would be beneficial to both, and there was no need to fight. Legardo didn't answer and rushed forward, hitting him hard in the stomach. His already injured body could no longer endure, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Sangwoo collapsed, coughing, and Legardo said contemptuously, truly disgusting, I can't stand it anymore. Just die, young Sanju. Before you humiliate yourself any further. The moment he was injured it also affected the other clones. No, he watched heartbreakingly as the clones fell one after another. Legardo lowered his voice and gripped his hand. You already knew, didn't you, that you were destined to be miserably defeated by my hands? However, before attacking he looked puzzled. At least when fighting you just now you had some vitality and faith. What on earth happened? Lucas will come here again, take it. On hearing his arrogant tone, Sangwoo was indignant. You know nothing. The bone-cutting pain, even having my arms severed and my eyes burned, is nothing compared to that sky-piercing pain, he almost shouted in anger. You haven't even experienced that pain, so don't just judge arbitrarily as if you know everything. Legardo merely sneered. How funny, you read my memories, didn't you? I fought continuously for 10 years, without even recovery abilities or support skills. His flames blazed fiercely, showing his confidence. What is a small pain like yours to me? All right, promise fulfilled. Yes, let's go feel that small pain. Sangwoo entered the space and asked Legardo, can Hung use that infinite acceleration skill on Hung? Jumper didn't understand but used it on both of them. Screams that chilled to the bone echoed throughout the cave. The two immediately knelt blankly before Jumper. Mom, it hurts so much, it's a sky-piercing pain, it's truly hell. Jumper didn't try to understand the current situation. All the frustrations and pressures, especially when someone looked down on him. See, I told you. Now Hung has experienced it too. That bastard also cried and begged incessantly, bro. Legardo was already in tatters. Your master is no different. Blood vessels burst and blood flows from all over his body. Sangwoo almost wailed, it hurts so much I don't even want to live, so listen to me and follow my plan. He still wanted a different plan. Just lend me the 7 deadly sins fragments and I'll take care of it. Legardo didn't even care. He immediately dealt with one clone. Of course not. Anyway, for now I still have the advantage. After this incident, he became even more certain of one thing, Legardo asserted with a triumphant smile. You won't be able to endure this a few more times. Then you'll die and the 2 fragments will be mine. Sangwoo cursed and drew his sword from space. Damn it, that old man is dumber than even me. All the clones in Sangwoo could no longer inflict damage on him. All the clones were continuously defeated by his overwhelming power. No matter how many clones Sangwoo threw at him simultaneously, the result remained unchanged, and he still had to endure that terrible skill after being defeated. Sangwoo's body was constantly torn and healed. Sangwoo's blood clotted stickily, then soaked him again. It was an endless cycle. During that month immersed in pain, Sangwoo's mind collapsed before he could defeat Legardo. Suddenly a voice he hadn't heard in a long time echoed, Hey Sangwoo, hold on. I can't just stand by and watch anymore. Liver was flustered by this sight. What on earth did Jumper do to you? Every time you wake up you're covered in blood. Only now did Sangwoo remember. That's right, as long as Hung is in the subspace we're still connected. Alright Hung, just sit and watch. It'll be easier for you. Legardo shouted at him. Sangwoo, wait Sangwoo, but he immediately entered the spatial gate. In an instant he was sent back to Jumper's space. He didn't even look at Jumper. He already knew, I lost all my clones again, can't be helped, I'll just use that skill again. Sangwoo said softly, "Hey Lucas Hung, can't we wait for me to get stronger before fighting Legardo? I still can't fully control the power of the void, it's too fast, I don't even have time to think of a strategy. I just keep feeling pain." Jumper turned his back and sighed. "What can I do for you? You're disappointing me, Sangwoo." He showed no mercy. "Didn't you tell me you wanted to rest for the rest of your life? I told you I'm a regressor. Do you know how many people I've met who gave the same answer as you? Many people told me they wanted to rest, they wanted to relax, but he understood the law of life. Ironically, wanting to rest but being unable to. But that was the motivation that made him interested. His face was expressionless, but his voice was full of anger. "If you give up here, I no longer want to be your fan." It was clearly a threat to kill Sangwoo, and at that moment Sangwoo's only choice was to run, and Jumper stood before a shining white door, sighing. "Is this life just a series of failures?" Sangwoo ran like a madman. "That crazy bastard really tried to kill me?" At that moment he didn't want to think about anything else. "Let's give up and go home to my family and friends, lie in bed and sleep as much as I want. I don't want to care about that day of harvest anymore." Suddenly a crack appeared before his eyes. Seeing it, Sangwoo hastily reached out and touched it. "A crack? Let's go to another floor first. Then neither Jumper nor Legardo will be able to find me." But as soon as he touched it, electricity spread and a memory appeared. The rough breathing of a person, a talking sword. "I told you to go back. How many times do I have to say it for you to understand?" It was speaking to the person who had struggled to defeat Baekgojong's cub. "Look at yourself." Sangwoo stood blankly. Is this Hunter Baekgojong's memory? No, he quickly realized the truth. Actually, this is the memory of the weapon in his body. He was also one of the 7 deadly sins fragments. Baekgojong said. "You always said fighting was everything, so why are you suddenly being so kind?" The sword cursed. "Fool, if you die, how will I fight? And if you die in this Odin Tower, won't I be abandoned here forever? You're already far more impressive than others for coming this far, even knowing you can't conquer this tower." "But it was all thanks to me, wasn't it?" The sword asked if it was truly a worthwhile endeavor. "Was it worthwhile to abandon your daughter and son to fight for humanity?" Baekwai's expression darkened as he thought of Wei and Yuna's family. They were exceptional children. Sangwoo heard them talking about guild leader Park Wee. Again Baekwai smiled contentedly. "Wei is truly a genius. I only taught him a few times and he awakened sword chi, and Yuna's mana control ability is not to be underestimated. She awakened an outstanding skill at a young age. He loved his family very much. Those 2 children are truly my children. They are truly amazing." His lips moved. "But this is the only thing I can do for my family." Sangwoo seemed shocked. He heard Baekwai recount his suffering again. "I was trapped in ancient ruins for 5 years, and when I regained control, the great catastrophe struck. Monsters poured in and took away my beloved wife." A flicker of flame crossed his face. "Since then I've been a wanderer, an incompetent father who didn't dare to say he was the father of 2 children. I thought the power I sought would make me regret it. I thought abandoning my family and going to the ancient ruins was a foolish act." He gripped his sword as if determined. "But in the end that power helped protect Wei and Yuna." These words resonated in Sangwoo's heart. "Even if my bones are broken and my body is cut by monsters, if I'm given another chance to reunite with my family, I will climb this Odin Tower again. Because that's the only way to stop the day of harvest." His voice still echoed after he left. "So the path I'm on is not wrong or foolish." Sangwoo stood for a long time, then scratched his head. "Damn it, I feel ashamed of myself." Sangwoo had no choice but to return to that strange space. "Hey Jumper, why are you sitting there? You look as miserable as I do." Jumper's face suddenly brightened. "The bet succeeded," he asked. "Will you believe me if I say I believed you'd come back all along?" Sangwoo returned, looking as bright as the old sun. "No, I can't believe such nonsense." He suddenly crushed the fragment in his hand. "I have an important request for you. If I lose myself, please take care of all the remaining aftermath." Jumper was startled. "What are you going to do? What on earth are you doing? Why are you swallowing the fragments yourself?" A mad laugh echoed as Sangwoo swallowed the fragments. The monster laughed heartily. "You make me laugh too much, Yangjong Sunju. What on earth are you thinking, absorbing the fragments yourself? Not just 1 but 2. Have you gone mad from suffering?" He couldn't stop laughing. "Should I thank you in advance?" "Ha ha ha ha." He raised his head. "Because that's the only way to awaken the power of the void," the monster said contemptuously. "You made a decision too hastily. And you ruined everything yourself," the monster sneered. "Your willpower is too weak and your decision will only help me take over this body. It would have been more rational to have your clones absorb them originally." Sangwoo couldn't hold back and shouted, "I already did that, stop it." Sangwoo expressed his helplessness. "I kept letting my clones take my place and I don't want to repeat that anymore. I'm tired now." He stood up. "Is that why you decided that?" "I just wanted to share a little with my clones," he approached confidently. "My promise that I would become your most difficult enemy still stands. This will be my first step in keeping that promise." An explosion echoed from where Sangwoo was and dust flew, startling Legardo. He was quite surprised to see Sangwoo. "I didn't think this would happen. I thought you wouldn't be able to absorb the 7 deadly sins fragments yourself." Sangwoo walked out with his clones, his skin now purple. "This will be my last challenge to you. Jumper can no longer stop you from killing me. If you win, you can have the 7 deadly sins." Legardo scoffed admiringly. "Truly one who returned from death, so cold and emotionless. You finally look a little more human." He clenched his fist and approached. "I like you the most so far." Sangwoo also gripped his sword and approached. "Compliments won't save everything, you bastard." The 2 fought like 2 demons starved for battle, madly. A purple explosion erupted upwards, shattering the rocks above. The purple smoke cleared. Sangwoo confidently sneered, leaving 2 clones behind him. Legardo chuckled happily. Sangwoo's sword and his fist clashed with a thud. He swung his foot, kicking the hilt of Sangwoo's sword. Sangwoo contemptuously let go of his right hand and his left hand was below. His left hand naturally gripped the sword hilt. As Sangwoo swung his sword, Legardo surprisingly ducked to avoid it. This guy, since when did his combat skills become so? A blue light burst from Sangwoo's head and he laughed triumphantly. I have no intention of controlling it. As the 2 men's fists clashed, the surrounding stones and rocks shattered from the pressure. I don't care how you fight, use my body however you want, as long as you kick Legardo's ass. Legardo was slightly struggling through the power of the void. My physical strength has greatly increased. This power gap is overwhelmingly greater than before. Sangwoo raised his heel. But that's just a minor advantage. Behind him, his 2 clones burst through space and rushed forward. My biggest concern is the clones. They're the real problem. The 3 simultaneously slashed at Legardo, and he could only block with his arms, but if I think about it another way, he only faces one difficulty. That's me. If the main body dies, these annoying clones will naturally disappear. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Now I just need to target young Jong Sanju's main body, Sangwoo sneered. That's probably how he thinks, he calculated. You keep targeting me. When that moment comes, you'll know. 2 stone knives from above plunged straight into Leonardo. He gripped the rock and trembled in an instant. He charged toward Sangwoo's abdomen and threw a punch. Sangwoo coughed up blood in pain and the agony spread throughout his body. He laughed madly and sneered. Sangwoo thought, just as I thought. He can use the power of the void, but he can't use the true abilities of the 7 deadly sins. This damn old man merely absorbed the fragments. Purple light erupted from his hand. Since his body is not inherently adaptable, I can deliver a fatal blow with the next attack. From above, Sangwoo's 4 clones rushed down. Leonardo stopped. Don't hop around like a toad, gather in one place. I'll deal with you all at once. Sangwoo was startled. Is this the ability of the left arm? It's a really strange feeling, like free falling, he boasted. There's no use running around, this is distorted space, so don't play around anymore. Whether you retreat, jump up, or dodge sideways, all your movements will converge towards the center. He swung his fist. You'll be in my line of sight anyway. Sangwoo's right eye turned red. Then I'll just use that. Sangwoo flew at him, clenching both hands. He swung his hand and a spatial gate opened before him. He teleported to Leonardo's right. Sangwoo shouted, clenching the sword hilt with both hands and swinging, if you want, let's fight head on, you bastard. As the sword came down, the ground and rocks shattered. But Leonardo quickly dodged behind Sangwoo. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. Do you think you can defeat me with that subspace? Wake up. The infinite loop skill was cast on him, and Sangwoo took the blow to his back. He painfully coughed up a mouthful of blood. A scene shifted to Wei. He swung his sword hard, and the sword shouted, swinging your sword again? Stop it. You're making me dizzy. He sighed deeply. Instinctive attacks are very important, but my instincts clash too much with your abilities. The sword grumbled. Clashing? That's the law of nature, Wei calmly said. Do you know how hard it was to understand you for 5 years? The power of the void is void, but it has power, the sword replied. The problem is the void, meaning nothingness. That's the core of it. No mana, nothing, because it's void. Power erupts from the void, space distorts. Time distorts, that power is void. When they truly understood, they realized that everything there was a deep, endless black hole. Sangwoo's eyes changed from red to golden. Lightning-like marks spread across his eyebrows. Leonardo's fist pierced Sangwoo's abdomen, and an explosion occurred in his stomach. Leonardo was startled and realized what it was. This is the body with innate adaptability. Sangwoo showed no pain at all, turned his head, smiled, and confidently pointed out his mistakes. Your first mistake was not believing that I could control the power of the 7 deadly sins fragments. Thank you, Leonardo. Thanks to you, my clones can attack you simultaneously. Then all the clones rushed at Leonardo, clinging to him like plump, delicious bait. Immediately after, a shocking explosion reverberated. When the smoke cleared, Leonardo stood tall, with knives embedded in his body. After a moment of silence, he again smiled faintly. Is that what you think? You think I didn't believe you could control the power of those fragments? It's time for Leonardo to act. He unleashed the power of elemental burst. When a sufficiently large force is received, the skill activates, converting the absorbed energy into fuel to enhance basic abilities. Power surged menacingly, blowing away the clones, Leonardo said triumphantly. Now do you understand? I can kill all your clones in one go. I am an enemy who can kill you in an instant. Sangwoo's clones, holding weapons, attacked Leonardo from all directions. He gritted his teeth and looked up enraged. Lightning flashed from Leonardo's eyes. He laughed gleefully. I was prepared for this. If my body can be strengthened by your attacks, there's no need to avoid them. Now I just need to deal with the clones while the skill is active. Once the clones are gone, it'll just be you and me, a one-on-one fight. Who do you think will win? You were wrong from the start. I wasn't targeting you. I didn't want shortcuts. Hearing this, Sangwoo hesitated slightly, startled. He faced Legardo and innocently said, No, you, my clones inherited all my skills. Immediately after, countless clones rushed at him like a scattered swarm of bees. Your second mistake was not believing that my clones also inherited power from 2 fragments. Leonardo turned around, startled. Damn it, really? In an instant, Sangwoo pushed all his explosive power. The world seemed to tremble, and Leonardo's eyes widened in surprise as he shouted, I never thought I'd say this. This damn clone skill is too strong. He looked up at Sangwoo, who was rushing at him with his sword, targeting his head.